Welcome back, mesdames et bonjour. I'm David Freak, Turley swapping in on the analyst desk alongside my two favorite supports in the entire world, Martin DeFiscio Lunga and Mitch Kipo Vorspos. How you guys doing today? I had to pull a pulse on that one. I liked it so much. Guys, we're kicking off the back half of the day with the Battle of the Atlantic here. Cloud9 versus Fnatic, and who would have believed that this is going to be an amazing one. It's a long-standing rivalry here for the last 2 years at the very least. Back in Season 3, these guys fought in the quarterfinals. Fnatic won that one. Good job, Europe. I'll give you that one.
Thank you.
But now these guys are fighting for control over Group B. C9 sitting 2-0 so far. But if Fnatic wins, they tie for first place.
Yeah, who really expected this group to play out the way it did?
Yeah.
I'm incredibly impressed with them, mostly so because they have been so far at Worlds the only team to actually play around the losing top laner that I have seen and successfully do so. Balls got incredibly far behind, partly due to his own mistakes, but mostly due to the way the team played and just didn't prioritize him at all. I even spoke to Hai a little bit about it. He said, you know what, 75% of that's on me, but I told him, I'll carry you, cross-map him, deep vision, and it worked out for Cloud9.
It's what we see in the Cloud9 lane swap, how they put all the farm onto Sneaky. They're fine giving Sneaky a one-on-one lane against the enemy top laner. So we need to see if Fnatic wants to use that for Huni, because yesterday, their performance versus AHQ, I mean, that was sloppy. Especially from Huni up in the top lane. Like, he had a decent start, and suddenly he randomly goes in like 1 versus 2 twice in a row, and he just dies for it. We also need to see what the rest of Fnatic can do, because they've been solid all around. I mean, Feb and Honest have been great in the mid lane. Reckless had a good performance. Him and Yellowstar, they have to be able to at least go even against Sneaky and Elimination, because that's been like the winning lane for Cloud9 so far.
Yeah, Fnatic, they just went back to old tendencies. This is the Fnatic that we've seen in spring. You know, just a little bit too aggressive. Didn't work out. Keep going aggressive. Keep going aggressive. Not the crisp, clean gameplay that we've been used to from them in the summer split. So, Fnatic going back to old mistakes, that was actually worrying to see.
Yeah. Well, I think you need Fnatic to get kind of kicked in the teeth a little bit before they realize they got to play correctly again, because, I mean, after SKT took them down back at the midseason invitational semifinals, well, they dominated all summer long. And then, okay, they had a close matchup against Origin. Their first game looked okay, and then like, oh, we're so good, we're topping the group. Whoops, AHQ's better than we thought. So maybe that's going to help them keep it all in line. But we're going to see what happens as the teams get into the game. But for now, we're going to check out the starting lineups for both teams. On the blue side, representing the North American LCS, is Cloud9 with Balls up in the top lane. Their jungler, Hai, the big shot caller, the MVP of this team, I gotta say. Incarnation, so good this split here in the mid lane. Sneaky on AD carry, one of the best North America's ever had. And Elimination, the man behind champion select here, and a great support player in his own right, C9.
And of course, on the red side, we have Europe's #1 seed. It is Fnatic. Up in the top lane is Huni. Ray Nova is in the jungle. Febivent, fantastic season so far for him. The mid lane, Reckless as the AD carry. Of course, the captain, Yellowstar, is next to him on support. And Daylor standing behind the team right there as the coach.
And this is going to be an interesting battle for me, because both these teams have had incredibly dominant wins where the team loses their Nexus like 23 minutes in. That's how both these teams really started their tournaments here. And we move back a couple of more games, and now you've got a very close match between, well, you got to consider now two of the favorites from these two continents. Yeah,
crowd's going wild here. Teams are almost already in the lobby, and this pick and ban phase will be very, very interesting to track.
Yeah, because we have here a situation where Cloud9, their best picks is not what we normally see banned away. The Tristana for Sneaky has been so important because he's been winning the laning phase, takes that first tower, goes mid lane, and this siege composition kicks in, and it does take down all these outer turrets. Azir and Vega are the two picks we've seen for Incarnation. He's been playing fantastic on both, and they work so well with the Tristana. So we were talking a little bit, okay, what will Fnatic do? Will they try and target ban? Maybe the Tristana away here, will it ban the Vega as we saw yesterday? The problem is they're on the red side, and it's so difficult with these top tier picks as well there.
I mean, so many different scenarios can happen. The conclusion that we kind of came to is that Gangplank may get through in this pick and ban if Fnatic allow it to be so, because Riven is a notorious counter. We've actually never seen it being played out, but obviously Huni can master that lane, and there's other champions available, and that would leave an extra ban or an extra pick pressure on Cloud9 side.
Yeah, and because Cloud9 in their lane swaps, again, they favor getting farm on Sneaky. So this Gangplank pick, we saw it on day one for them. Balls fell behind. He didn't have much of an impact in the game other than his very good ultis, but it means that if Fnatic lane swaps on C9, they can get Huni ahead with that counter matchup potentially and use that to keep Gangplank down and then again stop this siege comp from happening. Obviously there are other picks we need to respect. We know Sneaky plays a fantastic Kalista, but if you're forced to pick the Gangplank, that goes over to Reckless.
And then later on in the pick and ban, I do think the analyst desk made a good point. Febiven is a player that's notorious for just playing these wave clear mid laners, control mages throughout the entirety of Summer Split, and that seems to be a stylistic answer to Cloud9's very rotational heavy game where at one point in the first 20 minutes they will try to siege mid.
And that's the thing, though, is then it comes down to Cloud9's ability to become inventive. And it's actually one of the biggest strengths this team has ever had, and especially for Hai as a shot caller, is this man will never bash his head against the wall doing the same thing that doesn't work over and over again. Instead, Hai finds a way to crack the team open.
And sorry to interrupt you.
Go ahead, man.
The very cool thing about Hai for C9 is he doesn't even require any attention. In the pick and ban phase, they're the only team who's not early picking a jungler in almost every single rotation if Elise is open. They delay it because the other members are more important than what Hai can pick himself. He's mainly there because he's such a fantastic shot caller, but he's also stepping up as a player.
Yeah, and his mentality in terms of shot calling, I was asking him about it earlier when he was sitting ready to get into games. Like, you know, some of these teams, when he was watching the other game that I just played, he was like, yeah, they're waiting for the enemy to make the mistake. I don't like that style. I like to be proactive. I like to get stuff done. And hopefully he brings that to the table because it'll be interesting. Yellow Star versus Hai in terms of shot calling. That could be a very interesting dynamic. Fnatic, relatively more passive, so they do follow that category that wait for the others to make a mistake, whereas C9 is looking to be proactive.
Well, that's the thing, though, is if you just compare how the teams function on an individual player level, C9 has two big stars as far as individual carry power goes. Incarnation, finally late in the Summer Split, got very good. He's a justifiable mid lane threat here, and Sneaky got back on form as well. But it's always those two players, always those two over and over and over again, whereas Fnatic can reasonably rely on three different players, three different lanes to carry their games through. So even just in a passive sort of farm game, that's actually better for Fnatic because Huni's likely to be able to make plays on balls. So I think it does come down a bit to Hai to crack that open, get ourselves into the picks and bans, and Fnatic actually not allowing that GP through at all.
No, just gonna take it away instantly. We were just trying to see what Fnatic could be thinking maybe if they want to get rid of some of these picks like Tristana, like Azir. We've seen Cloud9 use so well in these siege comps because it's the only strategy we have seen them use because they only played 2 games, and why would you change it when it's working so well for them as a team?
If they don't end up banning the Tristana early, we could actually see it picked up on the first rotation, especially now that these teams have been learning that picking Darius that early may not be the best choice. Leaves up an open spot here for potentially one of those strong trading AD carries.
At least ban as well from Cloud9. We mentioned it just before how they don't need to get a high priority pick for Hai because he can play multiple picks for himself, and
Mumu
is like one of them, of course, standing out we want to see. But they don't value his jungle picks so early in the draft, and also they ban it away. Don't want to risk in case one of these top tier picks are open, they can first pick it. Maybe a Kalista comes in for Sneaky, or he just says, you know what, I don't care about Fnatic in it because I can play Tristana into it.
Because the chances of Braum right here, it's one of Elimination's biggest champions, and just getting a big front line for Incarnation and Sneaky in the background. But no, it's Darius actually going to start with the top lane front line.
I mean, for all we've criticized rather Darius overall, he still has a positive win rate in this tournament. I believe maybe today he even out, but coming in today, he was still 6-5 overall. So
I think he's 7-5 now. He won at the very beginning as well with Darius or Dyrus.
And one thing about this early pick is often when he is picked, Lulu is still open, or the other team is already first pick Lulu, and the team pick Darius into him, and then obviously they get hard countered, they get kited around so easily, they get denied that the kill with his ulti and the reset. Now Lulu is banned away from C9, so they were setting up for this one, and they're really also saying, Balls, we want to make sure you're on a comfort pick. We don't want to have you just run down the list and then suddenly have a matchup that's not in favor of you.
Kalista, open now as well, has been very strong, especially if you have a support that likes going aggressive. Yellow Star doesn't really strike me as that play style, whereas Miffy is very in your face, and then having Fate's Call to reposition helps you a lot. And Fnatic, that's locked in. So early Sivir, Gragas here, very, very safe picks. Yeah,
2 times already Fnatic's played Sivir. They really value their picks so highly on Reckless. The entire team benefits from it when you run triple threat. The movement speed, the teamfights they have, and again, the wave clear it's going to give them is important. Gragas is interesting because normally Rek'Sai would be like the go-to second pick, but because it's against a Darius and you want to run a composition that can also kite back, Gragas offers more utility for your team than a Rek'Sai who just have that knockup.
Well, that's the thing, though. C9 doesn't really play around balls anyway. He's off in the side lane getting a bunch of split push farm and knocking down turrets people leave alone. It's the other core members of Cloud9 that do a lot of things. So even just compositionally, I don't know if counterpicking Darius matters here from the C9 perspective.
Yeah, that's definitely a good point. Their playstyle doesn't really revolve around him all that much. And even if he gets behind, he still has that peeling in teamfights because this guy right there, Sneaky, is the one to watch, and looks to go with another Tristana. Interesting matchup with Sivir. Relatively easy spell shields, but Tristana doesn't get threatened that much, especially since Elimination. He really likes playing range supports or Braum Both work well against Sivir. Either you poke her out or you just simply destroy the boomerang every time she throws it.
There are things, though, I like about Sivir against Tristana. Not necessarily the matchup itself, but more what happens outside of laning phase. Tristana is one of these AD carries who's good at taking down towers in the mid game, but her overall damage when she's sitting on just an Infinity Edge is not the greatest. She needs more items. Sivir is one of these AD carries that can always force plays on the map, who can fight early on because it's not about her damage, it's about the rest of the team as well. So Fnatic might look to really speed up the game in the mid game and say, C9, if you ever group to Siege, we will hard engage with Gragas flashing in, another reason being picked and not the Rek'Sai, and of course the Sivir ulti.
And again, you can always just play support for a carry for top lane Huni. They know it's going to be Darius up there. They can take their time to figure out what they want Huni to play. And Fnatic are actually going to leave.
It'll be surprising if they don't pick top lane here.
Top lane for last. I would not want to play Yasuo.
It is a flex pick. It is a flex pick. But yeah,
since Fig just mentioned, that matchup is absolutely brutal. The wind wall has absolutely no use, and that's why Yasuo actually wins a lot of those matchups. So technically, this is mid Yasuo being already locked in.
But again, it's Fnatic saying, hey, C9, you've been running siege compositions. Here's some hard engage. Here's a guy who can instantly get onto your backline and chain that CC.
It is some hard engage, but at the same time, it has zero wave clear. All it can do is block some projectiles once they're at the tower. So if Fnatic find themselves out-rotated at any point, that middle lane tower is going to drop, and it's going to drop quick.
I want to see if Incarnation is going to play the Azir. Now the Vega was banned away, and he looked good on it yesterday against Rook. He only had that one moment where he got solo kill, but that was about it. He was out farming by like 40 CS or something and always poking down the tower. But it's, again, it's the siege composition for C9. No surprise, elimination with the Black Shield is going to be key as well.
Yeah, I love the Morgana pick against Yasuo compositions, especially now that Alistar's W has slowed down a little bit and he becomes relatively predictable. Clutch Black Shield can change the entire scope of a team fight because Alistar will very often flash in for the combo. Yasuo expects it to hit. And Black Shield could even be used against Gragas' barrel. Body time, so much outplay potential there on elimination.
I wonder how much magic damage Fnatic has. Can they break the Black Shield, or are they forced to succumb to the fact that nothing's going to happen? Now, from what I've seen of Elimination's games, though, his actual reflexes on Black Shields have been a bit slow. I think we're going to see multiple. We'll see some he'll hit. We'll see some that he's going to miss this game.
Sure. I wonder if Fnatic, if they have an AP top laner in mind against this Darius, Ryze could be potential, but it's just way too slow, really. Unless they move Yasuo top and take an AP mid lane with wave clear.
We saw the Heimerdinger hover.
Wow.
But we'll get back to that hover later. Orianna locked in.
So one thing about this Yasuo into Darius matchup is, one of the things we always look at is who can close the gap on him when he swings the big axe.
Yep.
It's very easy then for Yasuo to dance around minions and get close to him and get these small fights where the damage from the Q is of course reduced from the Darius, but Yasuo has to be so careful he doesn't get caught out.
In top lane matchups, you always have to rate the 2v2 as well, so that can snowball it forward. If Reignover can successfully gank for Huni, then he can start maybe snowballing and playing around with that mobility. If at any point, though, Huni dies and he falls behind against Darius, he's going to have an incredibly hard time in that lane.
But again, they're looking at balls and they're saying, you have been the weak link of this team. You are not the focus of this team. We can take this matchup and then take it into these team fights where if we look at the amount of knock-ups, Alistar is there, Shockwave is there, we have Gragas coming in. So many ways of chaining that CC and getting the knock-up to the backline, and enough hard engage from Fnatic to say, once you start grouping on the side of C9, we are going to engage. It's not like AHQ had no way of starting fights or the Mountain on a Rengar trying to engage. That's not going to happen here for Fnatic.
This is going to be really interesting. I want to see how well that top lane matchup goes, because in my mind, it looks so brutal, but Huni can maybe do it here. You guys at home join into the conversation. Hop on Twitter and tell us who will rise by the end of the hashtag C9win or hashtag FNCwin to @LOL Esports. We'll be checking in throughout this game to see how that one goes.
One thing we haven't talked about is, yes, Huni can use his E to dash out of the creeps. He can also dash on top of Darius and greatly reduce that damage from that spinning blade.
Well, as we get ourselves onto the rift, here we go. Who's going to be in first place at the end of the day in this group? It's going to be either Cloud9 or Cloud9 and Fnatic together. Otherwise, FNC falls to that tie for second at 1 and 2 in the record here. We move in with Fnatic actually camping a brush.
You see this so often. When they're expecting the other team to invade in on top side jungle to get all these early wards for the lane swap, you just hide. Reignover might be baiting and trying to show, hey, look guys, we're doing just a standard 5-man cover all the way down. I'm all here, I'm all alone.
But this play, we've seen it multiple times already. The to the point where if you see the jungle, you can expect that stack almost. So that seems like a very standard play. I haven't seen the blue side mirror this at all at any given point, so it seems only red team wants to do that. Lamination, confident.
So again, they're only seeing Reno. They think for now, or at least what Fnatic wants them to think, is it's only one guy standing there. They're gonna check smart behind.
That's big. And then, you know, okay, Alistair's not supposed to be there when this kind of invades, so they don't get deeper wards than this.
And now this level 1 for Fnatic somewhat backfired because they didn't get to mirror what C9 just did. There's 0 wards in that jungle because Fnatic were all stuck there trying to set a trap.
It is up to Fnatic right now to at least secure 2 quadrants of their jungle. We've seen HQ fail at this before, where they basically got essentially tree buffed, or the convention, or the similar thing that happens right now, where you just lose so many jungle camps in a matchup and you play behind in tempo.
But look here for C9. Because they're starting in their own jungle on the top side, Fnatic can do the same near their own blue buff here. So no invades yet, but sneak elimination. They're moving in. Fnatic are going to do the same on top side.
These guys get spotted by a ward, but it looks like it's going to be enough to force Gragas and Yasuo to run away. So elimination is being a little bit aggressive. Makes it a bit of a slow start.
So important thing about this ward is it means Fnatic could move away from blue buff and then try and sneak the wolf camp without being stopped. C9 though are going to check it. They see it happen. Fnatic gets that one and then back away. Same thing happening for C9 though. Completely mirrored with the 2 teams.
Yeah, Yellowstar going to be harassing what he can. Hopefully they don't give him the ability to steal. That's not going to happen here. Ball's going to get a little too off this.
Difference though is C9 is getting 2 camps at that side and got zone off the blue buff. They may return. Fnatic had to only do 1 camp and move away, so C9 get potentially more experience if they can continuously keep on farming.
And of course both teams ending with 4 members on the strong side of the map for them, where the AD carries are standing as well. Fast push happening on top side. Should expect exactly the same for C9 on the bottom side. And then, look here, they've already sent back balls and elimination. They do this very, very often. 2 guys going to the vent, but the problem is, 2 guys is not enough. 4 members can easily dive 2, or even just zone them off the tower. You see, Fnatic is already moving down with 3 guys, and Reignover is coming, so this should not work for C9.
Yeah, just like yesterday, when Lee Sin, or when Hai's on the other side of the map, that's when Balls needs him in the top lane. Again, he's not there to defend, and they will get zoned off.
Very, very lazy almost lane swap for C9 in the sense you just send 2 guys late, first of all, and then your junglers on the opposite side. Right now, Huni could technically TP down to the bottom side and just take up that entire wave, but he's a little bit afraid of where Hai might be in Lee Sin. And he probably also wants to stay on his top side and get the tower gold and then bounce the wave back.
All right, looks like Sneaky's going to be solo pushing this turret down. Diz get it down to half, and even still on both these waves right now, just to keep track and do some bookkeeping. All the waves are getting lost, but this will be the first turret kill very easily.
Yeah, we've seen similar things play out over in Europe when Giants, for example, would try to defend against this European lane style, even with 3 members, and very often they would get zoned off and lose so much. So right now, Fnatic playing it out perfect. Bounce again here for Huni, so the wave will freeze. He won't be zoned off experience, and he can do with that wave whatever he wants.
And the key thing is that Reckless, if you notice, he stays close enough to get gold, so he gets enough for a pickaxe when he goes back. The difference normally would be you give all to the AD carry, all to your top laner, and your AD carry only gets the average blade, and he's a lot weaker then compared to now with the pickaxe. Sneaky though, as always, gets solo experience and farm in these lane swaps, so he's going to be stronger than a level 2 Sivir, and C9 has to use it.
And this is the funny thing though, is this is one thing that Cloud9 is so good at, is their actual pre-match, like 1v0 preparation. They've essentially timed how long it takes Fnatic to kill this, and they were able to solo push, but elimination already on the wrong spot here. Yellowstar and Huni both going for the fight, then Naga comes through, and a level 1 Morgana forced to flash away. Maybe they didn't quite expect that, but Tristana is far ahead of the Sivir when that matchup finally does play out.
Oh, they're going for Reckless down bottom lane.
Spell shield used on the rocket jump. TP in for Balls, and Reckless has basically nowhere to go. Somebody he'll pop, but Sneak is going to be fine. He gets away from the pull, has to flash to deal damage, and Reckless gets out. Huni TP's in, and he's on the chase. He's got the knockup available.
Elimination still running around. He's trying to execute.
Oh, the flash! Femin's going to get it! First blood goes to Femin from Fnatic.
And what a big misplay by Balls. That apprehend has to stick. You can even flash first to guarantee that you landed. C9 could have had a first blood, but instead they get turned around. Reckless lift, that's a kill difference again. And they drop first blood here. Hai.
Reckless though needs to know that more people can be on the bottom side, because we haven't seen Hai yet so far in this match. He only showed very, very quickly and then walked back into the jungle and hit himself.
And that was good by Hai. He dropped that ward knowing the AD carry may go pathing into the lane. Balls teleported, but the play backfired due to poor execution.
The Balls gets a freeze now. Based on everything that happened, that we've now got a lane freeze set up for this top laner, he can immediately catch up with Huni's money. And with the fact that Reckless had to go back to base and has to hide, he's getting behind.
But very important for both teams. First of all, you just said it. ballsy gets the big wave here. He catches up then. Reckless is also getting some minions on the bottom side, but he's sharing it with Yellowstar, so he's still going to be behind in experience. And overall, C9, as long as Balls can get this entire wave, which he's sitting with now, should have an experience advantage after the lane swap.
It's actually very interesting to see, because if that initial screw up didn't happen, C9 could have been vastly ahead of Fnatic here.
Yeah. Not for elimination dying. The 400 gold first blood, no assists, so 400 gold worth there. You can see Fnatic up 300 right now in this game. 3-2 based on how that all goes, but this got pushed in. Sneaky was able to back for a BF sword, so he's got an item lead over that Sivir.
Remember though, the time it cost Featherman to path all the way to the top to chase elimination, he also used his flash, so he invested a lot into that kill, so overall it wasn't that bad of a trade if you look at the big picture.
Really the only difference I would like to see in the C9 lane swap, now that they do favor the farming experience on Sneaky's, just keep balls to 2v2 jungle a bit longer with high. Because there's no reason for him to walk into that top lane and just get zoned off. But again, it works because Sneaky gets so far ahead. Let's see what happens here though. Reno is coming in.
Goes for the pull under the tour, gonna get knocked up there, but the slows come through. Hootie takes a bit of damage, but Balls can't ult. He doesn't have enough. The kill comes through to Hootie. Assist for Rainover.
Rainover coming in first, hits the minion, but it was still enough to get the kill. No flash for Balls, and High now looking to fight.
Pretty aggressive. Hootie's gonna have knock up in 2 more Qs. Fighting over the Gromp. Smite is up for Rainover. Easy pickup. Level 5 now. Rainover out leveling High in this one.
Big turnarounds happening here. We see so many small things with TP down behind someone if he overextends. Elimination got chased around, and now here the 1v2 against Balls with no flash was enough to give another kill for Fnatic.
Cloud9 keep this up though. They may be about to do their signature move. They just pushed in bottom. Featherman has to base in the mid lane. This could be a little bit of damage on that mid lane tower.
We've crossed 7 minutes, so that debuff that reduces all your attack damage has dropped down. Sneaky's got level 3 explosive charge. This could be some real damage.
If they know he's in base, this could be a good push.
We need to see Yellowstar also leave this bottom lane. He's sitting and holding hands with Reckless against nothing really, because it's just big waves being pushed against each other. So now he's rotating extremely late compared to elimination, and he's not here to assist Featherman before now.
Well, gets it down to half, but the wave clear is good enough. Everyone gets back in the lane. All is well.
This is something we've seen Cloud9 do every single game so far. Push up bot with Sneaky in a push and experience advantage, rotate mid, find an opening, whether there's no wave clear there, the wave clear is in base, and somehow they managed to do it again, even against a team that generally prepares so well for their opponents.
And I almost think C9 is happy that teams ban Veigar and not the Azir for Incarnation, because when you play Azir with this Nash's Tooth build, the way you can instant shove waves in the early game so quickly means this rotation is even more effective with Tristana, and they keep using it now.
Balls at 6, Hoonie's only 5. There's going to be so much damage available. The Q lands on the blade. That's the easy kill. Dunk not required. First kill of the game for Cloud9.
Yeah, your wind wall means nothing here at all. Maybe a sonic wave, but so much damage on Balls, and somehow, even though we keep talking about how he gets put behind, that massive freeze that we pointed out earlier, that propelled Balls forward, and then a good gank from High.
That was what Cloud9 was famous for back in Season 3 when Meteos and Balls played together. Balls would always find a way to push the wave on level 6, have the momentary XP advantage, and dive the turret with the jungler. Textbook, Rainover didn't see it coming.
And more importantly, how is Huni going to continue playing? Yesterday, when he made a mistake, he tried to make up for it too quickly and kept on adding to the mistake pile. Instant teleport to match it out. Now he's down 20 CS. Gotta keep our eyes on him, and especially the player cam too, if he's going to be emotionally affected by these plays.
And we just keep seeing the same move for C9. Incarnation instantly push out the wave. Sneaky walks in because he already pushed the bottom side. Now he has to go down and catch the wave, but he's still fine because he keeps slowly chipping away on the mid tower. And it's how this siege composition always gets rolling. And then add in the fact that now Balls is winning. It's just making it even better for C9 compared to the 2 other games we have seen.
You know what's funny though is they've cashed in all of Sneaky's CS lead. He was up roughly double for Reckless, but with all those trips back down to mid lane, Reckless is completely caught up on this Sivir now, and it's a threat again.
I will be happy to trade CS for taking down these towers though, because again, Reckless catching up means he didn't do anything other than just farm minions. Sneaky's always applying pressure on the towers.
More importantly, if you look at the efficiency of the build path, having to invest early in Boots 2 with a pickaxe as opposed to Sneaky, who can now base add on more damage. He doesn't need mobility, he just needs to get into that mid lane and whack away on that tower with just very high AD. Right now, Rainover.
Pull in, the dunk comes through and Balls gets it. He's got the Noxian Might. If he can reach Huni, it's an easy kill. High gets the kick flash. The dunk comes through, a double kill for Balls.
So Fnatic is falling behind on the top side of the map, and yet they were looking to make a play. Huni's only level 6 right now. These components for him towards the static shift doesn't make him very strong. Getting a static shift though is a big power spike, but before he has that, you don't really want to take any fights when you're already falling behind. Greedy play from Fnatic on the top side. C9 responds perfectly.
L-Star places the pink. C9 is aware of it, but good kick as well from high. Kick flash into the dunk. That was a beautiful combo overall, and that is just has to give you so much confidence in this game as well. C9, they're ahead in gold, but more importantly, they're ahead in map pressure. Let's watch it again. Reignover actually goes into contest the Grump, but uses his gap closer doing so.
And again, Elimination is here, ready to join the fight. Yellowstar is trying, but he's on the other side. Then look here, so first kill comes in. What High does is also super smart because he knows he's very low, so in case Huni gets off his ulti, but then he just flashes, kicks him back, and he's not in any danger.
And so greedy. Reignover could have flashed that binding. He saw it coming, but he thought he could live. He also decided to use his gap closer aggressively. So Fnatic simply not respecting C9. Now Fevin's getting jumped on in mid. He's zoned out.
Black shield. Yeah, shield's gonna be fine. Not a lot of damage taken on either side on this. Then he gets pushed out.
You just gotta be careful though next to that ball.
Good shockwave down to 500 health. Summoner heal forced out of this.
Doesn't care about your ball. Shoot you in the face.
He's got 2 on his team.
They got good walls around it as well for C9 on the bottom side. So, sorry, for Fnatic on the bottom side, C9 is taking more on the top side for them. But they don't really care about this vision coming in for Fnatic at the moment because they're just moving so easily between the lanes. It should be very predictable because whenever C9 is pushed out the bottom side and Sneaky goes missing, well, he's obviously running mid to push the tower. So that vision for Fnatic right now, they haven't really been able to use it. And it's just Febron sitting, trying his best to wave clear, while Reckless is constantly sitting in a side lane, catching up, or trying to catch up at least.
Well, right now it's an 800 gold game. C9's lead, turrets equivalent, Dragons none taken, 1 kill up.
What I do like about this game is that we haven't really seen an early Dragon because it puts you so far behind in lane swap situations. They rather trade the potential time that it took them to do Dragon to hit towers and then create map pressure, open up the map, then get deep vision, and then easily pick up. This is about the time they come out, can actually start looking to pretty much gate a free Dragon.
Hey, we just talked about how Yasuo needs that static shift as the first big spike for him. It is completed for Huni, and instantly Fnatic is saying, okay guys, we have fallen behind on the map. Our mid tower is slowly but surely going down. We might need to force a fight and get this Yasuo into the backline to get him back in the game.
C9 can even just trade a Dragon for mid tower here, even though it's already low. It could be a favorable trade that they could leave balls in the top lane and get teleport advantage, but they opt to fight.
Well, this is gonna be a bit tricky.
Well, Fnatic is on the wrong side right now, so if C9 just stays mid, they will get the tower for free, and there's nothing Fnatic can do. So they're getting the both of both worlds, honestly, here. They stop the Dragon, get the tower, and again, Fnatic is not getting the fight. Huni is just so far behind.
This should be their Dragon now. With that mid turret up, they have perennial control over this lane.
Yeah.
They get ahead in terms of pressure though, they do have teleport advantage. So Fnatic have been known for having fantastic teleports earlier in the season when they were just playing smarter, quicker, and better than the other teams, but right now, C9 seem to have their number.
1700 gold lead, 2 turrets to 1, 1 Dragon to 0. Cloud9 got to have their cake and eat it too. Mid got pushed and they got that Dragon. As you mentioned, they did cash in the Summoner teleport from Ball. So, yeah, if I could teleport for a turret and a Dragon, I'd hit that on cooldown.
Every single time. They're already down towards the bottom side. That's always the beautiful thing about Tristana Azir. They're never really going to stop pushing your towers. They're just going to look for the next one. And they're going for it. The wave is Reckless at the moment. Peppermint is stuck in mid lane because C9 is always pushing minions faster.
All 5 are here, and this reinforcements are slowly walking in. Huni is still pushing the top lane out, but bot lane tier 2 will already fall out of this one.
Yesterday, C9 played Azir Tristana and Balls was behind on his top lane champion, and he kind of didn't do much in the early game, but still worked later in the game. Now Balls is actually ahead, so these should be some very destructive team fights for Cloud9 later on, especially once we start approaching Baron timing. Those baits will be punished very, very hard.
There's a small benefit here for C9 after that bottom lane tier 2 turret goes down. Their outer is still up, which means C9 can actually push the wave even farther and often reduce the chance for Reckless to actually kill the outer turret as a trade for something else. C9's ability to push top lane with their AD carry is actually here.
We're only 15 minutes in. They've already taken out 3 towers. Top lane tier 1 is still alive. And Fnatic has barely been able to do anything in a response because they're always just trying to catch up. Keep highlighting how fast C9 can push the waves and then rotate before Fnatic can even react. And unless we see that hard engage 5 versus 5, Fnatic won't be able to stop this push from happening.
C9 are punishing Fnatic here for opting so much power into the team fight. Just picking that Sivir early, just picking it for the team, really hasn't done anything in this matchup. Sacrifice some farm to get Huni ahead. Huni then misplayed Garkar. How does Fnatic really answer this? They need to force a favorable team fight with a good shockwave somewhere, but I don't think C9 will let that happen.
I think you have to sacrifice your top tower and just hard engage in these 3 guys down the bottom side with teleport.
TP advantage.
And just try and get that fight and the tower. He's TPing in now behind them, so they're going for it.
Flash engage comes in, Black Shield onto Sneaky. High can disengage someone with the kick, flashes in, and binds on different people. High's the first kill though, goes to Reckless. Hooney's on the chase, Sneaky has to flash away. A 1-for-0 so far for Fnatic. Top lane outer should be going down, but the flash engage, holy cow! Hooney gets it by himself!
And that was the play to make for Fnatic because you're just slowly losing, but you had that TP advantage you guys highlighted earlier. Yes, the tower will go down, but you get the bot tower as well, and 2 kills. Yellowstar, though, for some reason, just died.
In the wrong spot, didn't pop his ulti.
Again, this is similar to yesterday. C9 was making a losing play, but then somehow Incarnation shows up and gets 2 kills. Right now, he's zoning up 3 members, keeping 4 of them busy. Balls is walking away at the top tower.
Well, Lemon walks in and gets himself killed on this one. 4 assists. Well, killing 4 is 3 assists. There we go.
But every death from Lemon Nation so far has bought so much time that KOO can use and invest mostly into tower pushes. They don't care about dying if it buys them time to get this tower. And Balls is going to pick it up.
Cloud9 actually able to use Balls as a battering ram here. A good matchup. I'm still a little curious that Huni picked into it, but C9 also setting up that laner has gone well.
So again, it is the correct play to pull here. The Black Shield and Sneak, and Huni's not here just yet to jump on any target. So right now, C9 is just buying so much time for Balls and for Incarnation to move down from this mid lane in the end. Fnatic invest more than they wanted to get these kills.
Actually, I think Huni going back into creeps, Sneaky thought he didn't have any flash. That's why he re-approached, because otherwise he would have assumed Huni would have already flashed on him. Huni actually did have flash and surprised Sneaky there. Good move by him. A little greedy on Sneaky's side, but overall, we can already see how much value that Black Shield is going to bring later into the fights. Once Sneaky picks up 2-3 items, gets more mobility, he's going to be very hard to catch.
And you saw even his reflexes were good enough to buffer Rocket Jump against the body slam flash as well. He was even able to get away from most of it himself.
Yeah, because that Black Shield was late.
Yep.
And luckily for him, it didn't get absorbed by the body slam, and then Yasuo Q couldn't proc it.
Yeah, I think Fnatic went a little bit too early, honestly, because Huni was running from that ward at the red buff, and he was trying to get in range, but just wasn't there when the engage happened. I didn't see if the minions were dying for Fnatic, and it was kind of like the last call to go in, but just a little bit too early. They get the kills, they get a tower, but of course, because C9 could take 2 up on the top side, they're still going to be okay.
Definitely need to keep our eyes on Yellowstar too. He's usually the one to at least make a good play and engage, but so far hasn't really showed up on that Alistar. See if he can finally get a flank somewhere and set up Huni for that combo.
Around this mid lane though, C9 for the last 5-6 minutes have had full control when it comes to the vision. A lot of defensive pink wards always being invested from them. They respect what Raynova and Yellowstar can do when it comes to roaming into the enemy jungle, take control and set up some of these dives here. And it's very smart when you have the TP disadvantage. And you just try and keep them out of your jungle. Don't give a good teleport location for Huni. He found one though, but still he had to run quite far around, and it was enough time for C9 to respond to that.
And well, ward's going to be important then, and as we get ourselves into this dragon, 38 seconds away. Balls has TP, Huni does not. Problem is, not many turrets to kill, it's only mid lane tier 2.
Yeah, this time there's no cross-map objectives really for that dragon, unless you count Baron Vision as one of them, so you may actually see a fight.
Both these teams are known to take Baron instead of a dragon. Right at 20 minutes, the European and North American LCS, the most common to have early Barons in.
I'm just looking at the confidence from Incarnation on this Azir. Always just standing there, poking away in Fnatic. He was stopping the recalls before. He's been pushing his lane 24/7. Not really been afraid of anything. And whenever he can perform like this, it opens up for Sneaky then to become that tower-killing monster and really give the goal lead to C9. Teamfight will break out here. Darius is running down as well from the top side. And Yellowstar is setting up for a flank.
Let's see if it comes in here. We've got the team skirting around. 800 health left on Dragon. Easily picked up for Rainover. High will not find his way in just yet. The All-Star's low, but he's on Alistar, so who cares about this one? Mid lane is under control for C9 if they want it. They're going to fight over blue buff for a second.
Might find into choke point here. Look for the Orianna Shockwave coming in.
Oh, Balls is low. Knock up onto one. They're going to go right for the Darius. Has to flash away. The knockback still coming through. Reckless gets a nice crit, and the bounce come through, but now mid lane, again, is here for Cloud9 first. The team is still coming around. Huni does not have ultimate. That is an important cooldown miss, but Shockwave is up. as is Yellow Stars.
And again, we see the value of that Yellow Star flank got completely negated, and then they didn't chain combo Balls down there. Balls could and would, or should have died rather, in that combo, but he managed to flash out in between the knockups. So, slightly misplay there from Fnatic. And again, they left their mid lane open.
Yeah, like their positioning for C9 after Dragon went down, said, you know what, we're just gonna zone you to the right side then, so you can quickly get back and defend your tower and at least get some damage on it, but not risking going into a straight up 5 versus 5 team fight, which is exactly what Fnatic wants. So they keep just avoiding the thing Fnatic wants the most.
Yeah, there's a tremendous amount of zone control really on that Fnatic lineup. You have Sivir who can relatively tend to herself in these team fights, walk forward, backwards with a lot of mobility. Then you add Orianna Ball to that equation, and if you add a Wind Wall well placed in a choke point, it becomes incredibly hard for C9 members to follow up on a lot of damage. So we saw that's what Balls tried to do there, force his way in, but he just immediately got knocked up, and the rest of C9 had to disengage.
It's an interesting item choice here by Lemonation. I usually like a lot of his item builds. I think he's one of the more unique supports in the world. But I personally don't really like Frostbeam's Flame, especially when you're matching up against the Sivir. I feel like matching the movement speed, getting Talisman of Ascension, and allowing your team to match that strength would be pretty valuable here.
The gold you put into that item for no real defensive combat stats, you may as well have invested it into a Zeke's and just buffed up Sneaky.
It is something we have seen a long time ago, though, against these Sivir compositions. So when she speeds up the team and runs at you, trying to slow them down. But definitely agree with you. It seems to be the thought process behind it. Huni, though, he's not really going to enjoy this one-on-one.
Gets to knock up Popsicle. He's going to get a shield back down. That's going to be enough to kill him. Oh,
flash!
Gets him out in time. It's still a flash down. Can you really call it an outplay? Huni's missing a lot.
If it bleeds, you can kill it. Not if it has flash. Really close. I was so close to actually finishing the animation, and Huni's even wasting a flash at the end there.
And again, we so often see it's the other top laner who wins that one-on-one against Balls, but he's having a great game, honestly, on this Darius. He's winning those fights against Huni. That wasn't even close. I mean, he was so far ahead of him. And Huni even going for Trinity Force, so he's going to delay Infinity Edge. If you want to be a little bit more, if you want to be a little bit stronger in the one-on-one, but he's so far behind, he's not going to get that in time.
C9 now have 4 pink wards on the map, Fnatic none. And that actually tells a vision story entirely. Fnatic struggling to even get vision on Baron.
Literally 2 wards.
One
3
lone ward around the Baron is keeping them safe. And once C9 figures out what ward Fnatic is reacting to, because you will always change your behavior once you get spotted by a ward, then they can sweep it, or it will simply expire in about 50 seconds. Then Fnatic is going to be in trouble.
C9 can also just wait for Balls to take another fight against Huni, and then once he's down to barely any HP, or maybe even dead, you can then go for that play around the Baron, and Balls can always TP in for himself. And you have a small advantage, a few seconds always matters quite a lot in these fights.
There's a small item lead right here. If Sneaky backs, he has Static Shiv, and Reckless cannot, but right now they're playing around the Baron bait instead. They look to find Yellowstar. The knockback is there. He will get himself on the other side, but it's still 1,000 health left on Yellowstar. High force to run. Huni cancels the teleport, but the rest of Fnatic get out. However, that is a TP down. Balls in the exact same scenario.
Huni has to run now from the bottom lane, and there's no ulti for Yellowstar, so he's basically out of this fight. Maybe sacrifices himself for a knockup to get Huni going in.
But he can land the knockup though, and the thing is there's no ult left for Incarnation. It's going to be onto this one. Binding hits on one. Ferrinova's close by. He's going to try to get this one. The kick comes through. Shockwave onto a few, and down goes the big members. But Incarnation took the Baron. Reckless on the chase though, picking up a lot. Only one survivor. It's Lemonation.
Is he going to buy more time?
I mean, it's a 1v4. He's going to die.
Ace for Fnatic.
Even though there was the Baron, that is better for the European squad. And here they go.
C9, you're running this siege composition. You're not looking for these fights where you're stuck in a Baron pit. We saw the engage come in, Shockwave, Rainova as well, and suddenly it sets up Huni. And C9 are just stuck there. They cannot kite with the composition suddenly because they're at the Baron, and that was not the play they were looking for.
Yeah, the initial play was fantastic. Bait and try to punish the support. Luckily for Fnatic, that support was Alistar, didn't drop, and they got some vision into that pit. And more importantly, C9, they fought without Emperor's Divide. They fought without one of their most important ultimates, and then they bunched up, they clumped up, making it for a very easy Shockwave, very easy combo. Huni, he was definitely in time because C9, they hesitated. They walked back from Baron and went back, and that may have been their downfall.
And this really shoots Huni back in the game. He's sitting on like 2,500 gold from himself. Let's see it again. You have this siege composition. You want to kite back, but you're stuck in the Baron pit. Sneaky especially. Shockwave pulls him back in.
That was a fantastic.
Everyone dropped. Febiven, we so rarely talk about him, but every single game he plays, he's just consistently so good. And he's always that backbone for Fnatic.
Even him walking into the bind there was exactly what was necessary because C9 didn't have the time or just the audacity to turn and focus him because he would not drop there. Then his ball was perfectly placed for that shockwave, even denying the rocket jump from Tristana there, and he really carried that fight. Huni came in the end. All he had to do was press hard to pick up a couple kills, but Fnatic pulling the trigger.
And he gets the Trinity Force now for himself. What I did like about it for him is he never really had 1,550 gold to go back and use. So he had this cheaper components of the Trinity Force. It is ready. Another fight is going to break out though. Black Shield's down now.
They break the Black Shield. Yes, they do. And off on the side is High. He's taking so much damage. Ball's low as well. Team's disengaging back and forth, but Huni gets the knock, but he kills off one. He kills off two. Fnatic completely in control here of a 1,000 gold lead. They grow it to 2, and they grow for Dragon number 2.
Huni Houdini makes Lamination, and balls disappear instantly. So far behind in the early game, but this time Fnatic can get him back into the game, and now he can start carrying.
And he's going to keep carrying. 5, 2, and 5. Everything's going well now for Fnatic. That one bad Baron call opened the game back up, and Fnatic said thank you very much, kicked the door down, and now they're setting up shop.
C9 even had that mid tower they could have gone for instead. Like, it wasn't like there was nothing else to do on the map than go Baron before. You're gonna see another fight though, elimination of Black Shield onto Bolt, but not really the right target.
Yeah, you can't Black Shield. Yeah, even though you prevent the combo, it's Balls is gonna drop. Balls should have instantly flashed out. Look where Sneaky is. In a lot of winning fights for Cloud9, Sneaky is always positioning at the edge, continuously dealing damage. This time he is zoned. He didn't hit a single target in that fight, so overall, C9, they were not on the same page.
With this build here from Huni, again, as we just highlighted before, some of the cheaper components, so he kept being okay, at least, even though he was behind. Now he got that massive boost from some of the kills we've seen the last few minutes, so he's really getting towards his late game, where of course this Yasuo is going to be absolutely insane. And the same we can say for Febiven. Just sitting in that mid lane, going even at first with Incarnation and Farm, but the shockwaves in the team fights, they're going to be key in the future for Fnatic, and he's obviously already sitting on 3 items as well.
Yeah, both these mid laners actually scale fantastically. Two of the best scaling mid laners in the game, in my opinion. So going late game, it is still anybody's game because later on Azir can turn and fight around, but the same way Orianna can.
And being two of the best mid lane players here at the World Championship so far, both Incarnation and Febiven had great games all across the board.
Oh, dear Lord. Elimination. Black shields himself to survive, but he's gone, just out of range. 2 ults popped.
Barely made it out of that one.
Barely. Oof. Fight was explosive. All right, well, Fnatic get turret number 5. They've equalized this score for themselves. By all rights, this team is now winning here. And again, it is a 3-threat composition. They've got very big tanks in the front line of full tank Gragas plus an Alistar. C9 can't hope to compete with that.
Yeah, this is the style we're used to seeing from Fnatic. Triple threat consistently, similar to Origin, both European teams here. Really like playing that style, having a disengage or at least appealing support on the Alistar. Very often favors Alistar. Used to play some Janna too, just to keep people alive there. It does have some weaknesses if it falls behind too early, but there's always a comeback potential, especially with Baron, because it's so valuable for all these carries.
Well, baited all C9 in, and Fnatic felt good about this one. So 4,000 gold now puts Fnatic squarely in the lead as we crest 30 minutes into this one. A Righteous Glory now done on Yellowstar plus Distortion Boots, so a lot of flash combos, a lot of engaged potential here for Fnatic. Of course, many of these members can set up for Huni's ultimates.
And that's where these siege compositions really start falling apart, when they can never get to groups safely because there now are so many ways for Fnatic to start the fight. C9 then has to opt into basically what's gonna have to be the perfect team fight for them. The Black Shield for elimination has to be either Sneaky or Incarnation, whoever gets comboed from Fnatic, but there's enough AoE explosions to hit both of them.
Especially later on in the game, these fights don't happen that very often, so everybody has flash avail, and on Fnatic's side that means flash combo, flash body slam, Huni carry over the knock up with his flash too, so many dashes and just flashes that C9 has to worry for, and they only have 1 Black Shield.
And of course C9 knows it's going to be all about team fights, so I quite like that Balls in this game went for Randuin's Omen instead of the Dead Man's Plate, because you want that reduced damage on the crit, obviously reduced attack speed as well for both the Yasuo and for the Sivir. So at least he's also building just to be a frontline tank right now. The problem is just that Fnatic is always going to look to get to the backline instead of him.
Oh, High gets Black Shield, finds Febiven, kicks a couple guys back, but he only gets Yellowstar the farthest. There's the knockup, there's the explosive cast, but no follow-up yet for Huni. They chase down the support, there's the only find the pop. Incarnation goes in, he knocks back Huni. He's got a flash over the wall, Balls can't quite reach
Reckless is not
but
here.
they're still looking for Febiven. Reckless is pushing the base on the top side of the map. Fnatic disengage the 4v5, and they're killing the base. Huni's in already, that's at least an inhibitor.
C9, they saw that Reckless were pushing. They thought to themselves, we can get a 5 versus 4 team fight. High went in, but I think he kicked back Yellow Star, and they simply couldn't lock down the rest of the members.
Yeah, there was no way to produce those resets that Sneaky needed to clean up this fight and potentially then later on trade inhibitors right now. Yeah, High goes in, yes, but he selects 2 out of the squishy, like 2 of the non-squishy members of Fnatic. They have 3 threats, but they have 2 tanks, and those 2 tanks were peeling in the front. Nobody was defending Febiven, even though he was out of mana at all. They walk backwards, teleport top, take a free inhibitor, and now Fnatic can easily control the game.
Let's see, Baron has spawned, and C9 is already here trying to clear away the vision from Fnatic, but they spotted at the same time, so they're gonna be here and ready to fight. Not a lot of flashes though on their
Huni
side.
has a flank though, look at the top left.
Damage, 3,000 health, here comes a team massive knockup, oh dear lord! That's gonna be brutal, blue team does pick up the Baron, the kills are trading, Balls does so much damage, a spell shield from Reckless, he gets crit, here goes Sneaky, the ult is not quite
Incarnation!
but Incarnation gets it, 2 deaths versus 3, Cloud9 come out ahead.
That was a fantastic combo, going in, shooting his enemy into his mid lane to produce a reset to then get out of fight. That was an incredibly ballsy play.
Holy cow, and Huni never got to ult in that one, I believe. He wasn't there quite in time to make the whole combo work.
But again for C9, they know when they're fighting in this Baron pit how difficult it is for them. Huni flies in, but Exhaust is onto him, and I'm not even sure who he's ulting. I think it might be Elimination. So there's not enough damage on the correct targets. And in the end, Balls gets that first ulti off, he gets the second one. Sneaky knows, okay, I need to get Reckless down or at least close to someone else. Incarnation says, thank you very much, picks up that kill.
What actually happened there, Huni pulled the trigger too early. Alistar W also procs a potential knockup target for the Yasuo ultimate, but later on you obviously want to chain the ulti on a triple Q. That's what Yellowstar was looking for. He eventually knocked up multiple people, but Huni procced it too early on the W already, and that actually meant that he only got the support and later on just didn't do any damage.
One small thing about the mechanics of that ultimate is it does give you a small grace period to get additional targets, actually. I didn't watch closely enough to see if that happened there, but there is, sometimes you can get multiple even if you ult early.
I really just want to highlight, with these 2 teams, the calls that are being made in this game, how insanely hard they are to pull off when you're sitting in the heat of the moment, where Reckless is pushing down on the, at the top side, and Fnatic is saying, you know what, we can buy time for you, and C9 is saying, you know, we can engage, we can look for that pick, and now after, C9 rushing to that Baron saying, this is the call we need to make to get back in the game. And there's so many insane calls, and they're so risky, a lot of them, but they're working so far at least.
And it also tells you that shot calling just trumps individual play. A lot of these teams coming into Worlds with very highly mechanically gifted players, proficient, you know, in terms of ranking, solo queue, so skilled at the raw elements of the game, but then they fall apart when it comes to macro play. And C9, they've shown before what they can do on the map. Yellowstar now leading Fnatic through some really good rotations, getting an inhibitor right there, almost stealing that Baron too.
Infinity Edge now done for Huni, so now all that's left to do is build tanky to keep this man alive. Of course, on the other side, if you kind of start counting hard carries, Elimination finally has a Zeke's Harbinger done. Problem is, this Morgana is dying very quickly, and she can't buff Tristana very much if she's dead, so that is one thing to actually be a bit concerned about, is Elimination's 5 deaths is a worrying trend for C9.
And it does put Sneaky on 90% crit in these fights. That is
If he gets it.
If he gets it, which he can get easily. Zeke's Harbinger actually allows you to focus frontline for a little while. Once you engage, you can jump in aggressively because there's not a single person, maybe Febiven, that can actually outrate you once you jump in with that 90% crit.
It'll be something to watch then if Sneaky can have the auto attack uptime to kill whatever he wants. Blue Elixir picked up for Elimination, so he's going to have some more damage in team fights. And a little bit of ability power for the Black Shield. Bottom lane is the target here. Even though Cloud9 is a team that had killed the Baron off, they are still the defensive ones here. Also, a lot of winning fights for Fnatic did come from flanks, and as C9 pulls back into their base, it's incredibly hard for Fnatic to make that happen. So that could be something they have to look out for, that they don't over-engage, because it's incredibly easy to play Morgana when all the enemies are in front of you. It makes Black Shield life a lot easier compared to having to watch multiple flanks, potential flash scenarios, just add so many variables to the equation.
Still have to highlight though, with this build from Elimination, it requires him to sit very far back to stay alive. You mentioned yourself just before here how he cannot be in the front because he needs to buff up Sneaky. So their team fighting power of a Morgana, when she can go in with her ulti and hit multiple guys, goes really far down, and he just becomes basically this Black Shield bot onto Sneaky. With his positioning so far, it's not been working because he has been caught out so many times. And Fnatic honestly look for him as well because the Black Shield always goes on to one of the carries. So you aim instead for the Lee Sin, you aim maybe for the Morgana and take them down first.
One Black Shield every 9 seconds. Black Shield can last up to 5 seconds, so that Black Shield buff could be very efficient for C9 here.
Yeah, good coding on that Black Shield bot. We'll see if it holds up. Maybe Fnatic can decompile elimination and it gets a lot worse. Right now, Cloud9 trying to hold equal. Still a 4,000 gold difference. Means less over time, but we're still at a tricky part of this game.
And there is an open inhibitor now. Fnatic can go towards and take that 5-on-5 teamfight around it. Don't have to deal with the towers, but of course you always have to respect the fact that, first of all, running back to the fountain and healing back up means you can rejoin the fight. And also with these turrets near the nexus around it, it becomes very difficult to over-chase, which, funny enough, is what Fnatic's composition likes to do. Jump into that backline, get very deep inside the enemy base, and that can be tricky. So C9 should be able to hold this defense for 2 more minutes, and Fnatic might just say, guys, let's wait for Baron, let's play it a little bit safe, and then we can maybe bait a fight around that area.
As impressive as the out rotation was for that inhibitor up top, they didn't really get too much value out of it. A couple outer towers fell that could have fallen otherwise too. The game is pretty even right now. Fnatic have a mild goal lead, but a good map move can negate that immediately.
Cloud9 known for good map moves, but Fnatic have made plenty of good choices themselves in this game, still sitting 14-8 in kills in favor of the Europeans.
Huni's basing, he may be looking for a teleport. If he picks up home guards, he could use one of those faraway wards to flank potentially. Side's not too base, sticks bot.
Fnatic doesn't want that very predictable engage, so he needs to probably sneak behind. Again though, for Fnatic, you can just wait for that Baron. Clear that area because it's 2 dragons to 2, so there's no 5 dragons happening in this game here. That's too far out.
No vision, he hasn't been spotted yet. No pings have gone on him.
2 pink wards on the side of Fnatic around this Baron. Or 2 in the inventory.
They saw Huni.
So they see him for now.
Huni's doing wolves.
Alright, now it's going to do Grump.
And they see balls in the bot lane as well. They might square off easily. Baron in 50, Dragon in 55. Makes the Dragon scary without ward control, which right now C9 does not have at all on that Baron River. Their site still nearly empty. Only Elimination has a ward at all.
C9 are just trying to push Fnatic back so they can move into the Baron area themselves and clear away these pink wards just placed. So you have this fight where Fnatic is trying to avoid them moving in there, but because of Incarnation and his long-range poke, it's enough for C9 to get at least the first pink ward. But still, very, very close battle between the teams.
Huni's sitting on 2,000 gold, which means he actually wants to base and shop, get an item, perhaps upgrade his boots into home guards, but this does give a favorable wave here for Cloud9 on the bot lane. That's what split pushing is all about. When neither team can really make a mark or dent in the mid lane, it does become all about watching that side lane.
And there's a dent to be made in that side lane. Of course, Balls has so much armor now with a Thornmail. Huni can't really get through him, so that's an unequitable lane there. C9 get that one pushed in as well. Always something to keep in mind.
He really has to land that ulti for that armor pen, and even then, it's going to be incredibly hard.
Yeah, he's going to save it for the big team fights. Going 1v1 this late in the game has no value really for both these top laners. Balls is he has the big tank in the front line. Huni's he has the assassin who wants to get the back line.
If these fights go long, Huni can get multiple ultis off. His ulti's already down to 30 seconds cooldown.
Needs to be careful though, dashing in forward, because Incarnation, again, he's always standing far up, always ready. He has a barrier as his only defense really. And then of course he trusts Elimination to give him the Black Shield in case he's too far forward.
Elimination is actually starting to out-earn Yellowstar money-wise, even though Yellow's got 3 more assists there. Just it's a better gold generation item, honestly. Morgana gets a ton of money, and that can matter getting your next big item in.
Yeah, mid-game, nobody waits to give you those relic stacks. That time is long, long gone.
Even fighting against his own turret, and look at that. Sneaky was able to solo the Dragon. Bot lane was still pushed out. C9 controlled mid.
Both sideways pushing for C9 too. They have that turret behind them for safety. Now they're sieging mid, so they're using triple pressure on all the lanes.
Oh, be careful. Here's the jump in. It's a 2-man ulti. Catches Balls. Sneaky is out. There's a turret alive, but they got to be careful. A big knockback, and that's the kill into Morgana. Azir goes down as well, but the dunks are coming through. A double kill for Balls. A triple kill for Balls. Holy cow.
C9 get
kill for Balls. Holy cow. That's why team's been picking Darius. Cloud9 have 3 members alive.
And what an aggressive use of flash ulti there for Incarnation. He knew he would drop in the fight, but he would generate so much damage for resets on both Sneaky and Balls.
And it means they might win the game right now. Look at the respawn timers. 30 seconds. Would you believe it? This is a group where 3 teams could have taken first place, but it's Cloud9 who did it. The 4th that no one counted in. The 7th place North American LCS team. The Cinderella story is still alive. They are undefeated undefeated in the World Championship, and Cloud9 are 3-0.
If you told me that C9 would get a pentakill, I would say, okay, it's Incarnation or Sneaky.
But Balls.
But Balls gets it. He had a great game. He didn't fall behind early because he got that massive wave in the top lane. And then in this last team fight, Fnatic even jumped him. Huni ulted onto Balls, the big tank. But then we see the power of Darius. Once he gets rolling in those fights, he gets the first kill, second kill, third kill, fourth. And then the pentakill in the end.
C9 finally feel like a team again. In the way they play around the map, in the way they play out the game, and more importantly, in these team fights. Sneaky, he jumped in knowing he could die, but he relied on Incarnation to finish somebody off to give him the reset. Right now, Incarnation went in aggressively, possibly trading his life, but in doing so, he generates the setup for Balls to get a pentakill, and if it wasn't for him, Sneaky was untouched that fight. He could have cleaned up too, so C9 became a triple threat there at the end.
Yeah, and if you were to tell me, you know, the matchup that C9 would win the strongest, the match that would be the reason they open up the map, the matchup that gives C9 the kills in the end, the last one I expect would be Balls over Huni. Huni with the very, very, very brave Yasuo into Darius pick. Gets behind in the lane swap game a little bit, the push comes in, the tower dive, and at no point was Huni ever able to duel Balls. You got wave control, you got team fight control. Huni had some good moments, but Balls crushed him.
Makes you wonder, this is almost the first time we can question a draft really for Fnatic. It makes sense on paper, you know, the combo comes out, but they do know Lemonation plays Morgana.
Sure.
That is a given, so you know half your combo can get denied, you play a very poor matchup, and then you don't really play around it too well, so I'm still questioning the Yasuo pick overall. I think there were other options available.
We can definitely see what they were trying to do. Also with having the AoE knockups instead of single target knockups for him, because then the Morgana obviously would just hard counter it completely. But when multiple guys got pulled up in the air, they were different targets.
I mean,
but
every champion was a setup champion.
Exactly, for Huni with his Yasuo. But really the whole setup for C9 to get this siege on the last tower where they got the big team fight was them so smartly just sitting around mid lane, and they slowly, via Incarnation, force Fnatic further and further back on the map, and suddenly there were no wards on the side. Really, there's no way for Fnatic to flank, and that to engage head-on, and it's just a beautiful setup for C9 after they'd gotten punished a few times before, and that's why they win the last fight as well.
They also predicted the wave management so well. Huni was sitting on 2,000 gold. He had to base. That gave Balls the initial slow push. He didn't push that wave much more. He let it stick there for a while. Then he rotated mid. Top lane was pushing all the way. And suddenly, C9 had triple wave pressure. And then usually what happens is the team engages in mid. But because of the turret that Azir can place, that kind of gets thrown out of the window too. And suddenly, Fnatic found themselves pressured back. And they had to, you know, make him move, because otherwise C9 were just simply going to rotate towards Baron. And suddenly, Fnatic, who were in prime position to take this game, completely got out macroed.
Yeah, and I love items. I want to talk about Balls some more, but his item choices in particular. The Randuin's Omen pick, of course, is good in the matchup. But the thing is, the way these comps were lined up here, right? Huni and Febiven are hitting the Wombo combo. They're hitting whatever they can. So Febiven's never really trying to put dedicated damage onto this Darius, who's stacked up 300 armor. Randuin's Omen, Thornmail, Ninja Tabby, some bonus health, and all that. And this guy's not going to die in a team fight. As soon as that first kill comes through, bing, Noxian Might plus 175 attack damage, 5 bleed stacks on every basic attack, reset, auto attack, reset, and he gets to kill absolutely everybody. And that's, as much as we are kind of questioning why are people picking Darius, this was finally the example of what Darius does.
Yeah, but really here for Fnatic, their composition won these big team fights. They had 2 team fights at the end of the game, the one at Baron and now the one in mid lane. And both of them didn't result in a win. Even when they lost the Baron, I think C9 had Incarnation full HP, and even Sneaky was there to win that fight for them. So we didn't get to see this Wombo combo that other teams have been able to pull off, really being used in the last few team fights for Fnatic, and they always went on to the wrong targets.
Still want to go back to the early mid game though, as we see a couple of Cloud9 members there at Lemonation, and I think it's Balls there getting ready for the interview. So far, every single game Cloud9 has played at Worlds, they've used this strategy where they push up bot lane, rotate Sneaky mid, on Tristana, I believe, every single game. Every single game so far. Then turret pressure. They trade objectives wherever, even farm to get turret pressure. They open up the map, and then with really good vision control, they start controlling it. Teams will need to start changing their ban patterns against Cloud9. Maybe get rid of the Tristana, and more importantly, look for those plays.
I'm looking at the Azir even, because that's the one that sets up the wave every time, and then Tristana comes in and pushes the tower.
All right, well, a good game for Cloud9. You've heard us talk about it, but for a Rift side look at C9's perfect run in the week, going to throw it down to the Shocks in the interview lounge.
Thank you so much, guys. Joined here by Balls elimination from Cloud9 after beating out Fnatic in an incredible game once again. And Balls, I gotta go to you first. Finishing everything off with a pentakill after all the criticism you've had to bear with in the last couple of weeks. How did you manage to come strong into this game and even pull this off versus this team?
Well, all that Diamond 2 practice. I don't know. My team trusted me, and I accepted all that criticism and took it to heart. I just kept practicing and finally showed.
Lemon, can you say a little bit more about that, about the team? Because indeed, we never heard the team coming out with anything negative because you were all one united front behind Balls.
Yeah, I mean, I think Balls has played more solo queue than any other player that's been at Worlds. Like, he's been fucking spamming it so much, so... Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, it definitely has. Let's talk a bit more about the game. And just in a series of games, you guys have looked absolutely incredible. What was the key to this one? Fnatic came out with quite a risky draft. Did you immediately have it in your head, we need to capitalize on this one?
Well, they did the Yasuo Orianna comp, so they basically have to have a huge wombo combo to actually win a fight. And I mean, if they get it, they're going to win any fight, no matter how far behind they are. But as long as we play our comp correctly and we're able to kite back, you know, and just kind of blow their spells slowly, like get a bind on Alistair, get that out of there, we should be able to pull it out, and we were able to.
And what was the shot calling like? Because it seemed like it was incredibly risky, and then there was that one moment where Fnatic got back in the game and actually aced you guys. How did you take it from there?
Well, after the Baron call, where it was really close, and we all got aced, it was really scary because Yasuo pulled ahead. He got like 2 to 3 levels on me. But then we were able to take another Baron, and that equalized everything. And then it just turned to team fighting where I think we poked and played it well.
Yep, and a beautiful pentakill at Worlds. That's a pretty cool thing to have in your backpack no matter what. But with this, you guys are very much alive in this group. How are you going to make sure this carries over to next week? Where's your ceiling? Because this is becoming an incredible success story.
Yeah, we have a lot of room in this group now. We have 2 wins over every other team. And I mean, now we just practice for the next week, try to pick up as much cool stuff that we can, and just try to come out strong.
Yeah. Anything else to add, or? Nope.
Nope.
All good. Well, congratulations. Fantastic victory here from Cloud9 over Fnatic. Where will this go? Maybe you guys can tell us.
Well, thank you, Shocks. I'm not sure we can tell you. We've had quite a time on the desk trying to predict the way that this tournament will be going. I have to welcome Aiden's Iron Moon to the desk, going to help us break down some games. And before we do anything, I just want to take another look at that pentakill. We're going to get that up. What a fantastic way to close out the game. Such a high-intensity game. Crumbs,
yeah, so the way Fnatic wants to play this composition is using all their engaged spells on the priority targets. That is Azir and Tristana. This is the main damage of the team composition. You cannot win a fight if you don't use it on these champions. So what they do is they go for a wombo with the Alistar Flash Pullman, but it hits only Darius, and the Sneaky's too far for the follow-up. He flashes out immediately, and now the Azir wall is really the key for all this. It's a perfect wall, hits all the melee from C9 from Fnatic, and then instantly Darius gets 5 stacks, and the fight's already in retreat because Tristana and Azir are in a safe position with DPS. Darius is healing. He got buffed, so he gets more healing with more champions around. And after that, you know, they should have probably just disengaged right from the get-go, but because the comp is so explosive, you all in, win or lose.
Yeah, and that's that new Darius mechanic too. When he ends up getting the kill, that next person he hits, 5 stacks immediately. So he gets that massive true damage bonus. And this was a composition that I thought C9, they keep drafting it. They always want the Azir, they always want the Tristana. They're able to siege these turrets. And the thing is, this Darius that they first pick is actually first picked for a very good reason. If you want to get onto Azir and the Tristana in the back, you have to go through this Juggernaut. So he's not a Juggernaut that has the problem of having to walk into the team to engage, because they're going to come for his backline. And all he has to do is spin in a circle, peel, and hit the ultimate. And I think this is a really good pickup here for Balls, because it doesn't need that much gold to actually be that successful, because his backline is the big threats.
Like, speaking about the pick and ban, I was so surprised that Fnatic didn't pick the Azir first rotation. I was like, okay, they have a plan in mind. Okay, they give out the Azir. Maybe they go for poke, which is also good against Darius and Azir because you're lacking engage. But no, they go for the Yasuo, which is bad into Azir and it's bad into Darius.
That was my worry going into this. Why I thought Cloud9 would come out ahead is because Fnatic does not punish the weak area of Cloud9. Yasuo into Darius is a terrible matchup. It was absolutely abysmal. And he just falls really far behind. And it doesn't make sense to try to... It's almost like a cocky move in saying, you know what, this is your weak area. We're struggling a little bit in top lane. Let's just have a farm fest kind of deal and try not to affect the top lane. But eventually, Darius will outshine Yasuo in his current state.
But what they tried to do on Fnatic's side is this composition is built to wombo combo you, and one of the strengths of C9 is Barons. They love going to the Baron. This team wins more often than any other team with a Baron buff on them, and they're more willing to take that risk to go after it. So Fnatic is saying, when you take that risk, we're going to wombo you. And that's when they got that ace that gave Fnatic that large lead.
I love that confidence, too, because Haya is a new jungler, but to make this kind of calls, you need to be on point with your smites. Like,
oh, they were so good this game.
Like, it's crazy. You don't make this kind of call if you're not super confident with yourself. And there's no way, mechanically, he has perfect smites all the time. That's not how they're winning. Azir is getting these Barons. Like, other people are getting Barons. But just the confidence overpowers the teams. They're like, wait, really? They're going for Baron now in plain vision? When does this happen? And you can just win games by mind games.
Now, to close out the discussion, I want to take a look at the standings here in Group B. As we close the book, the teams are arranged like this. Cloud9 at the top, undefeated with 2 games over Fnatic, IG, and AHQ here. So as we look ahead to next week with this 2-game buffer, they're definitely in a good spot. But as you mentioned, Zyrene, there's got to be some fear around the fact that their strengths are becoming very clear, that they seem to be dependent on a singular strategy.
Yeah, the tower pushing very quickly with Tristana and Azir. I want to see what happens when you ban some of these champions away. We're seeing the Veigar ban. I think that's a smart ban, but having Azir still on the table, you need to poke Incarnation more because the Azir is just doing so much work in these team fights, and it's really just amplifying the strengths of C9. And I'm really grateful that they're actually winning because I'm getting more time on the desk because everybody says we need analysts from winning regions on the desk.
Well, there you have
Here
it.
we are, you guys. We did.
Yamato, final thoughts.
I'm just so surprised that Fnatic drafted like this. I'm still surprised about the Orianna. Once again, a weak matchup into the Azir. I think, as you said, I'm hoping that KOO COG kind of exposes this strategy with the fast push that both C9 and COG is using. Hopefully we'll see that in the next matchup.
Okay, we'll see if Fnatic can clean up their draft. Good start for Cloud9. Now, we need to catch our breath after that wild match. When we return, it's the KOO Tigers versus Counterlogic Gaming as the action heats up in Group A. Stay tuned. There's more Worlds 2015 right after this.
Save my energy.
Yeah, they're giving us
Take
energy.
my energy.
Save my energy.
It's saved by energy.
It's an easy kill. High gets the kick flash. The dunk comes through. A double kill for Balls.
Cache et le Nashor qui est parti. C'est quelqu'un Nashor qui récupère ce Nashor. Mais tous les Cloud9 vont tomber dans ce fight.
Eyes on them, eyes on them. Listen. Eyes on them, I just on them.
Can I cap?
Yeah, I'm here.
He's on.
Balls does so much damage. A spell shield from Reckless. He gets crit. Here goes Sneaky. The ult is Incarnation gets it.
C'est l'Ostar, les Cloud9. Reckless et l'Ostar. Les Cloud9 implosent et Fnatic noir.
The Cinderella story is still alive. They are undefeated in the World Championship.
I love the GE Tigers uniforms. They're always so fun. And look at how dapper the GE Tigers look tonight.
특이한 의상을 입기도 했었고 또 그랬던 이유가 왜냐면 저희는 KOO 타이거즈니까 KOO 타이거즈를 봐달라는 식의 약간 애교 같은 것이기도 했거든요.
What the hell am I looking at? That is a bunch of cat ears. I don't know what's going on. We're going to like Hello Kitty school. I'm totally.
What? 좀 자기 기량을 좀 펼칠 수 있는 그런 분위기가 있는 팀인 것 같아요. 실수해도 뭐 잘 다독여주고 이제 기죽지 않게 자기 플레이 잘 할 수 있게 좀 그렇게 해주는 분위기인 것 같아요. 모든 팀들 간에 저는 팀원들 사이에 일단
친하다는 그 친근감이 제일 중요하다고 생각을 하기 때문에 일단 아무리 성적이 안 좋아도 그 팀원들끼리 으쌰으쌰하는 분위기만 있으면 저희는 항상 올라갈 수 있다고 생각하기 때문에 저는 그래도 가장 제일 중요한 게 팀워크가 아닌가 생각하고 있어요.
Welcome back, everyone. Taking to the stage are Korea's KOO Tigers and North America's Counterlogic Gaming. So let's take a closer look at the matchup. Now, Doublelift is a person who has been doing some serious work for CLG so far at Worlds, and if KOO are going to win here, they'll have to find a way to keep him down.
Most definitely. I think KOO's strategy coming into this should be probably banning the Tristana, maybe even banning the Jinx, pick up the Lulu if CLG lets it through, because I think that is why CLG has been winning most of the games.
You know, in the first 2 games that we've seen from both these guys, KOO has been very strong early, not so much in the later, struggling in some late game team fights, dropping that game to the Flash Wolves. And CLG, on the other hand, has been very strong in the late game, taking a lot of decisive wins, knowing how to close out games, but very predictable early on. These patterns of helping Zion are huge. And without Zion grouping in for the mid lane, the whole 5-man push strat of CLG may not work.
Yeah, and they keep seeming to go for fast tower pushing AD carries. We saw Jinx, Tristana up there, but that's why they help Zion Spartan in the top, because Doublelift doesn't need help in bottom. He's going to take that turret over time, and then eventually he's just going to transition that to mid, which yesterday I was saying is a big strength of North American teams, is we transition our bot lane to mid faster than almost any other region.
Now, part of the way that KOO Tigers lost yesterday was some focus by AHQ in the bot lane, turning around a couple fights and really getting things kick-started with the turret push in that lane.
Yeah, I think KOO need to cover their bottom lane here because that's a lot of the strength that comes out from CLG. Yesterday versus the Flash Wolves, they were flashed on by Sword Art, a lot of engages, and you saw them playing really far up. I want to see Prey pick something like a Corki. He's extraordinarily good at this champion. I want to see him pick that for some early presence so that he can really shove in the bot lane, deny the tower that they want to eventually get if it's not a lane swap in a 2-on-2. So that's what I want to see coming out here. Cover your bot lane, KOO.
All right, well, what do you guys think? Does CLG stay in front of this group, or does KOO bring it back?
The comp that Flash Wolves ran yesterday, a poke comp, is very similar to the way a siege comp operates. So for me, for that reason, I think that CLG is going to be able to take it.
All right, Irene?
I agree. I'm going to go with CLG here. We're apple pie right now,
West is best, baby.
Hey. Usually when you bet on the West, we're coming up on top, so we're going to keep that trend up.
As of now, the trend sticks. Yamato.
I guess I'll be the party pooper, and it's like, I think KOO is going to take it simply because I feel CLG's wins have been good, but it's kind of obvious to what their strengths are, and I think the Jinx Tristana ban is going to come in.
I got some news for you. It doesn't matter how big of a party pooper you are. If we party hard enough,
that's right. We can turn things around, NA boys. Well, as we send it over to the guys in the caster booth for Champs League, Zion Spartan has been doing his homework on the KOO Tigers and sees a few openings to take them down.
Going into our next game against KOO, especially after watching them against UA Flash Wolves, I'm even more confident than I was before that we can beat them, and they don't look as strong as I thought they were. I'm definitely not going to underestimate them, as they're the 2nd Korean seed and they're still a really strong team, but they have a lot of flaws from what I saw in their gameplay, and I think we can definitely exploit them and come out on top as a better team.
Hey guys, welcome back to the caster desk. I'm actually worried after the interview because every time we come to a game where they say, you know, they're not that good, but we won't underestimate them, that team ends up losing. So if we're going to have underdog stories, CLG should look out for this one. But guys, real quick, we're going to check out the starting rosters for this game. We're going to start with Korea's number 2 seed, the KOO Tigers. And up the top lane is Smeb. In the jungle is Hojin, formerly known as Lee. Mid laner, Kuro, great Victor player. AD carry Prey has been to the World Championships before. He's back now. Gorilla was there last year. He's on support. And the coach Nofe behind them.
Yeah, they're obviously going up against CLG. A very confident CLG here today. They're playing on the red side, top lane. Confident man himself there, Zion Spartan. Jungler Smithy has his visa this time, so he's here to play Pobelter in the mid lane. AD carry will be Doublelift, and of course, the support. Can't forget him, the man in the rock, Aframu. All that under the Hawkeye of Zixlo. He should be able to guide them into champ select. And so far, CLG have had good drafts, but they've kind of made it easy for them to draft around. Very easy compositions to draft and play around, but so far their play has been stellar.
Somewhat the same we saw from C9. A lot of focus on these early tower pushing AD carries. Jinx and Tristana for Doublelift. The big pick for me, though, has been Lulu. Pobelter got it twice now, first pick. The guy didn't die on it at all in 2 games. It's a 30 KDA, and it buffs up Doublelift in the late game and makes him that big massive AD carry. So they protect the double of composition that needs to get shut down from the KOO Tigers in this pick and ban phase. Either you ban Lulu or you first pick it.
I'm actually going to take that back. Their play hasn't been stellar. The highlights have been stellar, but so far and in between have been some sloppy plays, especially if Lulu goes out of the equation. There's a lot of band-aid power that you lose. Lulu makes up for a lot of misplays and turns around into good plays, but CLG plays the way they do. Without that champion, they may actually get into trouble.
And if CLG does ban Mordekaiser as the last one, which we normally see with these top-tier picks, then Lulu should be the first pick for KOO Tigers. But CLG should know that. And then they can look, okay, what value can we get? Elise could come in as a jungler. So that's why we often see KOO Tigers then ban it now. To say, okay, we want to set up for Lulu first pick, but we don't want to give you an Elise.
Wow.
Or you can do the other way around for them in this case.
All right, well, CLG, their last ban should probably be Mordekaiser. If you're talking about ways to counteract the CLG style of hard-pushing bot lane transitioning, facing a Mordekaiser makes that difficult. That said, though, Double and Aphromoo, their big strength is their ability to kill someone in lane. Nah. Not going to be there.
Nah, you have to ban the Mordekaiser because CLG as a team funnels the most farm from 50 to 30 into their 80 carry. If you can get that ghost, you just get even stronger than a normal Mordekaiser game.
So CLG will get the Elise pick. KOO Tigers valued Rek'Sai above it. That surprises me quite a lot, especially because Xmithie, in my opinion, has been on point when it comes to landing cocoons in the late game. And it's something CLG use a lot when they are sieging on these towers, which has been what they've been doing so well. Fast push towers. Elise is then one of my favorite junglers. First of all, she has range options. And second, that cocoon, when you're stuck on a tower defending, often means you get chunked and then you're back to base. So CLG get the perfect setup for them with this. And Rek'Sai as well doesn't have any hard engage.
We do talk a lot about tempo, momentum, and the benefit of a Rek'Sai pick is that she has almost no downtime. She's always ready to defend her own jungle. It will be harder this time for Smithie and Aphromoo to get deep vision in because you will always find Rek'Sai in her jungle able to defend there. So maybe that's the style KOO Tigers gonna do so they can comfortably get to that mid to late game where they really shine. And if you want to patch up the holes in their early game with a very low resource jungle that can always go back into the jungle with her ultimate.
And they really put such a high priority on that one pick because they banned Lulu themselves to say, hey, we want you to ban Mordekaiser. So we don't have any of these picks available and we can take that Rek'Sai. Didn't want to risk having to choose between the first jungle pick or Lulu pick because obviously don't want to go that to CLG. So what they're going to do with this Rek'Sai is going to be very, very key in this game. And this bottom lane is something that has been working really well for KOO Tigers before.
Yeah, I like supplementing Ashe, who is relatively weak once he gets engaged upon, with just a very aggressive zoning support like Kennen. It's incredibly hard to even get to the Ashe. The double poke from Shurikens, follow up from Kennen W, volley from Ashe is incredibly hard to lane against.
And it seems like a setup for a Malphite top lane. This is like the style that kind of got KOO Tigers back into the fold here, is like these hard engaged teams. Praise arrows are super good, but Smeb being able to start fights out, and even Gorilla on that Kennen being able to help as well. This could be really important things for KOO here.
A lot of things to like about this bottom lane. First of all, one of the big changes KOO Tigers made during this season was keep Gorilla in the 2v2 lane with the Ashe. Blitzcrank coming in though from CLG, but anyway, one of the big changes they made was Gorilla would lane with Prey, and it made them very strong 2v2, so with the Kennen. And also, it means you can match the CLG strongest part on the map, which is the bottom lane, with this super strong early dual lane.
I mean, if you can't get to the Ashe, just bring her to you. If Aphromoo lands any hooks here on Prey, it's going to be absolutely disgusting the amount of damage coming out of that combination from Blitzcrank Tristana. If they get pushed though, and KOO Tigers can aggressively dodge some hooks, they can whack away at the tower from CLG very quickly. There's almost no counter trade potential because Blitzcrank very melee oriented, double range, double poke in that bot lane, so heavy skill matchup.
But here's the thing, look at these hovers from KOO Tigers there. That Kennen can go to the top lane for Smeb, and Gorilla can play Morgana and just play guess the hook target, put a black shield on and ignore all of it here. KOO Tigers look to be looking at this as their actual lineup there. The Victor gets locked in, and yep, Morgana support. Kennen goes top lane.
Always the value of having these flex picks. There are a few of them left still. Kennen is one of them for a lot of the teams. So yeah, swapping that on the other side will be a little bit annoying for Aphromoo, but then again, you give a fairly simple lane then for Tristana, or you can just lane swap it and have the roaming Blitzcrank.
Yeah, but they sacrifice a lot though, putting that Kennen top lane. I'm very much so more of a fan of Kennen support. Kennen top lane is hard to judge because we don't really see it that very often, but KOO Tigers only running a single tank that actually tunnels into the fight, so their backline going to be very exposed in these fights, so we'll need some really good ultimates here from Smeb on that Kennen later on to really zone in these team fights, but it is possible.
And Prey is going to be basically the single engage on this Ashe here against CLG. It's one of the reasons, again, they pick it, because they know CLG likes to group and siege like Cloud9 does, so you need to pack some hard engage on your side, but the arrow Again, late game, it always becomes tricky when QSS is in the game. Maybe someone runs cleanse. I expect that from the Azir in the mid lane. It's one of the things Ashe always does. She forces cleanse on your mid laner. So that's there for late game at least.
Two complete opposite styles here. OF rounds up the CLG composition. And KOO Tigers, don't be mistaken, they have a lot of poke hidden in that lineup. Kennen can throw out shurikens. You have Victor with E, even Q if he gets close enough. Ashe volleys, Morgana bindings to hold them all in place to make those spells hit. So CLG, when defending towers, even if slightly behind, will have a hard time. So they have to rely on really good hooks or just Zion Spartan rushing in.
I just really worry about KOO Tigers and how they're going to play the team fight. Because it's going to be the Ashe era in as the main engage, and then you have to have flash up on the cannon if you want to reach doublelift in the backline. Otherwise, the scaling of an Azir and a Tristana versus low backline threat is so hard. I mean, last game we just saw how much an Azir Tristana can do in late game teamfights if you don't get onto them. And KOO Tigers don't have a lot of ways of reaching them.
Yeah, when Smeb engages, he will need Gorilla to black shield him because there's Buster Shot available to knock him back. There's a Azir ultimate available to say like, you shall not pass here, and then throw him back. And if he doesn't connect to 2 or 3 members immediately with that ultimate, press the new like change W to get that AoE damage out, then the KOO Tigers are going to have an incredibly hard time winning teamfights.
Well, we'll see if they can win those teamfights then if the outplays can happen here for the Korean squad. But remember, you guys at home are always part of this one. Tweet hashtag KOO win or hashtag CLG win, and we'll see which team you think has the edge here in Group A. It is a battle for first place. Counter Logic Gaming right now sitting at 2-0. That could be 3 in a row, just like their North American brethren Cloud9. But KOO Tigers can come back from their one loss, make it 2-1, and tie for first for sure at the end of the day. And here we go.
Teams loading up on the Rift here. Let's see what their plans are. CLG, Blitzcrank, notorious for some early action and aggressive ping. Look at that, they pinged the banana burst and they're all 5 moving there. There could be aggressive play here.
They've got a Blitzcrank.
Yeah, Blitzcrank's always in a level 1. If he gets to engage, hook a target, he's fantastic. If he gets engaged on, he's completely useless. He just stands there, does nothing. But it goes for a lot of supports when it comes to level 1. So CLG are confident enough, and we can see the early wards spotting them from the KOO Tigers, knowing, okay, let's get out of here.
Smeb actually snuck up in the top lane, so CLG will expect wards in their own jungle, especially the right side of the map. They will not expect the ward to be placed on Crux there, so that could actually reveal some information that CLG isn't willing to give away.
I really do worry, though, for KOO Tigers if this Kennen flex pick ends up hurting them more than it benefited. Because by getting the Morgana pick, yes, you want to try and shut down the Blitzcrank, but you're basically trading support for support. And now you get a top laner who might struggle to reach the backline of CLG, which is the whole purpose of what KOO Tigers were building at first. Ways to engage and stop the fast push from happening. And I don't feel like Kennen is the answer for that. But that's, of course, before we see what Smeb can do. Good flanks can save the day for him.
Yeah, it's no Malphite. I mean, to be fair, Malphite could get counterpicked by Vladimir, and that would suck really hard. Zion is a good Vladimir player, but I think Kennen is actually pretty good secondary engage following up an arrow.
Look what CLG doing right now. They were going to the top lane, but because Prey and Gorilla expected wards to be placed in standard lane swap position, they went mid and then delayed path to top lane. CLG actually spotted them on a ward that was fading in the mid, and they actually went back to the bot lane here. So not only are they going to get the favorable lane swap that they want, avoid the double range double poke, they will also pick up Grump on the way. So double lift, the carry for CLG this tournament so far, set in prime carry position already.
And they're not even going to get punished in the jungle either. Smithy and Zion Spartan started on the greedy side of the map in the top lane, away from their dual lane. Still got it. Of course, KOO get to do the same thing here, so it should be a standard trade of jungles.
Yeah, and that ward was 3 seconds from fading so close. After he gets level 2, he can start roaming.
Yeah, instant, of course, skill of his E, so we can start seeing the power of a Blitzcrank in a lane swap. Also for the KOO Tigers, they didn't make it in time to topside to freeze the wave. So Zion Spartan is reading this and already on the topside being joined by Aframu. So that's going to be fairly long 2v2, and KOO Tigers need to send 4 members to stop it. But they're on the wrong side of the map at the moment.
Yeah, remember though, Blitzcrank did get changed, so the speed up will actually work against you. Later parts of it, you will get slowed down tremendously. That's where you don't really see W picked up much at all anymore on that Blitzcrank. It actually kind of ruined the champion in a sense. It makes it very much so harder to play.
Well, looks like you wanted to play it anyway. And of course, you talked about being on the wrong side of the map. CLG, of course, aware of the jungle start, though similar for KOO Tigers. The secondary pathing for the junglers should be understood, and these guys will know where they're going to expect some teammates soon.
Yeah, KOO Tigers taking the long way up towards the top side, playing every single camp between Smeb and Hojin. The reason Smeb doesn't teleport to the bottom lane, it looks like he gets a one-on-one lane, is because Elise hasn't shown herself on the map, so he doesn't know if she's hiding around and can just 2v1 dive her instantly. one of the things at least brings to the table.
KOO know that Xmiffy is not here because there's a global hog shot available for Prey. He used it. They're working with perfect information here. This is a 4v2. That's why CLG is backing off.
And look at the trade and resources, though. There's still 2 people down to the bot lane. This Tristana can push. Zion got a bit of experience, already level 2.5.
And this is exactly what we saw C9 do in the last game. You sacrifice your own top laner, just put him together with the support, and they can sit and try and get in range from. And they also force a jungle camp for themselves.
Can't black shield that.
Another thing they force is they force KOO Tigers to have multiple members on top side to deny them farm. So Doublelift gets his solo experience, he gets enough damage with Tristana on these towers early on with his E that it benefits him a lot.
Also, Smeb needs level 3 to skill E. Then he could potentially teleport down bot lane because he gets extra resistances and mobility from that. But otherwise, if he without the E, he would instantly get over here. Doublelift taking out a tower right now. So it's too late for Smeb to counter teleport, something we usually see. Maybe go for the outplay on a 2v1, but he didn't really have the audacity to make that play. So KOO Tigers sharing a lot of experience right now.
And KOO Tigers are doing the standard Western lane swap we've seen.
All's well.
Gets a flash.
Flash for flash.
But KOO Tigers are like, hey guys, we learned the standard Western lane swap, we can fast push in, and CLG is saying, well, we're going to take it to the next level. We don't care about you getting that top tower. We don't care about our top lane falling a bit behind because we value our AD carry higher, and we saw how far ahead Sneaky got in the last game.
And this is what I love about World Championships. You see these kinds of things evolve. This is the second time now C9 did it, CLG did it. Your AD carry hard pushes. You expect no one to show up with this turret anymore, and they get that pressure regardless. Turret goes out a little bit slower. Tristana gets the first recall. She's first back in lane.
There's so much beauty to that play from Afternoon 2. Just tiny bit of an aggressive flash there, forcing another summoner, buying some more time. And meanwhile, bot lane tower goes down first. Wave gets bounced. Zion's part and now gets the wave frozen to him, so he'll have an easy time picking up farm. Because Doublelift has so much experience in farm already, he should be fine in the top lane, especially if you look, he has the backup of some wards at his jungle, so he should be in prime position to push out of here.
I think that's a very key thing for CLG, that they don't send Doublelift back to the bottom lane and take the standard 2v2 and get dragon control, because they're here to fast push you out of turrets. They don't care about the dragon at the moment, so it's better to get a massive wave towards Zion Spartan and then keep Doublelift pushing on top side, because he's also a lot safer. If someone was up there to gank him, he has to jump. Of course, he also had some back off potentially from Aframu. He's now left that top side completely. KOO Tigers, they want to try and stop the bleeding, don't want to lose anyone out of turrets.
I have to see the value of these global hawk shots. Very underused on a lot of Ashe picks, but you can get so much information. Now they know that Doublelift would be alone in the top lane. Aframu fakes out the retreat, so mind games going on here on both sides.
And you can see Hojin kind of set up there to fight Zion Spartan. Smeb can't quite land the part of the E, but still lands the stun thanks to the W and the auto attack.
Smithy's coming though, Blitzcrank in the river too.
Zion's already popped. Ghost, remember there's no flash on Hojin. Cocoon's gonna land for sure, but Zion doesn't seem to want a part of this one. They're waiting still for the Blitz to show up, and no, the axe doesn't land. Zion took too long to be part of that fight.
Coordination, not 100% there for CLG, but the call is the correct one. You could 3v2 them, you land one CC, you could have hooked them in with the Blitzcrank. Just not really coordinated properly.
Yeah, they also let the wave crash into the tower, so now it'll bounce back. They could have set up a mini freeze right there and actually use their numbers advantage to deny CS, but now bot lane will just shove backwards. Zion Spartan pushing that out. Doublelift though, had to back off a bit from top lane because he's not farming anymore.
He's just hiding. He put a trinket ward down. He's afraid. He'd even pink warded his tri-brush. That got cleared away not long ago, and Prey up 12 CS so far. Okay, he's got a bit of a bigger wave, but Doublelift getting behind a little bit here.
Gorilla snuck into the lane here on the bottom side. They
Nope,
know
no
he's not coming. They're going for Zion.
Easy knockup, easy chase down, easy kill. KOO Tigers, first blood for Smeb.
You can see how KOO Tigers right now, they don't value really the jungle. They send all their members to the lanes. They knew what CLG were doing at first. Once they see it's just a solo AD carry on top side, having 3 members here gave an easy kill on the Zion Spartan.
And this is how far mistakes can carry on, because CLG went for that not coordinated play there in the bottom. They lost the freeze. Olaf would start pushing out. Now you have to actually get close to the brush to even get into experience range. Meanwhile, in the top lane, wave manipulation for KOO Tigers means CLG can never keep a wave because Tristana with E will always auto shove, so they can comfortably keep sending their members to the bottom side of the map. Because Doublelift was actually so scared, he required Aframu to go to the top lane right when Zion Spartan needed him the most. So CLG not putting the right people in the right place, KOO Tigers doing that.
And it's so hard for CLG there to make the right call after the mistake at first, because either you call down your jungler and support to be with the Olaf on the bottom side, but you don't know if 2 guys are hiding there, if it's just a complete waste. And then suddenly Doublelift gets zoned away from this wave that was already pushing towards the KOO Tigers. So there was simply no easy call to make for CLG because they didn't have the proper information. They will be able to push down this tower and do a lot of damage to it. Blitzcrank offers quite a lot of zone threat here.
But Afro has no flash and no easy way to get away, so he's always got to be a little bit careful around what kind of ganks might come through. Kuro already has his first augment, so wave clear is easy for the Victor. You can see he can leave well before Pobelter can. Kuro known for this Victor, though, easily his best champion. We'll see if he can make more of an impact later on in the game.
One of the players who introduced it to the professional scene really over in the LCK. Very early on in the spring split he started playing it. And then quickly people realized how insanely strong Victor is, and he's been played all year long.
Oh, look at that ward. If Kuro takes a bad pass back to the mid lane, he may actually get sniped by Blitzcrank here because he's moved all the way out to do that blue buff. CLG's 5 men in the mid lane. They may just siege down this turret.
Wow, quick move. Arrow sent across the map to go for this one. This is going to be a bit of a fight because here comes the TP from Kennen. Smithy is done. The teleport will complete a Poland and the knockback from Alistair, but oh no, Pobelter caught up in all of it. Kuro gets his first kill of the game, and now the chase on Afro. The under speed is going to happen soon, but he's out.
KOO Tigers claim a kill 4v5, and Arrow is split pushing in, or Prey rather is split pushing in the top lane, still taking out a turret. That was risky play from CLG, and they got punished.
Well, still, they were timing with the blue buff to group there. Obviously, Smithy takes the arrow, but then I think they could have disengaged, but we saw a missed ulti from Pobelter, and also Afro pulled in Smeb into his team, so he popped the ulti, and CLG again just almost helping out KOO Tigers a little bit when these fights start. I still think the call for them were fine because they were timing it with that blue buff, so it's a very good fast push on the top. It's what we see again, push one lane, move down Tristana to mid, where Azir has already shoved it in.
KOO Tigers in the sizable lead right now, 800 gold up. Hojin, oops.
Dragon knocked him out of his tunnel.
Ouch. Oh, he's going to be okay, though. All well and good. Blue buff.
Smiling.
Goes to Pobelter. Yeah, a couple of seconds lost, but...
That's when you just go, yeah, I did that. Oops.
Unlucky. Oh, the binding across the wall. Pobelter actually losing a lot of health. He's going to get stunned up. This could be really bad. Oh, the flash knockup by Hojin. That was amazing. And a flash by Afro for the hooks. Not going to mean much just yet. Gorilla had aggro. Now Kuro does a bind and ignite, but it's not enough damage. The shield's going to be fine. Smithy can't find anything to do. Hit by the chaos. A stun again. Oh, Hojin. Korean sniper here.
That's two sick moves from Hojin. First he cancels the dash from Pobelter mid-air, and then he snipes somebody else. He's playing out of his mind this game.
He learned from the Dragon, interrupted him from tunneling over, and then he stopped now the dash from Pobelter at the same time. Beautiful setup, and KOO Tigers right now, they're finding the right kills onto CLG and they keep punishing them. And CLG has had their chances really to get some kills back, but they're not been able to execute.
Yeah, and I want to call back to Champion Select a little bit because you guys talked in the previous game about Cloud9 and also here about CLG about, you know, they have this one style. The AD carry knocks the turret down, they go to the mid lane. Victor is, in my opinion, actually the literal best mid laner for wave clear. One-shots the cast with a basic ability, can put up a stunning field as well. I mean, just it's so impossible to push against Victor, and they know Kuro plays as champion.
Gorilla, beautiful binary. This is what sets it up, and just keep tracking Hojin right now.
Barely, just barely.
Afro coming in at first.
I think he wanted to block like a Rex IQ or something, or someone in the turret.
And then obviously he gets Kuro pulled in, but he's full HP and ends up being able to stay alive. And he's obviously trying to make that big play to make up for. But going down, but not been able to support it all.
Yeah, definitely agree with that wave clear port. It's so easy for Victor to just cast laser and still stay out of engage range. Same way Anivia can put down an ulti, walk away, but it's easier and cheaper here. Another arrow connecting Afro. Can they follow up?
Binding's gonna hit. How much more damage is there? Prey gets a couple attacks through the volley. And ulti for the health bar with support. Pobelter, though, getting pushed around. That's doing a lot of damage to him. Kuro's starting to win this matchup here, up 6 CS already and has wave advantage.
Yeah, obviously Pobelter been dying twice now, so he's fall behind the lane. It's going to be shoved in by KOO Tigers, and that's so key for them to stop that push from happening again.
Ults him in. Kuro does not have aggro, though, so Pobelter losing more and more and more health. The laser lands. Zion now on the chase. Should be enough, but Kuro dodges. The ghost is enough to get away from Olaf, and 5 kills to 0 is the start to this game.
Both these mid laners have been sidestepping beautifully, though. Sidesteps the laser and the ultimate, goes in, knocks him in the tower, but as you said, no tower aggro, and then later on Zion Spartan trying to catch, but good dodges there from Kuro on the axis. CLG, it's so frustrating. the way this game has been playing out for them, because it's not easy. Mid tower's on 20% left, you know, just a couple hits, then they make this sick play in the mid lane, but Kuro doesn't die, so I can definitely understand if CLG is getting a little frustrated right now.
And CLG just won a fairly slow, honestly, early game where they could push out the waves, move Doublelift to the mid lanes, to push down some towers. You don't even have to fight. Blitzcrank is there to offer a threat of someone being pulled in and dying, but the KOO Tigers have been constantly been able to find the fights against CLG. This is Kuro just going super aggressive because he has backup from Hojin coming on the top side here. And in the end, while he just gets knocked back into the tower, he's so far out when he deals the damage at first, the tower doesn't really care, he's not going to aggro. And that's another kill then for the KOO Tigers. So they keep finding these engages onto them. And that means CLG never gets a chance to group up and start sieging down.
Gorilla's doing so much work this match, so he's completely outclassing Aframu in this particular instance because he's setting up so many kills, whether it's bindings, black shields, being in the right place. Aframu seems to be trailing on the play, just 10 seconds behind. Every time he shows up, somebody's already dead, caught, or needed his help earlier.
That's a worrying situation now for Counter Logic Gaming. 3,000 gold down, KOO Tigers in control. Dragon actually still not an emphasis for either team so far. One of the later Dragon takes we've seen of this tournament.
I like this build as well for Kuro. It has been a standard for a while, but then we see a lot of people now start building Morel and Nomicon on Victor. I like the cooldown reduction boots. Just start rushing towards your late game items a bit faster and keep that insane wave play going. Tower is still very low from before where CLG were pushing in, ends up dying. Gets that one for themselves. The Dragon, of course, nobody really cares about you. Good old Dragon, but now CLG is moving down towards it.
Objectives are more of a means of an end to CLG. If they can deny the vision, then bait, and get a Blitzcrank hook off, they can actually turn these fights around, especially with the zone control they have with at least Cocoon, Pole Belter and stuff. But they definitely have a lot of options. Not if they get found though.
Oh! Use it now, the arrow hits Smithy, the knockup for Hojin, ulti's popped around, but look at all the damage coming through, already a kill for Smeb. The chain slow from Prey as well. Counter Logic Gaming, forced to run, one more hit, he'll do it, hook comes in, Prey does have aggro, but there's no follow-up, and now more flashes burn. Smeb wants in, looks for Doublelift, can't quite kill him, but Zion Spartan's gonna be enough for them. 9-0 KOO Tigers!
And we highlighted how important it is for Kennen to be able to flank in order to get to that back line. Great TP from Smeb. Arrow once again from Prey. That guy's been hitting every single one. He did the same in the playoffs. He's such a big reason the KOO Tigers can start these fights as well. And they're just running over CLG right now.
Just overall amazing skill shot accuracy coming out of KOO Tigers. Kuro landing almost every laser for Poke, Prey, and Gorilla. I don't think they've missed a single important arrow or bind altogether so far, and Black Shields have dodged many cocoons. Let's watch that fight again.
So we have Kennen sitting in the top lane, TPing in. This is a beautiful flank for him and exactly what he needs. Xmithy eats the arrow, so he's completely out of the fight, and so is Pole Builder because he walks straight into Smeb. And this was CLG moving down to Dragon first. They even started it. They were like, should we go for it? We don't really know. We don't have too much control around it. And KOO Tigers instantly capitalized because they had the wards behind CLG for Smeb to TP on.
Yeah, wonderful TP right there. At least CLG is able to be tenacious enough to knock down this Dragon on the respawns and after the recalls, but it's getting bad quick for Counter Logic Gaming here. One of the last remaining undefeated teams here at the World Championship, looking at their first loss at the hands of KOO Tigers. The upsets continue at this point.
Their composition has a lot of safe carries later on in the game, but they're all single target right now. Doublelift can only take one target down at once. Pole Belter and Azir can only take one target down at once, whereas if you look at the KOO Tigers, so much AoE damage on that lineup already. Even their support can just aid in that with the ultimate. So much hard CC and AoE damage, and if you fall behind against a composition like that, you will get snowballed upon.
That's the thing. The problems that were highlighted for KOO Tigers potentially with their comp of reaching Azir, reaching Tristana. Doesn't matter when they get this far ahead and they suddenly control the entire map. So there is a million ways for Smeb to find the flank whenever he has TP ready. Or just for KOO Tigers to catch out targets when they start getting ahead with the amount of single target CC to start it. Because Prey's on fire and we don't get to that point where Doublelift will have his QSS coming in really to stop the engage onto these guys. Xmithy twice in a row has been the unlucky guy who got the arrow in the face. And he ends up dying for it.
Yeah, spin on Merc Treads on him, unfortunately. And also keep in mind, this is not a very tanky Elise. He's gone for Rune Glaive on the champion as well. Just makes the targets even easier. CLG playing a much more individualistic style. Trying to find ways to get themselves through on this one. Right, Zion Spartan for the split push power, left for the team fight. I don't see CLG ever winning a 5-on-5 with these kinds of lineups. Maybe Elise's damage means something, but it's all just going poorly. A 7,000 gold lead for KOO Tigers. Their style's working beautifully.
Yeah, your whole composition will build around getting down early out of turrets and not necessarily getting any kills, and then you build up that big goal lead from it, and it becomes so difficult for KOO Tigers to get the control back on the map.
Well, they're certainly not getting any kills, so that part you've got right, Deficio. That's according to plan for Counterlogic Gaming here.
And Poe Belder didn't die a single time the last 2 games.
Now he's got 4.
4 under his belt.
Gotta wait though. Need more items. CLG, they need time right now to hopefully even out that game with some big item spikes. In the poorly positioned team fight from KOO Tigers where a flank goes wrong, the Zero ultimate can maybe shut the door on Cannon, but since we're waiting so long on the next fight, every single member of the KOO Tigers will have Flash, and that is an answer to a lot of CLG's answers, and then not much is left for them.
We have to remember, when a Blitzcrank is in the game, that surprise comeback, the option is always there. If he pulls in like Koro, they instantly one-shot him, and a large part of KOO Tigers' damage is then down. He's 4-0 and 2 at the moment. But as long as Gorilla is on point, and as long as KOO Tiger keeps up the vision control, it should be nearly impossible for Afremo to get that insane surprise hook that really takes down the KOO Tigers.
Also, Smeb, he can also just position aggressively and look to tank every single hook, because if there's anything Cannon likes, is to be pulled into the enemy team. So
yeah,
he immediately pop E, and then with the Zonias, there's no way they're burning him down in time before he actually can do so much damage, and then Kuro can step in anyway. So again, for every question CLG has, KOO has an answer so far, and it makes it a lot easier playing with this large of a gold lead too. The vision has always been solid from the KOO Tigers. Yeah. Mostly they just use it to come back into the game, because their mid game, usually they're trailing behind a little bit, and then come late game, their shot calling brings them back. But right now, with this much of a gold lead, it should be easy cruising for them.
Well, finally, Turret does get traded back. Counterlogic Gaming get their third. Doublelift is the split push farmer. That's normal. But guess what? KOO Tigers already with 5 members at bottom lane tier 2. CLG has no hope of defending this one. So add turret number 5 to the game here.
They're going to try and trade tier 2 for tier 2 and then see if they can defend their base 4v5. But
here comes Hojin.
Hojin goes back.
Yeah, Double has to run. He realizes he hears the Rek'Sai alarm. And even a teleport from Smeb.
Smeb could have TP'd way higher there, though.
Come with the home guards around,
still home guarding, yeah. Doublelift's going to ult for that one. That means Smeb has no chance of being stopped. The flank works. Easy kill for the KOO Tigers.
Suddenly this compensation for KOO Tigers really looks so solid to stop what CLG were building.
I love how Hojin even turned around at the end. He stopped chasing. He was like, okay, Peng, you got me. Got me, B-boy. And then Turbo Smeb comes in around the corner, finishes him off immediately. Aggressive flash 2, did not want to get Buster Shot backwards there.
No.
He burned it on the Rek'Sai. That was the thing.
Yeah. Take it for the team.
Doublelift didn't see it coming, and it all went according to plan here for the KOO Tigers. This time, though, Smeb is without any summoner spells, and Afro is here.
No E on him either.
Will let an easy knock for the minions. Gonna help him do some damage to shut down the first kill of the game for Counterlogic Gaming. They got much more to go.
Smart little thing from CLG and Afro here. He used his sweeper in the bush to disable the ward. So Smeb had less time to react once they came in. Also, the team couldn't turn around and maybe go up and help him. Hojin was still nearby, but just a smart play from CLG and gives them the first kill.
Greedy play from Smeb though, using your one and only gap closer to clear out the wave. That's
one
very
more wave.
One more wave. Just do it. One more wave.
One more wave.
I got a big item, guys. Just need that one more wave every time.
This is such a long uphill battle though for Counterlogic Gaming. One kill buys some time. No Smeb for a while. No TP. Those are things that'll give CLG some breathing room, but with an 8,000 gold deficit, it's going to require a minor miracle for Counterlogic Gaming to keep a 0 in that defeat column.
With Blitzcrank on red side though, it is easier to defend the Baron because you can always pull somebody out of the pit. If you're on blue side, it becomes harder to contest that because they can actually just hide behind the Baron in the pit. There's so much harder to even get into the area with face checking. So that is their saving grace. Just keep the pink wards up in your own jungle and deny KOO only when they step in beyond that point.
And we'll see how well KOO can keep this game under wraps. They've ordered to knock down 5 turrets 22 minutes in. Keep in mind, gold leads this big don't normally happen this early on, so you got to give KOO a little bit of breathing room here as they look to pick their next advantage. Their first dragon looks like it's on the plate right now. No contest.
KOO don't really want to go for that Baron at all. It's just an illusion because Prey is split pushing down in the bot lane, takes Grump. This is something you don't see very often at this point in the game.
Split pushing Ashe, no, not a standard strategy, but when you have 10 kills to 1 and you're 22 minutes in, you get to, play different kind of styles. And a lot of them will end up working because KOO Tigers have a lot of answers to what CLG is trying to do. As long as they keep the wave play in mid and they do not get pulled in by Afro move, that is the way back for CLG basically.
Good dodge by Paul Welter.
All right, 2 arrows in a row missed. Prey finally losing some of that accuracy, but of course it's still such a major factor in this game.
We're still going to see it though for KOO Tigers, where whenever they do miss the arrow from Prey, they might just step back and say, okay, we got to bait around objective now, because we need CLG to come to us. Seeing as we don't get the engage going, there's no TP from Smeb, so his flanking options are down. So they might just look chill a little bit, or capture that more like
goodbye.
that.
Bind from a ward and a pink brush, a pink ward and a brush. Oh, the gate. Can't talk right now, but the fight happens.
Killing them, freak.
They're so low on health. Zion gets one kill, chased back by Kuro, and you're still seeing this fight go better for the KOO Tigers. A nice Zonius by Smeb buys some time. Smithy forced to run and flash away. The chase still on. Hawkshot reveals where they are. 13-2 though, still a better fight for KOO Tigers.
Yeah, very chaotic start to that fight, confusing even the best of us. Overall, there, but in the end, what matters is that KOO Tigers only sacrifice their support and take down 3 CLG members. The only carry left here is Doublelift, but their wave clear is down, so they should be able to really take this map in control here. Get some of those pink wards down in the jungle, maybe. Prey can steal the red buff. It's getting rough right here.
KOO Tigers couldn't have asked for much more. They just missed their own engage. Didn't have TP with Smeb, and then CLG moved forward, got binded, or Aftermo got binded, and suddenly the fight was on. Perfect for KOO Tigers. They didn't have to wait 2 more minutes, or 1 more minute for the arrow to be ready again. Helps them speed up the game a little bit, because they are so strong right now. They want to fight.
Oh, flash knockup though. Prey is going to burn his own flash, but After should have an easy time. Hook comes in. That should be a kill, but the arrow comes in, and they turn it around. Prey refuses to die. Oh, dear Lord. KOO Tigers are so far ahead. The swag comes up, and you deserve that one.
Yeah, that Control 6 is just adding insult to injury. So close for Prey to get down, but he managed to kite out. And I just want to go back to earlier that play. Wait, another bind here from Gorilla. This time, no backup. CLG, they were doing fine as long as they were respecting the boundaries of the river. They kept pushing the waves out, placing the vision out, but never getting close to the river. But then they got antsy. Aftermo overstepped his boundaries once and got immediately punished there by Gorilla. His bindings overall, combined with just a fantastic build, by the way, I have to point this out. Decrush Morgana, finally we see it. I think this the-optimal Morgana support build. I'm very happy to see it, especially when your AD carry is leading the charge as well. Just Prey can single-handedly start carrying these fights 1v5 now.
And when your AD carry benefits so much from crits, with the extra damage coming in, with the passive for Prey, and the fact you get so many early towers as well, as a support, suddenly you feel like you have a lot of gold, you feel like a carry almost, and then you look at the rest of your team with something like 2 or 3 items, and you realize
everything is relative.
Everyone's carrying, but keep in mind there's still more happening. KOO forced the escape from Counter Logic Gaming, but Smeb has teleport. He pops it in, he home guards in. Does plenty of damage to kill off one. Walter will try to trade one back. The flash to keep oh my God, Smeb! Oh, this is just brutal for Counter Logic Gaming. 18-2 in kills. It's getting worse and worse. It's an 11,000 gold lead.
This is what Tilt is made of.
Everything's gone wrong for CLG ever since basically the start of the game, where they had some of these openings to try and get a few kills, but they couldn't capitalize on them, couldn't really execute, and KOO Tigers turned it around and just made it even worse for them. They've been playing such a solid game.
CLG, they yield the Baron, try and counter map, cross map them, get a red buff for a Baron. Not the best trade, and these hawk shots overall from Prey have been working out pretty well. Helped a lot in the early game to localizing Smithy. CLG did have a good lane swap start, but eventually Tigers, they prevailed. Let's watch that again. In the bottom left of your screen, after move will get popped. Walter stops Smeb here, but you just take down double. Look at the damage.
Destroys him. Oh, the Q barely snuck it just over Walter's shoulder.
And stays
And that
alive.
flash to dodge the Q. I think only an auto attack came through from Pobelter.
But CLG obviously know everything KOO Tigers can do against them. But you still have to go for these over-aggressive plays to just try and get back into the game. If you just sit back and wait right now, KOO Tigers are taking the rest of the map. And because they are so far ahead, still fairly early on, 27 minutes only, CLG has to just try an all-in play, basically.
Well, CLG are all-inning their own jungle a little bit and then realize they have to run away and say, just kidding, you guys own that. KOO Tigers, please enjoy our trees and all the foliage. 1 minute on the next dragon. I don't know if it's going to even take that long to win this game, though. Hojin takes Cocoon. All as well. Mid lane under fire. Baron buff still on the team.
This flex, though, this cannon pick, early picked in flex, expected on support, then switched out for Morgana support, has been working out. The value of Morgana support in this tournament so far has been pretty high. She has had a pretty big impact for support on a lot of these matches.
We've seen a lot of team compositions with like single target engage, basically, making this Morgana support so strong with the Black Shield. this one again, we talked about earlier in the game, how it was picked to basically counter this after move. It meant the Kennen had to go top. There were some questions regarding it. At least I had some questions regarding it. But because KOO Tigers got so far ahead, it opened up for Smeb to always be able to find ways to engage. The rest of the comp for KOO Tigers is super solid. Engage from your AD carry and wave clear from your mid laner against what CLG has been built. They're going in.
Hard engage comes in and already Pobelter is dead. Here comes the rest of it. Gorilla taking plenty of damage. They will get one back for CLG, but it's already 3 kills from the KOO Tigers. Kuro into the back line, lands a bunch of the damage. Oh, a nice hook from Afro move, but Kuro doesn't seem to even care. They're all falling down. Oh, the fountain laser doing a little bit too much. Yeah, an ironic control 6 there, but it's not going to be enough. 2 kills for 4. Into the base they go. It's going to be a 29-minute win for KOO Tigers, unless there's some kind of minor miracle from Xmithy. That's not going to happen. There's the stun. Chilling Smite takes the kill. The 3rd of the game for Hojin. More swag spam from Kuro. He knows he's won this game. His only death this one on an amazing victor battle. Pobelter shows up for a little bit more, but it's not going to be enough. KOO Tigers in first place now, tying Counter Logic Gaming over in Group A.
And a game really won in the early game where KOO Tigers could execute on every single play, get so many early kills on CLG, and their composition once ahead really stood out. You had enough wave clear to stop the push, you had engage from Ash, you had flank potential from a cannon. So many ways suddenly then to take full control of the map.
The thing is, it surprised me that CLG didn't play around Zion Spartan almost at all in the lane swap. When I saw the Olaf, I was like, Olaf will never survive this team fight with a Kennen ambient damage, Victor's ambient damage, Morgana's ambient damage. You can't do this kind of thing as Olaf, but he got no farm, never got in the isolated matchup, and Smeb just crushed him in team fights.
I think there's 2 distinct moments in this game that really put CLG far behind. The failed gank, when Olaf had the freeze in the bot lane where he could just farm up, become that monster we expected Zion Spartan to become. That broke the wave, broke the freeze. He walked back up and died later on. CLG had another answer to that by grouping 5 mid lane for that siege, but then fantastic arrow came in from Prey all across the map, and then the missed 0 ultimate on the cannon.
Exactly. That was really the thing for CLG in the early game. There's some missed abilities, not being able to execute it. About the Olaf as well, with this early game, it's what we see from these North American teams, both C9 and CLG, where you value that Tristana getting that solo lane so much, because again, your whole composition is take down first out of turret, swap top side, take that out of turret, go mid lane with Vizier, take that out of turret, and suddenly you have a 2,000 or 3,000 gold lead, and this backline will never die. You have so much damage, and you have that map control, so the Kennen can never TP in behind you. Once that falls apart, we see what happens. A team just simply starts rolling over the siege comp.
Also, the performance from Smeb on this cannon, very unconventional picker overall, just shows why he, together with maybe Sunday, were considered the best top laners at this tournament. A couple of his fancy outplays. Yes, it's easier when you're 5k ahead, of course, 10k ahead, but I was very impressed with the cannon. Most importantly, just localizing the flanks, buying the home guards in time to pick off double F right there. Just really, really good map reads, good movements overall, and KOO Tigers looking more like themselves in this game.
Yeah, and I gotta also hand an individual play award myself to Gorilla here, because highest kill participation on his team. His binds were absolutely on point all pretty much game long.
Game.
And especially contrasted to what Afro was doing here. There was a specific point when the lane swap kind of ended, 8 minutes in, the first turret goes down, and Double F is left alone top lane, which you can't do because there's actually 2 guys up there, and like kind of is near bot lane, yet Zion Spartan still dies to the actual dive that went through from the other members. So Afro was doing nothing in the early game, especially contrasted to what Gorilla was getting done with his binds.
Yeah, when you take a Blitzcrank, I mean, you have to be able to pull off some plays in the early to mid-game. Otherwise, your value in these big team fights just goes down, 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 down compared to Morgana with Black Shield, with bindings and everything. So Afro didn't manage to use this pick. Obviously, also, we can say they did counter it with the Morgana, at least once we got to these situations where they were grouped against each other.
Well, that's the funny thing, though, is we've seen now twice a team will open themselves up to an obvious counter pick. There was the full AD team from LGD, especially with Varus mid. Surprise, Malphite in the top lane. Your entire comp sucks. The Blitzcrank second round red side, and it's like, well, guess what? Morgana, Kennen's a flex pick. Here's Morgana. You're shut down from a lot of what you would like to do. Can't do the lane matchup and outplay the lane swap as well.
More importantly, this game showed what the opportunity cost is of failed aggressive moves. CLG could have stayed passive and played toward their strength, which is the mid to late game team fights with 2 hyper carries as if, but they went for aggressive ganks, and KOO Tigers punished that, not necessarily immediately, but later down the line, because wave manipulation was definitely way better for the KOO Tigers, and eventually they put CLG in quite a few lose-lose situations where either KOO Tigers gained a little bit or KOO Tigers gained a lot, and very often CLG trying to get back into the game made it so that KOO Tigers gained a lot. Remember that bind over to Aftermoon when they were playing around the river so much? That one bind just set up another kill, Baron control, and suddenly things started falling down again for CLG.
Yeah, so I mean, what can you say except for this was a very good game for KOO Tigers. The thing is, these guys aren't really known for their early game leads. It's more their macro sense of the game.
That's impressive.
Gorilla being big, yeah.
When they do so well in the early game against CLG, who normally is very strong when it comes to these early lane swaps, KOO Tigers beat them where they're normally the weakest.
Yep, KOO Tigers overperforming CLG, I think falling on their faces a little bit here, but a great win by KOO overall. Right now we got Shock standing by for a word with KOO's support. Let's head down to the interview lounge.
Thank you very much, guys. Joined here by Gorilla, indeed, after a fantastic matchup. KOO Tigers victorious over CLG. Congratulations. It was a very impressive victory, which we're not always used to. A very fast game from KOO straight from the beginning. What allowed you to snowball this game so hard?
고릴라 선수 우선 승리를 축하드립니다. KOO 타이거즈 팀은 이전에 이렇게 공격적으로 경기를 한 모습이 별로 안 보였었는데 이번 경기에 이렇게 빠르게 스노볼을 굴린 비결이 혹시 무엇인지 말씀 부탁드립니다.
저희가 FW 경기를 지고 나서 저희의 색깔을 잃어버렸다고 생각을 해서 저희가 조금 생각을 많이 해봤는데 저희가 가장 알맞는 조합을 찾아서 준비를 했던 것 같고 그래서 이렇게 잘 된 것 같아요.
After we lost to Flash Rules yesterday, we thought that we lost our team color. So we discussed a lot of strategies together and we found the right composition for us, which made us make this big game win victory.
No worries, it's been a long day. You mentioned that game versus the Flash Rules. We also remember what happened to the KOO Tigers in the middle of the season at IEM Katowice. What did you learn from that and that experience to make sure that you could bounce back once Worlds was here?
이제 어제 패배를 말씀하셨는데 KOO 타이거즈는 이전에 시즌 초기에도 IEM 카토비체에서 좀 이제 가슴 아픈 패배를 당했었는데 그런 패배를 이제 밑거름으로 혹시 이런 큰 대회에서 좀 어려움이 있을 때 어떻게 다시 그 실력을 회복할 수 있는지에 대해서 좀 배우셨는지 말씀 부탁드립니다.
저희가 사실 롤챔스에서는 좀 급하지가 않았는데 해외 대회만 되니까 저희가 되게 급해지더라고요, 팀이. 그래서 약간 좀 긴장을 한 것도 있고 그래서 저희가 급하게 하지 말자고 그렇게 얘기만 했던 것 같아요. 그래서 이렇게 좋은 승리를 한 것 같아요.
So at the Katowice tournament, like at LCK, we usually don't get in a hurry and we play the game very calmly. But at foreign tournaments, we got nervous and played the game in a very fast fashion. So when we got here, we said that let's keep our own pace and play it at a very slow tempo.
Well, this game was very fast, though a lot of eyes were looking at that bottom lane matchup. What did you make of the supports coming out? You only played Morgana twice in summer, and then you were up against the Blitzcrank, which must have been quite unexpected.
이번 경기의 서포트 매치업이 되게 흥미로운데요. 고릴라 선수는 이전에 모르가나로 2번밖에 활약 안 한 모습 보였었고 블리츠크랭크도 되게 좀 특이한 픽이 있는데 그 서포트 매치업에 대해서 간단히 말씀해 주세요.
사실 모르가나가 명백한 블리츠의 카운터거든요. 그래서 모르가나를 제가 원래 좀 좋아하긴 하는데 잘 나오는 상황이 없었는데 이번 시즌 5에서는 모르가나가 되게 좋은 픽인 것 같아요. 그래서 쓴 것 같아요.
So I thought that Morgana is a good pick since season 5, and I always liked that champion in general. And Morgana is one of the big counters of Blitzcrank, so that's how I got to pick him.
And it worked out really well for you guys. Now you're at the top of your group. Now that you've seen all the matches that happened in these 4 days, who do you think could be your biggest opponents down the line if you look further down the tournament?
이제 오늘 경기를 함으로써 이제 되게 유리한 고지를 점하셨는데 이제 4일차에 접어들음으로써 다른 해외 팀들과 많은 팀들 경기를 봤을 때 어느 팀이 KOO 타이거즈 팀에 가장 좀 위협이 될 것 같은지 말씀해 주세요. 대회 다 통틀어서 모든 팀.
저희가 오늘 경기를 준비하면서 오리겐 게임을 봤는데 되게 잘하더라고요. 그래서 오리겐을 좀 많이 조심해야 될 것 같아요.
So we watched Origin.
I thought I heard that.
Origin, and we think they're a very strong team and they could be a very big threat to us.
Very interesting. Well, if anything, you had a fantastic win here. Congratulations, Gorilla. What a win for the KOO Tigers over CLG. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Shocks. And that was a landslide of a game there. A victory for KOO Tigers that they definitely needed. But going through all of the picks and bans here, we saw the Kennen come out and the Blitzcrank in response. Now, when it comes to Kennen on the KOO Tigers, Gorilla has played it 4 times this year. Smeb has played it only once, performed very well on it, and it was back in spring.
It's like, to me, I really like the Kennen pick. The flexibility, as you mentioned, but the response in shape of Blitzcrank. First of all, Blitzcrank is a very inconsistent, risky pick. And then the Blitzcrank, it kind of just hooks in the Kennen, so it kind of makes no sense to me.
I honestly think it's the worst thing in the world to pick the Blitzcrank into the cannon, regardless of whether or not you think it's support. You're just helping him out at that point.
I was disappointed with the draft from CLG. To me, it seemed like it.
Unfortunately, Crumbs, your mic has died, so we're probably only going to pick it up through Zyrene's mic. You guys
Talking
can.
to my
there
chest.
you go.
The draft from CLG was very disappointing.
It works together.
It lacked a lot of research. So because when you're running that siege composition like Cloud9 does, which is sieging with Azir and Tristana, you need a champion that doesn't need gold. Those are really late game scaling champions, but they pick the Olaf. Now Olaf is a champion that needs a lot of gold. When it does not work like that. You need to go all in with the siege. They didn't do that, and then the Olaf was played not very well. Thank you for the microphone.
You see that? That's teamwork, ladies and gentlemen.
So what he said, I'll translate for him a little bit. But no.
Yeah, that is synergy to its greatest. All right, but given all this, they do pick up the Blitzcrank, and it became very lopsided very fast, so I don't necessarily want to read into too much besides the fact that KOO excelled in an area of the game in which we don't normally attribute to them. The early game for them was rather fantastic, whereas we look at CLG and we say they should dominate the early game. KOO should take over in the late game.
Definitely. Like I feel because it's a lane swap, it puts the game in a faster pace, and it also puts them in a scenario where it's kind of team play oriented, because that's where I think KOO Tigers shine. It was all about team play throughout this game. The composition, it was well synchronized with the Asher, with the engagers, and it was just beautiful to see.
Yeah, they were all really on the same page. The Asher was coming down from the top lane, hitting Smithy. They were able to jump onto Pobelter, and I thought that the way that they played this out, especially KOO in the mid lane, they were picking on Pobelter. They definitely made the Azir nerfs of the 10 movement speed show. KOO, he plays a really mean Victor. After that game, he's now 18-4, and he's the guy who really made Victor that staple pick of the mid lane into Azir. So they were picking that up, they were punishing it, and Freak talked about it on broadcast, that against this kind of Team America composition, we love Eagles, we love big guns, the Tristana, the Azir, the tower pushing. Against that comp, Victor is great, because they try to walk up at the turret and you just clear it out.
I want to build on your point about picking on Pobelter, and going into the tournament, we looked at the stats from CLG. They never help Pobelter. They throw him on Lulu, leave him to die, and in NA, nobody really punishes that. But KOO Tigers came out there swinging, put so much pressure on him, and we saw very delayed reactions from CLG to try to help him out. KOO Tigers was all over the place. He's ganking him left, right, and center, tower diving, and CLG was always late to the fight. A big trend that we know, and they exploited it perfectly.
A commanding win there by KOO Tigers to even it up in that group. There's still more Worlds action coming your way as Brazil's Pain Gaming takes to the Rift against the LMS's Flash Wolves in our next match. We'll take a look at what's on the line when our coverage continues.
It is a battle for first place. Counter Logic Gaming right now sitting at 2-0. Pobelter actually losing a lot of health. He's gonna get stunned up. This could be really bad. Oh, the flash knockup by Hojin. That was amazing. Nice. Oh. Use it now. The arrow hits Smithy. The knockup for Hojin. Ulti's popped around, but look at all the damage coming through. Already a kill for Smeb. There's plenty of damage to kill off one. Pobelter will try to trade one back. The flash again. Oh my God, Smeb! Gorilla taking plenty of damage. They will get one back for CLG, but it's already 3 kills for the KOO Tigers. KOO Tigers tying Counter Logic Gaming over in Group A.
Welcome back to the 2015 League of Legends World Championship, where we've come down to the final match of the day between international wildcard Pain Gaming and the LMS's number 2 seeded Flash Wolves. The Flash Wolves came up big against KOO, though, yesterday with a comeback, and they're coming into this match with a ton of momentum.
Yeah, I think a large part of that was Karsa, the jungler here for the Flash Wolves. This guy, you give him Nidalee, he's the most banned champion against them in general. He's just going to take over the game, and I have big faith in this guy. I honestly think he's the best jungler in this group, considering it's Hojin, Smithy, Sir T, and Karsa. He's also, in my opinion, the best jungler in the LMS. But also, you have to look at their bottom lane as well. It wasn't just Karsa. NL came in for Kramer, and it made all of the difference. They wanted to play Varus, they wanted to have a poke composition, and they were able to actually outduel the bottom lane of Gorilla and Prey yesterday.
I think a big part of that victory also came in from a really crazy draft where they got the Gangplank, the barrel poke with the Nidalee and the Varus. This combination is bonkers, and I don't think they're going to get it again as well as the Nidalee. I thought it was a mistake from KOO to ban the Gragas, open up the Nidalee, and we were going to see Karsa probably take a more passive role in carrying because there's not that many damage-dealing junglers. Even though I completely agree with you, this guy is very solid.
I have to also add Maple. I think he's been a shining light for this team. His performance on Gangplank and on Echo without teleport, sure, but he was playing both games really, really well. Because on the other side, we have Kami, which I expected more from because people have been telling me that it's the Brazilian faker. But in these 2 games that he has played in this tournament, he has died more times than the 7 games he played in the qualifier to this tournament.
Well, I think that it's probably a combination of nerves for Pain right now. You know, there's a lot of pressure coming into this wildcard team, the best wildcard team in the region. They might get out of groups kind of thing, and that can get to you when you're in such an underdog position, or at least consider yourself to be in that. I expect them to get better as the tournament progresses, shed some of that, and pull some more upsets as we see them, because no matchup that they're in, they're always considered the underdog.
Yeah, and you're talking about upsets here. Pain, they like to try to upset from the get-go. This is a team that's not afraid to invade level 1 and just try to throw you off your groove entirely. Maybe GG in first 2 minutes. That's what they like to do.
All right, we'll see if they can do that. That's going to do it as we step inside the venue to load on to Summoner's Rift. Mylon says Pain Gaming are settling into the competition and getting their second win at Worlds.
I think that after 2 games on stage, we'll have even 1 day to rest tomorrow. And then I think that the game against Flash Wolves, we're gonna be a little more ourselves. So I think we have more chances than the other games, of course.
Well, there's one good thing that you guys might have for a chance. Actually, the early game hasn't been great for Flash Wolves, whereas Pain are actually mostly known for that. So that glimmer of hope might be here for this match. Now, guys, before we get into the game, let's do a quick roster rundown for those of you guys to see those lineups. For Brazil's Pain Gaming top laner, Mylon, you just heard him talking about how this might be their chance. The jungler Sir T, the shot caller for the squad as well. Kami in the mid lane, notice Brazilian faker. We'll see if he can step up here. BRTT, probably the most famous player in Brazil, and Dude coming over from France, now back in his home country on support. MIT, their coach, in behind them.
Yeah, on the red side, we have the Flash Wolves over from the LMS. Took the win yesterday. Stake, one of the more surprising players in the top lane. Karsa, the best jungler in Taiwan in the jungle. Maple as the mid laner. NL, once again playing as the AD carry. Sword Art is the support. And Fluid Wind is their coach behind the team here.
Fluid Wind will guide
Ribbon main.
Yep.
Very obviously.
So.
That and Yasuo.
We've seen 2 different Flash Wolves so far. We've seen very disappointing one game and then just like playing a lot better the other time, I feel.
Still fell behind, but then had to like get back in the game. We saw the Gangplank for Maple. Early game, he didn't really have much of an impact, but he was against like a 5-6 blue buff Lulu who just constantly pushed him down.
Makes it hard.
He got to late game though, and it should be banned away. Nobody should be able to get their hands on Gangplank.
Absolutely.
And obviously Pain Gaming is going to be on blue side, so we have to see.
And he finally proved to Kobe why Gangplank, should get that blue buff over to Nidalee that game.
Yep. Well, first ban's come through. Nidalee gone away. Yeah, Karsa, that's not exactly a surprise here. It's one of his very best champions. Mordekaiser gone away from the Brazilians. Gangplank, blue side banned. That is usually not the case.
Interesting. I'm not a fan of blue side banning Gangplank. I feel like that's a pick everyone has to be able to play, and you can blind pick it, honestly.
I think you
can flex it.
You can make a case for doing it, but not as early as second ban. Third ban, perhaps, if the ban phase, plays out differently, but with so many like raw OP champions already out, I think it's too early.
Nothing I would rather pick than a Gangplank as my first pick, but not for Pain Gaming. Maybe looking for Elise for Sir T in the jungle. Kalista could come in for BRTT as well, a pick we have seen him use before. And it is going to be a lot about for Pain Gaming. Can they beat Flash Wolves in the early game and then try and close it out? While our team was not always the greatest at closing out games, it's still the way for them they have to play against a team like this who's shown in late game team fights to do really well.
Yep, well, let's see if they can pry this open here. Last ban comes through Elise away from Sir T. Karsa still has plenty of tanks to play for himself. We'll see what Pain Gaming really wants.
I mean, I'd go Kalista here, personally, if I was Pain Gaming for BRTT, just to get that lane dominant AD carry. Not expecting it for NL, though.
Braum is a pick we assumed would be this high in value coming into the tournament, but a lot of matches have shown us that it wasn't really the case. A lot of these Kalista lanes picked into Braum with then a range support would just simply smash it in lane and just give your support the freedom to play super aggressively. Always have an additional flash in that Fate's Call available.
So NL does take the Kalista for him, doesn't want any long range fast pushing champion. I guess once you get the Hurricane, you can take down his waves fast, but not the same kind of playstyle. It does mean with the early Braum, as you just highlighted here before, I mean, if you go for double range lane, Flash Wolves have to be able to win that lane. Obviously, Tristana is going to be very difficult now, so I like that pick for BITT into the Kalista and try and shut it down in the laning phase.
I just love watching Braum Tristana against Kalista plus range support because in an isolated spectrum, just 2v2 raw, it's a pure skill matchup. The problem is, the way to win that matchup requires you to aggressively dash or jump, depending whether Braum goes in or Tristana. With the wealth of teleports, and then bot lane party happens, and that's what makes it so hard. That's why very often Kalista Thresh will have the pressure, especially it is incredibly hard to take that lane down post level 6, because you can throw the Lantern down, Fade Skull out, pull your own Lantern and get out of there.
Boys, give me an Azir here for Kami. You're against Kalista. I love Azir into Kalista, the somewhat lower range AD carry. Against the Darius, he hates playing against an Azir. He gets knocked back by the wall, and it's a safe blind pick. Still, even though Maple will maybe be able to take like a LeBlanc into it or an Assassin into it, still, I wouldn't be surprised to see Azir coming for Kami.
You got the Pantheon shout crap up.
Yep. Dude hovering it again. Just to touch back on that lineup, last game we saw Tristana and Azir, and it's obviously weak if you fall behind early against the wealth of AoE, but Flash Wolves really don't have that much AoE in their lineup yet. Yes, you can also argue that Azir has an AoE effect, but mostly Azir and Tristana are very single target damage, but it should work well into what Flash Wolves have acquired. But finally, I even get to see the TF from Kami. I really enjoy watching him. Early cooldown boots, early home guards, a lot of teleports around the map. And that's what I'm looking for. Shut down Stake on Kalista. Shut down Kalista. I don't think Stake will be playing that. Shut down NL on Kalista and then start snowballing that way.
Yeah, he won with it once in the qualifier, banned against him twice. So not the highest priority, but here in this game wants to bring it out. Pain Gaming switching up the style just a little. The ever so common Gnar versus Darius matchup. We see it time and time again. But it seems that doesn't deter people from picking the champion anyway. Darius still, of course, very common.
Definitely going to be two fairly good lanes for Kami to choose on where he wants to go. Darius, who is going to be slowed down by the Frozen Mallet. Going for him, low mobility, that's a kill for you. Bottom lane again, Braum connects that stun or sets up for the stun and then TF down. So a lot of options here for the TF pick. Obviously Maple is looking to play in a more aggressive lane against it and try and shut it down in the laning phase.
So Ari's coming through. It's going to be interesting. Maple hoping to try to break out onto the enemy mid lane and keep him down, but Pain is running the very standard triple tank 2 backline threat here.
Yeah, what's going to help Maple break out of here is the cleanse as opposed to Kami's teleport. So Kami playing sustain heavy. If he gets poked out, yes, he can return to lane, but Maple looks to go aggressively. Even though he has a defensive summoner in cleanse, it allows you to just lock out of that gold card and then immediately keep on chasing Kami down. So it could be interesting to see at level 6 if we see any outlets.
Yeah, maybe I'm boring, but I do
you
kind
are.
of...
You are.
Sure, fair enough.
Sure.
I do kind of prefer when teams run teleport against Twisted Fate as well from your mid lane, like run Diana or Echo or whatever, something that can follow Twisted Fate when he goes, because now you're kind of all in on being able to shut him down in the laning phase. That's going to have to be the case for Maple, because otherwise double TP and of course the ulti from Twisted Fate is so much global pressure from Pain Gaming.
Sure, and you can always argue the other side of it being that teleport's cooldown so much longer than TF's Destiny. Like, do you try to match up to the strengths and not quite compare, or do you try to attack him where he's weaker? And that's just going to be what it's going to be up to then, is how well can Maple stop Kami from doing these kinds of things. It's going to be a great game, guys. So as we load onto the Rift, send your predictions to us over here in France. Tweet at LOL Esports with the hashtag PNGWin or the hashtag FWWin to vote for either Pain Gaming from Brazil or Flash Wolves from Taiwan and the LMS. And here we go into our 6th match of the, I'm going to say night at this point, guys. It's 8 p.m. here over in France. Night applies, and it's the last game of the first week.
I'd actually like to see a lane stop here from Pain Gaming. I feel they have the tools to get out of that lane stop better. It also opens up the map. Tristana can fast push towers, and TF roaming on longer lanes just becomes so much easier.
I want to see if Maple gets punished for running lanes, honestly. You highlighted why he's doing it just before, but even...
But I'm wrong.
Even for the even for the 2v2 fight that's probably going to happen around this lane now that Pain Gaming knows how Maple has to win the lane, I would much rather have an Ignite or at least like something that can take down Kami a bit more aggressive. Cleanse out of it sure is going to help, but the damage will already be unloaded.
Yeah, and there's varying opinions, but the consensus from many people is that a lane swap kind of makes mid lane far more into it, a little more passive. So that is another reason why Pain Gaming may be looking for the lane swap. Obviously, they have a favorable matchup in Gnar versus Darius, but later on, that matchup still plays the same way. There's no timing or no power spike or item spike that really defines that matchup. It's the same throughout the entirety of the game.
Yeah, definitely like Tristana and Braum in the late game. Every single time you can get them, I think Braum's still one of the best supports there. With how much damage he can just remove, single out targets.
We can talk about what happened in level 1 here. All 5 wards from Pain Gaming are on this northern quadrant of the jungle. I guess one in the mid lane counts, but meanwhile, you've actually got a very disparate start for the wards here of Flash Wolves, and the fact that they see no one from Pain at all means they've got to expect that Pain going for a very aggressive jungle start that they will not get punished for.
Since Pain Gaming is starting with their jungle and top laner on the top side for some double jungle, it does usually indicate that they're going for a quick fast push 3-man or 4-man, because after the 3 camps or the 2 camps, you're obviously going to get into a situation where if you move your jungle down, you allow the enemy top laner to teleport. Cheeky little move there again. Freak, I see you freaking out here. About to explain what happened.
So this is really smart by Dude, especially because of where the jungle start happened. He actually bunched up the minion wave before it got down the lane. Is going to guarantee that Flash Wolves minions push through Pains and it goes back towards their turret. It creates a freeze automatically, or at least it should.
If he wants to freeze, though, I think he's still going to opt for the fast push. It does make it so that you lose less minions on lane. If he wanted to freeze, he should have probably given level 2 to the Braum to allow him to roam. So knowing that the Dude went to the lane should indicate that they're still planning on fast pushing and diving that tower. But it does save you an extra minion for no cost at all.
So Flash Wolves right now, with how they were starting in the jungle with red buff, it does kind of force them now to move to top side at level 2, and they can't really go in and clear more of the jungle. If they do, at least they open up for Flash Wolves to sending guys and defend.
And that's exactly why they're going to be fast pushing. If they freeze, it's just too easy for the enemy to teleport. Kami, did he steal that?
Yeah, he did.
He did.
Brazilian faker!
Means
that
a
was
lot,
awesome.
though. A lot of experience in the early game he takes away. A lot. Some experience.
No, it's pretty significant. It's more than half the camp. He's going to get level 3 first in the wave, has it already. It's going to slightly slow down the enemy guys, but you see NL starting to push this out.
So both teams are looking to fast push, but there's a big difference here in how early Mylon had to join on the top side. Because they started red buff and walked down to Raves up in that top side jungle, it means simply now he's been sharing experience with BRTT and Dude, where now we see how Flash Wolves are first joining in here with Stake.
Yeah, the correct move is then to instantly take that tower down and bounce it back as early as you can, while the opposing team is still actually trying to clear that tower. A little slow here on the side of Pain Gaming. They really want to tower down, and the next wave bounce it, and then they have no answer on the side of Flash Wolves because they're so far behind in tempo. They're behind the play.
Tower right now.
Yeah, Pain will get the same amount of jungle camps. Surti is solo jungling right now and he's going to get the same amount.
This is a massive problem for Stake though, because normally you want to be full HP, so once this tower dives, your top laner stays and gets it, and he goes back, or he can sit and farm a little bit. But now he's so low, Stake will be forced to recall and return to now top lane, which is the wave that was going to push away from him. So he's going to be behind compared to Mylon. He's already going to struggle a little bit in this matchup.
Very common Western lane swap style here. Well executed by Pain Gaming. They started at the top side of the map, leaving them with almost no other plays available, but the one play they had to make, they made it beautifully.
And also a mistake by Flash Wolves because of all the damage they took. Their bot lane had to recall to buy before they got met by this Tristana from BRTT, but they didn't finish the turret in time. So the lack in gold, all the money shared the way it is, and it's a surviving turret.
You can make these mistakes at this level right here. It set you so far behind because you didn't gain anything. You don't get any extra experience really on your AD carry because he was still trying to fast push the wave. So you're now in a situation where Stake is in a very, very bad lane up top that's not going to push towards him against a ranged champion, and you didn't get any benefits for your AD carry.
Also, you allowed Tristana to push. Once she's pushing, it can be hard to stop her, and that removes a lot of the trading potential you have on the Kalista Thresh lane. You just want to like usually push them in and then poke them out with double ranged autos, and right now, Pain Gaming comfortably in the bottom lane, comfortably in the top lane. Stake gets upper hand, but will still get out-traded. A lot of minions, though, on Mylon.
And you can see the damage going back and forth. The bleed actually makes it really fast to get to Mega Gnar, all those ticks of damage, so we'll heal a little bit thanks to that, but Karsa is coming in. Mega Gnar is on, hops once. Gonna land the stun over the top of the knockup. Gets away cleanly.
Good stun.
Really
Saves the flash as well from Mylon. So we're getting that Mega Gnar in. And Karsa making the correct play. You gotta make sure Stake can push out the wave as fast as possible and getting bouncing back towards him. So he doesn't stand there and just get poked down.
Yeah, you can see that Dude and BRTT really don't want to stay in that lane in the bottom when it's even, because you will just get out-traded, so they just go to Crux. They want to rush to level 6. At level 6, you can blow up Kalista or Thresh. If Kalista isn't level 6 herself, obviously, because Fate's Call can deny that. So go back to the lane right now, and not enough vision for Sword Art. and NL to really play aggressively here. So I think Pain Gaming will be happy with this overall.
The experience in this lane is equal right now. So you talk about rushing level 6, it's not going to be really any kind of advantage for Pain, even with the Krug and the better lane swap play right here. So you mentioned how long Milo is in the top lane sharing XP that makes it different.
I mean, where's Steak going? He seems to not want to return to that top lane at all anymore. So panic. He's double jungling with Karsa.
Well, he's
6 minutes into the game.
He's going to go up and grab the wave though. Once he gets pushed down towards him, he's probably just afraid of potentially a gank coming. There's no river control from Flash Wolves. Pain Gaming right now doing a very good job of 2 pings to basically deny all that vision, making it hard for Steak to go up there and catch the wave in time.
I love what Sir T is doing here. He doesn't have to do any camps, just shadow the lane, make it so that Milo can't get ganked. He's already a full level ahead of Steak here. Steak who had a phenomenal performance in the tournament so far, underrated coming in. But this time, he's getting the worst end of it.
And now Maple hits level 6. So again, we have to look at this matchup. If he's not able to do anything against Kami in the lane, which is so difficult often against Twisted Fate because he can sit so far back and farm, just wild card and then blue card whenever you can, and it's very easy to play safe as a Twisted Fate. Yep. Then you also have teleport. Worst case, you can use it defensively if you have to because you still have the ulti. So there's a lot of ways for Kami to stay alive in this lane. And then Maple suddenly will find him in a situation later on in the game where he can't split push because he has no TP and he can't. Like, he can only look for picks together with the rest of the team. And that's where Pain Gaming can do 1-3-1.
Yeah, and that teleport makes it so hard for NL and Sword Art to go aggressive and really use that Kalista passive on the W to outtrade, because at any given moment they can get teleported on, use the faded ultimate upon, and then BRTT and Dio, they can just stay at max range, farm up, get level 6, and Flash was having a hard time finding answers to a lot of their problems right now.
Steak is, luckily for him, able to get the wave up top. He's still behind, absorbing all the minions for himself.
First blue of the game for Maple. Last game didn't see many of those. Finally got some for himself here. Feeling a bit better on Ahri. Not getting counter jungled nearly as hard in this one. Look at the game state right here. It's an 1100 gold lead. That is more than the turret is worth. So farm also going well team-wide for Pain Gaming.
Since Sir T isn't really necessary in any lane, I'd like him to just join mid, push it out, put some pressure on Maple, and that frees up Kami to go for any roam or gank here. And that could definitely be an aggressive opener here for Pain Gaming.
The mind of good old Sir T at the moment, though. He is probably communicating that he's slightly behind in experience and he wants to just sit in power farm. There are camps available for him, but he keeps looking to this top side because they have that early pink ward in the bush in the river to see if they can punish Steak and keep him down. They're hiding.
Island is stealing red.
He's gonna get red buff. We have Sir T, not level 6 though, remember that. And there's no globals to help the top side. Kami can even come up and 3v1 him, and Maple can just sit in the mid lane and look.
He's gotta be afraid every time Steak goes his way. Ward getting cleared. Rek'Sai's going to show up into the tunnel. This is going to be a bit of a fight. Sir T taking a lot of damage. Cleanse used by Maple for almost nothing. Sir T gets out.
That was so close. Almost finished off there. Mylon.
Surprised he even walked down to that bush though, because he had nothing he wanted to do towards the mid lane. All they were setting up for was when Steak was taking this big wave up top and just go behind him and gank him. You had red buff Gnar, had TF, and you have your jungler there. Shouldn't have even walked down and had the chance of being spotted by a pink ward. Even though he got to kill it, it meant the play stopped and Steak got to push it out.
And it looked like Maple thought he had Ignite there, because he burned his cleanse at the beginning of the fight when Sir T hadn't even body slammed yet. So I don't know what he thought he was removing. I've made that play before. I've flash barriered someone.
I've been that guy.
I've flash barriered some people before and been like, that control 6. Rank 5.
It's when you do the walk of shame back to your tower. And you know you done goofed.
You just type enemy flash timer. Nothing ever happened. Oh dear. Well, 1,300 gold. I mean, Pain Gaming are doing what I think they absolutely must in this game and have a lead early on, but it doesn't mean anything, or everything rather.
And everything Maple
doesn't mean anything.
Everything Maple did to win this matchup, pick cleanse, play Ahri, kind of goes down the drain. His flash is down. Kami still has flash, so it's almost impossible for Kami to die 1v1. And he should be able to play slightly more aggressive due to that fact, and maybe find an opening. He still hasn't used his ultimate at all, and he hasn't really needed to, but definitely see a lot of plays come out now. Pushing him, it Stakes even running mid. It's like, hey, do you want to share this farm right now? Sharing is caring after all, because he's getting so screwed in that matchup up top. 30 CS behind him. It doesn't look like it's going to change anytime soon.
Probably because of cleanse.
Yep.
Still not sold on the cleanse for Maple.
Well, it's easy in hindsight.
Yeah.
Hey, said it earlier.
Yeah, true.
Want to see him be able to kill that lane and not just sit and farm even, because Pain Gaming later on highlighted before. The fact you can split up in all 3 lanes with double teleport means for Flash Wolves, unless they start getting ahead in the game now, their map control or their game plan is basically going to be, okay, we gotta look for picks now with this map and we gotta run together. And as long as Pain Gaming has proper defensive vision down, they're just gonna split up and start pushing, and then Flash Wolves have to always go back and defend the lanes.
And look at Kami. He's now spent 4,000 gold in the entire game, and he's bought 0 defensive combat stats. And he even rushed Lucidity Boots with Home Guards with his TF build. So he's not worried at all about Maple's aggression. So looking to really play the map, not the mid lane.
I'm just not even sure why you'd run Cleanse to beat up TF. Ignite just is more damage.
Gold card stops you going in.
Yeah, but you can just dash once it times out, right? Like
3 dashes to 1 stun.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, there's
You're
obviously
gonna catch him.
I mean, that's what he's Maple's decision with it. Maybe it's also for later in the game, he's afraid of being singled out in a team fight by Kami.
That's true.
And then he gets stuck there and he dies if he's building full blast cannon, as we often expect from an Ahri. So there are reasons for it from him, but it's costing him a lot in the early game, and because the rest of his team, with the way the lane swap went as well, are still behind, except for down the bottom lane where they're 5 CS, 6 CS ahead.
We did say gold defensive capabilities on Kami. He does have a whole lot of move speed. Boots too, with plus the Aether Wisp movement speed upgrade. He's sidestepping a lot of these charms and orbs being thrown at him from Maple, so that's probably his playstyle. You can always see his pacing in the lane is different here. Karsa gets a couple of stacks, but he has to disengage. Kami, at the start of the game, was leaning back, and Maple couldn't really touch him, but right now it's becoming more of a skill matchup where he tries to dodge aggressively.
And Pain is just so happy to continue to farm, because you're ahead in the top lane. You're Tristana. We always know her mid-game with the 1 item spike is not the greatest, so just continue to farm her up. You don't have to risk any early fights against the Kalista. Mylan's the only one going aggressive because he's so far ahead in the lane.
He's going to land the second stun with his ulti there. Already dodged the first Q. He's inside for the second one here, not taking any bleed stacks, and Stake very low. Even eats a house. Mylan goes back to mini Gnar. Can he hop on the minions? Not going to try. Jump just came back up, but he's pushing his opponent out of lane. He's denying waves under the turret. And the slow press on all the lanes is getting Pain ahead.
And when is Pain Gaming going to close that trap? Mylan teleport button. Twisted Fate ulted on the bottom and try and dive Fennel here on that Kalista. They don't really have to, but it is one of the plays available to them. And Flash Wolves trying to find out how do they exactly come back. They need to start making more aggressive plays and find an outplay, because slowly but surely their goal deficit is getting bigger and bigger over time.
I want to see Karsa just hit where the global is, right in the mid lane. You have that Ahri, go in, land the charm. Karsa comes in. It should have happened long time ago, but Pain Gaming is basically just saying, we don't have to make an aggressive play. We have all the tools to react to whatever you're doing, except for maybe engage on Kami, but he has flash ready. He's sitting so far back in the lane, and there's been some defensive wards around. So Flash Wolves are basically in a situation where, like, well, we just have to farm now, I guess.
Yeah. And they're winning the bot lane matchup, actually, weirdly enough. Plus 15 CS here. NL's getting a ton of farm. Bloodthirster's not far away anymore.
Keep in mind that Pain Gaming has been farming the jungle camp every time they had the chance, giving a little bit extra.
Just have to remember too, the Dude has been roaming a lot, so he traded multiple. He's killed 2 pink wards. He's visited mid lane twice. I think that is a fair price to pay for being only 16 CS down and really having a tower. Let's check in the bottom lane. It actually has taken damage though. The bot lane tower could fall on the next push if Dude is not around to defend it. So that could be a swing here for Flash Wolves, and that maybe that's what they're waiting for. Just even out the gold and then start playing more aggressively.
Mylan's going to be there a bit slow. Damage already coming through from the BF sword NL. Big enough wave, but now they've got to run backwards here. Can't use Hyper.
All Kami has to do is get into Fog of War. He doesn't even have to make the move down bottom. He just has to. The illusion of a TF ulti can be enough pressure to really disincentivize people from playing aggressively in the side lanes.
Well, we've got a new record here, by the way, guys. 13 minutes, 30 seconds, I believe, is our slowest first blood of the tournament. We're now at 15 minutes here, and
I'm not 100% sure what Pain were looking to do right here. And with now Mylan TPing to the top side, it means Stake can go down bottom lane in case they continue to push. But Pain Gaming were a bit split in their decision. Mylan was down there to defend. They're like, hey, we can maybe push the tower, go Dragon. They're like, no, wait a minute, don't go Dragon, because tower is now available and Mylan has the TP back top.
Mylan's presence did generate Pain Gaming that bot lane tower, because they chunked down, forced Kalista back, and then left it open for them to take. Then he went back because he really just wants to keep Stake out. In that sense, it was worth it to play, but they are playing now with teleport behind.
The thing, they've done this twice now. Milan TP'd up to his lane much earlier on in the game, and Stake never, ever was able to capitalize on this one. With Milan pushing into him so much, it feels like Stake can't even leave this lane. That's what it looked like anyway. Pain happy to use TP literally just for farm.
Not a fan of BT first on Celeste anymore after the changes to her AD ratios went down. I think Blade of the Ruined King is so much better for her. NL, look at that as his first item though, so a little bit more survivability.
It's a Q-Max too. It's a Q-Max Kalista, so it is very
don't like that either. It's very old school.
Yeah, it's too old school. It doesn't work. It's too front-loaded, especially when Diud can position and can deny your entire damage combo.
Pain got the inside track in the mid lane, but without the teleport and without their Gnar being anywhere nearby, they were a bit too afraid to push for this one. Turret might take some more damage. Dragon was the pickup here for Flash Wolves. They trade mid lane turret for that.
But you can basically see what's happening. Pain Gaming didn't have to make any aggressive plays, but just because Flash Wolves knows they can never gank anywhere outside of mid lane potentially, but that has been warded every time, and Kamisar has been standing so far back. Was not calling wildcard because he's throwing them out. But Flash Wolves are basically just stuck in a situation where only thing you can do is try and group and then create that one pick.
Pain Gaming, wildcard team after all.
Yeah. Kami is truly an international wildcard.
I guess it fits in on a lot of ways then.
Flash was though disappointing. They came in with this mentality, it seems, in this game to really not make any plays. This is the first real play we maybe have seen him, some aggressive vision. Overall playing incredibly scared, and if you allow Twisted Fate and a couple of teleports to change your mindset, to alter your mindset into a passive farm mode, then the damage is already kind of done. You can even make a play, get punished by TF ulti, then make another play where you can't commit using the fact that you have stronger lanes and maybe get ahead that way. But if you're playing this incredibly scared against the Kami that hasn't really stepped into any of the brushes so far to even threaten you with ulti, feel Flash Wolves, they may have to play a little harder.
Well, unfortunately, Flash Wolves were happy to take their time and lick their wounds and make a comeback up against KOO Tigers with a more poke-oriented team. This one, of course, is not that.
Yeah,
Pain Gaming, as far as teams that qualified for Worlds, had the slowest average game time for wins. I mean, it was over 40 minutes for them to close games out. And they didn't even lose any games in their qualifier. They were just dominating people.
And that's the scary thing, because this is exactly what Pain wanted, a slower early game. They can now use the globals as well. They're going for Stake.
And they're going to go for it. Here we go. Stake might be what's for dinner. The whole team comes in, flashes the wall to get out, and Milan whiffs the hop. Flashes, gets first blood. Karsa's next. No one's in range for him.
Stakes were made.
Stakes were made.
It was actually really close to getting that lantern there from Sword Art. So bold flash there by Milan. He wanted Stake because he could have opted to go for Karsa there instead, but gets the first blood. Sends a message too at the same time. So Stake very far behind right now, and this is kind of like the reputation he had coming into the tournament. You know, just gets behind and top absorbs.
But this really was just a matter of time for Pain Gaming. I feel like we keep looking at it, how Flash Wolves cannot make plays because of double teleport. Maple was in top lane pushing that out, so obviously they know, well, we can just go on the bot side. There's no chance of the Ahri being there. And right now, all they have to do is stay alive in this mid lane, and they've been winning out big time.
Diud loses flash, and he whiffs the ultimate. There comes the engage. Karsa picks up the kill on a Diud, and L's going to try to throw in Sword Art right into range. Body slam away just in time for Sir T. Will dodge away from Flay. 3 turrets to 1 though. Pain Gaming have capitalized on that first kill. We'll see if anything can come back now for Flash Wolves. The Summoner Teleport used by Twisted Fate.
And this is what we were talking about earlier. You just force a play, force TF to use his Destiny, then make another play when Destiny is on cooldown. At least Teleport takes some channel time, 3 to 4 seconds to really complete. That is maybe what Flash Wolves have to do. If they did this more in the entire early game with Kalista ultis and potential outplays, they could have had a better early game. They sat back way too much.
And right here for Flash Wolves, I don't think their solution is to go back to mid lane when TF just teleported in, where he can wave play and team can defend it. What you needed to do here is you need to take your team, when you know the other team is just use cooldown, some of them is back in base, get into the jungle. Get in there, deny some vision, because you have an Ahri. She's so fantastic if the enemy has to walk in blind, get a charm in the face, but instead you value pushing in another wave in mid, and then you don't gain anything.
Yeah, this is one of those plays that just loses you the tempo, the momentum. Call it whatever you want. If you base the members that need to base, if you put some vision, you can start making picks. Flash Wolves, in their win, played around their composition strengths, using the poke to their advantage. Right now, I don't think they even know what the identity of their team comp is, and they're failing to identify that, let alone play around it.
They have like the solo queue all-star team though. Everyone loves playing these champions. You've seen these time and again. But yeah, what's the dedicated synergy here? BRTT is pretty much safe in the back line. Only Ari can expect to reach that Tristana. TF's going to be safe, throwing out low cooldown cards. Lichbane's already done. Zonius is next.
We might never see Pain Gaming even go into a 5 versus 5 team fight.
Sure.
They're going to look to just pick off a target instead with the double global for themselves. Maple is in the top lane, but again, he's now stuck here. So down on the bottom side, Stake is now stuck as well, fighting a matchup he's not going to win. A matchup he's been losing all game long, so slowly again, Pain Gaming can chip away some damage on these towers. And there's no response from Flash Wolves unless they catch out a guy who's then out of position.
Actually, interesting that Mylon did go for Black Cleaver, overthrows him out here in this matchup. So far, whenever we've seen Gnar, I think we've seen more frozen mallets overall just to keep that distance against Stake. Maybe this indicates that he's not even...
Close.
He doesn't even want to kite Stake anymore, just wants to straight up kill him because he's so far ahead of the curve.
And he has the backup.
He does have the backup. If later on, though, Pain Gaming can't close, Stake has the opportunity to duel Mylon at least.
Oh yeah, Mylon going to be definitely more of a damage threat this way. Stake able to run away for this one. Karsa looking for the knockup, would have to flash to do it. Does not go for that one against BRTT.
I do like the pink ward that was just placed by Flash Wolves here. Trying to, again, when we see just up here on top of your screen next to the Flash Wolves logo, basically, you're trying to have some blind spots where Pain Gaming would normally be moving around in the jungle because they want to always send guys down so they can be close to Mylon when he's pushing all the way up to the tier 2 tower, and then maybe a charm or hook or whatever is coming in and catching a guy, and that's the way again to create a kill and then get a tower.
Definitely agree. If you're playing any sort of pick compositions, Fog of War is your friend. If you look at EDG, they do it fantastically well, especially in their series against IG, and in their regionals, they just use those pink wards, hide a couple of members there, and even if they know, they could be anywhere. And that is the advantage of Fog of War and just good vision control.
The problem is Pain Gaming knows exactly where it is, and they're not afraid of sitting down the river and just zoning Flash Wolves away. Look for Maple and what position he can get when the fight breaks out. If he reaches the backline instantly, he can still take them down. He has Death Gap completed, so he's very farmed. Fight will break out. Mylon is coming in.
He's got the TP on towards the side. Surti comes in the knock it. Oh, Maple's gone. And now the fight continues. Sword Art pulled back. Surti's got to run. Ignites on him. And the Gragas will survive. NL's the next one. Easy pickup. Karsa had gotten the kill on a Surti in the back lines, but Kami going in. He's got his number. Yep, there we go.
Complete slaughter here from Pain Gaming. Aggressive move before Flash Wolves can even get their full lineup to the Dragon area. They just immediately aggress and take out one of the carries, and then at that point the fight's already over.
Again, you play Ari, you play the pick composition. When you have to run down and the other team have full vision of you, the pick potential is gone. It's not there because they can see everything. All you have to do is dodge around that single target CC that's flying out, and then Pain Gaming is more than fine. They were happy just engaging onto it. Mylon came in, he had Mega Gnar popping about a second later.
Yep.
And too easy for Pain Gaming really to clean up the fight. This Kalista pick is by no means paying off, also because NL is building his wrong. And he has like no real spike in this game.
Well, the last 2 years of the World Championship, it took to the very last day of the group stage for a wildcard team to get their first and only win of the World Championship. Here we're just in the first half of the groups, and Pain Gaming looking sizably ahead here over the Flash Wolves. Team that had just yesterday taken down the #1 team in this group right now, the KOO Tigers. This group is actually looking much closer than we may have expected coming in.
The one weakness, though, is Pain Gaming's tendency to play incredibly slow games. If they ever, make a mistake and don't really water Baron enough, Flash Wolves do have the potential to sneak it and finish it off with Kalista. Have to be careful for that. Right now, they're denying vision, so they're actually playing to their strengths, which is picking off in Fog of War.
Oh. Well, at least they got him the blue buff back. A nice slow from Mylon, gets charmed. Gets slow again on a Stake. This could be the target they're going for. They're going to arrive right in. Mylon's the front line, but he's too low to transform before dying. BRTT does kill off Stake. The rest of the team disengaging.
Once again, though, look how confident Pain Gaming is because they see all members from Flash Wolves. Nobody's going to die in the backline, so BRTT just walks forward. He picks whatever target he wants. So he is there trying to single out targets as well. And Mylon didn't get Mega Gnar while he was on top of 5 members, but at least he pulled, or he was part of the fight starting. And Pain Gaming just constantly can pick whatever target they want and take them down. Flash Wolves, all they have to do, all they can do really, is just run.
Well, they're going to try to defend right now. Hook on a BRTT. Oh, the shield's in front, but it's not enough. NL gets the kill, and Flash Wolves strike back and save the turret.
Bit too overconfident right there. You can expect that thresher really, really nicely clipped next to the minions right there. But BRTT should never get caught. And Dude could have positioned slightly better with that Unbreakable, but...
Nice little hook though from
Yeah.
Sword Art.
Really good hook.
Just so close to the minions that you think you are just hiding behind it, and then you get pulled in anyway and ends up dying.
Bend the hook.
Bend it, man.
Push that again.
UTT off on the very bottom. So he's actually just in front of him and just barely tags the corner of his model.
But you can definitely see what he's thinking to himself. Oh, I'm so close to me. I just gotta move a step further and I'm behind it. And then the hook flies out and gets one kill for Flash Wolves. Didn't manage to get anything else. One TP is available for Pain Gaming. And as you said before here, quick shot. It's very important now that they start making more plays. We've seen a few team fights coming in from them. And that's what they need to keep doing.
See if they can find the way in. They've got Ahri, they've got Thresh, and they've even got Darius teleport plays to maybe get these fights started. But Pain Gaming have so far been running him around the map, up a turret, and up 2 kills, up 3,000 gold. That's the road ahead for Pain Gaming here. Flash Wolves, though, they came back from behind before.
Pain Gaming, if they can actually push mid lane, they actually have a really good play to be made on the Baron there. Triple pink ward set up already, but Maple's hovering around the mid lane. Kami wants to put pressure now. If they can lock them into the 1-3-1, it's so hard to get out of that pit, out of that lock, especially when you have a couple teleports and globals available. So, see if that works out.
And you're gonna see the entire river being watered up by Pain Gaming, so Maple can never sneak in behind anyone. Maybe a play he can make. It's risky, but as he goes up towards the top side of the map, and then when Kami is pushing it in, you try and jump him and get the kill. Problem is, again, Flash wasn't available this time, but getting up there and not being spotted by the wards is the problem, because once he shows on top side, Pain Gaming can just make a play on the other side of the map.
And Pain are already set up for this one. They've got 2 wards on that eastern jungle. Milan's set up to continue pushing every single wave and whittle down this bottom turret. The move towards him will be spotted, so Milan should be safe pretty much at all times. There's the ulti by TF to make sure.
I'm not a big fan of what Kami did in the last minute. He went top to push out.
Now, 2 guys on bot side.
Yeah, he went top to push out 1 wave. There's too many wards there in the area, so Pain Gaming not confident. He went top to get 1 wave, base, block mid, ultied right now, ultied back top. He could have just stayed top. He had plenty of vision to keep split pushing, and Pain Gaming, they completely sacked their vision control. So I think we're starting to discover here why Pain Gaming's game times go so long, because they make maybe the right decision 2 or 3 times in a row, but then they add a mistake to that. And if you really want to close out games efficiently, it has to be 4, 5, 6 right decisions in a row, and then you punish your opponents.
Luckily for Pain Gaming, because Flash Wolves have been forced so far back on the map, the passive mistake they're making right now hasn't really resulted in anything for Flash Wolves, but they might get a kill on
Pretty
Milan.
active mistake. Yeah, Milan in the front of the team, thankfully blocked out by a shield. Dude now, the man hooked in, line and sinker. Down he goes. Maple takes him out, 5-4. Kill's getting closer.
I mean, go back 3 minutes. The entire setup that we were talking about, 3 pink wards in the river, 1-3-1 split push available. What happened? It all fell apart. Now suddenly, Milan, why was he even there? There's absolutely no reason that I can fathom why your top laner should be there at this point in the game.
And look at Flash Wolves, immediately into the jungle they go, over towards the Baron area. Scuttle Crab's gonna despawn. They've actually killed every single ward here. There's no vision left. They're baiting instead of starting it.
They have to, because there's 2 teleports available. They know they will get collapsed upon. They see Ahri. This may be good though.
There's a mini now, by the way.
Ward over the wall, and
stay in commit though if you are the Flash
Kami
Wolves.
cancels the teleport. So shorter TP cooldown for this Twisted Fate, but both are down right now.
I mean, 1 bait generating 2 teleports. I think you can be happy with that. Oh, not a perfect amount of vision here. They're rotating back to Dragon area. Dragon's about to spawn, I believe, yeah.
And Milan went top lane without teleport. When the Dragon timer is there on the scoreboard, you press tab and you know it's going to be up already. Pain realized, oh, too late, we can't get it. That's
They
our
didn't
mistake.
keep tabs on the Dragon spawner.
Didn't keep tabs on it. Much like the Lions.
Too soon. I was like, do I make that reference in my position?
Oh,
Nope. What a reckless jump
Well,
there.
but that was good by Pain Gaming, though. They ran after the top lane. They did group up. They realized, hey, whoa, okay, we can go top turret then instead.
Yeah.
You still saw Milan head down to the river and realize late.
You see the hesitation. They're not planning ahead. They're planning in the moment. And when you plan in the moment, very often a team that is more strategically adept will just outmaneuver you.
You often lose yourself in the moment.
Jesus Christ.
So worth the Dover Pain for getting that top tower. Problem for them now is they just need to get more pink wards around this Baron. They had a single one. They had multiple before, but then they moved away from it, gave it over to Flash Wolves, bought them a little bit more time. Pain Gaming, in their mind, is not in a hurry.
No, never are. But they're up 5,000 gold. Flash Wolves do have the Dragon lead. LMS teams actually love to snowball Dragon. Flash Wolves are no exception here. They're a bit used to this kind of scenario.
Two
but
Dragons at 31 minutes. That's
I mean,
slow snowball.
But based on Pain's average game time, we're going to see Dragon 5 anyway.
That is the problem, though, when you have slow games. Absolute gold leads of really decent values, as we see the youth get hooked here, say 2,000, 3,000 gold. In the earlier stages of the game, they mean a lot, but as the game goes on and just gold generates on both these teams, relatively speaking, they become nullified almost entirely, and if you don't really make any other additional moves to increase that gold advantage, Flash Wolves do have a distinct possibility to come back into this game.
Yeah, this really is the moment for Flash Wolves now, because Mylon doesn't have teleport. Kami's on the bottom side because he's the only one with the global, but Stake can hold that one 1v1. So you have to take full river control now from Flash Wolves' side. Problem is, they haven't prepared for this themselves, so they have no additional pink wards to place at the Baron to force a potential fight, force Pain Gaming to come and face check you. So Pain Gaming can just sit back now and say, okay, we're just gonna clear the waves, and then we're just gonna wait for our cooldowns. Our TPs are gonna be up in 2 minutes, and then we can go back to playing 1-3-1.
And the way this Baron dance is playing out is something you see of mostly amateur teams trying to make it into LCS or inexperienced LCS teams. They're a step behind. They don't get perfect de-warding of the area, and then very often the team can sneak in a ward, just like the ward that Karsa actually just cleared, and that one ward just tells the entire story. Did they move into pit? No. Then they have to be in any of these bushes. Do we need to check that? No, because they're just baiting. And you waste an entire team time with just one ward. And you really have to make sure that you have perfect vision control if you want to go for these baits.
And Flash Wolves knew the TP was down, because them baiting the Baron 5 minutes ago, or 4 minutes ago, was what forced the teleport. That's why as a team, you instantly got to say, okay, for the next 4 minutes, we can now set up vision around that Baron because they don't have the global advantage, and we can potentially get a fight. That's our way back. That's our way to use our Ahri now, who's been farming and farming and farming, but they only went back and bought like a single pink ward. It was placed outside of the Baron. Now they're starting it. Pain Gaming is around. Kami's already popped his
but Kami's pretty far away. He's got to run across the map. 8,000 health on Baron, but it's enough to make the team run away. A Lantern out. Destiny, the only spell burn for this one. And Pain get to take away the wards. Mylon just sidesteps a hook, and they might be going for a bit more. Meganar lands a slow onto NL, jumps right in, the flash stun. But where exactly is his team? They're not anywhere around here. Mylon dies for nothing. What was that?
He saw the big play right in front of him. I can get a 5-man Gnar ulti at a World Championship.
Highlight reel. Wants to get the Penta.
Problem was the rest of his team already running back towards the mid lane.
They weren't even like killing Baron. Like, I can understand if it was a bait and Baron was at 2,000 health, but it was like 8k. It wasn't even close.
I just want to go back to the setup from this play. Flash Wolves starting that Baron was a play forced by Pain Gaming. When you do repetitive Baron base, you play the map on 2 lanes. Mid lane and top lane, and you leave bot lane exposed. And very often teams join into that Baron dance party. That's why nothing happens, because nobody really uses the 3rd lane to push. When Kami goes bot to push, that prompts Flash Wolves to actually have a reaction. The only reaction is to start Baron. So good move by Pain Gaming. The problem right is, right move, wrong move. Every single time by Pain Gaming so far in this match. They can't really get a successive streak of good decisions, and that's what's putting them behind every time.
Well, it's the first team to chain together a bunch of good decisions that might win this one. Flash Wolves playing from a 5,000 gold deficit, though. Need a lot of things to go their way.
Forcing the bait again, hiding around it, even trying to show they're shooting spells in there, and you can go in. So they get the first cooldown for it. Down the bottom lane, Mylon is now pushing with teleport, so Stake will have to go back and catch their wave, unless he can maybe flash engage. Obviously not really why you pick the Darius. You want something to start the fight for him, which has again been a big problem for Flash Wolves in how they always have to play around the shadows, denying vision, and it's not been really possible for them to start the Baron.
But they know.
TP has to come in. Meganar is going to come from Mylon. He's coming from the right side, sorry.
From the left, here it comes in, jumps back. Oh, hops too far. He hopped off ahead. Ulti comes in. The Gragas to split him up. Stake in the front lines, trying to survive. He needs to land a Q. Won't find anyone to hit, though. First kill comes through. Surti is dead, and Karsa is next. Both junglers down. A 1-for-1 Flash Wolves routed.
And when you make these Baron plays, instead of putting the pink ward in the pit, use one sweeper once, place the pink ward outside. You really can't afford to have those wards that Pain Gaming placed at the edge to see you enter the pit, because you don't need a pink ward in the pit, because you will see when people get closer. So this is very entry-level Baron plays here from Pain Gaming, from Flash Wolves overall, and they get punished for it.
I got so baited by that teleport. I want to say it was the correct place, but it was on the left side.
Yeah, I know what you meant.
Place
it was both
on the
right
left
and left at the same
Isn't
time.
English a terrible language?
Yeah.
Where right literally meant the correct and the incorrect thing at the same time, but all the same, Pain Gaming were already in position for the Dragon. They get it clean, they can walk back towards Baron. This shouldn't be too bad. It is going to be started by Flash Wolves.
Very far away.
They got this. They got this.
Just completely gave up the Baron control.
It's spotted. It's down to 3,000. Early smite to set up
Where's
for
the
the
Rend?
Rend. Shouldn't be hard. There it is. Picked up cleanly. NL can't miss that one.
I just see, to paint a picture for the people that can't see, the Fish Shield takes a step backwards and angrily starts shaking his head like a disappointed father at this point.
Yeah.
For Dragon, Flash Wolves now in a commanding position here. 4,000 gold deficit. They can make up so much of this. 1,500 already earned in the Baron kill itself. There is a Zeke set up for BRTT. The actual team fight got good again for Pain Gaming, but they're up against Baron and they're up against Siege.
Best play Flash Wolves could hope for here. Trade Dragon for Baron. No teleport from Island. It was used earlier, so you have now the lanes you can push down. If you are Flash Wolves, land one hook or a charm and you just go all in on that one because you have the damage to take down some of these members. Problem is you just never had the opening.
And we've talked about this before. Split pushing teams both benefit and get punished a lot. You know, Baron teams. Mylon.
Yep, hooked right in. Get a lot of damage through. Nearly takes out the flash hook. It's blocked. Mylon will live, but Diud might fall, and he is killed off stake. Gets the ulti, fears all the minions. They're gonna keep pushing forward now. Another turret goes down. They've got a lot to do.
Pain Gaming. They were making decisions in the moment. They weren't planning ahead. 30 seconds max was how far they were planning ahead, and they actually caught up with them. They had a massive lead in the early to mid game, but they didn't expand or build on that lead at all. And now Flash Wolves got the Baron and an inhibitor.
They even still have a goldie, but you can see how little that matters for Pain here. Flash Wolves, the inhib goes down. They've still got a Baron buff for another 80 seconds, by the way. They can go for round 2 and knock another one down.
Passive play in the start for Pain Gaming was okay. We look at the first 15, 16 minutes where they could wait for the play to happen and just farm up. But then action had to start. Mylon is the guy who's getting caught out at first. I mean, doesn't die, but the rest of his team have to jump in front of him.
There's no communication. Kami is pathing down to the bot lane, and Mylon is posturing aggressively. He has to know that at least one of these targets will engage on himself. Pain Gaming trying to defend both lanes at once, as if Flash Wolves are not going to make any moves whatsoever, so no foresight at all, just no planning. Poor communication has been the downfall of Pain Gaming.
Well, unfortunate for them, they had a good lead. Couldn't hold on to it. Flash Wolves, their second comeback now. They were behind against CLG early on in game 1, nearly brought that one back. Took on the KOO Tigers, got behind early again. Maple got crushed in lane. They found a way to make poke comp work. They won that one this time around. And now against Pain Gaming, 5,000 gold down for most of this one. Get one great Baron call, trading it for a Dragon. And now the siege continues with Baron buff for 15 more seconds.
Poor Sword Art.
Well, sadly,
his hookup ruined by that apprehend from stake. But Flash was so confident that even when Unbreakable is up, they're choosing to charm the support. Mylon needs another hook, has Mega Nard.
He's nearly got Mega Nard.
Well, Flash was just gonna wait now.
He's gonna go.
Pen's
Gets
going
the
in.
stun. NL cleanses out, and the front line is in front. Stake gets the kill, but he's gonna drop, and now Kami gets one in. BRTT saved the back line. Baron buff ends, and it's a 2-for-1.
Very good engage though coming from Pain Gaming. They know they have super minions coming in on the top side, so they had to do something. Flash was wanted to back away and wait for those super minions and then move in and take the tower. Instead though, Mylon gets in there. 3-man ulti, I believe, this time around.
Kami still has some form of wave clear, but it's still too much of a threat. Maple could make the play, and so back they go. Turret goes down.
And so many mistakes on both these sides, because Flash Wolves, with any bit of patience, they could have waited for this to happen 30 seconds later. That fight would have never happened. There's no reason to really put a Nard in Mega Nard this early. Just wait for the minions to push in bot lane, get another tower. Let's watch that again. Mylon on 80%. You don't want to hook that guy.
You see how the rest of the team is like, no, just back
That's
guys.
way too
you
far
don't have
up.
to go for any moves forward.
He has USS, so
2-man engage from Mylon to start it at least. Stake goes in, does drop after getting the kill. A long axe from him. Karsa goes down as well, and it means Pain Gaming can go back and defend the Nexus turrets.
Didn't know you could fade away dunk. That seems really hard to do physically, but
threw the axe forward.
He threw it forward, okay.
Depends, I guess, on what part of the animation you've made, because earlier we saw somebody flash out of
game mechanics, of course. So any melee ability that's like literally melee, if they don't go into fog, it'll complete. But if they do, like if they flash from a brush or over a wall you haven't warded, then it will cancel. That's how that stuff pretty much always works.
Yeah. And we saw the opposite happen earlier. I think when he flashed off mid dunk animation, he flashed the roll into fog.
Yeah. I was more making a like physics joke. That human beings couldn't do that, but Steak is
Have you never watched Space Jam?
I was gonna make the reference actually to Space Jam, but you cut me off for like talking about mechanics, but that, you know.
Baited and outsmarted.
Clearly. Sad, I got outsmarted by Greppo.
That must hurt.
It does. It's okay, I'll regain my pride with some jokes later on. Right now though, Pain Gaming still up 2,000, like they are refusing to say die. The problem is their base is in shambles and Flash Wolves have all the control.
Yeah, suddenly your double teleport adds very little value when you're standing down towards your own base.
Baron has faded though, so wave clear becomes so much easier. Kami can almost destroy this wave in one wild card combo.
No chance of killing off Karsa. Just clears the wave angrily. Luden's Echo is in, plus a Void Staff, so full build for Kami right now. This is as basically damaging as you're going to get on this guy. And all the gold that he can use to earn. You can see he's up 100 CS over some of his teammates there. That's going to mean nothing, and some of this gold he's going to lie to you on Pain.
Basically, the opening for Pain Gaming now is once they know Flash Wolves is going to go towards that Baron, start setting it up, you need that bot lane pushing already beforehand. So that's even with Stake, and then push up the top side as well. So have the 3 lanes going for you in terms of the minions before Flash Wolves goes down to set up the Baron, because then suddenly they might feel forced to back away again to go up and clear these 3 waves being pushed in. And then suddenly Pain Gaming can move in, clear away the pink wards, and get control themselves. And that, I mean, they have to now force a fight where Flash Wolves have to engage onto them. Otherwise, Flash Wolves can just slowly wait for the opening, but they start Baron again with Rend and take it.
What worries me is that right now, look at that Ruby Crystal that, for example, Sir T just picked up. That could have been a trinket upgrade. That could have built into either an improved sweeping lens if you really want to play around vision, which Pain Gaming doesn't want to do, but that could have been a secondary scrying lord to really see whether Flash Wolves are starting or baiting the Baron. Having that information without having to expend Destiny could mean the difference between losing and winning a fight.
Still need this bot lane here pushing for Pain Gaming. It's so key that they can force them back and not just have to walk in towards this Ahri here over and over. Mylon looking to see if he can do anything. Meganor is very close for him, but they have to worry about the massive waves. So they're going to push up now, but Flash Wolves can just move into mid lane as well, and they know where Pain Gaming is moving.
Someone's still got to go take control of the bot lane. Of course, they've got 2 teleport users, so either one can go do it. But Kami, again, has no more income to put to use here. It probably should be Mylon. But with the setup around Baron, Flash Wolves are nearby. Karsa chunked a little bit.
I do like this though from Pain Gaming, how aggressively they pushed up mid so they could move in and sit up near the Baron. Starting it is very risky though, because Flash Wolves, they are still nearby.
Right on the front line, hooks into you. Charm hits him as well. The tank doing his job. Sir T hooked in. They get the first kill. Karsa goes down, but they trade back into Sir T. Mylon only hits Sword Art with the Meganar. BRTT into the back line, gets the first kill, pushes back Stake, and here comes the rest of the push. Stake has very little left to do. Can't get the kill. A triple for BRTT, and Kami maybe gets the last one, an ace.
I'm very impressed with the aggression from Pain Gaming and BRTT, but I don't understand Maple. Every single time the Youth puts up his Unbreakable, he not only leashes the Charm on me, also the Orb of Deception, the Prodigal gets destroyed. He is becoming, instead of an AoE monster in these fights, a single target damage dealer on the support. Really big misplay by Flash Wolves, but credit to Pain Gaming because they're looking to close out.
And would you believe it, every single team in this group has a win, and every single team in this group has a loss. They're only 1 game away from first place right now, and Pain Gaming take a win over the Flash Wolves. We said it was the group of life. Every single one of these teams has some life.
Just these Barons just makes me so... Baron baiting as a concept isn't a beautiful thing, but it's just so poorly executed.
I think we can just talk very quickly about what Pain Gaming did here in the end to set up for that first or last Baron, and what Flash Wolves did as well. Basically, Pain Gaming instant push up the mid lane, and despite Flash Wolves having their wards in the river and their control, they decided to say, okay, we're not going to hold this here, so we have the vision around the Baron and we don't have to run into you. They left They walked behind to catch the one wave with 5 members. So Pain Gaming was like, okay, well that's now super easy for us to move straight to Baron, cleared out, started the Baron. So now suddenly Flash Wolves had to walk down, and we've seen time and time again, when Maple and the rest of the team walks head first into Pain Gaming, it's very easy to block his damage and avoid him getting onto the backline. So Pain Gaming didn't even need that side lane pushing. They otherwise could have forced Flash Wolves to give up the Baron control and go clear out the waves. They just walked straight up mid. Flash Wolves like, okay, let's go clear the minions. And that was the opening for Pain Gaming. That's how they got into the Baron.
Yeah, Mylon and Dude honestly did a fantastic job soaking up a lot of damage, especially in that last fight. Dude with the Unbreakable there. Stayed alive long enough for Ziggs to still be active on his AD carry, BRTT, and once one target dropped, he just jumped in aggressively. He knew, either I die in the process, but you're trading damage so efficiently that Pain Gaming could clean up. It worries me though for the next part of this group stage, because both these teams have shown really, really exploitable flaws in their gameplay.
Right. The decision, obviously with the cleanse mid and everything for Flash Wolves and how passive they played the early game. Pain Gaming had a good start, honestly. Had good lane swap. They got the leads for them, and then obviously we're looking at how long it took them to close out the game, and they even technically fell. I'm not sure if they fell behind in gold.
I don't think they were ever behind in gold.
They lost completely the map control, at least.
Oh, yeah.
All the way down into their own base. They get the win in the end. That's the important one for them. Every single win matters in this group now, where every team is so close to each other. But there's some things they have to look at and fix for next week.
Yeah, the big thing for me, right, we talked about Pain's shot calling, the, good decision, mistake, reset, good decision, mistake, reset. Flash Wolves had no way,
they had no
capitalized
decisions.
on
No
a Baron
decisions
one,
at all.
No decisions, but also just, I think they're also hamstrung by the fact their comp doesn't do anything. Snake's going to keep losing his lane, and this double TP gets to split push them to death forever, so that Flash Wolves never get to go do something aggressive, because there's always someone pushing another lane into you. There's no aggressive place to make. Sword Art can maybe land a hook, and sometimes that means a kill.
Gotta get in the jungle, man.
But Braum blocks all the sieging. You don't have really good pushing when your two melees are Ahri and Kalista. Kalista, one of the worst turret killers, to be honest. No, oh crap, get out of jail buttons there. And even when Flash Wolves finally had the lead back, or at least the control back, they could only use Baron for any of that.
Yeah,
and then it really got gnarred.
Flash Wolves' composition overall felt like jack of all trades, challenger of none, and they really couldn't get anything done here overall, especially with the poor amount of vision. If you get good vision control, you can make almost any composition work, because you can really use Fog of War to your advantage, but so few pink wards, so few really planned out movements. Neither of these teams were thinking ahead. What are we trying to accomplish with these wards? It was more like, hey, I have ward, let's place it down, see what happens.
Yeah, and exactly that point is, when you look at Flash Wolves, whenever there was an opening, and they could choose between two plays. Either one, we go and get 1 or 2 hits on a tower, or we walk into the enemy jungle and set up vision. It was always like, okay, what's their play right now that gives us something? Okay, hit the tower 2 times and then back away.
We got tower damage.
And then the next 3 minutes, they couldn't make any plays out of it because they didn't have any control then. So definitely something they have also struggled with before, which is why the siege comp or poke comp they ran yesterday fit them so well, because suddenly you don't have to worry about that too much. It's about being together 5 as a unit. So that's definitely what they should be looking at next week for compositions they could run. Obviously, Nidalee was banned away in this one, and even Varus, I believe, was banned away by Pain Gaming.
Yeah, so unfortunately, not a win for Flash Wolves, but a great one for Pain Gaming. Congrats to them for their first win of Worlds. We're going to hear more about that. We're going to send it over to the Shocks for an interview.
Thank you very much, guys. Joined here by Kami after that win of Pain Gaming. First off, congratulations.
Thank you.
What a game. We know you guys tend to play a little slower. Tell me when you guys said to yourself, listen, we have to just take this game home. This is our chance.
Well, we knew we could win all of these games so far, and we were really underperforming, so we decided to change the playstyle because it wasn't working, so we need to try something new, and it was accelerating the game, and we did that, and it worked, so I'm really happy.
Yeah, definitely. One big thing I noticed is Mylon in there. He went every time Mega Gnar was up. Did you have to hold him back at some times? Because he was very explosive.
We do. That's the problem with Mylon. He's sometimes a little bit over-aggressive, but that's the style of the guy, and we love him because of it, and it works. Sometimes you just need to hold him a little back.
Hold him back a little bit, but in this one, it worked. You guys closed it out. I heard you mentioning, I think we could have beaten all the teams we've played already. You got a week now. I mean, this is a fantastic win for Pain, it is, but how do you see this group evolving? There's been some crazy things happening.
Yeah, I think anything can happen right now, and I'm not counting us off because I think we can still get out of groups. So we'll just study, and practice, and do our best on next week.
Yeah, definitely. Looking at your reaction, though, and I don't expect anything else because you guys are very explosive. You're very happy with this win. Tell me a little bit about coming from Brazil and representing your country here. I notice fans love you guys a lot, but that must bring a lot of pressure on you guys as well.
Yeah, the pressure is huge because like we have some passionate fans and we can't disappoint them. So we're really happy about this win because we really wanted it. We're literally crying at the end because we wanted it so badly.
And how do you reflect on your performance? Because people say, oh, it's a Brazilian faker. Who would you describe yourself as?
I'm not putting myself on the level of faker, but I'm really glad that people think that, and thank you for that.
Yeah, you're Kami, and I think that's big enough. You put out some great performances. The best of luck in the rest of the group stage. Thank you so much. Kami and Pain Gaming with their first win at the World Championship. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Shocks. A fantastic win for them, picking that up, making that group even more interesting. At this point, I don't really know what to think about Group A.
Great by them by recognizing that they need to switch things up and go back to something that worked for them when they qualified here. Pick something that is more aggressive, that can make plays on their own with the Twisted Fate. I expect it to be banned in the coming games for them, but at least they got a taste as to how they should be playing. Now, they should do it a lot faster, but they have the tools there. They know what they need to do to win.
Yeah, they saw a lot of success with double TP when they played the finals against Chaos Latin Gamers. And also, CLG banned the Twisted Fate against them, so they knew that this was coming previously and wasn't picked up here by Flash Wolves. Even though they banned Mord, Lulu, Elise, I feel like you could have left the Elise open. They ended up being a really, really good pick of the Gragas there for Sir T, basically winning them that last fight. He had an amazing performance. If you watch that fight over again, it's just stellar. The way he catches Maple was awesome to look at.
It's like I'm just super happy the Brazilian faker, maybe I should say Brazilian Bjergsen, you know. No, but I'm just happy.
He won a game.
He just stepped up. Really happy he stepped up. But something that I need to talk about because I feel so passionate about it. I said it in the first day as well. The Darius. We've seen 2 teams use it properly, or 3 teams. It was Flash Wolves as well when they use it in the poke composition, in a composition where the enemy team has to walk into you. But when Darius gets kited, we see the Gnar in all of these games just does so much more. The Darius just gets kited, and it's frustrating to me. It's really, really frustrating.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry,
go ahead. No, go for it.
I was about to touch on the Darius. He's not just a pick him in any circumstance. They're, like you were saying earlier in the week, very good strengths, but very prevalent weaknesses. You have to build a composition around him, and I think the poke comp is definitely something that he fits into. But you were saying he's kind of the new Maokai.
Yeah.
Basically, you pick him if you're not the strongest laner. You get a nice lane. Even if you don't have a lot of gold, you still have a ton of base true damage. So I think that Darius, we're kind of seeing that more and more, but you still have to slot him into the right composition. You can't just pick him willy-nilly.
Now, Crumbs, you mentioned that they can play these games much quicker. It was good for them to recognize that they needed to change things up in order to get the win. And Kami just said that they aren't counting themselves out of this group. They plan on studying and practicing very hard for this coming week. What specifically can you point to in their play that they could have cleaned up in order to close this out faster?
So Mylon had a huge lead over Stake. You know, when you're both top laners that build Black Cleaver, the first one to finish it will have a huge spike over the other. So for instance, in that time, Mylon had the Black Cleaver while Stake had just Kindle Gem and the Phage. That's a time where you tower dive the Darius over and over and over. Gnar, with his ultimate, has too much hit points to actually be killed from one shot from Darius. You poured in the Twisted Fate, level 6 every single time, you're going to get kills over and over and over. They only did it one time when it was in the bottom lane. So do it faster, do it in the top lane, include your jungler as well. So make these global plays with the teleports, you're going to see a lot more success.
Something for them to consider in the coming week. Now, throughout the day's competition, you guys at home were calling out the world-class plays. And when balls went big to secure C9's spot atop Group B, Blizzard Main tweeted, "Come on and slam, and welcome to the jam." Here's your world's big play of the day.
Big knockback, and that's the kill into Morgana. Azir goes down as well, but the dunks are coming through. A double kill for Balls, a triple kill for Balls. Holy cow, the whole kill for Balls. That's why team's been picking Darius.
Kill Yasuo. Careful, careful. Yo, backline.
You in that?
Yo, get him. Let's go. Yo, good shit. Holy shit. You got a penta? Yo, we win. Go. We win.
What the hell?
Yeah, they're all dead somehow.
I don't even see how they died.
Wait, I mean, when Balls was asked what he was doing for practice here, he's saying, oh, it's all that Diamond 2 practice. I guarantee you he's gotten pentakills before in Diamond 2. It's really awesome to finally see Darius do something that's not just lose.
I love Sneaky's reaction there. Just completely lost.
Like,
as
did
to
we
how
win?
that even
What?
happened.
You took my job. I'm supposed to pentakill them. What the hell, guys?
I think also this specific game speaks to my point. Darius in a kind of kite composition where the enemy team has to engage, does so much. Bam, pentakill, easy.
Well, there you have it. Evidence that Yamato knows what he's talking about. Well, we're officially halfway through the 2015 World Championship group stage, so let's see how the teams are stacked up. In Group A, CLG are sharing the top spot with the KOO Tigers. Meanwhile, Brazil brought the pain to the Flash Wolves and are now tied for second place with 1 win each. Then Cloud9 finished week 1 with a perfect 3-0 record, while Fnatic, HQ, and Invictus are tied 2 games back. Group C was off today, but in Group D, Origin knocked down KT Rolster to grab sole possession of first place 3-0, while TSN moved out of fourth with their win over LGD. Now the fight to advance to the quarterfinals in London, England continues next week as we settle the score in Group A, starting with Counter Logic Gaming versus KOO Tigers. Then it's Flash Wolves looking for a little rematch revenge when they square off against Pain Gaming. And we'll keep the action rolling until 2 teams stand above the rest. So gentlemen, as we move into days that are group specific, there's many more games for them to prepare for going into one day. But specifically looking at Group A, we talked a little bit about Pain's chances. How do we see the rest of this group shaking out as they're very tight together in this race?
Yeah, I feel like with that win and Flash Wolves and Pain kind of being closer now, I think that KOO Tigers and CLG definitely look like they're becoming more and more favorites. Even though they were favorites originally to come out of this group, that seems like it's going to start solidifying itself. But we start off with CLG versus KOO Tigers as the first game of the day, and that's going to be a lot, especially if KOO take that win, because then they'll own tiebreaker over CLG.
When we started the tournament, we were talking about KOO. Monty was mentioning how they're very clever with their draft, and with one draft at IEM, they're able to dismantle SK for the rest of the entire split, and now they're relegated. Now, I think that the match they had against CLG really cracked open what CLG is doing. Focus Pobelter, put these kind of team compositions that they were not able to deal with, and CLG struggled so much. They were so late into the mid lane party that I think that if teams adopt this style and target the bans, do the exact same thing that KOO did against them, CLG might be in some trouble.
CLG got somewhat exposed today. Is that opening for Flash Wolves or Pain to make their run out of groups, Yamato?
Well, I think it's you got to give some credit to KOO Tigers' play as well. I think it was a very, very high level of play in terms of how they use the composition and generally move around the map in terms of Gorilla and the jungler Hojin as well. And I think it's very hard to kind of mimic that because it's just like a level of quality of play. But the strategy, I agree completely.
Well, maybe they can pull some lessons from the KOO Tigers. Make sure to mark your calendars because we'll be back here with all the action next Thursday, October 8th at 2 p.m. Central European Time, 5 a.m. Pacific. Be sure to stick around because in just 15 minutes, Shocks, Jat, and Kobe will be here for a brand new Worlds tonight where they'll be talking about the day's biggest stories. Now, for myself and the entire live broadcast team, thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you next week.
If there were a time to try turn around, it would have to be this game. These are both 0-2 teams. The win is an absolute must.
They'll keep chasing through. Aegon's going to run in for support. Wild Total pumps his zombies, but the damage is just massive. Imp tearing through the team.
Now let's see Dyrus. He's in trouble. He gets taken down. Gombi and Imp still alive. 2v3. They might clean this up. Oh! Wild Total gets it. And TSM are wiping the floor with LGD.
Oh, this Carraro! What is he doing up there? Nail's gone and that Nail's going back in. Gets a bit on the Nami. Oh! What a sign is!
They'll set their sights on the next, and Origin are on to the Nexus. Origin will place first in Group D.
Moun's gonna dive in. Paradox is got stolen. And Moun's gets it. He might get away. And there's a double kill now.
Is the one that secures the kill. AHQ are in full retreat. They managed to take down Ziv. Albus follows shortly thereafter. Invictus Gaming keep their playoff hopes alive.
C'est le stade. Les Cloud9 implosent tactiquement.
Yo, good shit. Holy shit. You got a penta? Yo, we win. We win. What the hell?
Undefeated in the World Championship. The Cinderella story is still alive.
All that Diamond 2 practice.
There's plenty of damage to kill off one. Walter will try to trade one back. The flash again.
Oh my God, Smeb! KOO Tigers tie
flying counter logic gaming over in Group A. There to go. Stuck. NL cleanses out, and the front line is in front. Stake gets the kill, but he's going to drop. And Pain Gaming take a win over the Flash Wolves.
Today in Paris, the top teams in the world completed their first lap towards the Summoners Cup. Week 1 of the 2015 League of Legends World Championship is officially on the books. And welcome to Worlds Tonight. I'm Shox, joined here by Kobe and Jad to talk about not only this day, but the rest of the group stage of what we've seen so far. What do you guys want to talk about?
The defining moment of Balls getting a pentakill and...
Let's talk about Shox's favorite game, Fnatic losing.
No,
we've seen the pentakill again. That's 10 times already since that game.
We've
really?
seen it like 35 times, man. But that moment, I feel like just took all the energy from North America, and that's why CLG couldn't beat KOO.
That's
and
why
that just like deflated the whole energy in the room.
All the faith got depleted by that game. Okay, we're gonna watch it again. I get it. No, but it was amazing from Cloud9.
Yeah,
at least.
I mean, so the interesting thing about this game is that Sneaky actually did the lowest amount of damage on Cloud9's team.
Yeah, and it's actually, since we've seen this fight so many times, you can see how Incarnation is actually one of the huge carries for Cloud9. Yes, Balls gets to clean up all these pentakills with the bleed damage and its execute. All of the pentakills at Worlds, Balls has gotten to clean up every single one.
100% of the pentakills.
But Incarnation, he's been absolutely magnificent for Cloud9, not only on Azir, but he's one of the few players that have been drawing Veigar bans now because of his single performance on Veigar. And them and CLG are actually the only 2 teams to draw Veigar bans, which is something that I'm looking at moving forward, because 3 more days, teams are going to be practicing more champions. Will other teams start to try and use Veigar, or do they already have him and they're trying to keep it secret?
I do see some similarities between Cloud9 and CLG in the fact that they've kind of run a singular strategy in their wins. Azir and Trist are so critical for Cloud9 with the Veigar ban, so if you want to start getting rid of that, you actually get into some dangerous territory, because that means gank playing could then come back into the games. CLG, though, will need to do a little bit of adjusting because they looked really, really bad.
All the faith got depleted by TSM and C9.
Well,
what happened?
They had bad play. That's what happened.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with faith. It had nothing to do with Cloud9's success. CLG, they made so many mistakes, and they did not play around the Ashe at all. This is something that all of the Korean teams coming out of the LCK, obviously, had played Ashe. And the global engage, from the very first Ashe Arrow cross map, it went downhill very quickly for CLG there. They caught Pobelter out over and over again.
Prey hit the first 3 or 4 Ashe Arrows. It was rather impressive. One, because like landing Ashe Arrows has a lot of different reasons for happening. One is because CLG wasn't playing around it. 2 is because Prey was just firing them in exactly the right situations. The first one that really stands out to me was kind of the beginning of the end for CLG when they were grouped up around the middle turret. And that's almost the only time that the Ashe Arrow was almost guaranteed to land, because they were so committed to that turret and they're worried about flanks coming in from multiple engages. So not everyone is going to move in unison to like split the Ashe Arrow, because that's going to put them closer to the turret.
Yeah, everyone's talking about the America comp with the Azir Eagle in the middle and Tristana with their big guns. And oh, it's so simple. You just group up and you take down these turrets.
Basically a super comp.
CLG were like, oh yeah, Cloud9 did it. We just group up and take all these outer turrets. So they just started grouping up, and then they got an arrow in the back of the
Can we talk about the Blitzcrank pick, and maybe in another group that happened, the Yasuo pick coming out of Fnatic? I see some similarities there. Some teams who started off really, really strong and then maybe ended up picking some things that weren't optimal, and you don't really know why?
Yeah, so there's 2 different things going on here, because Blitzcrank was a little bit strange. I think they tunneled a bit and thought it was a support cannon, and then maybe didn't expect the Morgana pick later on. We'll get to the Yasuo pick in a bit. But
yeah, even if it's a support cannon, I don't really see the Blitz pick doing much work. It comes back to it being a really classic Afromu character, but that's really all we can see into it, because it just feels like there are so many superior picks for support.
Yeah, obviously when you don't see it succeed, it's really easy to say that's not going to work.
Yeah.
I'm guessing what CLG had in mind was, since they're grouping up and sieging turrets anyways, hey, maybe we'll have Blitzcrank hook threat, and if we get 1 pick, that means we'll kill 2 or 3 turrets. But they just never started getting that.
It was the snowball the other way around.
They did steal that 1 Krug at the very beginning.
Yeah.
100% worth. But with that, though, CLG lost, and that means with Pain winning as well, that group is absolutely crazy, just like all the other groups now.
South America actually helping out North America there. Pain getting their first victory. And that was huge, taking down the Flash Wolves. So that means that CLG are actually tied with KOO Tigers. And then the rematch between them is going to be very important.
Yeah. So 2 years in a row now, when you beat a Korean team, you then must lose to a Brazilian team in your next game.
Yep.
I think that's a new rule of Worlds.
Yep. Well, OG, on the other hand, don't want to talk about Fnatic for a while, so I want to move on to Group D.
Were you sure? Why not?
Yeah, I will, in a sec. I just need to talk about this OG win first.
Yeah, we have to talk about Europe doing well first before.
Listen, it was the beginning of the day. It was an important game. I think Allah was riding on who will have the best pick and ban
Talk
phase.
to me
what
about
will
Fnatic
happen.
Black.
Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm going to talk to you about Origin. Anyway, we knew it was going to be a super close matchup, but in the end, I'm even surprised by the way Origin pulled that off. We had Gorilla actually later saying that he thought Origin might have been the biggest.
Oh, this play right here.
Oh my
Peekaboo.
God. Get him.
So people
aside from that play, this was the most well-played game of the day, and that play. Aside from those two plays.
I have to say, specifically that play, people are blaming the missed combo on the recent adjustment to Alistar's kit, where they reduced the speed of the headbutt, but he actually pulverized before headbutting. So that means he pulverized before he was in range to do the headbutt. He would have messed that combo up on any patch notes that Alistar has ever existed on.
I still think Mithy played a really good game, and we got to commend the drafting once again from the side of OG. I mean, Hermit, who's only been in there for a couple of weeks, he's making wonders happen for that team.
Yeah, this was a really, really awesome day of League of Legends. The first 4 games all kind of came down to some incredibly swingy moments, like one team fight, one headbutt going a different way, one face check going a different way, super intense. Slightly exhausting as a caster.
And the
that
Baron
game
calls
was so
today.
crazy. There were so many. That was exactly an example of one. That was on the monitor over there. That's why
It was.
That was an example of one in that Origin game.
That LGD one.
Completely swung the
that
game.
Made
the
TSM
LGD one that almost swung the game. The Cloud9 one that swung the game twice. The Pain one we saw at the end of the day.
Do you want to talk some more about that?
Jets still frothing at the mouth.
Do you want to talk some more about that TSM win? Because in the end, I mean, even though LGD was 0-2,
yeah,
he didn't know what was going to happen.
No, I mean, they're both 0-2.
Yeah.
That's the crazy thing. And there was a 10 or 11,000 gold at one point when TSM was up. The second Mordekaiser game we saw, but maybe the first time we saw it in more of a close, contentious game. Mordekaiser didn't really seem to do much except for the final bop onto Imp.
The bonk heard around the world. Yeah, with Imp standing next to him. I don't think he saw the tiny indicator that charges up on the queue, and you can see the exclamation point. He's at number 2 right now.
Like he's in Zonia's.
Waiting at the Zonia's,
TF over there.
The thing is, TSM were so far ahead, and that fight was still that close. So people are like, oh yeah, TSM, they crushed LGD. It was still a really close game there. And TSM, they really needed that victory, I think. You know, for the morale of the team. They've been working on the communication issues. Getting a victory goes a long way with trusting your teammates and working on those communication issues. So maybe we'll see further improvement.
That's what Bjergsen also said in the interview after communication issues. If we look at Fnatic's game today and yesterday, I'm actually quite disappointed maybe as following them because they reverted back to the Fnatic that we saw back in the spring split. That was a little bit, you couldn't really count on what they were going to do and when they were going to do it and making the same mistakes. And I feel that that's happened 2 days in a row, not taking anything away from C9's play. Don't worry. What do you guys think?
They're defaulting back on a lot of old tendencies. I think that group is also just super fascinating now because it's 3 teams at 1-2 and 1 team at 3-0. And the way the group stage is completing is a group playing all their games on one day. So I actually don't think any single lead is safe. With how close the games in that group has been, and Cloud9 being 3-0, they could end 3-3. You could have multiple teams.
Do you see IG surging? Because
you could see almost any team surge. So Fnatic
with the way Worlds have gone so far.
Yeah, I'm not going to make any bold prediction.
Yeah, you did mention already the Yasuo pick for Huni, though. That's a really risky pick, especially into Darius. And I think that they just did a really good job working around that and punished them for it.
Yep. And with that, IG getting their first win versus AHQ, that group is also super tight and super crazy. What was the biggest thing?
I'm trying to. The reason I like stopped
Kakao was on
my
Elise.
Yasuo thing is because I was trying to remember exactly what TSM had.
Oh, TSM.
Okay, so TSM had
I'm gonna tell you.
Mordekaiser and Twisted Fate. Bjergsen went like 11
and Gragas.
Twisted Fate had a really big day. Kami also just went on Twisted Fate.
TF, yeah. Expeke also in that game. TF definitely a big pick coming into that. Yeah. What is the biggest thing that you were, because there's so many things. For me, the biggest thing from this week should have been, I thought that LGD had a good chance of winning the whole thing. Like, that is one of the, that's for me the biggest thing to take away. No, it's not over, but.
No. LGD looks tilted, ridiculously so.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Rumors from, I think the French casters were saying that they had huge fights after they were 0-2. that must have carried over a little bit to TSM. I can't imagine how much they're fighting after losing to Team Seoul Mid, based on the international reputation of both of these teams heading into the event. So a lot of shame maybe even going on there. But they have now basically an entire week to recover. And the fact that they played half the group and half the group is still yet to be played, since they were supposed to 6-0 anyways, if they just remember that, maybe they can come out of this 3-3 and actually make it out.
Yeah, the thing is, it's you look at each one of the games, and each one of the different players has made big mistakes in the different games. Everyone was blaming just TBQ at first, but the rest of LGD have all been underperforming at their positions as well.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Let's take a look at the standings. Some teams who haven't made that many mistakes, SKT, OG, C9 as well. No, well, fantastic from them, and everything left to be decided next week.
Yeah, Origin specifically for me has been a huge surprise. They've been performing really well. Peke back at Worlds again.
So good.
And he just continues to impress. Everyone said he's fallen off, but he's one of these old school guys that should retire by now and just own the team. But he definitely deserves
Same
a
goes
spot.
for High.
Exactly.
Group B, I remembered what happened in the IGHQ game. It was super close, and then there was an early QSS on a Shenton from On, and that basically ended the game.
Early
there were
QSSs
so
and
many
early
moments.
cleanses.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of these.
Early cleanse, early QSS, I feel like ended one of the game. Imp standing too close to a Mordekaiser after Zonia's ended another game. There were multiple single instances that ended games that could have gone either way today. That's what made it so crazy for me.
Group B, all planned. C9 is going to get the #1 seed and then draw SKT, and then, no, is that not? We don't know what's going to happen.
Draw
You're going way too far in the future. Predicting is really difficult with these groups.
Indeed. Well, a lot of craziness. Let's take a look at the schedule. Everything kicks back off next Thursday, October 8th, and it's going to start with Group A. CLG versus KOO immediately. The rematch we get there and everything. What a crazy day to start everything off with.
Get right back into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, teams playing 3 games each on a single day really changes the complexion of this group stage. Obviously, there's a lot of preparation goes into this. They've had like months to prepare for just these 3 teams, and they also have to take into account really quickly what happened in their initial matchup, and also what changed between the team's strategy from day to day, because no team is playing the exact same as they did on day 1.
And since all of these teams have both won and lost, all of them have footage to look at to find those strengths and weaknesses that their opponents have already displayed.
The entire group's within a single game of each other. 2-1, 2-1,
Exactly.
1-2, 1-2. Nothing.
And that also means that everything will be resolved each day with the groups. The tiebreakers that are possible will be played on that day itself. So it is, well, going to be a lot of pressure on those teams to make it happen in one day. And that's it for us. We could talk about these crazy groups forever, but I just hope that the next week is going to be just as crazy.
We'll talk about them on Thursday.
We'll talk about them on Thursday, indeed. That's all from us. We're going to catch you all back here on Thursday for more World's absolute craziness.
If there were a time to try turn around, it would have to be this game. These are both 0-2 teams. The win is an absolute must.
So keep chasing through. Eagle's going to run in for support. Wild Total pumps his on, but the damage is just massive. Imp tearing through the team.
Now let's see Dyrus. He's in trouble. He gets taken down. Godby and him still alive. 2v3. They might clean this up. Oh! Wild Total gets it. And TSM are wiping the floor with LGD.
Oh, just get out. What is he doing up there? Gone, and that Mail's going back in. Gets a bit on the Nami. Oh! What a sign is.
They'll set their sights on the next, and Origin are on to the Nexus. Origin will place first in Group D.
Mal's going to dive in. Paradox, oh my God, he stole it. And Mal's the captain. He might get away. And there's a double kill now.
Is the one that secures the kill. AHQ are in full retreat. They managed to take down Ziv. Albus follows shortly thereafter. Invictus Gaming keep their playoff hopes alive.
C'est l'Ostar, les Cloud9 implosent tactiquement.
Yo, good shit. Holy shit. You got Penta? Yo, we win. What the hell?
Undefeated in the World Championship. The Cinderella story is still alive.
All that Diamond 2 practice.
Just plenty of damage to kill off one. Walter will try to trade one back. The flash again. Oh my God, Smeb! KOO Tigers tying Counter Logic Gaming over in Group A. There to go. Gets stuck. NL cleanses out, and the front line is in front. Snake gets the kill, but he's gonna drop. And Pain Gaming take a win over the Flash Wolves. This week on Primetime League, we see who's going to make it out of the group stage and break through to London. We check in with the pros on Mic Check, and we count down the top 5 players from the first week with the Penta. Zut alors! Primetime League starts maintenant!
KOO Tigers too far behind, can't do anything. What is up with the upsets? And Origin beat LGD. The Cinderella story is still alive. They are undefeated in the World Championship, and Cloud9 are 3-0.
Welcome everyone to a beautiful day here in Paris, France, and we've got a wonderful day of Primetime League for you here. I'm David Freak Turley, and what can make this better than being joined by 2 wonderful people who's got D in their summoner names, Deficio and Doa. It's Worlds, throwing baguettes all over the place, thundersticks and all that. Now guys, Worlds has been amazing. There have been more upsets than TSM fans after their games.
Wow. Well, I mean, yeah, we have seen a lot of surprises. A lot of predictions came in, you know, LGD winning their group and so on. They're 0-3.
Yeah.
Definitely, we don't seem to have like one region standing out anymore. It's just a lot of good teams across the board.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. I mean, there's one region standing out. There's one region that has a 3-0 and 2-2-1.
Is it Korea?
It is Korea.
Yeah,
I know this may come as a shock.
Do you know anything about Korea?
Korean teams doing
I've heard of them before. I you know, found them on the internet. Reddit seems to be a big fan. I'm like, yeah, okay, all right.
Interesting.
I'll look at this Korea thing.
Yeah, they're obviously doing well. Let's actually start breaking down some of the games. Let's talk about Group B, because you talk about teams doing well. Cloud9, apple pie, baby, 3-0 in Group B here. Tell me what you guys thought about the games from last week in Group B.
I really like the strategy Cloud9 is using. This siege composition they run, sneaky on Tristana, Azir, Vega, for Incarnation in the mid lane, and you just very early get towers down and get a big goal lead. I still want to see what teams do when that gets banned away from them, which I expect to happen next week. I thought even Fnatic would do it, but they tried to run that hard engage composition instead. That didn't really work too well for them. So C9 is definitely surprising me. I just want to see if they can play more strategies in that one.
I mean, that's really it, isn't it? Like, C9 is 3-0, and that's awesome. It's cool to see an NA team, especially C9, be able to do that in their group in the first week of Worlds. But the thing is their wins look fragile. And I think that's the best way to describe how C9 looks right now, is they look good, but they look fragile. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see them go 0-3 in the second week. I hope it doesn't happen. But at the same time, you know, I think that group can still be very competitive, which is a bit weird to say when one of the teams is 3-0. But I'll be a little bit surprised if they can keep up this level of results in week 2.
I think IG then is the complete opposite. You know, coming in with, there were a lot of questions, you know, are they too inconsistent to play? I personally maybe even overhyped their bottom lane a little bit, Kid and Kitties. I never felt like they were good, but I felt like they were good enough to at least hold their own and have a decent performance right here. Maybe I was wrong with that one because they've not been showing up. But IG as a team, also Kakao needs to step up more. Zitai needs to really get in the game, because otherwise they're going to drop out of groups, which is a big disappointment for that team.
Well, you talk about big disappointments here. Fnatic are 1-2. They have the same record as Pain and TSM. I mean, really, this is the company you guys are in here. It's a really rough start for them, and it feels like arrogance. It feels like cockiness. We saw it in the Spring Split playoffs where Huni was playing Smite, Lee Sin top for some reason, and it was pretty terrible. Now he's running Yasuo and a Darius, so he can never 1v1, which is supposed to be like the one matchup Fnatic are supposed to win.
I think they're
like
cocky.
when he played against C9. It looks cocky. I mean, his play just looks like cockiness, which is really disheartening, because I had Fnatic doing so well, and they're not right now.
I think we all had them do really well, but the compositions are very risky.
Yeah.
They're running, you know, the Yasuo coming and everything. They need to fix that for next week.
All right, well, talking about next week then, predictions. Doa, start with you. Number 1, number 2 in the group.
I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, C9 has such a big lead that if they can get any wins at all, they can kind of keep it up. I feel like Fnatic's going to overcome some of their weaknesses, and by weaknesses I mean things that they had previously solved, but then kind of unsolved for a week, and hopefully will solve again next week. So I think C9 could probably stay on top, maybe second place, and then Fnatic somewhere around there too.
C9 takes first unless they can play any other strategies and people find that I'm banned away from them. Otherwise, they take number 1. Fnatic, of course, takes number 2.
Yeah, I agree with you, Deficio. I think the 2-game lead is enough for C9. Also, the fact they're going to play well. I'm going to say they probably end the group stage 5-1. I'm going to say like it's a good first place for them. And then I think Fnatic shores up and they go 2-1 or 3 to end the week. Well, we've had a pretty good time here in Paris. We wanted to show you guys a little bit more of the city. So we had Shox take a tour of Montmartre with the top hitters had a come-see, come-saw performance here in the group stage.
Hello everybody, I'm Shox here with rainy Paris behind me. We're at the top of Montmartre at the Basilique de Sacré-Cœur, and we're about to walk down to Place de Tertre to meet up with someone that has been doing pretty well in the tournament so far, so follow me.
Ça va?
Oui. I'm tired, and you?
A bit tired after this week too.
Oh, man. And what a beautiful day you picked to
To what?
talk about your incredible week. It was crazy.
It was intense 3 games. Yeah, pretty. We didn't win so convincingly, but it was great games overall.
But it started really well. I'm gonna be honest. I really didn't think it was gonna go that well. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry.
No,
Yeah.
I didn't think so either. I think, as people say, we kind of got like the momentum.
Yeah.
Because in the same time, people didn't really believe in us. Like they thought that we'll be third, probably better than TSM from what people said, but like we'll fight for second place maybe, and in the end we are 3-0.
And how has it been for you? Because I asked you after the game, like they were doing the wave, and you said I couldn't really see. But then after the game, everyone is like, "Solas, wow!" And then it's kind of, you left Fnatic, and it's the whole story, and then the World Championship is here, and it starts in France. It's almost like the stars align, no? Or don't you think that way?
I'm not sure. I think it's really good for us in general, like all the French people to have the first group, like the group stages in Paris.
Yes.
I don't know. Everyone is asking me like, do you feel like the crowd help you or does it give you a disadvantage or something like this? But I feel really happy seeing people cheer for us.
So I gotta ask, now that Fnatic is kind of on the ropes and you guys are 3-0, 1, are you gonna make it out of groups? And 2, do you see yourself, do you dare to think that you might be able to be the world champions?
Well, as you said, we are like 3-0, so I don't really want to jinx it or anything like this, but I hope that we can make it out of groups. I think we need just 1 win. We will see what happens, but I hope that we can make it out. About winning Worlds, if I had to say that, like 1 month ago, I would say that we had 0% chance.
Yeah.
But I believe if we play the same way as we did during these last 3 games, as long as we play the same way, we can probably have a good shot at Worlds. Maybe not win the finals, but I think we can maybe go to the finals.
Well, we'll see what happens, but since we're here in Montmartre, kind of the center of art, Van Gogh lived here, Picasso, Monet, I think we should get our picture drawn. What do you think?
Sure, why not?
All right, let's do it.
Bonjour. Bonjour. Vous parlez français, monsieur?
Oui, je parle français.
Oui, très bien. Alors, bonjour. Je suis Jacques. Je vous invite, mademoiselle. Bonjour. Voilà, c'est terminé. Vous pouvez voir le dessin. Les deux. Venez. Les deux.
I see they made some enhancements. Well, thank you so much for making this beautiful memory with me in the rain here. I know you have to practice, so thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
You know, guys, I feel like that draw was worse than H2K's at Worlds this year.
That was terrible. Terrible.
I thought it was great. Guys, you can see the weather is cleared up around the Eiffel Tower, which means it's time to talk about Europe's best performing team here, Origin, over in Group D, 3-0 for Europe, as expected.
As Cloud9 or less expected? Which is more improbable?
I would say the Cloud9 was clearly less probable, but the Clouds are gone, so we're not talking about them anymore.
Okay.
Okay. So, Origin Group D. I'm trying to set the group, and none of you are talking. Tell me about what your opinion on what happened so far.
So what happened, I want to start with LGD.
Okay.
They didn't do anything other than just go in and lose very, very quickly. Every single game, honestly. I think already in pick and ban phase, they lost. We see a lot of talk regarding this coach, Chris, who left the team, you know, before they got here to Worlds, who qualified with them, but he was only there for a few weeks, and then he meant he did everything, and then he didn't do anything, and whatever happened, clearly it affected him, because the pick and ban phase right now, I think is one of the worst I've seen from any team, honestly, at Worlds, and that's not acceptable in this group here with so many good teams.
Well, especially with all the hype coming in around these guys. I mean, people are really thinking of LGD as an honest contestant for a finals team, and they don't even look like they're going to get out of groups. I think it's very unlikely now. And like you said, all those issues, it seems like there's a lot of drama behind the scenes with this team. Imp had a Facebook post the other day about his wrist issues. Obviously, that's bothering him too. TBQ is just getting eviscerated by the Chinese fans.
And he's sick, apparently.
This is a broken team, and I feel like we've actually got two broken teams in this group. LGD and TSM, both of these teams just seem fundamentally damaged to the point where I don't think we're going to see any chance for these guys to get out of group.
Well, TSM did just win against LGD. Like, that's probably what they needed.
Who's not, right?
Sure. Everyone's getting TSM. We could probably beat them right now. We made a team.
They're not here,
but Teams Ultimate, they get their one win. They have now 3 days of practice, and that's going to be super important. Again, just one last point on LGD here. If they are going to win any games, it's going to be Imp basically doing it for them. I think I just mentioned earlier how some of the Chinese bot lanes maybe could have been a little bit overhyped coming into Worlds. I think that's maybe for the laning phase. Outside the laning phase, Imp has been looking fantastic. They had that game against Origin where he was basically the only guy trying to win the game for LGD.
Yeah.
That's just not enough when every other team is showing up in your group except for maybe TSM as well.
Yeah, so I do think that there is still, I think, a small chance for LGD here. They go 3-0, which, based on the quality of their players, should be possible, right?
There's a higher chance you get more hair on your head. I'm just gonna say it.
Oh my god!
Wow.
Okay, well that's out of line, but I think honestly, there's a realistic chance that LGD can 3-0 in the second half here. I know they're good players. Fixing pick and ban to me is not the worst thing in the world. Like 3-game sample size does not mean your team sucks forever at pick and ban. Obviously, it was 3 bad games for them, but maybe that improves. Also, I mean, we talked about Origin. If they just beat TSM one more time, they're guaranteed top 2. That's how the group's going to work out right there. So Origin are basically guaranteed in. I think we're all going to pick them for that one. And then, yeah, it's a battle between. I mean, LGD have to make a 3-0 run almost for sure. Yeah. TSM have to try to get up there as well. So predictions. Origin's probably number 1, but then who's next?
Origin and KT.
Origin, KT.
Because TSM will have to win 2 games and lose the one to LGD for them even to have a chance and so on. I'm not buying it. KT and Origin takes it.
Yeah, I think that's the likely one. So that's it for Group D, guys. Hey guys, it's time for Twitter. Let's talk about last week's question. We asked you guys to tell us which returning world champion had the highest KDA at the first week's group stage. That was former Fnatic, now Origin mid laner Xpeke. 8 of you got that right, so congrats to that one. Unfortunately, none of you got the Hall of Fame question right, which was the exact KDA. He went for 10.3 at Tiny Baby Turtle. Got close. It was only 11. Less than 1 off. I'm sorry you didn't get that one right, but that brings us to our question for this week. And the topic is champion diversity, because you see, here at Worlds, we've already had 59 unique champions picked and 19 unique mid laners as part of that, which is pretty damn impressive. We're going to ask you guys, what's going to be the next unique champion picked? I'm going to say Corki. And for the Hall of Fame, who's going to play that champion? And I'm going to say Prey, the KOO Tigers AD carry. Send us an answer to @LOL Esports on Twitter, #PTL, and maybe you'll win. Hey everyone, let's talk about Group C a little bit here. This one, I guess a bit more cut and dry, much like the weather behind us here. SK Telecom T1, Edward Gaming, top 2. Tell me what you thought about the game so far.
So no real surprise, I guess, regarding the SKT, EDG against the other 2 teams.
Yeah.
But the match between the EDG and SKT did surprise me and disappoint me a little bit. EDG made some very poor mistakes in the early game. I felt, at least, mistakes that we don't often see, especially not from a top team in the world. The way they did the early dragon in the lane swap that set them super far behind and then opted into a very poor fight after I've used some ultis. made me realize that EDG is still a team who probably has some things they need to fix, where SKT seems to be more the complete package already in the group stage.
They really do, and I mean the thing is EGG has shown us already though that even though they're really, really good at MSI, they did falter in the playoffs in LPL. We know these guys are mortal, at least more mortal than SKT is looking, so I think no question about it for me anyway, SKT over EDG, but also no question that SKT and EDG are going to easily get out of this group.
Bangkok Titans?
Yeah, no, pretty much.
no miracle run for them. Yeah, actually, one thing I want to point out, actually, this is weird, but Faker, I feel like, is underperforming. I think he's the worst player on his team right now. He got caught out in the H2K game a whole lot, gave up first blood, and should have probably given EDG a free dragon off that kill, but it was EDG misplays that kind of screwed that one up. H2K gave Mard a bunch of kills otherwise, but like Faker's giving other teams the advantage.
Let me jump in here. Hold on a second. Like, I'm not the guy who always has to defend Faker's honor, but I'm the guy who always has to defend Faker's honor. I think the thing is that people are just focusing this guy so much. I mean, it's Faker, and we've seen this at so many international tournaments. So like, what do we have to do against SKT? We gotta kill Faker. We gotta focus on the mid lane and all that. And although every team wasn't purely focused on the mid lane, I think the attention being given to Faker is causing him to die a little bit more, and he always dies a little bit more.
He's aggressive.
Calling him the worst player on the team now,
I said worst performing. I'm not saying he's bad. I'm saying he's not having good games.
It's a 9 out of 10 instead of a 10 out of 10.
I think he's
for
doing what he
Faker
can.
in that sense. But Marin has been like the star player on this lineup.
I'll agree with that.
Also, like they're giving him these counter matchups and they're making sure Benki's always up there for him, like he's done all season long. So I like their play for SKT. Let Marin just take over and Faker will step up whenever he needs to.
All right, so SKT EDG, SKT EDG, SKT EDG. No surprise here.
Bangkok Titans.
All right, guys, you heard what we have to say about this group, but now we're going to hear what the players have to say as my co-guys roll me. Let's tune into mic check.
Not allowed to give up. You cannot say, I hate this game if the game is 1-5. No tilting allowed. I got you guys' back.
Oh, this feeling. I so miss this.
파이팅 합시다, 파이팅! 파이팅! 파이팅!
파이팅!
나이스! 바로. 형, 아이콘 한 뛰어. 아이콘 한 뛰어.
맞아, 아이콘님!
머리, 어깨, 무릎, 발. 나 뒤에 있을게. 나 못해. 스웩. 머리, 어깨, 무릎, 발. 스웩.
再吃，勾到 Lucky， 拉着打，他没进化了，我抢到吧，往里面打，里面。
走吧，Rookie。哇，这被抢了。Oh my god.
Speed 6.
Watch Mega.
Nice Mega, watch out for the ulti.
I'm not gonna flash. I'm just gonna stun. Okay.
Echo. Come on, Echo. Got this.
No.
I'm on Nar.
1%. Protect Jinx.
Back.
Stun right now.
Trist. Echo.
Yo, get Nar.
He's on deck.
He can in.
I couldn't stun Rek'Sai yet. Stun Rek'Sai.
Nice.
Nice, guys. Nice.
Nice, guys.
Go. GG, watch.
Matei o trash.
Puxa me.
Mid lane.
Look at the guy, this guy.
Ult me. On him.
I will ulti soon.
Nice. Imp. Good job.
Level. Sorry. Come in. No.
Ini Nash. Shield me. Yo, they're going. Kill Yasuo. Kill Yasuo. Careful. Yo, backline.
You win that.
Yo, get him. Yo, good shit. Holy shit. You got a penta? Yo, we win. Go. We win.
What the hell?
Yeah, they're all dead somehow.
I don't even see how they die.
Wait, that's
we can have.
Yeah. 可以打，先把牛大兵逼出来。
那被定住了。
OK， 我拿一下。慢慢来，那会推。AD 死。Nice。击标，爆。헤카리 봐야 돼. 끝내. 여기서 끝내.
맞아. 나이스 KT 로고 이모티콘 KT.
GG.
Hey everyone, welcome to Death Climbers here. First, let's talk about last week's results. Unfortunately, big upset still here at Worlds. Krepo somehow won. I think he rigged the vote. Damn it, Belgium, do
He
your
had no
job.
competition. That was a problem.
What? Okay, well,
Feel
anyway,
like-
he's been kicked out the show for that crap. Let's talk about this time's Death Timers. Okay, topic is the number 3 team at Worlds. LGD was probably going to be that. That doesn't look to be the case. So let's find our next number 3 team. I'll start because you guys have been talking about the groups. I'm going to say Fnatic. What? No, sorry, Origin.
Kind of
I was going to say
Fnatic.
Wow. My brain said Fnatic's Origin, and then that was
Well, you
terrible.
got 45 seconds. You better
Yeah,
get going.
I've already started with that one. I mean, I don't even need that much time. I can just sit here and talk about how good Origin is. Basically, down the line, all of their players are playing spectacularly, so talent pool's there. Their pick and ban phase, very strong. Their shot calling, very strong as well, especially the fact that they're able to pivot their games so well. When I said all play Vlad top out of this competition, haven't played it in a month and a half, doesn't matter. The fact they're so smart, they can pivot onto a game, and that's so important, especially in best of ones. And then you go into best of 5s, and you can continue to adapt. Like in just the entire Worlds format, adapting game by game, and the fact they're doing it so quickly, huge for Origin.
Okay.
Made it.
There it was.
Whoa.
Waiting for it. So he didn't
Hashtag
use 45
freak
seconds. That is impressive.
Too late.
But
Hashtag freak win.
Seeing as you took Origin now, so you kind of took the easy one, that probably is going to get quite a lot of the votes. I'll take instead the KOO Tigers. And personally for me, watching KOO Tigers take down CLG was very important for me, picking them as the 3rd best team at Worlds now, because they won in the early game. This is a team normally that is known for having the best late game team fights in all of Korea. And now they take down teams in the early game. They're in a group where, yes, there have been some upsets. You know, they lost to Flash Wolves. I feel like that was more due to the composition. Didn't have enough hard engage versus the Black Shield from Morgana and the Pokemon. They're not going to make that mistake again. And their drafting outside of that one game has been smart. The players are showing up. Smeb is being good up in this top lane here. Gorilla is my favorite support at World. So I think this KOO Tigers lineup, especially in best out of 5, will win.
Done.
You're done.
You're done. All right. Well, for me, it's an easy choice, right? If the so-called best team in China doesn't, or second best, whatever, doesn't step up, I think the second best team in Korea is going to step up. That's KT Rolster right now. These guys, I think, are going to win it really easily, or at least win enough to be the 3rd place team. I mean, these guys have a huge lineup, right? Everybody's playing well. Even though Nagne's losing lane once in a while, he doesn't lose it hard enough to really damage the team. I think the mistakes they made in their loss were small. I think they're going to come back and 3-0 the second week. I think they play the late game better than any other team in their group. So for me, no question, KT Rolster, 3rd team right now behind SKT EDG. Hashtag don't win. I don't even need any more time.
They got stomped by Origin.
Exactly. They got stomped by Origin.
Yeah.
Division
like I
even
said-
said that mine was correct to start out his argument. So, guys.
Well, no, I said you took the easy one. You took the easy
You mean I chose
one.
the correct one because they're going to be 3rd place. That's why it's easy. You had to come up with something that wasn't even true. Guys, you know what? You're done here talking. I'm the host. You're going to let me do this one. Hashtag freak win. Hashtag the Fisher win. Hashtag dough win. These guys don't deserve it. These guys, come on. It's me. Let us know who won at All Esports. Hashtag PTL. Hashtag the guy who won. All right, guys, time for that final group, which is actually the first group to play here. Group A. Spoiler alert, you already said KOO Tigers number 3 team at Worlds, so that's going to be a thing. But Doa, I'm going to start with you. Talk to me first about last week's games.
Well, I mean, again, like this group's results were crazy, right? Everybody's kind of beating everybody. It seems very tight. I still think KOO's going to come out on top of it. I think they're a little bit stronger than everybody else. But, I mean, the second place is completely up for grabs, in my opinion, right now. I have no idea who's going to take it. It could be CLG. It could be anybody, really.
After watching KOO Tigers versus CLG, again, as I said before, it highlights to me how strong this team can be. The early game suddenly worked for them. They clicked. They outplayed CLG there, mechanically especially. Good pick and ban phase outside of that Flash Wolves game where they made some mistakes, banning Gragas, you know, leaving Nidalee open and so on. The other teams, that's the crazy thing. I think CLG is the 2nd best team in the group. Honestly, for sure, I think they are better than Flash Wolves. Because watching the Pain Gaming Flash Wolves match, it was weird. It's where it showed to me a lot of weaknesses for both teams, honestly, that they shouldn't be able to advance from the group because of those problems. When Pain Gaming had that massive goal lead, couldn't use it properly, you know, it went on to 45 minutes or so on. CLG will punish that when they face each other.
I think CLG as a team actually will do a lot better this next week than before. I mean, they had a lot of big mistakes. I mean, every single game they played, really, that was close. Like Flash Wolves, they threw a big lead. KOO Tigers just completely screwed up their early game. I think that will change for CLG and they will improve. I actually expect to see at least a tiebreak between CLG and KOO. Unless CLG is 3-0, then I guess there wouldn't be one because they're, you know, both 2-1 here. So I think there's a really tight contention. I want to start going into predictions here. I think CLG will edge over KOO Tigers and take the first seed out of the group, but I do think those are the top 2 for sure.
I would say KOO Tigers will get number 1, but CLG will follow. 1 win probably under them as the second place, and I think both Flash Wolves and Pain Gaming will have to fight for that 3rd spot down in the bottom.
I pretty much agree with you. I think there's maybe a small chance that we could see Flash Wolves like edge out CLG for 2nd place, but most likely I think it's going to be KOO CLG.
Well, so you're saying CLG is the one that might fall down. That's interesting. Okay, so Flash Wolves fighting for that 2nd spot against CLG.
Maybe.
KOO for sure number 1. Okay, well that's interesting. Just the
CLG starts up here and then we go down a little bit across the line.
I think it's like 70-30, like CLG over.
They're like 2.2 versus 2.7. You know, they're like right underneath. All right, well that's the predictions here for that group. Welcome to a new segment called Studs and Duds. Normally it's about fantasy plays, but this time it's going to be just about overall League of Legends gameplay here. Not as much a competition, just we each picked a player that we thought played really, really well and a player that played really, really badly at this year's Worlds. Devicio, start with yours.
So my stud is going to be Incarnation. I think he's been basically the MVP for C9. He's now 3-0 in their group. I think he's playing the mid lane is fantastic. I think the strategy they're running with always moving sneaky to mid lane and push down the towers early on requires a good mid lane who can always keep pressure in that lane, and Incarnation is doing that. The only mistake he basically had was dying once to Rookie and Echo, and that was about it. He won the lane anyway in terms of farm. So I think he's been fantastic as long as he can keep performing like this, and he can keep showing champs like Veigar, you know, show up on his ear. Maybe he even has more picks ready for himself. Then this guy can carry C9 to the playoff brackets.
Okay. How about your dad? Who's underperforming?
So another mid laner, Godvi.
Yeah.
A guy who's not going to be able to carry his team to the bracket stage at all because he's been pretty terrible, honestly. This was a guy I expected to be one of the best mid laners in the world. I even thought he could maybe challenge Faker this World Championship. That would be the way LGD could like win Worlds. That was 2 weeks ago. Now here I'm looking at this guy and being like, he's flashing the wrong way, he's shooting his arrows the wrong way. He's more Gold V than he's God V, and the Chinese community is literally just making so much fun of him right now because of the way he's underperforming. And if he does not step up, then LGD goes 0-6.
That's going to be harsh for the number 1 seed from China.
Yeah.
Dale, who are yours?
All right, well, my favorite for this one, my stud, I guess you could say, is my Minnesota brother, the Braum playing, the F-bomb dropping, Lemon Nation. Man, this guy played so well this week. He had a couple occasions where he was like in kind of a weird position, but that's okay. I'll forgive that because he was trying to be bloodthirsty. He was trying to make plays. That Braum game was probably one of the best I think I've ever seen in my life. I loved it. He was managing the passive really, really well in team fights. And I mean, why would I not pick a support player? Is this really a surprise? But yeah, definitely Lemonade.
How about your dad?
Hooney, easy. I mean, this guy again, like, had such great games before, but looked so, I don't want to say tilted, but really, maybe tilted, really, really off in his games this week. I mean, he was, flashing over walls into 1v2s with no support. I mean, he was just not playing well at all. Mechanically, decision-making wise, map awareness, like none of that was there for Hooney, and it needs to be if Fnatic's going to win some games.
Absolutely true. All right, my turn. I'm going to say my big stud for this week was Xpeke. Honestly, who would have expected him to do this well? Xpeke was mediocre by European LCS standards coming into this one. Sure. You know, he was a mid laner, but nothing special. This guy's beating up everybody. And okay, Godvy's underperforming, but he beats up Godvy. He's beating up like absolutely everybody. This guy is doing incredible things here, holding up, beating Bjergsen. Like, there's all these great mid laners in his group, and he's winning against every single one of them. Xpeke just down the line doing wonderful things. A leader for the team, just everything you can say about Xpeke, he's doing wonderful things. Dud-wise, the exact opposite of Peke, I feel like. After me here. CLG somehow is 2-1. I don't think they deserve to win against Flash Wolves. They didn't win against KOO Tigers. That game looked ugly. And Afro's not only an individual playmaker, but a shot caller here. And both of those from Afro have sucked so far at Worlds. Especially against KOO Tigers, his early game, he didn't know whether to help Doublelift stay in a lane, so Doublelift lost like 15 farm up against his enemy AD carry. But also he just like doesn't actually help Zion Spartan, and Zion Spartan gets pushed off his lane as well. So Afro's just like doing nothing for the lane swap game, which CLG is normally very good at. And again, the late game shot calling also not very good. A lot of risks, a lot of sort of given comebacks to enemy teams, and he's got to shore up. Well, you guys have heard about our biggest players. Now it's time to look at the biggest plays. Let's take a look at what Balls can now call the Penta. Coming in at number 5, TSM's Bjergsen picks up a solo kill onto KT's Nagne.
Bottom side now was pushed in, then Darius gets a big wave. Before it was down to some that he got the wave and action.
Nagne, that was not a good decision. Bjergsen,
he missed that
kill.
one.
He missed the upper survive, and there's a kill for Bjergsen in the 1v1 in mid.
So misses the E, wants the shield from it. Bjergsen somehow lands the chain while Nagne's moving, and then again, Bjergsen expects the ult or something, but happens to walk around the side to never get CC'd.
Tunneling in at number 4, AHQ's Mountain steals the Baron from Invictus Gaming.
Is going to commit completely to this, and now we'll see what happens. Mountain's going to dive in. Baron actually, oh my god, he's stolen! And Mountain gets it. He might get away. Oh, there's a double kill now as AHQ get 3 kills already.
So much wrong with this. So first off, Kid doesn't even use Fate's Call. Kiddies is getting wrecked, and he doesn't help him throw in. And then, why do you ever rend at a number that high? You know exactly how much the opponent can smite for. Well, he rended way early, and they get crushed for it.
At number 3, KOO's Smeb shows us his cool moves as he outplays CLG.
Smeb has teleport, he pops it in, he home guards in. Does plenty of damage to kill off one. Walter will try to trade one back. The flash to keep him alive. Oh my god, Smeb!
After move will get popped. Walter stops Smeb here, but he just takes that double. Look at the damage.
Just destroys him. Oh, the Q barely landed. Snuck it just over Walter's shoulder. And that flash to dodge the Q.
Origin's Xpeke shocked us all with his quadra kill in our number 2 play.
Maneuver, they're all grouped up. They got to be careful here. They're coming in. Imp is okay. Amazing takes a lot of damage. So I was trying to get to the backline. He did get hit by Emo play. Xpeke is okay. Big ult coming in from A for him. That shockwave does work though. It's still alive though. Oh, and the wild growth. It keeps him alive. Xpeke gets a solo kill, gets a quadra kill. Is this it? I gotta say, it is off of great plays like this. Let's watch it again.
All right, let's see it. So first, Cocoon from Amazing. I'm only look at Imp here. Everything is on him. If you look at Origin, they're focused. They throw in mid, he knocks him up. That's the wild growth being used. And then it's Shockwave coming in. Such an insane amount of damage. Beautiful chain CC by again.
And coming in at number 1, Cloud9's Balls dunked his way to a game-winning pentakill.
L'engage, c'est parti, Sneaky. Le chase de la part de Yellow Star. La porte du Impérial. La porte du Impérial est bombe. Il reste Yellow Star. Les Cloud9 implosent et Static Noir.
Wow, what an amazing play there from Balls. He pressed R and clicked on an enemy champion 4 times. With mechanics like that, no wonder he's Diamond 2. Now, guys, make sure you send the big plays from this week's games as well. At LO Esports, hashtag the Panda. Let us know on Twitter your top 5 of the week. Let's talk about this week's games, actually, because Thursday, 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time, 5 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time. Group Stage A begins with CLG versus KOO Tigers. Could even be a battle for first place in the group. Could be a battle for second place in the group. Who knows? But it's going to be important, so make sure you tune in. And with the schedule, that's going to do it for this week's episode of Primetime League. Whoa, hey! Could you numbers with the hair?
Last hit.
All right, the last hit, fine.
I do like your hit, though.
Thanks.
I'm sorry I hit it with my baguette.
It's okay. I forgive you, Fish. Yeah.
Last hit.
That's right. We've got the last hit. Now, guys, you may have noticed that for this last week, Riv. Oh my God. Riv hasn't been part of the shows. Unfortunately, he's been out due to injury, and well, we have the gruesome footage right here in this week's last hit.
I hope so. I think he's a good laner, so we'll see if maybe he has any matchups that are worth it.
He's absolutely from Paris.
Yeah.
Anyone can make it out of Group A, but Pain has a tiny chance of doing it. I think it's really just between us, Tigers, and Flash Wolves.
제가 생각하기에는 저희 팀이랑 UOFW인 것 같고요. CLG도 잘한다고 생각을 했었는데 저희가 경기를 해보니까 좀 저희 생각만큼 그렇지 않은 것 같아서.
Before we lost to KOO, the last time we lost was like 3 months ago. It felt really shitty to lose. The first 3 games were just playing super weird. That's not CLG at all.
저희 팀은 저도 예측을 못해요. 저희가 이 정도로만 해왔으면 이제 더 잘하실 거라 생각을 하고 아마 오늘은 더 좋은 경기력이 나오지 않을까 생각하고 있어요.
I want us to play like CLG should play. That's all I want to see is on the last day, like, if we play our best, can we be the first seed?
KOO Tigers too far behind, can't do anything. What is up with the upsets?
Pain Gaming take a win over the Flash Wolves. KOO Tigers in first place now, tying Counter Logic Gaming.
Week 2 of the 2015 League of Legends World Championship. Now, once again, the fans have assembled in Ladakh Pullman here in Paris to cheer on their teams as they fight to continue their journey towards the Summoners Cup. And of course, here earlier today, Zion Spartan, the rest of CLG gearing up for their first game of the day against KOO. A few more cosplayers in the audience to enjoy as well. Azir and Sejuani looks like she left Bristle at home. The KOO Tigers fueling up. Very necessary before a big game to start the day for CLG, but for all of these teams, they're going to be playing multiple games today. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson, and with me are some of the brightest minds in League of Legends, English language LPL caster Jake Spawn Tiberi, the NALCS's Aiden Zyrene Moon, and jungler of the NALCS's Renegades, Alberto Crumbs Rengifo. Welcome back for week 2, gentlemen.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
Crumbs.
Feels even better.
Feels even better.
Even better.
I don't know. I think I feel a little better week 1. Where are we at? Well, last week brought some results that were surprising to say the least. North American 3rd seed Cloud9 sits atop Group B. Meanwhile, European 3rd seed Origin is leading Group D. And of course, that means China's number 1 seeded LGD is 0-3 in week 1.
Man, LGD, they were up there for people who thought that they were going to be winners of this tournament, or at least in the finals. They were top 3 in a lot of people's books, but they came out and they did not look like LGD that we saw in the LPL. They looked all over the place, and a lot of their players are playing very scared. And I've heard that TBQ has been under the weather from his own social media, but I think that's a factor as well. And the rest of the team has just been
and it's funny. You say it's the LGD we're not expecting to see out of the LPL, but this is the LPL team that we got 50% of the time. The one thing that we can say, they're a good best-of-5 teams. They're probably not going to get to that stage. They've lost 1 this year against EDG. It was 3-2, but their best-of-1 play, hey, they've only played 3 of them. They've lost all 3.
Yep, they have to go for that 3-0 sweep. They really had to hope for a sweep.
I was going to say, it kind of just stresses the importance of being able to perform in best-of-1s through this group stage. And as each day this week is about settling the score in one group at a time, we're going to start with Group A. Group A is slowly shaping up to be a 2-horse race, but the Flash Wolves and Pain are still in it. So let's check out the standings. With favorable head-to-head, CLG and KOO are in control of their fate and just need to beat the teams below them to advance. Very important to note.
You know, KOO is a team that's known for having deep champion pools and dismantling teams. I think that's what they did to CLG last time they faced each other, where they had a composition and a style that really picked on the pressure points that CLG is weak to. And they decided that, you know what, we're going to show us our best picks. Victor mid, Kura is the guy that brought Victor to the meta altogether. He was amazing in this champion. Smeb, he's got a lot of top lane carries that are none of the juggernauts that we've seen. The Riven tops, the Kennen, the Lissandras, these pools go deeper than we have seen, and I think they're going to come out swinging and just take the whole group.
And I like what you mentioned, because if there is a blueprint that KOO can once again manufacture, the teams below CLG, they're only 1 game off. If they start stealing these wins, especially if Flash Wolves are able to get it back together against Pain Gaming, who they did lose against, this is still a wide open group for me. And, you know, definitely agree. CLG should be the front runner to take that 2nd position, but you can never take anything for granted.
Yeah, but the Flash Wolves did lose to Pain Gaming, so now they're 1-2. So being behind them just a little bit and not having the head-to-head against CLG just yet, you're hoping for a tiebreaker if you're Flash Wolves.
But after game 1 and 2, man, they're probably both going to be 2-2 together.
Oh, we'll see, because I don't know. I think CLG might be able to pull it out. We'll have to see.
Yeah, only time will tell. Well, today's games will decide which 2 teams will advance out of Group A and which teams will have their Worlds run cut short. We start with the clash of the squads fighting for first as CLG face off against the KOO Tigers. After that, Flash Wolves will battle Brazil's Pain Gaming, who will stay on the Rift to face the KOO Tigers afterwards. If there are any tiebreakers, we'll bring you those matches immediately following our regularly scheduled matches today. Game 1 is huge, though. CLG wins, they'll have a tie head-to-head with KOO. Big when we consider the implications getting out of groups.
I'm not convinced at all. That performance that KOO had against CLG really spoke to the weaknesses of CLG. I have a huge rant about them and their style and how it's come from the North American LCS. They've never really been tested, and they're not focusing on helping Doublelift carry. They need to use this guy to take tier 2 towers during the laning phase. He's so strong, and with champions like Tristan Jinx, you can get bigger gold leads than their unnatural fetish for grouping as 5 mid for the tier 1 tower at every second possible. They can do this if they really just carry with Doublelift.
Yeah, and the problem with that was they went middle against a Victor who just kept wave clearing in one ability instead of getting the tier 2 bottom, which I definitely agree with you was a big misstep there because it's just the formula of CLG. They're basically going step 1, step 2, step 3, and I think KOO have them figured out.
And you can't have telegraph play. If Origin showed us anything against these Korean teams, it is you can beat them around the map, not if you play the way CLG did. So I was the same. It was kind of one of these dissecting moments where it looked like once again another team had been exposed by a very smart team in KOO Tigers, but I think that CLG can bounce back.
And let's keep in mind the importance of this match. If CLG were to lose this game, a lot of attention gets turned to the winner of Flash Wolves and Pain, given the fact that they might then be able to make a run for that second seed.
As I said before, the pressure on the loser out of this game is absolutely massive. If you drop this game, you're with everyone else.
All right, well, go for it.
CLG does have the 1-1 over or 1-0 over both the teams below them, so that's still something to keep in mind. They're never going to get 2-0'd, so they might get a tiebreaker even if they fall a little bit.
Yeah, there is a little bit of insurance there. Well, today is do or die as these teams fight for a spot in the quarterfinals, and we want to get your thoughts. So tweet us at lollysports and tell us which player or lane you think will carry their team specifically out of Group A and why. Gentlemen, do you have any thoughts regarding this?
Yeah. All tournament long, I've been on the mid laner and the jungler, beg my pardon, of the Flash Wolves. Karsa and Maple, they're just looking so strong coming into the tournament, and Maple hasn't really had that game we're waiting for yet. I think that with a couple of days break, they're now very used to playing in this setting. They could go off and really impact the map.
I mean, for me, I don't think CLG is going to beat KOO, but if they have a way of doing so, it has to be through Afro. You know, we've known this guy to be the shot caller. Xmithy doesn't do a lot of the shot calling. It's Afro. He has to be the one to direct his team and tell them, look, come to this lane. We're winning. We need to push this advantage and open the map through this one. If Zion's getting leads, fine, switch it to the top lane, but really focus on that strength and win that way, as opposed to trying to help something that's been working for a year. That's not going to fly here.
Yeah, he's got to have that flexibility against KOO. And I'm looking at KOO's support, Gorilla, who's going to be up in the bottom lane against him. Gorilla even showed in their game against Pain that when they are behind, they always have a way back into the game off of his mid-game shot calling, off of his mid-game plays that he's going to be making on his Thresh and his pick champions. So Gorilla's the guy, I think, even if KOO gets into a deficit, can still pull them out of the game.
All right, well, there's a few ideas for you there. Remember to send your answers to @lollysports and include the hashtag Worlds, and we'll have our analyst desk weigh in a little later in the broadcast. Right now, though, gentlemen, it's time to poll you for your predictions. Who's going to be taking this first match?
I think KOO Tigers will take this first match. The way that they beat CLG last time was watching someone just dissect a team. And as I said, I do really respect CLG and their resilience. I think they will bounce back. Will it be enough against KOO? I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm also going to have to go with KOO Tigers here. I was doing a whole bunch of research. I really wanted to pull for CLG, but it just looked like a step-by-step process that KOO had dissected. Also, this is not, and Doublelift talked about it in the roll-in, this is not the CLG that we saw at Madison Square Garden. Zion Spartan has given up first blood in all 3 games. They are not getting a top lane advantage, and they're not able to play on multiple sides of the map. And when that happens, they're on the Lulu crutch in mid lane for Pobelter, and when that was banned out, they didn't seem to have an answer.
Crumbs?
I've had my communion, I've said my prayers, but I think it's time to leave the church. I'm all out of faith. CLG is not going to beat KOO. KOO for the win. And that's because this is a team that's shown 3 carries. Smeb, Kuro, and Prey have really shown that they can take over games. And for CLG, it's only been Doublelift. It's a Doublelift show with the Lulu or just really protecting me with Jinx and Tristana. I'm not sold. With a 1 threat comp and strategy, you cannot beat a team as solid as KOO right now.
Yeah, But CLG, they can pull out a win here if they pull out something new or they go back to their Madison Square Garden performance. And KOO has something that's almost like their IEM performance because we've seen different variations of these teams, and that's what.
So hoping they choke.
Yeah,
well,
going back in time quite a way there.
Or the more diplomatic way of saying it, anything can happen in a best of one.
Boom.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, as we throw it over to our casting trio to kick off our games, Gorilla says last week's victory over CLG has changed his opinion on who he thinks will make it out of groups.
제가 생각하기에는 저희 팀이랑 UFW인 것 같고요. CLG도 잘한다고 생각을 했었는데 저희가 경기를 해보니까 좀 저희 생각만큼 그렇지 않은 것 같아서 아마 저희랑 FW가 올라가지 않을까 생각하고 있어요.
Well, it may be harsh words, but they are honest and they ring true. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I am Trevor Quickshire Henry. To my right is Martin Deficio Lunga. And joining us, fresh off the analyst desk, it is, of course, Christopher Monte Cristo Michaels. Guys, we're loading up for our first match of the day. It is Counter Logic Gaming taking on the KOO Tigers. The theoretical battle for first place, as they are both 2-1. Analyst desk talked about it when it comes to seeding, just how important this game really is.
Yeah, and also just for CLG, I think mentally bouncing back, having a better performance, because last week it was not pretty. I mean, it was such a one-sided match. KOO Tigers just had the number.
Yeah, and the analyst desk is talking about, okay, CLG has to debut something new, but I promise you, the KOO Tigers are a team that have tricks up their sleeve. Now, I've been looking at Gorilla's solo queue, a lot of Veigar, a lot of Tom Kench,
man.
So there's some stuff that they haven't shown yet that could be a major factor in this match.
Yeah, we also need to see if Poe Builder can have a better performance. He played Azir in the last game after Lulu was banned away champion. He's done really well on beforehand, but the Azir performance, I mean, he was under a lot of pressure. They were camping him, but he also had some misplays. He was very greedy in the way he was positioning on the map. That cost him quite a lot. That needs to be a lot better because it's very important with the strategy CLG is playing that the mid laner is always doing well, so you can push the waves down to the towers and then rotate in the AD carries to take down these turrets.
We were also talking about, or the analyst desk was talking about his first blood, giving it up in every single game. And he plays recklessly. He gets in lane. It looks like his jungler is there, but Xmithy's never there. And then he plays too far forward. He gets himself killed. And KOO did a great job of playing around that in the last game, just moving forward, taking him out to start out the match.
Strategic mismatch. Last time CLG and KOO played. We'll see if history repeats itself. Before that, let's take a look at those starting lineups, gentlemen. On the blue side, it is Counter Logic Gaming with Zion Spartan, the man that needs to step up in the top lane. Xmithy in the jungle. A Poe Belter. When he's not on Lulu, he's not winning. Double lift the AD carry as well as Aframu, their support. Sixlol is, of course, the coach.
And on the red side, we have the KOO Tigers. They won last week. They want to do the same again. Top lane, we have Smeb. Hojin is in the jungle. And, of course, Koro in the mid lane taking on Poe Belter. Prey is going to be the AD carry. Fantastic Ashe performance last week. Gorilla as the support. And Nofe is their coach behind the team. You see him right here giving a few tips. Talking about picks and bans, last time they had a fantastic one against CLG.
Yeah, and let's talk about that a little bit more. The Blitzcrank I really did not particularly like. I thought it was quite early. I personally felt KOO have had some questions in picks and bans when we talked about their loss against Flash Wolves, for example. What are we expecting between these two teams who have had, let's call it speed bumps of varying degrees last week? Monty?
Well, with KOO, there were some problems mostly with the bans I felt in their match up against the Flash Wolves, a little cocky to let that Gangplank through and not ban the Nidalee. But other than that, I felt that their draft against CLG was very good. I think that CLG forgot that Kennen was a flex pick because it's only been played by KOO once this year in the top lane position, and it was in the spring season. So you have to really think back to predict that one.
It's a very clear thing for the pick and ban phases we see for CLG, how much focus they put on Doublelift and Aframu, having that strong 2v2 lane. Because they see the Ashe and like, oh, Blitzcrank, hard counter, we can kill him in lane, super easy, take that tower, get rolling from it. But then, as you just said here, didn't expect the Ken to be swapped, Morgana to be put in place, obviously to shut down this Blitzcrank. But we also see for CLG, very often they ban away like Kalista, to try and give a favorable matchup for Doublelift down the bottom lane, give him that Tristana, even though you could play it into Kalista if he feels confident doing it. CLG, though, have a lot of things they should focus on banning. Like, there's a lot of hard engaged stuff, like Ashe and Malphite.
Are we going to see, I mean, CLG's banned Kalista 2 of their games. We've seen it banned all 3 times. GP still a consideration. Maud still a consideration. Lulu still a consideration. Like, there are so many possibilities here.
I think they have to ban Victor. Kuro is 17-4 all-time on this champion. The wave clear really shuts down the way that CLG likes to play. And what's so interesting about Kuro is he came into this tournament and he's had a very dominating performance. In 3 games, he's 17-1 and 22 for a 39 KDA. And his only death was diving a fountain at the end of the game as Victor against CLG.
So just
very confident play.
Mentioned some of the hard engaged champions. We're about to talk a little bit about Ashe as well after this. Victor could come in as the ban for CLG, but this is simply because when you run these comps where you want to group very early and siege towers, hard engage is what kills you. The fact that Prey can aim that arrow so fantastically, honestly, nail it from across the map, hit CLG when they're sitting in mid lane and get the engage going, it's been so effective for KOO Tigers and one of the reasons they shut down CLG in the last game.
Counterlogic Gaming are target banning KOO here, removing some of those strengths of those duo lane champions we touched on, and that Kennen was even a flex last week.
As well.
Lulu is still up. Does KOO ban it or risk it being given away first pick?
KOO should ban Lulu right here. Give Elise over to CLG and take Rek'Sai for themselves. They would be more than happy with that. Hojin has preferred Rek'Sai over Elise anyway, so not even losing anything if you are the KOO Tigers. But CLG, this is such a heavy bot lane focus pick and ban phase with these bans from them.
Well, they really want to dominate that 2v2, and Kennen is a huge problem, especially for them on the red side. It could easily get flexed again, maybe even to the mid lane if Kuro has picked it up. So I think banning that is smart. Lulu will be coming in as the last ban.
And now, Darius is a pick we've seen from some teams. Give it to a top laner, leave him on his own. That is it.
Very early Echo.
Interesting.
Don't think you needed to first pick that.
And now, Smithy played Echo in Madison Square Garden in the LCS finals. Also picked it quite early, but that is different. That is pre-AP changes. Do we think this is even a Pobelter champion?
I mean, it is a flex pick. I'm sure Pobelter would be able to pull it off. He's an old assassin player in that mid lane. What I also find very interesting here is that KOO Tigers went for a Azir very, very early.
So, interesting fact. Kuro is 3-10 on Azir all time. It has been a pick that KOO has liked to take in this last year, but it's not one that they've ever been very successful with. And when we saw Pobelter's performance on Victor at Madison Square Garden, that leaves me feeling pretty comfortable, and there's the Veigar possibly.
Yeah, so again, remember Echo is going to be a flex pick. You can still take it to the jungle if you want to. It is not as strong as it was before, but just having the flex option makes it stronger. This is a CLG Siege composition. And you know what? I don't even think they care too much about Azir being picked away, because he's a champion who's rushing a Nash's Tooth. That means he has no MR against the Veigar. It's going to be like, well, I'm just going to stun you, and then I'm going to push your tower.
Well, we'll see if Pobelter can make that work. It has been banned against Counterlogic Gaming in 2 of their 3 games last week, so maybe using it in scrims. KOO Tigers, where do they go from here? And I need to find some way to get through Echo, through Veigar, and to Trist on that back line.
Yeah, very early they've shown both solo laners for KOO Tigers. Obviously, take away the Azir. It was such a big pick for Pobelter. And junglers have kind of fallen down the priority list, probably also because CLG can just take Echo in that jungle if they want to.
Elise and Jinx, so a lot of scaling here for KOO. They're going to have a lot of time on their side, but I'm not seeing the greatest of wave clear.
And where's the engage? Remember their game versus Flash Wolves. They had some issues engaging in that particular game. And this is another sort of engage-less composition so far. They can maybe get an Elise Cocoon and follow up on it.
Malphite support, do it. Come on. Gorilla, we know you've been playing some fun things.
I love the Veigar here just because it takes it away from KOO. And KOO may have actually taken that in the second round of their draft as a support champion. Remember, Gorilla is the guy that pretty much got Veigar nerfed in the first place.
Overall, it just feels to me like CLG were kind of baiting this early Azir pick from KOO Tigers because they had the Veigar ready. Again, it was banned last time they played each other, but because KOO Tigers had to take away Mordekaiser, Gangplank, and Lulu, there was no room for target banning. So CLG's been able to get now some counter matchups also with the KOO Tigers, showing those both soul laners instantly as priority takeaways from CLG.
And of course, we do see the split push threat. That will be the Fiora into Darius. Something that, if I remember Monty saying correctly, criminally underplayed.
Criminally underplayed.
Tournament.
And a great champion to play into the Darius too. Now that does leave Echo in the jungle. That's going to give them some great kiting potential. And it was one of Xmithy's more played champions in the summer season. But then again, it's not quite so powerful in the jungle anymore after some nerfs.
Okay. So the reason for the Tahm Kench lock in here is basically you look at a Veigar or you look at a Fiora, obviously very much focused on a single target. Veigar can basically one-shot him, Fiora pops down his ulti. Tahm Kench, when he eats whoever is getting targeted there, can deny that. He's very good at denying these one-shot combos. However, his engage, again, is completely lackluster. All he has is his ulti, which is so predictable and so easy to run away from. So KOO Tigers are running on these compositions where if they fall behind, the siege from CLG will take them out.
Well, it's also the same is true on the other side, right? If KOO Tigers start to get ahead and they're in position on a turret with Azir, Tahm Kench, and Darius, and you have to engage into them, it's going to be ugly. This is really going to be a battle of siege compositions in this game. Should be quite interesting to see who gets onto the turret first.
Yeah, and talking about that in terms of the lane swap dynamics, Counterlogic Gaming have done pretty well in their previous 3 games, actually securing the first tower in all 3 of them. Now, admittedly, they do fall very quickly after if you're in those lane swaps. Are we expecting something similar? Do CLG want to go toe-to-toe? Or do they want to try and accelerate that sieging power of their team composition?
I mean, CLG can be more than happy taking standard lanes here. You want Fiora into Darius early. You have a Braum Tristana lane, one of the stronger 2v2 lanes in terms of kill pressure, against a Tahm Kench, who's not the strongest laning support. So yeah, give them standard lanes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that it's going to look very good here for CLG.
Yeah.
It's just about who can set it up first.
So get on Twitter, @LOLEsports, use the hashtag CLGwin or hashtag KOOWin, and let us know which composition you prefer.
Well, the crowd is very excited that you're reminding them of the Twitter vote, Deficio.
I mean, it's what I'm here for, right?
It is Group A at the 2015 League of Legends World Championships. These are the 2 teams currently sharing first place. Only one of them will have that 3-1 record. Counterlogic Gaming making their way into lane.
So again, also with Poe Builder on this Veigar, one of the things he often does, he can force you to take cleanse, and he can run a teleport. Double teleport has been so strong in this tournament so far because, again, the amount of map pressure you have, the room you have to go and clear side lanes and you can still force a fight on the other side of the map is very impactful. However, Veigar is not the guy who's going to walk into the side lane and split push.
Coming in too, even if he starts to fall behind early like he did in the first match between these 2 teams, at least he can get back to lane quickly, continue farming. He won't fall quite so far behind.
Let's see the level 1 from KOO Tigers. Notice how Prey on Jinx is sitting under his tower, not showing himself up there. Do you want to try and sneak up to the top side for the lane swap and see if he can go unspotted? CLG will have to like peek in and see if they can see him there. Most teams never do that. You just go into the jungle, place your deep wards, and then you don't really think who's sitting up there. And Prey can just recall, or he can stay if he wants to get that 2v1 on top side.
He did fake the recall there early on, so it looks like he will be sticking around. We'll see if CLG call this. They don't have a lot of information. We see Gorilla holding back right there, waiting for the minion wave before entering that lane. And it looks like we will get a lane swap after all.
Yeah, so KOO Tigers, we talked about this super quick just before, how CLG could be very happy taking standard lanes with Fiora into Darius. Again, the double lift Afro combo with Tristana and Braum. KOO Tigers says, nope, that's not going to happen. We take the swap.
Looking at this late game too, if we do get into an even situation late, Gorilla's play, who he decides to eat could deny a lot of CLG's damage. So really all eyes on him if we get to a late game scenario where everything is even up.
I have to ask, Deficio, you were talking about Tahm Kench becoming more and more prolific as the tournament plays out. Is it purely to avoid the single target damage, or does Tahm offer some additional strengths that are just not as obvious to his demeanor?
I mean, the main thing he does offer is, as you just said yourself, denying, you know, the combo, denying one of your carries getting one-shotted, denying a big AoE ability like a Shockwave maybe, as we saw HQ do last week. That's what he does really well. He's not really going to be ganked in mid lane. It's Kuro instead who's going to get ganked by CLG.
Well, coming in right here. Quen's already down.
He's going to be in trouble. Flashes over the wall. Both summoner spells blown for some time from Zion.
What that's going to do, though, is we're not seeing a traditional fast push this game. We noticed that KOO already has 3 people down in that bottom side to help farm. Meanwhile, Prey has initiated a freeze in the top side, so this is a much more traditional Korean-style lane swap. They're trying to get Prey ahead early, and that's what the Korean-style lane swap really does. Going to start pushing it now, though.
I'm still surprised that CLG went for the mid lane gank instead of walking top where Prey was sitting on this Jinx. Force him away, you can break the freeze super easy and you get Zion spotting instantly into the lane. Instead, they went for the mid lane against a guy who has cleanse as well. So a little bit surprised by that one from CLG instead of going for Prey, but obviously they don't know, or they didn't know where the rest of the KOO members were.
Well, take a look at this. Doublelift is in trouble, and a quiet taste is there. Gorilla flashes forward. He is going to devour him, spits him back out. Exhaust is ticking away. Doublelift below 100 HP. Smeb and Gorilla going to chase him down. First blood to top lane Darius. Now Aframu, he's getting chased down. Catfish is hungry. Devour cooldown. It's going to get spit backwards. Aframu's below 200, and he's going to go down. A few more hits, and the spin for the win from Smeb.
Right there, one of the biggest problems with it was that Aframu dropped the exhaust too early. He dropped it while Doublelift was still inside Tom Kench onto Smeb, so there really wasn't any effect from that summoner spell. But getting very cocky, I think they've been thrown because they're not used to lane swapping like this at all. This is how it is done in Korea.
It is so rare you have a 2v2 with the enemy top lane and enemy support where they can go and kill you in the west. It's so often just fast push in on that tower, bounce it back. You never have these early fights. And also the Tom Kench getting the 3 stacks onto Doublelift, maybe underestimating the damage a little bit or the amount of CC he can provide when he just sticks to this target and then shoots you back.
That's absolutely massive too. Darius is going to have a phage at under 5 minutes into this game, and that pressure that sometimes Fiora can put on is not going to be there. Smeb also still has TP available should he want to make a play on the map with that early item.
I'm really glad you mentioned the pressure from Zion because of the fact that he's the player that we're looking at to try step up for CLG. Doublelift has had some good games when he's been held by Lulu in the mid lane, but again, just being caught out by Smeb.
Zion needs to be careful now, because what we see very often happen is that whenever 2 guys are against the top lane up here and they push him into tower, they set up for that early dive. Either the jungler moves up or your top lane just TPs in and 3v1 dives him. So in case KOO feels threatened on the bottom side, they can make that play. But because they've now sent down Hojin as backup, they're more looking just to secure farm on the Darius. They're not looking to deny Zion right now.
Zion trying to defend that tower as best he can. I did see Xmithy moving up, but isn't going to go up to help the tower. So Prey and Gorilla getting a lot of damage onto that top outer tower. Wow! Doublelift even gets apprehended back, forced a rocket jump over, and Smeb is already looking so comfortable on this Darius.
Well, Doublelift being behind, when we look at the games played of Worlds so far, Doublelift accounts in the 3 games CLG has played for 35.7% of his team's damage, which is a huge percentage, and he's only number 2 behind Incarnation at 718 damage per minute. So this guy is crucial to the damage output of his team, and now that he's behind, it's a large problem, especially since Smeb is at the top of all top laners at 25% damage. So him with an edge is a big, big problem.
Once again though, CLG looking towards the mid lane. You gotta play the side lanes instead.
And there's the bounce back.
Smithy's in trouble. Cleanse goes down. Kuro, wow! He just gets insta-gibbed. And that was the no MR you were talking about.
Yeah, again, this is the thing we said about Azir. You go Nash's Tooth first. You can't go Athene's. It just sets down your build too much or sets it behind too much. So he's very, very squishy, but he delayed that cleanse for a long, long time. I'm not sure what he was waiting for. Didn't cleanse and instantly try and dash out.
One thing about KOO's composition, though, is that as long as Azir gets a wall down in the late game, he doesn't actually need to be there for a lot of these team fights because Jinx is going to be providing a lot of the late game damage and not going to be quite as susceptible to Veigar.
And just to go back to your point about Doublelift before here with the Tristana, another reason it's so important for CLG that they're winning the bottom lane is like when we watch Cloud9 play. You need to rotate that AD carry early for tower pressure. Tristana in the mid game, when it comes to overall damage, she's not the greatest. She needs 3-4 items before she really starts shining there, but she's good at taking down towers at all stages in the game. So unless Doublelift can take down an early tower and go mid, that's how he makes up for that weak mid game. If he falls behind, suddenly you have such a large period of time where he won't really be that useful.
Well, he has fallen behind rather, actually gone for a Cutlass first item on Tristana. I also want to point out that our AP Echo, or the reworked AP Echo, Chilling Smite and early Sightstone for Xmithy. So some changes here from not only the champion picks, but the itemization as well.
Both games where CLG played KOO now, he's gone for very early Sightstone. Normally he gets it like 11, 14 minutes. Now, it's like early on in the game. Gorilla is looking to eat Aframo again.
He's going to eat him indeed. Throws him onto the chompers, and Hojin sinks the fangs in. CLG were not expecting the unbenched Kench.
such a great combo with Jinx. I mean, we saw this same combination coming in from HQ, but it was great in team fights, but they weren't so crisp in the laning phase, right? But eating him and then going straight into the chompers is brutal.
It really is. And Monty, this is what you'd mentioned before picks and bans. How KOO could demonstrate something unexpected. This is great mastery of the Tahm Kench Darius duo, and then playing around his CC.
But CLG is really disrespecting Tahm Kench. Like, there was no backup coming up, Doublelift getting in range, so Aframu could jump to him with his W or anything. No, just like, yeah, let him eat me. Shoots it back into the CC, at least shows up, and very easy for KOO Tigers with all 3 kills. For Gorilla to get in range, get the stacks down, which normally is so difficult on a Tahm Kench because you're so slow.
KOO Tigers doing just a wonderful job of chaining objective into objective right now. Take down that bottom turret. They're fine in the top lane. Smeb is just safely farming up. He knows that Xmithy's in his side of the jungle, so he's playing back, playing passively. Xmithy not really having an option here besides getting that red buff. They see him there at the Raptors, immediately go for the dragon. So KOO's starting to snowball in a pretty big way.
Really are accelerating ahead as we're getting to that 10-minute mark. Let's see how Doublelift and Afro decide to bounce back. They're down in CS, down in kills and assists. They've lost their tower as well, so it's even unsafe for them to farm. And while all that's going on, Zion now has to deal with a 2-0 Darius up top as well. It's difficult all across the map.
So now that CLG is in a position where basically the way to get back in the game, the way to get gold is again by taking down some of these early tier 1 towers. You're gonna need to switch your jungle attention from the top side of the map to the bottom side. So we need them to push it out here with Tristana and Braum, have Xmithy then roam around bottom side, place a few deep wards, and allow Doublelift to get to this tier 1 tower and kill it. So you can then rotate to mid and use Pobuilder's massive stun to create that zone or one-shot someone and
is
then
that
take
all?
tower.
Is that all they've got to do?
Yeah,
sufficient.
I mean, so
it sounds so simple.
Also, while you're hoping that CLG does that, the alternative is Jinx no slouch in terms of pushing down towers herself, so they could always be 1 tower ahead, and look at that.
Zion's in so much trouble. He'd used his riposte earlier, anticipating the dunk, and it didn't come down. CLG, they're going all in. The Chompers are going to catch them. The Super Mega Death Rocket does the splash, and Gorilla gets out. That Grey Health tankiness is so effective. We do see the Chrono Break as Xmithy goes back. Here comes the kill. It's secured by Xmithy. It's 4-on-3, but CLG are low. That is good. Prey getting excited for the double kill, and Hojin should secure 1 more for the team. A 4-for-1 trade.
We just talked about the call here that CLG were trying to make. Okay, player on the bottom side. Look at the ping boards in the river. Look at the D board they just placed. The problem is, this Tahm Kench is winning the game for KOO Tigers because look how much time it takes for CLG to hit Gorilla. Grey HP comes in, so he's not even about to die yet. And he stays alive when Prey's about to die. Nope, he just numbs him in. Like, yeah, you're not gonna die, my friend, don't worry. He's not gonna one-shot you just yet, so he has to use it on the support.
That pops out at the end, and even though CLG was faster, we did see Doublelift get tied up by a cocoon at the start of that fight. Hojin choosing to pick on the Tristana, and then Kuro's just there for the cleanup. So very clean play from the KOO Tigers coming in and denying that. But man, this Tahm Kench is huge. And you know, you and I were talking about this before the game. Tahm Kench is really good right now, and this is why.
He offers so much more as well, other than just being so annoying and denying your AD carry from dying. We just saw how he could be a bit aggressive in the 2v2, how he can stick to targets. He's hard to take down early game for these AD carries. Let's see what happens top, because Zion's button is going aggressive.
Zion's going down. Well, manages to lunge
he's going down
out
towards the tower.
That's it, thanks to Fisher. You got me covered. Grand Challenge didn't work out, but again, just the synergy between the soft CC that Darius offers. Afro's flashed in. That's a good event horizon, but Gorilla's just gonna eat Smeb. We do see the Dark Matter dropping. Time Winder goes out, Chrono Break goes out. They've traded a kill for a tower. Prey's still alive and running around. Event horizon is gonna come back up. A 1-for-1 trade, but KOO also secured a tower.
But that's just not enough at this stage. Look at the mid lane right now. Azir pushing forward against Doublelift's Tristana. He nearly got the kill there against Tristana in the end. Still has his ultimate too.
And Tristana's just been set behind also when it comes to damage on towers, not getting that early physical damage by obviously rushing towards an Infinity Edge. He's trying to build more to take down these big tanks like the Tahm Kench, like the Darius, and with the early 2 kills, he didn't have 1,550 gold. So Doublelift is just so far behind and running a suboptimal build as well for what their composition wants to do.
It's going to be a very difficult road for CLG. If there is one shining light, Cobalt wave clear on that Vigor, and the strength of Event Horizon could be the only thing that could turn this. is at the moment Zion's behind, Double's behind. And you know, Kuro's Azir, considering the early gank, considering the early pressure, he's done phenomenal in that mid lane.
Yeah, he's held it together. Let's take a look at that replay again. Afro just completely missing Glacial Fissure right there. Smeb gonna get eaten right out of that event horizon, spit right back out. Smithy tanking that turret, but gets a nice chrono break to stay alive. And Prey here just firing from the backside. Kojin doing a little bit of damage and getting the return kill. Prey just skirting the outside and dodging the Grom Q.
And once again, Tahm Kench makes it so much harder for you to just one-shot that one target and then back away. You have to invest so much extra time because he's there, and he's not even hit his final form yet. He's got into big team fights, but he's going to be even more annoying.
Oh, I can't wait to see that Abyssal Voyage. See if he can deliver Smeb to the back line. Black Cleaver has been collected, and KOO, they're making it very clear they want that top outer turret. There's had a number of members up there tried to shove that wave in, tried to push it down. It's the last remaining outer turret. Okay, Abyssal Voyage, that was used defensively. No, it's aggressive, I lied. Event Horizon is down. Prey's in a little bit of trouble. He will get eaten for a few seconds longer and spat up. Smithy's gonna go down before he can chrono break out. But Prey gets excited before getting dunked. It's a double kill, make that a triple kill for Smeb's Darius. We just touched on Abyssal Voyage.
Gorilla has huge balls to make that play.
Prey as well.
Absolutely massive. To just go into the front line like that on the Jinx, but they relied on Smeb to clean it up. Didn't matter really that Prey went down because the damage had already done. Got a few rockets in there for the AoE, got his ult up, and then there's Smeb for the cleanup.
For everyone at home in solo queue, normally you do not put your AD carry in the middle of the enemy team. That's not how you're supposed to use it. Gorilla though tricking poor Prey, like, no, it's safe, don't worry, we're just gonna rotate down towards the mid lane. And then, in the middle of the team, Prey and Gorilla arrives.
And look at this event horizon too. It really doesn't do actually a whole lot over the course of this team fight. Dropped a little bit early and they just come up right in the middle of that circle.
Exceptional positioning from Kuro. Emperor's Divide keeps him safe. Soldiers get the damage down. For a man who's historically not been great on this champion, that is phenomenal play.
I'm so happy that we finally saw. One thing that we missed, I think, in the AHQ game was really good Tahm Kench ult. But it's so powerful when you can use it properly. Very difficult to plan around, to organize with the rest of your team because of the way that it's a little bit delayed, takes some time, isn't truly global. But that was a very good use of it.
And the thing, Monty, it enables cross-map rotations.
I love
Tahm Kench.
I love it.
Kobe's rolling in his grave because it's a straight line, and I believe it's called a translation, was his previous
We've been over
rant.
there. I've been over this with Kobe.
We're opening old wounds. We're opening old wounds, gentlemen. Zion Spartan is going to have some backup from Xmithy. Level 10 to the same level 10 of Smeb, both relatively low level. However, Kuro in the mid lane, 2 levels over Obelter. Big change.
Yeah, but it's only a Tiamat done so far for Zion Spartan. He's very far behind in this matchup. And KOO going to go ahead and take their second dragon. I mean, we're looking at about an 8,000 gold lead here at 16.
Oh, that's Tahm Kench.
Well, here comes Gorilla. The Abyssal Voyage will land. I don't think he's brought any friends to play with. Aframu's now on the front line, and Double Lifter's rocket jumped in. Devour goes down onto Smeb. Gonna buy enough time for Kuro to arrive. Afro still on the retreat. The Decimate comes out from Smeb, and so does the dunk. Now Pobelter's in trouble. He's trying to get away. Flash is still available. Xmithy and Afro are dealing with the catfish. Gorilla's gonna throw Xmithy onto the chompers, and Prey gets excited. Super Mega Death Rocket was fired a little while ago, and that Unbreakable Shield will keep Aframu alive for a few seconds longer. 4 members of CLG down for only Smeb.
I feel like we've seen this before. A guy's getting caught out, Gorilla arrives, buys enough time for the rest of his team to show up. Smeb does go down in the end, but doesn't matter because the rest of the KOO Tigers are here. I'm a big Tahm Kench fan. This pick is so fantastic if you can play it well as a team.
Well, I'm just happy that we get to see it again because we're going to see it a lot, I think, moving forward in this tournament. But just looking at Gorilla's solo queue in Europe, like 50% of his last 20 games are on Tahm Kench. Just amazingly spamming that champion so hard in solo queue. And it's great to see it come out. And the Veigar's coming too, I promise you, for Gorilla.
I trust you, Monty, in that one. Still, Pig and Manface, we were looking at the comps, like, oh, none of these teams can really afford falling behind because like the siege compositions, there's not a whole lot of engage coming in. KOO Tigers just said, you know, from the early game, we're just going to take such a massive advantage, just like last week. Let's look at it. Smeb takes the fight against Zion. Gorilla joins in, and right now it looks good for CLG. It's a massive gang on to the top side. Obviously, Zion is dropping so low because Smeb is insanely strong right now. then we buy time.
Yeah, buys the time. Gorilla gets in there to save Smeb, grabs him out at the end, and we're already into another fight right here. CLG pushing forward.
Well, we do see Gorilla. He goes forward, throws out the tongue.
Beautiful.
Double lift gets apprehended backwards and sunk by a Noxian guillotine. Kuro's going to clean up Zion Spartan. Not after one riposte keeps him alive a few seconds longer. CLG get the tower for the loss of 2. Abyssal Voyage comes out, and a decent time winder from Xmithy will get them away. But 2 deaths for that top outer turret.
KOO is a team. You know, we talked about coming in. Smeb has 25% of his team's damage, which is the highest of any top laner.
It's going to be higher now.
Yeah, it's going to be way higher now as 7-2-2. But this is a team that the top 80 carry and mid laner are all within 3% or so of each other. So the balance of damage dealt is incredibly even. So this is one of the reasons why KOO is very difficult to shut down, because if someone starts falling behind, the other members of the team pick it up. They play so well as a unit. They may not have the strongest individual players. I mean, Kuro and Prey have had their ups and downs this season. Smeb has been probably the most reliable player alongside Gorilla, but they know how to play the map. They know how to play as a unit, and that is their strength.
I'd say in this Group A, KOO Tigers have some of the strongest players. And that's why they can have these games where, despite not normally being a good early game team, they can punish you so hard if you make mistakes. This game, it all started in the lane swap, where suddenly in the bottom lane, Gorilla and Smeb together gets a 2v0 kill, or 2v2 kill, I guess, onto CLG. They take 2 kills for it, over to Smeb. He gets so far ahead in this game, and then suddenly CLG just start falling apart.
Well, CLG have basically collapsed. This is the 2nd largest gold lead at 20 minutes of any match this tournament. The only one greater was EDG versus Bangkok Titans. Double lift and Afro. Gonna try team up here on Hojin, but here comes Smeb. It is 3v2, and Gorilla on the Kench is far, far away, but Kuro is not. Emperor's Divide will split them in 2. Smeb's got 1, Hojin's got another, and now the Super Mega Death Rocket splashes. Xmithy's forced to retreat. Pobelter and Zion are on the wrong side of the map, and Zion's not gonna get anything back. 4 for 1. Again!
Well, this just reeks of desperation from CLG. There's nothing more they can do at this point. They have to try and catch people out because of how far they are behind, but that's going to mean a Baron. This is going to be a very quick game for the KOO Tigers.
Yeah, we've seen some very good games for these Siege compositions, but we've also seen games now where they fall behind, and there's really nothing you can do if your main objective as a composition is to groove on a tower and start hitting it and killing it, because it's too easy for the other team with map control to flank you, to engage on you in so many ways, and that team fight is always won by the team who's obviously so far ahead. So KOO Tigers can just keep taking these fights. CLG knows we have to go all in or we're not going to get back in this game.
Normally you wouldn't go for this with a pink ward right up there at the top of your screen just because they don't have any vision on who's coming in on this. And Kuro gets that ultimate off. They're able to bounce people around right outside of the Baron, but Xmithy has no mana, so he has to back off. And Prey manages to hit an ultimate. They take 1 down, but the price they pay is pretty dear. And we see Smeb get enough heal at the end of that fight with his Q just to move on forward and clean it up.
Oh, great play with the Baron now. Baron power play enabled. The average team will get around 3.3 thousand gold during the course of this Baron. Get themselves a couple of towers. KOO've already cracked open the base. Oh my word, Zion's in trouble, and Prey just crits him down. The zap connects onto Xmithy. Inhibitor's gonna fall shortly. There's minion waves pushing towards the top lane, so KOO can shove that in. And they will need to deal with that bottom lane. Also, just note, KOO's only lost 1 tower this entire game. They have spent so much time on CLG's half of the map.
That's the nature of these 2 compositions. When you get 2 comps with very similar win conditions, it can get really snowbally really fast, because at this point, even if CLG starts to set up, KOO's poke is just greater because they have such a huge item advantage. There's not a lot they can do.
What a message this sends to the rest of the group and the rest of the teams at the World Championships. Seeing how KOO have just dismantled CLG from the very beginning, from the lane swap, it's going to give some more difficulties to the rest of today's picks and bans, and let alone the rest of the tournament. You see some wave clear coming out from Pobelter, but look at that! Just combo down. I didn't know KOO's composition could poke that effectively as well. They're going to get another tower.
Well, anything can happen when you're 14k up at 22 minutes. Quick shot.
That's fair. That's fair.
And you have a Tom Kench.
And a Tom Kench. That's it. It was enabled. Right. Teleport coming in for Pobelter. In fact, cancelled. It was just to pull KOO Tigers back. Xmithy's still sitting on the front line, but where is the double of Tongue Lash finds Zion. An acquired taste not applied. Decimate spins by Smeb, and Afro's forced to retreat. Zion just gets booted away by Emperor's Divide, and Kuro's gonna Shurima shuffle his way in for one. Pobelter will find a kill. They've traded mid lane for mid lane, but Double Lift and Pobelter aren't the last ones remaining as they run away. Apprehend doesn't find its target. KOO Tigers, they're onto the Nexus turret before the Baron has even expired. 23.5 minutes on the clock, an undeniable #1 seed in Group A. KOO Tigers from Korea.
What a rout. I mean, one of the shortest games that we have had at this World Championship. Incredibly one-sided match, but that's going to put KOO in a great position. They only need to win one game now to be guaranteed first place in this group.
And they have the 2-0 versus CLG in case they do tie, so obviously KOO Tigers will then get the higher spot in the group. But really, 2 games in a row now between these two teams. KOO Tigers mechanically outplay CLG in the early game. We have early fights, early ganks, and they all go in the favor of the KOO Tigers. As an AD carry and a support in a lane swap, you should never, ever, 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 ever die against the enemy support and top lane. It should not be possible. CLG gave up 2 kills early. This Tahm Kench pick surprised them so much. They did not respect what Gorilla could do.
Gorilla was 1-1-20. He had such a high kill contribution out of, 27 kills in this game. He was constantly there, constantly looking on the map to make plays. And you know, he didn't have the greatest game against the Flash Wolves, but we look at his 3 other performances now, and he has been so crucial to the KOO Tigers' success. Hitting those Morgana bindings, incredibly impressive Thresh play, and now adding Tahm Kench. He's a hard guy to shut down.
That was a perfect demonstration of what Tahm Kench can offer team compositions with a fairly linear playstyle. You know that Siege comp, the single target burst from CLG, all of it gets countered by Tahm. Question is, how hard is it to pull off? Because now every other team has got such a limited amount of time to either find a counter or to find a way to steal it first and then do it themselves.
I mean, one of the counters is going to be like these big AoE effect, things like a Rumble ulti, maybe coming where eating one guy doesn't really do a whole lot for Tahm Kench and his team. The problem is Rumble is not really in the meta, so like that option is not there right now. We need to find some other ones. I think Azir could work well against him. But really what Gorilla did as well is just his positioning on the map. Because whenever there was a fight, he was close enough to join in, buy time for the rest of the team, and they could come in and kill CLG.
Yeah, I mean, I was...
Love it.
I'm glad we got to see the ult used really well for the first time.
Send an AD carry.
Send him in, just plopped him right into the middle of the team. Who cares?
Well, it did work out. KOO Tigers with a convincing victory over CLG. Let's head to the analyst desk to take a look exactly how they earned that #1 spot.
Thank you, gentlemen. An absolute stomp. There's really no nice way to put it there. I mean, a nice showing by KOO, absolutely, but it was pure domination across the map. 23-49, a new fastest game for the tournament that is a non-surrender game, beating out the C9 AHQ game by 9 seconds.
I love how they play a composition that is similar to all the things that Cloud9 and CLG have been running, the whole Siege with Darius, and just play it 10 times better. With the Kench, they're like, unbench the Kench. And then this guy takes over the game during laning phase of roaming. It was perfect. Loved it.
One thing I do want to point out is it's the little things at the start of the game that are going to get you an advantage. And Double Lift tanked 2 turret shots for absolutely no reason. All of a sudden, no potion, he's a turret shot down. Tahm Kench walks into his lane. They cannot fight, and it ends up in a double kill. Like, little things on the map that, like, you're in a lane swap, you think maybe this won't matter, comes back and bites them absolutely massive. So maybe some nerves. I don't know what's going on with CLG, but they looked so much more crisp even last week than what that game gave advantage of.
Well, I have a metaphorical representation of what happened that game. We have right here.
What was that?
Well, they got blown out of the water.
They got blown out of the water. Okay. You should have gotten down and, you know.
There was no wind in their sails.
Gotcha.
I mean, KOO was. I loved it. Like, everything in this game was so impressive and showing different styles. We mentioned that the Azir was 3-10 earlier in KOO Tigers, I guess, career. That didn't matter at all.
Yeah, and the other thing I do want to hit on quickly is how much of a confidence team KOO Tigers are. You saw that they played a little bit more reserved at the start of their last game, and then when they found the recipe to take them apart, they did it in very quick fashion. From minute one this time around, they just completely took this game over.
Yeah, and you were talking about picks and bans where they came out with a composition that was similar to what the North American teams are doing, Cloud9 and CLG, with a sieging AD carry and then a sieging mid laner and Azir. But what I think they did better is they paired it with the Tahm Kench. They looked at the Morgana, and it was a last pick support to counter the team composition that they saw. They let the Veigar through. It was something that was banned against Pobelter in 2 of the games, and they saw that this was going to come out once they took the Azir. KOO knew this was going to happen, and they were either going to play Morgana or Tahm Kench to stop Veigar from having the siege, but then they figured out, let's play the Tahm Kench. It gives us an engage option onto their backline, because what if this composition doesn't get into a position where because it's siege, right? You need some type of engage, which they were talking about in the cast, but when you have Tahm Kench, you can use the ultimate to get in, to force a fight and have some fun with it. And I think Tahm Kench is actually going to become a tournament meta pick here. I think he's incredibly powerful in the right hand.
Speaking of Tahm Kench engaged 14 minutes into the game, we saw a perfect example of that. Tahm Kench porting into the rest of the team with his AD carry in tow.
It sounds troll.
For the bait, because none of them are in position to where this fight happens. He ports into all 4 of CLG's team members, and as soon as it happens, I mean, Darius is coming from the other side of the river. Ports in, the stun's already out. Both of CLG's stuns get layered really poorly, and then right at the end, bam, baits. One of the things that Tahm Kench has is that he's really difficult to know how hard he is to kill because of his E. So you're not expecting, you don't really know how much damage you need to take him down. And they thought they had enough, but he has, with the Merc Treads, the purchase early, just enough time to eat Jinx. His team arrives, Kuro flashes in with a huge Azir wall, and from then on, it's Darius cleanup.
That was a pick that did it for me. The fact that he was able to go Merc Treads, so no one else had to, because as soon as you're in the stun, he eats you, he can run through himself. Yeah. You can go your Berserker Greaves, you can go your Sork Boots, doesn't matter, because Tahm's just always going to be there to be able to just get you out of that AoE. Gorilla had one of the most beautiful performances out of an individual player we've seen all tournament.
Yeah, I think Gorilla definitely deserves a lot of props there. And Kuro, with the Azir wall, stopped the exit. It was a perfect Azir wall. There was no way through it, so it forced them to fight in that choke, and it forced them to fight in the Azir and where the Darius is.
You gotta fight in the river where Kench lives.
River King.
Well, Kench lived everywhere in that game. Fantastic game for KOO Tigers. They're gonna feel good starting a long day off with a win. CLG, though, they're gonna have to find a way to bounce back. Now, we did need to take a quick break, but keep it tuned right here because the action continues in 3.5 with Flash Wolves versus Pain Gaming. Stay with us.
Exhaustion's ticking away. Double is below 100 HP. Smeb and Gorilla gonna chase him down. First blood to top lane Darius. Smithy's gonna go down before he can chrono break out. The Prey gets excited before getting dunked. It's a double kill, make that a triple kill. You see Gorilla, he goes forward, throws out the tongue. Double lift gets apprehended backwards and sunk by a Noxian guillotine. Hojin's got another, and now the Super Mega Death Rocket splashes. Smithy's forced to retreat. Pobelter and Zion are on the wrong side of the map. An undeniable #1 seed in Group A. KOO Tigers from Korea.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's set the stage for our next match, the LMS's Flash Wolves versus Pain Gaming. Now, we start with a closer look at the Flash Wolves jungler Karsa, as some of the LMS casters who know him best break down what he brings to a team that's fighting to keep their world's run alive.
The biggest thing about Flash Wolves is that there's no hesitation between knowing what to do and then just executing.
那闪电狼呢，则是非常偏向韩式的一个风格，他们能不打就不打，他们完全以团队的经济跟整个团队的战略为重点。
They have a huge kill to death ratio in winning games. They'll kill 2.3 enemy members before they lose one of their own.
Karsa 本身玩的角色都比较侵略一点，例如像是他最擅长的就是奈德利跟甚至雷格尔这种英雄。
我的打野风格就是比较喜欢入侵别人野区这样，然后就是比较喜欢在别人家打架，我不太喜欢偏发育的打法。
For Karsa, it's really about trying to dominate the game in his own style?
我最开始打职业是在去年，然后那时候有支职业队叫马吉，然后他们的2队，然后后来我们打完就是解散了，然后闪电狼的教练就找我去闪电狼那边当练习生，然后因为我那时候还在读高中，练习时间都只有普通职业选手的1半，我一开始只想要当练习生，然后等到毕业之后再开始正式打职业，然后那时候闪电狼的 Jungle 那个 Refrain 他的状况不太好，然后有一次我上去打比赛。效果还不错，然后教练就让我一直这样上去，然后之后IEM我们赢了 TPA。
Karsa has been a jungle who's been very mechanically superior, but a lot of times he kind of loses himself during the games.
那之后我们因为我自己 meta 的不适应，我们在春季总决赛的时候输给了 HQ， 输了 HQ 以后，就是那个时候就开始比较低潮，就有点输了打不起精神这样，然后。玩游戏也找不到方向，然后我们就这样浑浑噩噩的过了1季，就是夏季联赛。然后我们夏季总决赛也是输给了 HKE。这段时间我们就是开始检讨，我们从选角开始就是各种方面的问题，我们都重新检讨一次。然后我们在区域选拔赛的时候把这些问题纠正了，所以我们就打败 HKE， 拿到了这次 S5的出赛资格。我去欧洲的希望，我应该还是想学到更多 low 的技术，这样，然后就是一些学习别的地区的风格，我觉得这也是我们去欧洲一个很重要的目的。
在这次世界赛的版本当中呢，卡萨的情况，我觉得这一次的版本对他而言是一个非常好的、非常适合他的一个版本。所以呢，只要他能够保持他在打季后赛时候的气势，跟他当时的练习方式，我觉得这个版本对他来说应该是得心应手。
我们会在世界赛展现出我们 LS 赛区的实力，然后希望未来国外也有很多我们 LS 的粉丝。
Now we saw some examples of how important Karsa is to the team's success in their game up against KOO, where they were able to take that surprise victory.
Yeah, Karsa is hands down one of the best mechanical junglers we have in this tournament. And I like what they said, that the patch really did hit him hard. He's more carry, he likes to fight, he does play the Rengar, and we'll see whether he can adapt and continue to pick up the world's meta as we go through, because there are a lot of things right now that you could see them maybe improving through that role.
And of course, this is a rematch of the last week's final game. And although Pain picked up their first win of the tournament, it was in no way perfectly executed.
So that game, Pain, being on Blue's side, was able to ban the Nidalee, the Varus, and the Morgana, which were huge in the Flash Wolves' victory over the KOO Tigers. This time, they're going to be on the purple side. So they're going to have a lot of confidence and balls to actually not ban Mordekaiser, Lulu, Gangplank, all these picks, and really, I mean the ones that isn't playing for Cloud9. Like, they need to really step up and understand what is strong for them and what matters to the Flash Wolves. Is the Mordekaiser, is a world meta picks important for them, or their own picks?
Yeah, and then we go over to Pain Gaming, and they showed a very strong draft. They banned out the poke, like you said, the Varus, the Nidalee, but they also banned the Gangplank from the mid laner Maple, because that's what he saw success on. And then Kami ran double teleport with his Twisted Fate in the mid lane, which is something they had a lot of success with on Pain's side against Chaos Latin Gamers in the qualifiers to get here. So that's kind of the style I want to see Pain go back to. That is comfort for them. And when they are talking about having nerves on the world stage, go with comfort. That's what I have to say for Pain.
Yeah, and I agree with everything you guys are saying, but I actually think Flash Wolves should be one of the teams better positioned to deal with the double teleport meta, because they don't like to play through their bottom lane. They use it for a lot of utility, so that shouldn't really affect that part of the map. And they just need to go back to playing Flash Wolves kind of League of Legends. They need to play to win and not to lose, control objectives, fight when they want to fight, because they just look like they're hesitating way too much.
Yeah, their top side of the map is definitely very strong for the Flash Wolves, but the mid lane, Kami against Maple, went Kami's favor. It's the first time he really lived up to the hype that he had coming into this tournament. And Maple, on the inverse side, hasn't been having that great of a tournament. He took the cleanse on Ahri, and he looked uncomfortable with that. And he didn't take TP on his Echo. His most comfortable champion was the Gangplank that we saw for him. But so far, Maple has looked rather lost.
Yeah, he's looked a little bit scattered, but I don't ever count someone like Maple out. This guy is like class all the way through. He's probably the best mid laner coming out of the region. He plays everything. He plays control mages and assassins, which is why I rate him so high. And I think that this is a player, once again, after the break, he'll bounce back.
All right, well, I want to skip ahead to predictions here as the teams are ready to get into the game. So enough about what they need to do. Who do you see taking this one? And Spawn, we're going to start with you.
Yeah, I think Flash Wolves will take this one. I'm looking to go 2-2 today. I know that my old predictions weren't so good, but, you know, they're just a team that is able to push the tempo of the game when they want to, and I think that they can hurt Pain with that.
Between the anti-prophet and the prophet.
I know, you choose wisely.
But I'm going to go with Flash Wolves here. I think that their game against Pain was a little bit of a hiccup for them, but their games against KOO Tigers and the other teams in this group have actually been much closer, like the one against CLG. I think we're going to see more of that style, and if Maple gets a champion that he's comfortable on, I think that we're going to have a really good top-side strong map for them.
Finally, Crumbs?
If we follow the trend of the interviews from Pain in which they're getting used to the stage, the pressure is easing up from them, and they're understanding their style, how they should be playing, which is how they qualified here in the first place. And because these games have gotten so much better over the course of the tournament, I think they're going to be able to take this from Flash Wolves, though I do think it's going to be a very close matchup.
All right, well, we'll see how finely tuned your predictive powers are as we throw it over to our casters to load into the game.
Thank you very much, Dash, and the rest of the analysts. Let's take a look at the starting lineups and jump straight into picks and bans. On the blue side for this particular matchup, it will be the Flash Wolves. Stake up in the top lane, Karsa in the jungle, Maple, the man in the mid lane, with an AD carry being NL, as well as Sword Art, the support, and Fluid Wind, their coach in the background.
On the red side, of course, we have Pain Gaming took a win over Flash Wolves. They're very happy after that one. Mylon in the top lane, Sir T is in the jungle, Kami, the big star player on the lineup in the mid lane, BRTT, of course, as the AD carry, Dude, our French support on the lineup, and MIT is the coach for the team.
You can hear the crowd erupt as Dude's picture flows up on stage, rather. Picks and bans, we're about to jump into it. The analyst just mentioned the Varus, the Morgana, the Nidalee, the GP. These were things that allowed Flash Wolves to beat KOO Tigers. Do you think they're going to get any of them today?
I don't. I think that would be very unwise to give that over. We saw that they are very skilled at playing a late-game poke composition. But for Pain, I don't think Flash Wolves should let him have the TF, especially Pain on red side this game. That is a Kami special. Even in the wild card games, running that TF was very, very good for Pain Gaming, and I think it's got to go.
The problem here now for Flash Wolves is that they're going to be on the blue side, oh sorry, for Pain Gaming, is they are on red side. So normally they would have these top tier picks, Mordekaiser, Gangplank, they have to ban away. That makes it harder to target ban. I like that the first ban for Flash Wolves is TF as well, because that's the standard one. Now you can see, oh, they're leaving some of the top tier picks open, because Nidalee is the first pick, so Flash Wolves might line up to ban one of them in the last one. They can ban, potentially if Mordekaiser comes in, just leave the Lulu open and get it for yourself if you're Flash Wolves.
So what do Flash Wolves decide? Zia taken off the table away from Kami. Played it, despite it being a loss, looked decent earlier in the group stage. And a lot of talking on Flash Wolves, debating what's worth being off the table.
If you want to set up a Lulu first pick for your team, you ban like an Elise here and say, okay, remove that from Sir T's champion pool, and then we can first pick the Lulu, or Kalista is another great one, take that away from BRTT. So now Pain Gaming needs to decide, are we going to trade Mordekaiser for Lulu?
Right, and that's the question. The answer is going to be no, so no Mordekaiser, but they could have actually traded 2 power picks for one right there, taking the Lulu Mord or something like that. But it will be the Lulu drafted first by the Flash Wolves.
And what I like about this Kalista ban, honestly, for the Flash Wolves is when it comes to the jungle picks, Elise to Rek'Sai, they're still fairly close, despite Elise probably being the highest priority for a lot of people. Rek'Sai is still very, very close, so it's an okay trade to make. Kalista opens up for a lot more engaged options. Your support can play very aggressive, which is what teams have been using against Lulu compositions, because they reach that backline, chain CC, and take down whatever AD carry Lulu is trying to protect.
Well, we do see that almost likely be in Maple's hands. Stake still one of the more prolific tank players here. I might give Mylon a little bit of freedom in that top lane if he can get to work around it. For NL, playing in place of Kramer, the only team that has actively really used their substitute a couple different times, and we actually heard in the interviews it was a preordained plan. NL will get his hands on Jinx.
We've seen a few teams run the Lulu Jinx composition so far in this tournament. to varying degrees of success. I think it's strong, but it depends on how much engaged the other team's willing to have. And, you know, honestly, I don't really like it with Annie.
No.
I think you go with the peel here instead of the engage.
I wonder if Flash Wolves with the next 2 picks are gonna go all in when it comes to diving the backline. A bit like LGD tried to do with the Vi and Malphite, but it's kind of weird because normally you have these full protected backline composition with a Lulu. Pain Gaming as well, by taking Braum in the first rotation, kind of remove their hard engage option on the support side. Instead of trying to block some damage from an AD carry, but it's very difficult for this lineup to reach. We got it there, we got the all in then. I mean, Annie showed it a little bit, but still Flash was there ready to go all in.
It's the top lane Yasuo counter pick into the Gnar too. So after that's been shown, they're able to get Stake on that champion. But when we think about Stake, we don't usually think about carry top laners. So this is a big, big burden. It's a great matchup for Yasuo, but he's got to be huge here because in this tournament, he's actually 13th out of top laners when it comes to percentage damage dealt. He's about 10% in comparison to Smeb in the last game. So he's got to do more.
Karsa has done the same amount of damage as Stake. Karsa is the jungler on the team. But obviously Stake has been like the guy absorbing up in the top lane, the big tank up there for quite a while.
He's had Darius games.
He's had Darius, that's true.
2 games of Darius.
Again, he's just been like the big meat shield in the front. That's been Stake's job for Flash Wolves. Now he has to be a carry. Great matchup, as you mentioned. Again, you can block the boomerang. He doesn't get that cooldown reduction on it, and you can trade in mini Gnar so effectively as the Yasuo. Just go all in. You just need your jungler to be around, and Karsa has done that in every other game for Flash Wolves. He's around that top side.
And as far as you know, tournament team identity goes, this is a complete 180 degrees for the Flash Wolves. We've not seen any one of those champions played at the World Championships yet. So this is going to be a big stylistic change that we need to see. 15 seconds before the swap needs to happen. Is Maple going to be running that Yasuo? Into Orianna, no less.
I mean, stylistically, with these players, that would make more sense, but it does beg the question of why did the Yasuo come out after the Gnar pick? It's such a good pick into Gnar.
Simply just for Flash Wolves using the flex picks really, really well to try and bait around what Pain Gamer were going to pick, because Orianna is a great matchup into Lulu. I like it personally a lot, at least. So Pain Gamer were like, okay, it's going to be Lulu mid, you know, Yasuo top, get a good matchup for Kami. Instead, he's going to have to face the Yasuo. Still, Orianna can definitely survive in this lane, and she's running double TP, or Pain Gaming is running double teleport, again, where Maple is not taking teleport in these games, so he has to be able to do well in his lane, otherwise he just have little impact.
Well, when you got a champion like Yasuo, you're going to be looking to get ahead as early as possible, especially with the limited amount of knockups on the side of Flash Wolves. Let's say non-traditional knockups. Wild Growth will be decent, Dragon's Rage will be decent, but it's not the Braum, it's not what we're used to seeing.
Yeah, it all depends on the skill of your jungler, though. If you can hit multi-man ults, and I trust Karsa to do that, I really do. So I think he'll be able to set it up. Still, though, going to be a little bit tough.
Well, it's going to be tough indeed. Guys, jump on Twitter, hashtag FWWin. It's the Flash Wolves, or hashtag PNGWin. So the team compositions one last time as we load up onto the Rift. I feel like this is a more stylistic comfort zone for Pain Gaming. They've got some scaling, they've got some wave clear, they've got champions that they've used excessively. BRT's Tristana is one of his most played. And for Flash Wolves, I think eyes on Karsa and Sword Art. Their engages, when comboed with Maple's Yasuo, is going to be so important.
Yeah, and that really is the key thing, because flash tapers from Annie can look fancy, but it doesn't help your mid lane in this case. Even if you stun 3 or 4 guys, you need Lulu Wild Growth in there, you need Karsa to kick someone to set up Maple. But really for Flash Wolves, we were so hyped for this Yasuo top matchup. Because Karsa's used so much time on the top side of the map, he can still put his effort on towards the middle lane, where you have that Yasuo pick, try and get him rolling in the start.
One thing that's been a little bit lackluster for me this tournament, actually, surprisingly, has been Maple. You know, we came in saying this is a great mid lane player over in the LMS, but he hasn't really delivered. He's only 12th in terms of damage out of mid laners, and his laning phase on GP was pretty poor overall. I think he's got to step it up.
He's going to have to do a whole lot, because there's no room for error on Yasuo. At the very least with Gangplank, those Cannon Barrage ultimates helped him out. He doesn't have that same tool. But if Karsa, who is performing well, can find that point-and-click Dragon's Rage, it'll allow Maple to then keep him in the air.
Still some things about this Flash Wolves composition. There's a reason we see a lot less Lulu top lane now. compared to like these big Darius and Fiora, these champions that can really snowball out of control if you get some ganks going for them, Lulu doesn't have that same effect. Her teleports as well when she joins in can be fairly lackluster compared to these other champions with the big impact. So let's see what they can do on it. For now, Dude is going to try and be annoying.
Yeah, just coming in here, trying to disrupt that weak side jungling after the start of the lane swap. And there's Grom, one of the more annoying champions to deal with that. And starting at Grom, it's a risk that Flash Wolves have taken instead of starting on the blue buff itself.
Do get one camp though, and will obviously delay their route down towards the bottom side, but they're here now. We also saw a camp being taken by NL and Sword Art, so they value that early experience, and we should get a very standard fast push coming from Flash Wolves. There's no freeze on the bottom side of the map.
We'll see how quickly those towers can fall. Looking very familiar as far as lane swap scenarios go, but take a look at the mid lane. You can see that Surti, Mylon, holding hands as they clear through the jungle. Maple's pushed up relatively deep. And you can see there's a little sniff here by Surti. Gonna go clear out that blue and then push to the top tower though.
Yeah, Maple can play a little bit of aggressively. He had good eyes on the jungle earlier, so it's not too much of a threat for him. Mylon and Surti now trying to clear this out. Of course, you did give them the vision earlier on, so they're gonna go ahead and get a ward in to see if they're coming up and maybe get a dive if they're lucky.
But as you can see, all the teams pushing, and Stake is already in the bottom lane hitting the tower, so both teams have full information on what's going on. The top laners have shown themselves. What we normally see then again is you take down the tower and you give it over to your top lane and let him bounce the wave back. But some teams at the World Championship have taken that top lane and forced him to recall and sent him against the lanes pushing away from him, and that sets him so far behind. Stake might do it though because he's on the Lulu, he's on the support, and then Jinx gets all the farm.
Right, I think it really just depends on your team composition as to whether it's good to stack up that gold. And right, the Lulu, but he's going to get the gold anyway.
Yeah. So they say, you know what, Stake, we do not want you to fall really far behind. Top lane, again, it can be so difficult. Playing his Sword Art is still here, he should not be taking any gold, but Stake can look to take on. Didn't get the tower though on the first push. NL recalled, and now another wave is coming down. So this is a bit annoying for Stake, honestly.
Mylon going to be left with a very good wave here, as well as it pushes back towards his base. So looking very favorable for Pain Gaming as the laners swap to the opposite sides of the map.
It's going to be very hard for Stake here with this freeze because he has to also respect the fact that two guys are going to show up in his lane now, so he can't just stay forever. He might even get ganked by the jungler. So he's wisely just moving away. Tower is going to drop super low.
Don't think it'll die. Let's see, a couple more minions. Oh my words.
Tower step
that has to be
5.
single-digit HP. 8 hit points on that tower.
Incredibly rough for the Flash Wolves early on, but to Pain's credit, one thing that we've seen from Pain Gaming in these group stages is their lane swaps have actually been pretty good, even against the KOO Tigers. They found ways to get advantages. They're clever in how they play the early game.
I'd definitely say the lane swaps, the first few steps have been spot on, but then after that, they tend to fall a bit behind. Mylon wassing on top side. Q connects from Karsa.
Well, let's take a look. Stun connects as well. Sword Art's going to follow through. Ignite is available. Both flashes expended. Sword Art's in trouble. The turret shot kills him, but it's in execute. There was no damage put down. And Flash Wolves get away quite lucky there.
Great patience from Mylon, just waiting for them to come in. Doesn't expend his flash early, and it really actually punishes the Flash Wolves. Definitely not as bad as it could have been without getting that first blood over, but a bit dicey.
Yeah, the main thing for Flash Wolves is the fact you force Mylon away from the wave. He doesn't get any experience now. The Stake got denied on the bottom side as well, so you try and keep it even between the top laners for as long as possible. Now Stake can stay here and take the wave, but Mylon is returning, so it's going to be fairly even between them. Meanwhile, 80 carries. We've already seen now BRTT and the rest of the guys pushing a second tower.
And interesting as well, BRTT started with that Avarice Blade. Heavily committed to this mid to late game power, but once NL, although NL's actually been hurt as well, he's picked up a dagger as first item. So both 80 carries, a little starve for resources and going away from the traditional pickaxe starts.
See on the bottom side, suddenly everyone is here. There's teleport ready for both top lane. We might get a very early, massive team fight.
It looks like it's Sword Art's been caught and knocked up by Surti. The Furious Bite comes down, knock up from Maple, but it's Pain Gaming, the Brazilians, that score first blood.
And I really like this move here, because you know the enemy supporters use Flash on the top side, so he's going to have a very difficult time contesting vision on the bottom side of the map. Pain Gaming knows that. They move in to set up a trap. Who shows in, or who shows up? Sword Art, and he dies.
Also, you anticipate some of these recalls, especially after pushing out like that. One thing that Pain has done very, very well, both in the top side and the bottom side, is bounce the wave. They've nearly gotten full waves pushing back towards them in both the bottom and the top side so far, and that's given them an advantage that they can use like this.
While Mylon's teleporting in, the Flame Chompers, I think we're too early. The Chilling Smite connects, and here comes Karsa as well. The hop forward from Mylon, he's about to go Mega Gnaw. The Satchel's gonna blow up, but there's not enough AD. Now Stakes on the wrong side. The RTT gets caught by the Zap. The Glitterlance tags too, and that's a kill onto Mylon. Karsa's got one back for the Flash Wolves. Smite gets thrown down onto BRTT as Kami has arrived. Shockwave is available. It's going to need to be massive if Pain want to make this work. Diude's gone low, 200 HP. Stakes chasing. The Unbreakable Shield comes up. The Shockwave pulls Maple backwards, but there's no follow through from Maple, and it ends in a 1-for-1 and a million summoners.
One of the issues with this fight from Pain Gaming, yes, they can choose to play aggressively there and it looks good, but they don't have really many combat stats yet. They're working off of a tier and an Avarice blade. So not a whole lot they can actually do in that situation. Finally, that bottom lane turret will go down.
Evens out the gold for Flash Wolves. The reason BRTT had that Avarice blade is, of course, when the tower goes down on top side, if you give all the gold to your top laner, you only sit on around 800 when you go back, and it is basically your best buy, but it does set him behind. We've seen trading towers now. A lot of summoners used. We wanted a big 5-on-5 team fight, and we got it in the bottom lane.
Only a couple members had their ultimates available, but you need to look at the damage and summoner spells. Stake is the only member of Flash Wolves that has a summoner spell not named Smite available.
Well, they're not very Flash. They're just wolves right now. Except for Stake. Just regular wolves.
You have spent too much time with Doa and Freak, Monte Cristo. I did not expect that level of punnery from you. But we do see Maple clearing out that middle wave. And Stake playing quite aggressive on the top half with not the deepest of vision. But I do notice that cheeky pink ward snuck in behind, so we'll have to track how long that survives as Surti is clearing out that red buff in full vision.
Maple picked up a lot of extra farm after that fight. He could just return straight to mid lane. Everyone from Pain went back to base, and they were even before him and Kami. You also see the tier build you highlighted before, Monty. It's going to take time to stack up, but again, you don't want Athenes in this matchup against a physical damage dealer, so he's most likely looking just to go for the tier. We can see an Hourglass come in fairly soon as well for him, but Morel Nomicon probably first.
And that's probably something we've actually not mentioned too greatly. The magic damage on the side of Flash Wolves is actually relatively limited. Lulu will do okay much later in the game, but it should allow Mylon and Surti to prioritize armor, and that should give them some, wiggle room when it comes to Maple and NL. Yes, of course, Maple's got some built-in armor pin, but, itemization, if the game goes longer, a little easier for Pain, I feel, than Flash Wolves.
Yeah, also just the fact that you're going to have the big shield coming off the Seraph so that you can block a lot of the Yasuo initial burst damage, which is a large part of how the Flash Wolves is going to be trying to wombo combo you late in the game. Of course, Jinx there for the cleanup, but if they can't get the initial burst to start getting those kills and getting the Jinx resets, it does cause a lot of problems in their team fights because Jinx has no peel, basically. So if they can't hit hard right off the bat, Jinx is just dead.
Deathcap Sword Art, do it. That's what we're going to need to see. We do see a pickaxe picked up for NL. BRTT's grabbed himself that BF Sword, a little bit of extra farming time and the Avarice. And it feels like the lanes have now somewhat standardized. Both top and bottom outer turrets are both down, but it's BRTT that's moving to this middle lane outer turret towards the Flash Wolf.
Yeah, you get this moment now where so many outer turrets are down and nobody really wants to go for that early invade into the jungle, that you just fight for river vision. Because once you have that under control, it means you can start moving a bit further up in your mid lane where the last outer turrets are left. With a Tristana Orianna comp, your siege is okay, especially once you get to that tower. Your range is not the greatest with Orianna when you're sitting there trying to poke. But we saw Pain Gaming move down, take some of the river control back, remove a pink ward, and then suddenly they could move a bit further forward, but they want to play it safe.
Well, Pain can only really play it safe this game. They don't have the best engage with this composition, so a lot of it's going to come down to how well Mylon can teleport and flank. Because when we look at the Flash Wolves, sure, they've got that engage coming in there. We know the Annie can engage. Maybe you go ahead and you hit a great Lee Sin kick or Lee Sin Sonic Wave Resonating Strike straight into a Lulu ultimate. These are things that they can use, but Pain, relatively short range unless they start using Flash.
And that was the surprising thing about the pick and ban phase with the Lulu first with the Flash Wolves, and then you see Rek'Sai Braum. To me, as a team, I'm like, oh, we can run legit a protect the AD carry comp, and they will not be able to reach him and kill him. It would be so difficult for him, unless they're like last pick, maybe a Malphite, but that's not enough damage against Lulu. And yet they said, no, we want to go fight them.
Oh. Sorry, Observers baited me.
Yeah.
Observers baited me. I'm like,
not even close.
They're following this for a reason. So Deficio, you see the potential for a Protect the ADC comp, and then Flash will say, sorry, we disagree. We want to go all in with Annie, Lee Sin, Yasuo.
And also I think Yasuo into Braum is very risky because it's so easy for Braum to connect that first passive stack onto the Yasuo and single him out, use his ulti. You have exhaust as well. A lot of ways to deny that damage from Maple and take him out if he ever goes in. So it was surprising. Flash had the chance to go protect the AD carry, said, you know, we want to fight you on even terms.
Well, they are pretty even. In fact, bang on even as far as gold is concerned. Towers as well. Dragons as well. Rather, kills as well. 1-0 in terms of Dragons to Pain Gaming. Steal did not happen. I feel like the farm levels are lower than we're used to seeing at this point. 80 CS on the AD carries, 30 on the junglers. And we have had a couple of extended fights. No real like hard power farming from the junglers yet.
Especially when we talk about the side lanes in this game, it's been very feast or famine, very back and forth, especially in this particular lane swap. We saw a lot more swinging dramatically from one side of the lane to the other, and a lot of that's just all four outer side lane turrets going down early, so it creates very obvious points when each team is going to be farming.
Yeah, Flash Wolves, in order to do something from here on, they need to go in and get deep vision and like take a fight around an objective. Pain Gaming have the option to go siege in the mid tower, which is what they're trying to do by sending BRTT to the mid lane. But Kami keeps going back and doing raids and like clear a few jungle camps, so the tempo Pain Gaming are putting on the game right now is not the highest. So Flash Wolves are allowed to sit and farm with Maple in this mid lane. He's not really been pressured before now when the two guys are showing up. I want to see him really commit to this mid tower against the melee champion.
Let's take a look. Maple's trying to clear out this wave as best he can, using that wind wall very effectively, and BRTT and Kami don't even get that much damage down.
Well, that's the annoying thing, right? If you're Tristana up against a Yasuo in the mid lane, is most of that turret damage comes from charging up that E, and when the wind wall is there, it makes it a little bit harder to get that damage done.
Just rocket jump over it. Come on, BRTT. Let's see if he can. They've not given up though, Monty. You can see in the middle lane now.
The cooldown is very long on the wind wall, so the second time the wave hits the tower, you will start getting some damage down, and you just slowly chip it away. Now you look at your bottom side, okay, big wave is going to start pushing in. If someone needs to go down, just go down, take it super quick, return to the mid lane then. You can even send down Orianna with the double TP now, and just let her clear the side wave and then return in towards mid lane.
Well, they don't want to do that now. Looks like it's going to be a fight. Wow, flash tippers onto Kami. He gets caught and knocked up. He's down before he can even shockwave. There's a reliable knockback. It's going to be delivered by Karsa. The RTT forced a rocket jump to safety, and Maple aggressively goes forward. He does have a Steel Temperance charged. It will not find a target. Sword Art engage finds two and a follow-up tower.
Well, they just caught him with their pants down right there, really. Had too many people in that mid lane, and they weren't respecting the fact that the Flash Wolves could engage right there. So just a pretty simple man advantage situation where they took advantage of the fact that they were pushed too far forward.
Great engage though from Sword Art. He's one of the guys we've been looking a lot at. Fight for blue buff though.
Well, he's gone in without much backup. Very aggressive play.
He can fight the tip with them.
Moving his way back in, but what a big swing after Pain Gaming was setting up what looked to be a decent siege. They just stuck around too long.
Well, again, it's not even sticking around too long. It's more the fact that you overextend here, so Sword Art gets that engage. Very smart with Flash Wolves, how they're denying vision from the wards with the sweeping lens, and then they jump in and go aggressive with the flash forward from Sword Art. So hard to react if you don't see it coming.
And also just taking advantage of the fact that this Orianna rather, just has Tyr and Morello Namicon. There's no shield yet. So if you can actually hit her with that burst, it's going to be absolutely devastating and easy to clean up for the Yasuo too. So Pain, they need to stay back until they have the appropriate items to actually survive these fights. Otherwise, it's just way too easy for those resets on Jinx to come through.
Really just have to highlight again how smart it was for the Flash Wolves. They saw that ward being placed, used a sweeper on it, so again, there was no vision around the corner, and saw that then flashes instantly forward. So it's hard for Pain Gaming to react. They get caught out, ends up dying for it. But this is what Flash Wolves have to do with their composition. You cannot siege when you sit there with the Yasuo at this point. Only Jinx is really the guy you want, because Stake is going to sit in that side lane and always keep those lanes even with his teleport.
And you have to make the first move. Also, you cannot sit there and allow Pain Gaming to hit you first because, again, there's absolutely no peel for this Jinx. If they get the drop on you, there's no way pretty much you're winning that team fight.
Well, they did make the first move, and Karsa may want to do a follow-up. Dragon's Rage is available. He's going to kick Surti. There's no follow-up from Maple, though. Here comes Sword Art from the side. The ball is down. Come on, Protect goes up, and Pain Gaming will make their way out. It cost Surti his flash, and all that just to kill a ward and place one in reply, just behind that red buff of Flash Ward.
It's going to mean for Pain Gaming that if you start losing control of the Dragon area or the Baron area later, it's so hard for you to contest it because, again, your composition, or Flash Ward's, composition relies, as you said, on getting that jump. And if you have full vision and they walk blindly into you, it's so easy for Annie to land Tibbers. It's so easy for Karsa to come in and kick someone in the back and set up Maple. And that's too hard for Pain Gaming to play around. And they're getting pushed out of the river, at least.
Well, Pain are getting pushed deeper and deeper into their own territory as well. Maple sniffing around. They stole that blue buff after the previous fight, and Dragon's up in 20 seconds. I think there's decent vision for Pain Gaming around the pits, not super deep, but it'll give them some information. It'll take Flash Wolves time to clear. And of course, Pain Gaming do have public sentiment on their side. They're quite a big fan vote. They need to claw back this goal deficit, though, if they want to pick up a win.
Well, fortunately for them, they have vision. They're not going to be surprised by Flash Wolves moving into this position right now, but they still have to play a little bit defensively. Traps coming down.
Well, take a look. 1,000 HP on the Dragon. It's going to get secured. It is, in fact, Surti that smites it. Sword Art's in a little bit of trouble. He's down. He did get Tibbers out, but it simply wasn't enough. Mylon's going to hop. There's Karsa. He finds the kick, but the AoE from NL's rocket will be enough. Fishbones wants more and gets excited. We did see Karsa picking up a kill of his own. 2 for 1, but Dragon to Pain.
Flash Wolves didn't even set up Maple. He did absolutely nothing. He didn't use his ulti or anything because right here, Pain engages first, but it's a shockwave onto the support. Support goes down, Flash Wolves gets the opening, the team fight splits up, which is what they want, and they start picking off targets.
They just didn't chain the CC properly. They tried to pick off Sword Art before he could actually get the Tibbers down. Unfortunately, the timing between the shockwave and the Braum ultimate was just a little bit off, and that allowed them to get a stun on a few members, and then for Flash Wolves to turn the fight. If they killed Annie without that stun, they may have been able to do more.
Fortunately, they did not. And even with vision, mechanical, maybe, mistakes. Here's the replay of that fight.
Take a look. Yasuo's in base right now, actually coming through. Traps go down for a little bit of zoning, but this looks really good for Pain Gaming at the start. See Sword Art on the outside. Here we go. Going to try and chain this together, but you can see he sneaks in the Tibbers right before that shockwave goes off, actually. And so they get the stun down. Long enough buying time for Maple to come into this fight at the end. Karsa, a bit of a questionable kick right there, but they're still able to clean it up.
Pain Gaming ends up investing way too much in taking down the supports around the carries. Maple, he's not done fighting though, he's looking for more. Where's the rest of his team?
Well, we'll find out. Maple's gone forward, actually gets stunned by the Braum passive. Flame Chompers will buy some time. I didn't see who got the red. I think it was Surti with a smite. Yeah, you can get that cooldown. It will at least deny it from BRTT. So small pressure win from Flash Wolves. And as we get into 20 minutes, they maintain some control, still dictating the tempo of the game.
One thing that I don't like that Flash Wolves are doing so far is we take a look at their trinkets. It's very crucial that they deny vision so that they can get the jump, and they don't have any upgraded sweepers yet. Instead, they've upgraded 2 totems. And it's just isn't, I think, the best way to set up an Annie stun in this situation. And you're also not going to have a lot of success 1-3-1 split pushing with a Lulu. So I'd rather see some different trinkets and some different upgrades here just to make sure that Sword Art can get the Tibbers down.
Yeah, we have to see what Sword Art does. One more level for himself, and then Karsa can also join in already with the level 10. Siege in the mid lane. This is all about NL and the damage he can deal. Stake has to be there to protect him, because now Pain Gaming gets the chance to get the jump when suddenly it's only the Jinx sieging on the tower.
One of the benefits of 2 of those upgraded totems is look at the wards in Pain Gaming's jungle. Allowed Flash Wolves to at least escort the minion line to the tower before it was wave cleared away. And let's see if Flash Wolves can demonstrate a greater control and patience around sieging if they opt to play this route. Because that was what cost Pain their lead, what was it, 10 minutes ago.
One of the hard things for Flash Wolves is split pushing against double teleport. Again, that's one of the reasons it's become such a strong thing in this meta. Because even though Maple can keep pushing down the wave, it's very easy for Pain Gaming to sit with one of the teleport users and just clear it on the tower. And you can always join in when there's a fight happening on the other side of the map. So unless Maple can directly kill his opponent one-on-one on the tower, or set up a play with Karsa, which is what I'm expecting is going to happen for Flash Wolves, Karsa will roam up, they will 2v1 either Mylon or Kami, take them down, and then suddenly open up for the split push.
I want to see how Karsa continues to itemize, especially against his opponents. We can see that Aegis picked up as well as the Warrior, so bringing some team utility, not the tankiest. But Surti still working towards picking up those tank stats, as is Mylon. So Pain Gaming, despite being down, they're now in an area of their map where they're going to be quite confident and capable of stalling the game out until they hit some more power spikes.
The problem for Pain is that Aegis just really isn't that useful for them in this game. However, Locket is. Locket is to get that shield and to resist the initial Yasuo burst. But then you have to ask, is that Locket shield worth the trade-off of something like perhaps a Randuin Zoman in this game? And that's a really, really tough call, because if Surti can get into the backline or slow that Yasuo down,
I'm going to say no.
I also think that the Aegis is the fist build.
Oh, Flash, Timbers, but the rocket jump did get channeled and DU'd. Blocks the super mega death rocket. Throws up the flag and says, obrigado, dude. Thank you for that one.
Good reactions from him. We see Kami now got his hourglass completed. Obviously going to upgrade his tier as the next one. So he's slowly getting towards his late game build where he's becoming harder and harder to kill. And of course his damage is really going to spike when he gets that next item completed.
And of course that's another Flash invested from Sorda, a minute ahead of the dragon fight. I think Flash Wolves may have seen an opportunity. It did not pan out, but that will give Pain Gaming some wiggle room if we start another big 5-on-5, which is what this game is continuing to show. Teams battle when they've got their entire team around.
And now Flash Wolves should know, okay, Dragon is coming in about a minute's time. How do we set up for it properly so we force Pain Gaming to blindly walk towards us? We get pink wards. But right now, there's one pink ward in the inventory of Sword Art. I want to see if Karsa gets one once he goes back now, because they need it to force these fights where Pain Gaming either has to say, we cannot phase 6 and we just back away to free Dragon, or we walk straight into like a massive wompo combo.
Also, Karsa is very rich this game at 2-0 and 2. We take a look, he's also got that farm advantage, and he's not really seeing that. I want to see an upgraded sweeper Deficio, I really
We got
do.
one of them, we got one.
got one now, all right,
we got
we're good.
one. But, so Flash Wolves goes back and makes the right call. Okay guys, we need pinks. We have to get pinks to deny vision. The problem is they do it when the dragon is about to spawn, so now they're not here in time. Pain Gaming is already being set up. They have wards in the area and they take a free mid tower. So Flash Wolves, a minute earlier, this would have been good. Now it's just a little bit too late and you lose a bit of momentum on.
Well, a minute earlier they were trying to kill BRTT. And of course threw off all the timings. This time around, Pain does not have vision on the back of the Dragon Pit. Flash Wolves, they've started this and I think they're going to get it. It's dropped low, 400 HP, secured Dragon number 1 for the Flash Wolves. Mylon is Mega, but he's kicked over the wall. Karsa says nope, no Gnar against the wall, but he's got no more enabling spells for Maple. Mylon peels away, Flash Wolves get the Dragon.
And that is what I was talking about earlier. The Pain Gaming compositions engage is so underwhelming that you have to be able to use Flash to get an engage. He blows Flash, very predicted. Karsa on top of it, just slam an R, manages to kick the Gnar right out.
Siege up the tower immediately after. NL using that AoE rocket to clear out the wave. They take away 30% of the tower's hit points, but they got that dragon. They've added 6 minutes to the threat of aspect that Pain were tantalizingly working towards.
Getting close at that Mega Gnar pulled off. There's 3 or 4 guys into the wall and suddenly Pain Gaming gets the fight they want. Instead though, Flash Wolves do to Karsa and also smart move then rotating down towards the bottom side and get some damage on tower. It's everything they want.
Yeah, but they buy so much time because now Pain, they flash on the Gnar is down. What are they going to do? Flash with, they could flash, I suppose, with the Braum, maybe the Rek'Sai if their Flash Wolves are really clumped up, but otherwise, just taking a look at this replay, there it is. And Karsa just on point, slams it right out of the fight. Beautiful. It comes in, but there's a wind wall block on the Glacial Fissure. Great disengage from the Flash Wolves, stunning.
It really was. Maple this time is in a little bit of trouble, has found himself between a BRTT, a Surti, and he is certainly a dead Maple.
What was he doing there?
I'm afraid we're in a replay, Deficio. I can't answer that question.
The rest of his team was like...
Maybe he was using his warding totem because it's on cooldown.
Yeah, but wait for your team.
Baited.
Always bring a friend. If you want to go into the jungle, you bring a friend.
baited into death by his own Warden Totem. Warding Totem.
If only he had a sweeper.
If only, if only.
Yeah.
Wow, what did Pain Gaming get with this? A kill? Even at the gold lead that they were behind, and they instantly placed some deep vision and set themselves up for a good push in this bottom inner turret. Hell, they may even get this
Well,
turret.
As you always have to remember that the wind wall is what blocks him normally from taking down the tower. This damage is insane. Nothing Flash Wolves can do to stop it. So, Pain Gaming getting a small goal lead from that one pick.
Bouncing back very nicely. Kami here, still without, he's got a fully stacked tier, no doubt, by this point, but still no actual Seraph's Embrace. But he has one way of surviving some of these burst damage. And, you know, honestly, the longer this game goes on, if Pain can maintain vision around objectives and they can force a Flash Wolves engage, the tankiness of this Orianna really can clean up some teamfights. You'll dodge most of the burst, and there's not a great way for Flash Wolves to follow up if that Orianna lives through the initial barrage.
And that painful period for Pain Gaming where they had the Aegis instead of the Locket was only a couple minutes. Sir T's now upgraded to the Locket. Got the makings of Randian's Omen here for Mylon as well.
That Randian's is really important.
Gonna continue growing their power. Friendly reminder that Pain Gaming is in fact 1-0 over Flash Wolves. They beat them last week. So if Pain continues to play this safe and use the late game to their advantage, if any tiebreaker scenarios come into play, that 2-0 could be extremely valuable.
I mean, Maple is really big with this Trinity Force, one of the best items on Yasuo, just does an insane amount of damage, but there's no Last Whisper yet onto NL, and as the armor items start coming through onto Mylon, there's not really anybody who can kill this Gnar.
Still think Sir T sets himself too far behind. It's like going for Locket. The item itself doesn't give him the stats he wants. Yes, okay, he gets a shield for his team, but by having no armor at this point, where we're going to have these big, massive team fights versus Jinx and Yasuo, he's not a frontline. He's gonna peek in, be like, okay, I get one knockup, and then he just flies out of the team fight. He can't stay in there. And that can be a big issue for Pain Gaming when they're trying to protect this backline of Orianna and Tristana, because they're looking obviously to kite back and protect them. Yasuo all in to kill him, and then suddenly you can turn it around. They don't want to be the guys running at Flash Wolves.
Pain Gaming, if they do want to play that defensive style, we'll need to get some wards around this next dragon. 1.5 minutes to go. 2 pinks in the river for Flash Wolves. Let's call it under their control. There's one very deep ward in the lane behind Pain, but that's it. There's nothing else in that bottom quadrant of the map. And we're getting closer and closer to that spawning. Seraph's has been completed. Randian's has been completed. So that power curve is getting steeper and steeper for both teams, in fact. Looks like Stake's going to get towards his, looks like a Rylai's, but we'll see what he decides to spend that gold.
Don't like Rylai's.
Well, I mean, it could be Death Cap.
It's going to be Death Cap 100% for him coming in. He went for the Roger of Ages build. We've seen that a bit more in top lane, Lulus. This will be a little bit more tanky. Top lane also late game, when it's fully stacked up, it gives more AP. And you're trying to just stack as much AP as possible, so your shields and Whimsy and everything becomes more effective. It's not really about your own damage. And Sir T, my friend, that is more magic resistance.
Merc trades, man. It's to thwart the Annie style. Sorry. I'm watching Deficio and Montecristo shake their head at me. So maybe it should be Ninja Tabby.
You're here to tank the Jinx for as long as possible. That is going to be your goal, because again, when you have kite comps, once your front line dies, well, it's too easy to reach the back line, of course, and these squishy members will drop dead so quickly. So unless Pain Gaming can buy enough time for Tristana and Orianna, it will be difficult for them to win team fights, and Sir T is not going to help them.
Are Pain calling the Baron for Dragonblood? As it stands, Pain have set up vision in the top half of the map. Dragon is up in 5 seconds. But no, instead they're just going to teleport into the middle. Thank you, observers. The knockup comes down from Sir T. Wild Growth has already been used on NL, and Mylon's on the sideline. Mega Knock comes out. Shockwave will get the kill onto Swordart. NL's down as well. That's a Gnar against the wall. Mylon found 3. He goes down in the process, but Pain Gaming are looking to clean it up. A defensive flash away over the wall for Stake. Follows through for Diud. He's got tag number 1, tag number 2. Lick it to stick it to stun him, and Stake gets away. Pain Gaming 3 for 1, and they peel for Baron.
It's heading right back to Baron after that big team fight win right there. Flash Wolves were divided. They have to, again, their composition, they need to get the vision control around these objectives before they start walking in. They have to be the ones to engage first. They fail that time. Sword Art gets caught out, doesn't even use Timbers, and that's it.
All game long, Flash Wolves have been happy trading vision with Pain Gaming, but that's not how it's supposed to work. Rocket, no more bait.
Oh, look at you!
This is going down. But again, for Flash Wolves, look at the amount of wards they have around the dragon, but they're barely denying any vision away from Pain Gaming, so they can see what's going on. They have their own wards in there already. They get engaged, catches them out, and suddenly, team fights are won by Pain Gaming. We get further and further into late game. Kami's getting stronger and stronger on this Orianna.
This is scary too, because now with that Baron, they are perfectly set up. They've got a lot of zone control with the Orianna, and then they can push those turrets down relatively rapidly with the Tristana, so there could be a very strong siege coming in. They're going to try and bait this blue buff, see if they can get a pick. There's a lot of pings going down.
Flash and Tip is available for Sword Art. He's not going to pull a trigger this time, so Flash Wolves now find themselves 3,000 gold down, and they've got a fend off Baron buff from Pain. Wave clear is okay, albeit relatively short range. It'll take some time. It'll take time for Glitterlance and those rockets, so Pain Gaming could have a massive power play.
See it again though, for Pain Gaming, they catch out NL so effectively. Dude is just standing in the choke, blocking all the damage. And it's just about when the shockwave comes in, nice play from Kami here, nice play by Kami. And Mylan, he's just buying time for the rest of the team.
I think Sword Art really misplayed that. I think you just have to drop the Timbers immediately and try and run at that stage. Of course, it doesn't feel good to do that, but when NL's already caught out, when you've already used the Wild Growth, it's better just to drop it and then reset for the next fight.
No wombo combo available. You can't Wild Growth the enemy team.
Flash Wolves team though, whenever they're not playing these poke compositions, they really seem to fall apart. When it comes to setting up how to create picks with a comp like this one, or when they played Pain Gaming with the Ari last week, it was the same. They were looking for picks, they were looking to get the engage onto Pain Gaming. Because again, they're so weak when it comes to denying vision away and like take over one area and make it completely dark. It's too easy for Pain Gaming to play around it and just say, you know what, we're just gonna team fight. Like, we can see you, we're not gonna get caught out, and you're not gonna create any picks on us.
They're gonna keep sieging. Satchel goes off, Windwall will block some of the damage. That Pain are then forced away. Flash Wolves now looking to defend. Pain have not backed away. Mega Knight has popped for Mylon though, so he's gonna get tired. He's gonna need some time before he can build up that rage bar. Not gonna stop him harassing Karsa away. Karsa, wow, that's the kick into the last breath. That's not worth Flash Wolves. You need that on a carry. We do see the Steel Tempest goes out. It will stop. 4-man Timbers comes out. We do see NL. He fires down the rocket. Now Dudes in full retreat. Shockwave is still available. If Flash Wolves chase, Pain Gaming have a re-engage opportunity.
So Flash Wolves knew that Mylon's TP was down. Therefore, if they chunk him out of that fight, they may be able to hold on and waste a little bit of this Baron buff. So we saw them use a lot of cooldowns, looked a little bit dangerous, but for them, it's just about living right now. Don't let them get any tier 2s. Take the edge off this Baron buff and then see if you can survive afterwards. So Flash Wolves looked a little bit aggressive, but they got the cooldowns out that they needed, even though they had to sacrifice Tibbers and the Yasuo ultimate to do so.
So how flashy the comp can look. 4-man Tibbers looks beautiful, but then no ulti from Maple. He couldn't follow up. Obviously no knock-up either, just with the Tibbers, but again, buying time for the Flash Wolves. Pain Gaming are still going to be very happy with this game so far. Keep looking at these carries here. You have QSS now completed for BRTT. For when the Tibbers drops onto him, he can jump out instantly. And of course, Kami should get a Void Staff very soon.
I want to talk about stakes Lulu. 218 CS, he's down 50. Down to 1,500 gold. And that was a first pick Lulu. This is a champion that has got so much talk in this competition, but it's just not offering the rest of the team composition all that much value right now.
Well, if you pick an engage comp with Lulu, kind of take what she's really good at and say, yeah, we don't care about that. We want to engage. And like, so now, Stake has to play a really weird game where often he probably has to use the Wild Growth to try and set up Maple instead of using it defensively like we normally see to protect your carry. He obviously has both options. You can see him here speed up NL, try and get him in position for a few auto attacks.
It's a really hard decision to make, though. That's usually why you see teams not playing these hyper carries with a lot of engage because it creates sticky situations and whoa.
Well, let's jump onto Mylon. He's going to get the nod down onto Maple.
Oh, Shockwave
and he's going to crunch away. The Shockwave didn't do damage, but the follow-up resonance did. It's Dude that's gone down first. Mylon throws the house at NL, and that will slow him down. Wild Growth was used. Pain Gaming have lost one, but they seem to be able to get away. They may lose position on the tower. Tibbers is still available for Sword Art, but he's got no flash. And Pain Gaming will get themselves to their inner middle turrets.
Really dicey situation there. They decide to commit with the teleport play. There's the poke coming in from the Jinx Rockets. A lot of damage, but Pain Gaming holding on right now. Orianna still at full HP, but not defending the tower.
Not killed, not excited for NL, but he will get the tower. Throws out the rocket, 1 or 2 more crits. It's not going to be enough, and he needs to back away.
Smart play by Kami. He couldn't defend out of that choke point because he was afraid of Tibbers still being up, and so just has to walk around the long way. So in the end, the tower goes down in favor of the Flash Wolves.
I want to see what happened with his ulti. Looked like he tried to get the ball sent over to Mylon. So we see TP coming in. Mega Knight is very close to being popped, and Flash Wolves think they can just burst him down instantly, while Sword Art try to create a bit of a threat maybe towards even use the stun. So use everything on Mylon, and here Kami should be looking to throw his ball at Mylon, then use the Shockwave, but instead just puts it into the wall and hits absolutely nothing with it. So despite Flash was using everything on the big tank, because the Shockwave didn't connect, the damage wasn't there for Pain Gaming.
Especially Orianna at 4 items right now. That is a not insignificant amount of damage not utilized over the course of that team fight.
Have heard from the observers it was Wind Wall that in fact stopped the Orianna ball at the wall there. So thank you for that update. Guys, with 38 minutes in, Dragon has spawned. NL gets a good chunk off of Sir T's HP bar. There's the command attack. We can hear the Steel Tempest. It's primed, but nobody's knocked up. There's a flank coming in from Mylon. Dragon secured by Flash Wolves. Boomerang doesn't find a target. Mylon stunned. He gets a knock onto NL. NL's still alive. 2,000 HP with the Wild Growth. Everybody's chasing backwards. The Shockwave finds a target this time, and Maple's down. BRTT licks his wounds, hops over the wall to get away. The Boomerang will slow it out. Look at that! Attack, dissonance, and protect. Kami almost takes NL out, but the Dragon goes to Flash Wolves.
Another engage though for Mylon on this Gnar. He's timing the Mega Gnar really, really well. Gets around to the back here, but then we see what you can still do on the Lulu. Protect Sword Art, pop everything on him. He stays alive. They turn around the fight. Big Shockwave though from Kami coming in as well.
And they're going to go right after the Baron now, setting up on this objective. State coming in with the Whimsy and the teleport. We do have Sir T. His ultimate's still up, so there is going to be a bit of a contest right here.
Is there any tunnels around the Baron? It's like nothing for him, but just by threatening with 3 members, and obviously no Maple available, Flash Wolves says, you know what, we're going to back away. Still 3 dragons for them.
We do see the Zeke's coming up right now onto Daoud, so it's going to be a big power spike for them. As you look at this last fight, NL just trying to get the poke in to secure the Dragon. Karsa will go in. Nice use of the smite right there. And here we go. The flight comes through. Mylon going to get into that Mega Gnar form and then pop that ultimate and get the combo onto NL. However, he will get Wild Growth for that additional HP, and then the Rocket's just doing an amazing amount of damage.
And another great wind wall from Maple. You see how everything is piled on to Sword Art, and he just puts the wind wall towards where the rest of Pain Gaming is, so the damage rating for BRTT is very low. If he was the guy who blocked the ball earlier from Kami as well, like these wind walls have been on point for Maple in these big team fights, making sure Pain Gaming, despite getting good engagement with the Mega Gnar, cannot take down enough of the Flash Wolf members.
And Karsa is enabling Maple. At time, the last breath actually caught BRTT. Was able to chunk him down. We do see Baron is still up. There's no vision for Pain, but the Prey Seeker will seek prey. Mylon will once again be the target. He gets kicked up. Last breath not used yet. Shockwave pulls NL backwards. He takes a big chunk from BRTT. Karsa stuck against the wall. Knocked up by Surti as well. Now the battle splits up on 2 fronts. Karsa's low, but he's been tagged by the Bronze Passive. We do see the Rocket go out. Won't take anyone down, and this time Pain win the fight.
Really close right there, but you can see that Pain is getting a little bit too tanky for the burst coming out of the Flash Wolves. They dump so many abilities into killing Mylon, but he's already got the Thorn Mail. He's starting to stack some more HP now with another Giant's Belt, and he is becoming a big, big problem because if Flash Wolves can't get through this front line, they're just going to lose.
Game has gone long enough for Sir T to even get some armor now. Also working towards that Randian's Omen. And we're getting into the super mega late game because we're 42 minutes in, 60k apiece on either side, and for Pain and Flash Wolves, they actually hold the record of the longest game of Worlds. At 44 minutes, 52 seconds, it was the last game of week 1. And the second game of week 2, it looks like we're going to go the distance once more.
Yeah, and the last game was very passive, honestly, in a lot of ways. There's a lot of trying to split push against each other, set up Baron. For like 15, 20 minutes between the teams, nobody could really clinch the Baron. This game has been a lot more about getting some fights around these objectives. We're gonna get another one because Pain Gaming, they're setting up Mylon in the bottom lane, stack up that Meganov for him. And Flash was again trying to just start the Baron and force Pain Gaming to move into the area. I feel like we said it before though, there's so many wards around it from Pain Gaming that they can see everything going on. Look at the ward just outside the Baron pit that's being pinged by Pain Gaming. So they know, oh well, we can see Flash Wolves, we don't have to face anything.
Look at the itemization for Karsa. Dead Man's Plate picked up. That's not the most efficient of items, not the most tanky, but it keeps signaling the style that Flash Wolves want. They need Karsa to combo with Maple and take out Kami or BRTT.
They need to kill BRTT right now. He's the major threat. He's got the Last Whisper, there's his Zeeks as well, and there is pretty much no armor on the side of Flash Wolves. They're starting to build it now. We see 1, 2 items here, but they don't have the necessary amount of defense to survive this 6-item Tristana build that's coming through right now. BRTT is an absolute monster.
As long as BRTT can move down behind his team, stay safe, Flash Wolves will not reach him other than Sword Art flashing in, but then the QSS comes in for BRTT. His flash, he has his own jump. A lot of ways for him to escape. He's supporting him as a face of the mountain if needed, can block damage for him with the Braum. So a lot of ways for Pain Gaming to protect him, which is also why Flash Wolves keep going for Mylon. They're like, okay, he's the guy in the front, we just gotta take him down, but they cannot afford wasting big ultis like the Yasuo ulti on a Gnar unless Pain Gaming is really out of position.
All 3 members of Teleport have it up and available. You can see Mylon pushing in the bottom lane, top lane pushing towards Flash Wolves. Pain are going to set themselves up some vision. The Crab is likely in favor of Flash Wolves though, so that'll give them some more time.
Karsa still doesn't have an upgraded trinket. This is
trinket, Monty.
This is driving me insane right now. Gotta set up those picks, and we're talking 45 minutes nearly into this game, and they have to deny vision to be successful.
We talked about it so many times. Again, it's the story here for Flash Wolves. They have some good team fights, have some good mechanics. The wind balls coming up from Maple, blocking Karsa, making big plays here and there. But Pain Gaming can always see what's going on.
Well,
Sword though.
Pain Gaming, Karsa's flying! He's found Diud, but nobody else! Diud manages to get away. Mylon's still pushing the bottom line, and Karsa's down. Killed by Kami. That's now a 5v4. Mylon's still not left the lane. NL is going to get the assistance of Lulu. We need to see how much damage Mylon can do on that tower. He doesn't have a lot built up outside that cleaver. He'll chunk it to below 50%. There's not enough support. He may even get the entire objective. Meganol's going to be a threat here for Stake, as the rest of Pain Gaming have gone to Baron.
So starting Baron here, 1 member dead, Karsa for a lot of time still. Stake is TPing in. Mylon should be able to follow or just take the inhibitor, because Stake just used teleport away from the base.
Mylon is going to stick onto the inhibitor for now. You can see it in the bottom of your screen. Baron has been peeled away. 20 seconds left until Karsa respawns.
Stake just recalled. They can stop Baron again now if they want to.
This is a really nice bait from Pain right here. They're doing some great work on denying this. They're going to go ahead. They should just go for that Baron once again. They shouldn't recall. No reason to send him back. Oh, they lost their resolve at the last second.
Pain Gaming are often so close. They have like so many good calls they make, and then when they have to make the final one, the one that can win them the game, they hesitate. They're like, no, Stake is on the bottom side. We don't want to risk it. Even though it could be a 5 versus 3, Karsa was still dead for another 5-6 seconds.
Officially the longest game of the 2015 World Championship. Despite the exposed inhibitor, Flash Wolves are 1 dragon away from Aspect. Baron still stands, and Pain Gaming need to find a way to break open this match.
I'm so heartbroken after that last push. Pain, with these double teleports, they should be executing this split push better. They have a lot of options against Flash Wolves. They get that kill onto Karsa. Karsa goes way too aggressive, trying to get a kick onto Diud, but I mean, you have to commit to that. They were doing so well up until that last moment, but here we go with the Flash Wolves.
Let's take a look. Teleport available for Mylon. Look at the bottom of your map. He is only going to the inhibitor. Baron's going low. Surtees coming in. The shockwave will not be enough, and they used it to try steal. Mylon's going to get the inhibitor. They will trade it for Surtees' life. He's saying he just to survive. Sword Art finds the stun. NL gets excited. He's going to run down Dude. He's going to manage to get Stand behind me and Unbreakable, which will prevent the death. But they expended a lot. Mylon, now he's in a little bit of trouble. Mega Gnar is available. Not going to get the reset on the hop, but he will be able to at least get out of range. Look at the rest of Flash Wolves. They're pushing onto the inhibitor turrets.
We'll see if they can defend. If Pain can defend this, which I guess they won't. They're all back in Fountain right now, so they're not going to get a chance. Flash Wolves just pushing forward. Had they been able to hold, I think that's a very preferable trade for Pain. Well, they may be able to hold on.
Let's take a look. Chompers are down. Maple's found BRTT. The Wind Wall will prevent any follow-up damage, but the Steel Tempest knockup is not good. You can see BRTT get away. He's caught! BRTT, he's in trouble. Wilds goes for another follow-up. Shut down by Maple. They're onto the Nexus turrets. Kami goes golden with the Hourglass, and Maple is taking shots from the Death Star laser. Now Mylon is going to go forward. He's on the wrong side of the Wind Wall. Tower's down. NL's going to get exhausted. Dude, can he stop him? That is the question. Going forward. The Shockwave catches NL. He's not against the wall. Stake is looking to kill the tower. He's got a Lich Bane. He's going to be able to get some damage, but not enough. And Pain Gaming, they hold true.
Well, that Lich Bane just barely not enough. Now, what is Pain going to do in response right now? They were so close to just losing that game. It's been incredibly back and forth. Each team with chances to win, but no
TP
team
now.
committing.
Kami gonna TP and take down this tower. He's gonna push in even further. Sword Art is the only member alive. 25 seconds for Karsa. They can push another one.
Pain Gaming on the verge of taking another inhibitor. Also remember, they play KOO in the very next match. So not only do they have to finish this one, they don't even leave the stage. Pain Gaming onto the inhibitor turret in the top lane. 30 seconds before NL's up. Surtee and Kami will take another Nexus and get themselves out clean. There's simply no one to respond from the Flash Wolves.
Oh my, this is getting wild.
Pain Gaming, again, have been so close. There's so many good calls for this team, and then the last one is often where it slips for them. They went away from the Baron. Flash Wolves said, okay, we're gonna start it this time around. Gets the Baron, gets the fight, and move into the base, and we were so close. I mean, look how close we are. The next is gonna be down to like, what, 20% HP.
Yeah, and there you see, of course, BRTT getting chunked out and Maple finishing him off. Great job getting into the back line right there. Snake trying to add a little bit of damage from the outside. Maple eventually knocked out here by Mylon, watching over that wind wall, but here we go, the defense, and Stake tries to come around, but he could be using his Lich Bane right now. Honestly, I think if Stake had actually been autoing the Nexus, they would have won that game. He didn't really have to get zoned out. There was nothing there that was really a threat to him. And so he gets a couple more Lich Bane autos. I think it's over.
Could be some miscommunication. It looked like some members were calling, we have to back away. Some members were saying, no, we can finish it. Sword Art definitely was looking at the Nexus, but he was on his own. And instead, we might get that one last team fight. Dragon, 4 of them for Flash Wolves. They're going to look for next one as well with no Baron alive.
Flash Wolves will join Fanatics Club of Rito, please. Make the Nexus left. Teleport top! Stakes coming out. We do see the Void Rush from Surtee down to below half hit points. There are now supers onto Stake. Look at the middle lane. Karsa's looking for a target. Sonic Wave didn't find anybody. Stake, he's going to get Wild Growth. Flashes away. It's not over yet. Pain Gaming looking for more. They've killed him. You've killed him. With Stake down. Pain Gaming have got 50, 70 seconds to play around with the numbers advantage and supers.
Surtee kept a tunnel in the base in case the backdoor was going to happen. He instantly ultied back, defends it, Stakes Sonic gets caught behind enemy lines, he dies. Pain Gaming are looking for the last inhibitor now.
What a story it would be for Pain to get the 2-0 in this group over the Flash Wolves. And they're pushing forward right now. Those turrets are not lasting long against a 6-item Trist.
They certainly are not. Pain Gaming may even be able to just tank this one up. Minions are making their way down. Look at the supers top and bottom, pushing in closer and closer to the base.
Yeah, no reason to go too aggressive for Pain Gaming. Just wait for super minions, get your tower, Stake is going to recall, and then suddenly we're gonna play around number 5 of the Dragon instead for Pain Gaming here. Only if you get a chance with Mylan, you can go for the dive, but Windwall is blocking the damage for now.
We'll find out. The tower's still alive. The Death Rocket will chunk Dude out. Karsa, I think he connected to the Sonic Wave, decides not to follow Lee Syndrome and holds onto the trigger. Karsa follows up, gets some more vision. The inhibitor is exposed.
The super minions, they're going crazy on the tower. Stake is back to defend. No teleport for him.
Well, they're actually pulling back right now. Try and go for this dragon instead. Flash Wolves are at 4, so it's very important that Pain actually secure this. We'll see if Karsa wants to attempt to steal.
What a risky play. If Pain can drag it out, they can let the supers do the work for them. It's going to be hurting Pain, though. They do not have Flash on BRTT. They do not have Mega Gnar. Dragon secured by Flash Wolves. It's the Aspen. BRTT inserting on course, but BRTT backs away. He gets instant get by NL. Super Minions are still pushing into the base. NL's got 2. He's looking for more. That's a triple kill, and he's excited. He's managing the Quadra. The excitedness is still there. The rest of Flash Wolves are pushing on to the Nexus. I think Flash Wolves have done it. I do not believe there is anyone that can stop the Nexus going down. And Mylon is all that stands. It will not be enough.
Yeah, well, his attempt to backdoor, but Stake is already back there to defend against the Super Minions. That's gonna be it, and Flash Wolves will take it.
Heartbreak for Pain Gaming and a lease on life for Flash Wolves.
There are a lot of chances for both teams to win that game. It has to be said.
Yes, it has. I mean, we were talking so much about that Baron play. You had a 5 versus 3 situation and you do not go for it, which means you allow the other team then to make the play. Flash Wolves, they get the Baron. Funny enough, it was Maple who even last hit at the Baron. It wasn't even Karsa with Smite, but they get it. They pushed in. But this game was so close between these 2 teams.
Very exciting. I think both of these teams need to clean up their late game. That's something that we're gonna have to look forward today going into this group. It was a win for the Flash Wolves, but they gave Pain so many opportunities for it to go the other direction.
And the picks and bans. That team composition, there are so many things that interviewers need to ask Flash Wolves about what they were planning and thinking.
Right.
But at the end of the day, it did work out for Flash Wolves. They are now 2-2 in the groups, tied with CLG. Pain Gaming face a very big uphill battle.
And now you gotta look at, the momentum, how our team's feeling mentally. CLG has been destroyed 2 games in a row by KOO Tigers. Flash Wolves just took a win. They were maybe looking at this game saying, oh, we're about to lose the game, they can take the win and then you turn it around, you get the win for yourself. Still though for CLG, they're gonna look at this lineup for Flash Wolves and say, okay, there are a lot of things we can punish. Even if you fall behind early, funny enough, Flash Wolves have never been ahead of 10 minutes at the World Championship, always fall behind. CLG's gonna look at that and say, okay, KOO Tigers could pressure us a lot more in the early game than Flash Wolves can.
Honestly, if I'm CLG or the KOO Tigers and looking at that game, I'm very happy that I'm seeing such poor vision denial on the part of the Flash Wolves. If they're gonna commit to playing pick comps like that and they're not gonna pink ward or sweep properly, then it's going to be very tough to win against either of those teams.
It's going to be extremely tough because next up is KOO Tigers for Pain Gaming. They don't leave the stage, as of course it is Group A all day today. There will be some teams playing back-to-back matches. And for Pain, the psychological damage that this game must have, being so close in a 52-minute epic. And now you need to just refresh, rinse it out your mind and go, let's play KOO, who just, pulled apart CLG.
And also beat Pain Gaming pretty easily last time they faced each other.
I also think Pain had all the advantages in the late game. I really like their composition. BRTT was in a very good position to carry against the very low armor that Flash Wolves were playing. They had the vision necessary to see Flash Wolves. They had one more teleport for the late game. They just couldn't quite execute it.
Unfortunately not. 4-2-10 for Karsa from the Flash Wolves. Another time, another performance where he's showing that he is a game-changing jungler. Despite not being the tankiest, he always found his targets. He was able to find kicks for Maple, and it managed to work out.
Especially the last team fight, where he gets onto BRTT with no flash, kicks him up, follow Maple coming in, and obviously QSS is not going to save you in that situation, and they win the fight. That's
easy
it.
peasy.
Easy peasy.
Easy peasy.
Just get Karsa as your jungler, play some Yasuo, and you're going to win.
Right, so Pain Gaming 1 and 3 in the groups. In order for them to even think about taking second seed, they need to cause an upset here and beat KOO. That could actually throw the entire group wide open if that happens. And the only time we've seen KOO lose in a surprising way is maybe the Flash Wolves poke composition. So we need to see whether or not Paint can pull some magic out of their hat. We'll find out later. For now, we're going to head over to Sharks to take an inside look at the Flash Wolves' victory.
Thank you very much, guys, as I'm joined here by Sword Art after that victory over Pain Gaming and helped out for the translation by Max. Congratulations. First up, I have noticed that you're quite an emotional player, and then in this game threatened exact same thing to happen that happened last time around when you played Pain and you were threatened to lose it late game. What made you make sure that you won it this time around?
首先恭喜你赢得比赛，然后Sharks 发现你打游戏的时候都非常激动，然后这一场比赛又像上一场又带到非常后期，然后有可能会输掉。那你做了哪些举动，帮助你团队获得胜利？
最主要是因为对方的球女是带 TP 嘛，所以我可以用安妮很好的去控制她，因为球女也没有去出水银头带，所以我在后期的团战我只要去 focus 球女这个点就好了。
So the point was Oriana didn't Oriana had TP but she didn't bring Sash. She didn't buy Sash. So the best way for me was to use Annie to control Oriana, and that's how we win the team fights.
Okay, can you give us a little bit more insight into your communication? I know that you shot call a lot in that team. Was it all calm and collected and you say, okay, I'm going to go in, or how was the atmosphere in the team?
他说，可不可以跟我们分享一下，就是你在 call game 的时候，你们团队的讨论的状况如何？你们是很激动的吗？还是都是很平和的？
我觉得我们队算是非常激动了，但是我们都会去做良好的沟通。我觉得我们队伍一个最大的特点就是我们的沟通量是非常大的，比起其他队来说。像在前期的时候，牛排就会负责去做一些转线的call，然后我跟卡萨就会在这个游戏的前期找一些机会去打出破口，然后做一些入侵的深眼这样。然后到后期的时候，我们就是交给可以开战的人员来去做call，就是什么时候要开，然后一可以开，他说上，我们就全部人都会跟这样。
So yeah, we're a very emotional team, but we have really good communication. I think out of all the teams, we have like the most amount of communication. For instance, like in early stage, we would let Steak make the decision of lane swapping. In the mid game, it's more up to me and Karsa, like finding the better timing or position to go in on teams and also like setting our vision. Late game is whoever's got the best engage gets the call, like when do they start team fights. And I think we have really good communication.
Yeah, you guys do, and you won this game. That means you have a very real chance of getting out of this group. You still have to play CLG and the KOO Tigers. I would love to hear your thoughts on both those matchups that are still coming for you.
那你们现在赢得胜利就非常有机会从小组出线。那可是你还是要打 CLG 跟 KOO Tigers。那想听听你对接下来这两场比赛的看法。
我觉得在对上 CLG 的时候，我们胜算是会大蛮多，因为这次我们是在蓝方嘛。然后我们上次打的时候，我觉得是因为我们在出装选择上面有些错误，所以导致我们在后期输了。因为我觉得现在这个游戏，只要你在前期拿到一定的优势，你只要良好的去做视野的滚雪球，我们应该是可以很顺利的拿下来的。所以我们在这次在蓝方嘛，所以我们在 ban pick 上面又会有更大的优势，所以我们应该是很有机会拿到前期优势，然后在后期的时候，我们只要稳稳的打好团战，我们就会赢下这场比赛。然后在打KOO的话，因为我们是在紫方嘛，我们就不会像上次一样拿到那么完善的阵容，但是我们还是有我们在这段时间内，我们有做很大量的调整，然后也从我们刚来到这边跟到现在的时候，我们已经进步非常的多，不管是在角色选择上面啊，还是我们在转线方面啊，都有非常多的新的收获。我觉得这次我们是会赢的。
So first up, CLG. This time we're gonna be on the blue side, so we have an advantage of going the ban picks. And last time, I think our loss was due to like the gear we chose and the way we played. And this time we will decide like on better warding, and if we get an early advantage, we'll try to snowball, and I think we can take down that game. And against KOO Tigers, we play on the purple side. even though we not might get the ban pick advantage as the first game, but we come into Worlds, we learn a lot about playing against our opponents and doing lane swaps and doing our team fights. So we have enough confidence we can take down KOO Tigers.
All right, well, a lot of confidence from Sword Art. Congratulations
Thank
there.
you.
The Flash Wolves with another win. Guys, go break it down.
Thank you, Shocks. You know, we had our fastest game of Worlds to start the day. We, of course, had to follow that up with a very long back and forth game there. Let's dive into it, as that evened up the head-to-head between Flash Wolves and Pain Gaming and gives them that win that puts them 2-2 next to CLG.
Yeah, I mean, the match was obviously very important because now the winner would be tied against CLG, chances of coming out second to the KOO Tigers. But, I mean, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. Too slow from both sides. These compositions, you need to run them faster. The warding wasn't there, and particularly for Flash Wolves, which is now the contender for the second place spot, when you're running Lee Sin, Annie, Yasuo, those are low cooldown ultimates. You need to be fighting a lot, and they did not do that.
But one thing I will say is at least this time they picked the playmaking champion. So maybe the game plan wasn't there, but you could see what the pick ban was at least designed to do this time. And I'll give them huge credit for that because they lost a very slow, methodical game last time around and were able to reverse it this time just because of Karsa's Lee Sin, I felt. Sword Art played a very, very good early initiation role, but in the end, it was all about the Lee Sin kick and being able to set up that Yasuo.
I feel like the actual play that stood out was what you mentioned. Sword Art and Karsa really stepping up and being the playmakers. But for the rest of the team, it was more so we have really good champions that synergize together, and it doesn't matter if we play well or not. Hey, Lulu helps me survive. Yasuo has a really easy win wall, and ultimate is more CC. So it's all Karsa Sword Art for me right now.
Yeah, Karsa had some really good dragon secures as well that got them that 5th dragon for the final fight. So I thought that Karsa playing this game out had really good team fights and objective control, but that next step, I want to see the sweepers. I want to see you deny vision so you can make picks with the Annie and take them off guard. They did have Rek'Sai, so it was a little harder to do that because Surti always saw it coming. But at the end of the day, you talked about it, and this is something I want to transition to, is ending the game for both these teams is such a struggle. They failed to see all these opportunities in front of them, the TP play with Stake, the fact that you're doing Baron and you're pushing Inhib at the bottom at the same time, and then you want too much, and then you take neither of them. The hesitation and the distinct shot calling was lacking.
Yeah, I actually think that's what it is for both teams. They're caught in between. They don't know whether they want to play this high level, like, let's sweep out vision, let's control the map, or whether they just run and gun, let's smash each other. And then when you get caught in between of that, you get the base race situation where Stake's doing loop-de-loops in the middle of a Nexus and no one else is following up. So I think you either commit to one or the other. You either say, we are a vision control team, we will play pick, or you just like, I'm going Lee Sin Annie. I don't care about wards. Anytime you come near one, I am just running at you head first, and we're going to fight and just beat you through raw mechanics. But being caught in the middle right now, which both Pain and Flash Wolves definitely look like they are, just leaves you so exposed for the turnaround team fights. The biggest one for me was when 4 people funneled through a choke, chasing out NL and Sword Art, and Karsa just didn't pull the kick.
Yeah,
that would have been a 4-man knockup on the whole of the team. Yasuo all of a sudden over the wall, left by himself. There are just so many, if you just pull the trigger on these Karsa and get in there and really be decisive, but they're trying to play too high level for me, and that's not what the Flash Wolves are about. They just fight you over Dragon, and they just beat you to a pulp at like 15 minutes in the game.
Yeah, there were a lot of Karsa kicks that I think Maple should have at least followed up a second later. He seemed really quick. Like, that was the thing, is Karsa was a little late to jump the gun, but Maple was too quick to jump the gun sometimes. So just evening it out a little bit, getting on the same page is something that the Flash Wolves need to do if they want to get second.
Now, we talked about how both of these teams could have been cleaner in pretty much all of their wins. Back over to Pain Crumbs, because I know that you have identified some definite strengths in this team. They played out the early game very well, had the turret advantage, were pressuring around the map, but that fell away pretty quickly once we got past about the 10, 12-minute mark. And as you mentioned, they struggled a bit to find their victory.
Yeah, I didn't like Kami's Orianna. There was a lot of flaws with it during the laning phase, and the TP usage was just not there. You have the TP advantage. You need to be funneling that into the bottom lane with the advantage that BRTT had. But it was mostly just used in random situations or to get back to the laning phase, and it just leaves him exposed to die in a team fight from a Flash Tibbers, which I think you can attribute to his very passive play during the team fight. So he's really far back, is usually at a full HP, half mana, and with a late scaling build, like the tier build, which is a good build, of course, against the engage of Yasuo, you still can be aggressive. But it just wasn't there. I'm not sold with it. I want to see him pick something that's more aggressive.
Yeah. All right, well, a solid win there for Flash Wolves. Pain, on the other hand, they have a little bit of time to regroup before our next match. When we come back, Pain Gaming will try to rebound as they take on the KOO Tigers. Then the Flash Wolves will return to the stage to face Counterlogic Gaming. Our coverage of the World's Group Stage continues in just a bit.
Well, let's take a look. Stun connects as well. Sordo's going to follow through. Ignite is available. Both flashes expended.
Okay. Maybe first blood. Okay, nice.
Secure Dragon number 1 for the Flash. Nylon is he's picked over the wall. Karsa says nope. No Gnar against the wall.
Yes.
The shockwave catches NL. He's not against the wall. Snake is looking to kill the tower. He's got a Lich Bait. He's going to be able to hit some damage. Super minions are still pushing into the base. NL's got 2. He's looking for more. That's a triple kill, and he's excited.
That's going to be it, and Flash Wolves will take it.
Welcome back to the 2015 World Championship in Game 3, the KOO Tigers versus Pain Gaming. Gentlemen, we saw our fastest game, 24 minutes, and then we saw in which KOO won. Then we followed that up with Pain Gaming in a 50-plus minute hard-fought battle, only to lose. So already coming in with stark contrast in terms of mentality. How do we see these two teams clashing?
The way that these two teams clashed last time, I think, is going to be indicative of this, because what happened was Pain Gaming had a level 1 that gave them an advantage early on. Pain just played an extraordinarily long game where they blew all of their juice on that. I feel like they're going to come out swinging, trying to get an early advantage to snowball it, because they're frustrated that they didn't do that last game.
Yeah, I agree. Run and gun style League of Legends is what I want to say. I want to say this quick lane swap, which they were able to execute in every single game so far, get the turrets, but then just keep swinging around the map. They need to be much more proactive in their movements, see if they can catch these guys in the jungle somewhere a bit unawares and get a good team fight.
I just don't see it. I think KOO is just going to walk all over them and just have a field day, to be honest. It was a disappointing game from Pain, just because they failed to capitalize on the mistakes that Flash Wolves provided, which were plenty. Against a team like KOO, who's going to make less mistakes, those previous 2 games against CLG, barely any at all. If you don't capitalize on it instantly, you're not going to take the game. So it should be just a one-sided game.
So do you think Pain is going to come out swinging and be very ferocious, or do you think they're in their heads now because they saw these opportunities and they didn't take them, and they're going to play slow?
I think they're probably just going to try to have more fun with it, to be honest. Like, at this point, I can agree with Quickshot. It is a heavy toll on you to play that game, that grueling game, and not even be thinking about things like, hey, our Nexus is exposed. We should probably put pink wards around our base to not have to get TP'd on.
Now, that's true. They did defend it, although there's an argument to be made that the Nexus still should have gone down in that moment. I do want to point out, just because it supports this discussion as to how they will be playing, is KOO, with a win here, clinched their quarterfinal spot. Not certain yet whether they're first or second seed, but they clinch. On the other side of things, Pain, if they lose, out of quarterfinal contention. So I want to return to Zyrene's point with this knowledge on the table. How does that change a team's mentality and approach to the game, especially going up against a Goliath like the KOO Tigers?
I think that's where the run and gun style comes from, because you want to, if this is going to be your last meaningful game, right, you want to go out in a way that promotes good style of League of Legends. So I'm expecting them to throw everything they have at these guys. Sure, we've seen the late game team fighting, but they also have quite a good early game, especially when they play in Brazil, and I want to see if they can execute on it. I don't think they will execute on it. I just want to see them give it that crack.
I just want to see them go down in a blaze of glory if they are going to go down. That's the thing. If you're going to go off the world stage, do it in your style, swinging, so that you have no regrets at the end of the day.
But then why wouldn't you do that in the previous game, which actually has a lot more value to make it into the tournament?
Because that's how they beat Flash Wolves the first time, by executing better in the late game. So we've already talked about this. When they play against INTZ, they play that long, drawn-out double teleport, we're going to beat you late game. When they play against other teams, like when they play against KLG, they just absolutely smash them around the map. So they definitely are a team that can play swing-style League of Legends.
And KOO Tigers have that early game that has some hiccups in it, and then their late game is the best in this group. Yep. So I would not want to go late game against this team.
I think the early game of KOO is poor by comparison to the LCK standards, but in this group,
But if you were going to beat KOO,
whole
another standard. The scales between the LCK and Group A may be slightly different. Well, before Pain gets back onto the Rift against KOO, let's see what you guys are saying on Twitter. Earlier, we asked which player or lane do you think will carry their team out of Group A and why? First up, Malanes writes, Kami will carry Pain out of groups. He's on LCS skill level. If the other guys manage to back him up, he will do it. Thoughts?
Nobody tell him what happened the previous game.
I have a feeling that tweet came through before the previous game. But regardless, we have looked at Kami as one of the better performers on this team throughout the tournament. Definitely a very strong team fighting mid laner. But again, when you look at the likes of KOO, is the singular man in the mid lane enough to carry them through?
Kami actually reminds me a lot of these legacy wildcard mid laners that played on different servers and took things like the Twist of Fate, like the Kassadin away and play this very old school champion pool. And when he gets that style of League of Legends, this guy is very, very good. So I've been impressed, but it's the newer picks that they struggle to sometimes pick up because they outskill a lot of their mid laners that haven't really come through for him.
I consider Orianna kind of a newer pick just because even though she's appeared in every Worlds, you always need to know her matchups against the newer champions. So she's never like, oh, I knew this champion 2 years ago. How does she play out now? Well, surprise, the laning phase and every single champion you're playing against is completely different. So you always need to brush up on the champion. It's somebody that you can just play in solo queue against random picks. You need to know how to run her into things like Annie, Yasuo, Lee Sin.
Newest old pick, I guess. But yeah, Kami definitely would have brought the house down if it were Season 3, because his champion pool seems right in that wheelhouse.
All right, well, with all of that in mind, who do you guys think is going to come out on top with this one? Crumbs, we're starting with you.
It's got to be KOO. I mean, I think they're going to be first in the group. They're not going to lose a game in this unless they decide to have fun in the previous match, and they can just play anything that they played in the previous games. Don't show things. You know you have this game if you just play your thing, and that's what that will happen.
All right, Zyrene?
Yep, I'm also going to go with KOO on this one. So in the same boat as Crumbs, I definitely think that they played a very fast game. I don't know where you beat them as Pain, unless it's the early game, and I think that's how they're going to try to bring it to them. But I think KOO's going to shut it down.
And finally.
Yeah, I think KOO are going to win. I disagree. I think they will show a little bit, and they'll try and smash it. These guys will send a message, like try and finish all games before 30 minutes today. This will be very quick.
All right, well, the way they looked this morning, it is indicative.
I don't think they have to show
strong
anything
game.
to finish at 20, to be honest. Like, they are. I mean, for everybody in this group, I don't just mean for Pain. At this point, with the performances that they have put up, they're looking very solid.
They are looking
They also
strong,
do a lot of research, too. That's the thing of KOO. They know
and
the other
strong
team's
and
weakness.
prepared. Two very important things when it comes to League of Legends. Well, we're going to pass it over to Quickshot, Monte Cristo, and Officio for the call. On the way, though, BRTT tells us how the KOO Tigers will put Pain Gaming's in-game shot calling to the test.
Eu acho que o que a gente pode levar do primeiro jogo que a gente jogou contra a KOO foi que o nosso early game, acho que todos os times estão percebendo que ele é muito forte. A maioria dos jogos a gente consegue sair com uma vantagem boa no começo do jogo. É só questão de tomada de decisões, a gente tem que consertar essas decisões que a gente toma durante o jogo, questão de rotações, de objetivo, o que a gente vai fazer durante esse mid-game, que eu acho que é a parte do jogo da PEN que é a mais fraca, que eu acho que é a mais forte da KOO Tigers. Eu acho que a gente tem que tomar cuidado com essa parte.
Videos are quite hard to watch when you realize that it was those mid-game decisions that cost Pain a victory over Flash Wolves not half an hour ago.
I mean, and taking a look at that, Pain's not wrong that these are the things they have to fix. They're absolutely right. Unfortunately, fixing these things can take teams years.
And you had 15 minutes, basically, to fix it from the last game. And then you also got to match KOO Tigers and their level in the late game, which is one of the best in the entire world. So very difficult for Pain Gaming now.
Extremely difficult. Now, we're going to see Pain Gaming for the second time today, back-to-back, and they will be playing against the KOO Tigers, who truthfully just showed off. They styled on CLG, to borrow a Monty term. What are we expecting from picks and bans here? Lulu was first picked by Flash Wolves in the previous game. Do we think that's something that'll make it through? Do we think it'll be banned away as this time around Pain's on the red side, Officio?
Well, for Pain, again, the problem is you have to ban the Mordekais and Gangplank. So if you want to give a Lulu first pick, which I think is not very wise against a team who introduced Giacomo to the world, basically, you will have to then ban just the 3 top-tier picks. And there's no room for target bans. That is the problem right now in red side. Unless Pain Gaming say, we got to try, we're going to leave all 3 open, or try. be like, okay, you get Mordekaiser, but we then get Lulu, we get the Gangplank or something like that. It could be an option, but it's a very risky one.
Yeah, I think you just ban the TF if you're KOO too.
We'll find out. Picks and bans are about to jump into it. KOO Tigers for their second game of the day. They will be on the blue side. And the first ban out the gates is Twisted Fate. So nobody wants to give that to Kami. Ashes off the table. And Nah. So the 3 power picks, Maud, Lulu, and GP. Which ones will fall?
So Pain Gaming banned Nidalee in the last game first and then went for Gangplank Mordekaiser. And they were fine giving Lulu. Looks to me like they want to do exactly the same. KOO Tigers saying that we don't want it as a first pick right now. We want to force you now to ban the Mordekaiser, and then KOO Tigers could potentially go Rek'Sai first pick. We have seen that before, or Kalista would be open.
Yeah, and this, I think, coming from the KOO Tigers makes a lot of sense. When they lost to the Flash Wolves, how did they lose? A lot of it was that GP in the late game. Don't give a power pick over that can single-handedly turn the game on its head. Instead, just ban out as many as you can and have faith that you are going to play the late game better.
Mordekaiser is open.
As is Kalista. Yeah. Kalista's the first champ, first time.
Here's
not been available.
Here's what Pain wants to do. They know by leaving Mordekaiser open, it's going to be picked by the KOO Tigers. I expect them now to run a Kalista lane into it. Double range support can beat Mordekaiser in lane and shut down that 0 to 15 minutes where Mordekaiser really shines and where he has to get that first dragon and start getting out of control. Braum, in my opinion, would not be the pick to do it for Pain Gaming unless they want to run a full kite composition. You still got to get to that late game, though, versus the Mordekaiser.
Right, and that's going to be a big problem because the Lulu's already been banned out. Sure, you could take the Braum here, but that may not be enough. And for those of you wondering why the Yasuo is banned by Pain Gaming, in the playoff run that we saw the KOO Tigers go through in Korea, they like to run Malphite Yasuo, huge wombo combo compositions, and it's a dangerous champion to let them have because they build around it so well.
So these early picks for Pain Gaming, I'm not convinced. Again, I was expecting them to, they can still take Kalista later, obviously don't have to early lock it with Mordekaiser being there, but look at the picks KOO Tigers are getting. You now have a perma-pushing mid laner with a Nash's Tooth who says, oh, you have a dragon, by the way? Join my lane. We can take this tower. I'm already pushing it in for you. You have a solo laner in Darius who can handle himself in these poke compositions so well as well.
And here's the thing that might come in, too, is the Blitzcrank, because Mordekaiser Blitzcrank is an incredibly strong lane in the laning phase. And the way you want to play around Mordekaiser compositions is just sit at the dragon early, set up a ring of wards, grab somebody, kill them immediately, take the dragon, then siege with that Azir. So this is something that may happen. They're waiting a little bit later in the draft. And I've been waiting for this Lissandra to come through.
But what is it, Pain Gaming, you want to do? Are you now going to run a hard engage comp some way? So we get the Kalista. Hey, we got that one. At least
half of what you wanted, Deficio.
The problem is just this lane with Kalista Braum, I don't feel like can really kill the Mordekaiser lane, especially not now with Leona in there. The amount of dive pressure, like KOO Tigers are drafted near the perfect Mordekaiser comp because all the picks were available. Let's go through it here. What else do you want in a lane that's perma-pushing? You want things that can dive. What it does Elise do the best? She dives towers so effectively. Together with Leona, the amount of CC is insane.
And how do you play around that dragon? You create picks with the Leona, does act in a way as a single target CC champion, just like the Blitzcrank does. And one thing is, the other champion that Gorilla's been spamming in solo queue, which surprised me alongside Tom Gedge, tons of Leona games here in Europe. So definitely, he's showing a bit of his hand before going into the quarters.
You need wave play if you're Pain Gaming, so Victor is correct in the mid lane. But this comp, I mean, when you see a Mordekaiser and a Darius, you normally say, okay, we need to be able to kite them. Because Mordekaiser in the late game, as a melee champion, it becomes very difficult for him to get that 3 hits on his Q. One-shot that AD carry, so you kite him and you kite him. You still gotta get past the early game. Now Pain Gaming has drafted a comp where there's elements of hard engage from a Lissandra Gragas, but you do not want to dive onto the Mordekaiser. He wants you to do that.
To me, this just reeks of their last game. We take a look at their composition in the last one, and there's a little bit of a mixed message being sent here by the composition, and I have to say it's going to be probably very tough for them to handle KOO's comp.
Well, laning phase, all important. RTT himself talked about the early game strengths of Pain Gaming. KOO showed no weakness in their early game against CLG. And we're going to see Mordekaiser again here in the World Championships. This time paired with Leona. It's not the Blitzcrank kill lane. This is the go
Close
forward.
enough.
This is the go
Close
forward
enough.
kill
Close
lane
enough. Yeah,
with Leona.
Leona is close enough. Again, it's all about perma-pushing with double relic shield, set up tower dives with the Elise coming down, and then you can take the dragon, you move into lane where he is already pushing, and that's a free mid tower.
Wow, it sounds so easy. KOO already showed how easy it is for them to execute high-quality strategies a moment ago. And now we're going to see if they can close out Pain Gaming. Remember what is on the line. If KOO Tigers win this matchup, they guarantee themselves a flight to London and a spot in the quarterfinals. Seeding to be determined. But for Pain Gaming, if they lose, they are flying back to Brazil. Everything is on the line for them. For Pain, they need to win this, and they need KOO to lose more games today for them to stand a chance, or rather, CLG and Flash Wolves to lose.
And it seems to me that Pain Gaming, instead of saying we will pick a lane that can kill the Mordekaiser, they're picking a lane and a composition that can be fairly difficult to dive. Braum is in there, and then TP Lisandro, who can join in with the mass amount of CC. We might see just a big party in the bottom lane. Victor will not be able to follow, though, really for himself.
My main issue with the Braum pick here is there really isn't anything that Unbreakable is going to block. You know, that it's not really a very useful ability against what KOO Tigers have on the table. So Braum, I feel, is really not an ideal pick in this scenario.
Denied it from Gorilla.
Yes, that was it, basically. But it has been a comfort pick for Pain. In almost every game, they will early pick that Braum for Dude down in the bottom lane. So it seems to me him just saying, you know, I need this pick right here. I don't want to try and risk running a lane where we have to kill them. Crowd can always entertain themselves.
The French crowd is always entertaining. A lot of help from the French casters. Even chanting Pain Game, just a heads up, it's BRTT that did pause. There's some graphic settings he wanted to fiddle with. He will be back in game very, very shortly.
Very concerning if the screen is already gray now.
It was
just
early game that Pain got an advantage the last time they faced KOO, which dragged the match out. They will not find themselves a target yet, but Pain is fully committed to this invade.
We've seen that about Pain, right? Is that they do have those good early lane swaps. They've been able to make some plays on the map. They seem to understand how to take small advantages in the early game, but when it comes to the jazz part of the game,
they're gonna kill the ward.
But when it comes to the jazz part of the game where you have to go off the sheet music and make it up as you go along, that's where it's not so.
Oh, they got two? Actually, I don't think I've ever seen 2 wards killed in that shorter space of time.
Smart little adaptation.
So we had the record shortest game, the record longest game, and now the record number of ward kills before 90 seconds.
Beautiful. Record number of wards by 2 players. Put it there.
Nice.
I'm pretty sure that's an accurate statistic.
Well, denies the information, so Pain Gaming now either have to guesstimate.
I mean, it's very clear what KOO Tigers is like, guys, let's get standard lanes, and let's just push it into the tower. So it's very smart, they're sitting there waiting, denying it, so now Pain Gaming has to make the guess, and it will be standard lane. So Darius also gets his lane up top. Obviously not ideal, Sandra is a very good matchup into these melee champions, but we're gonna have to see Mylon make plays on the bottom side of the map.
The French crowd is still going, just for the record. Wave is never ending. Grump is picked up there by Dude and BRTT. The Krugs were started by Prey and Gorilla.
That was a mistake. Dude got the last hit on the Grump.
Not giving that XP to BRTT. Just taking a look at the summoner spells. Cleanse for Kami in the mid lane. Flash Exhaust for Prey's Mordekaiser. Kami taking a lot of trades from those Sand Soldiers.
And on the bottom lane, BRTT used his sprint. One tick too early. They will still get a good trade on the Gorilla with the level 2 support, but the problem is now the BRTT obviously is going to be slightly behind in experience, especially because Mordekaiser has this weird passive when he just gets full experience in a 2v2 lane. Kind of unfair.
Very unfair, in fact. I wouldn't call it weird. I would say imbalanced would be the word I would use for it. But there you go. Permanent ban, except for right now, we're seeing it in this game.
Well, let's see what Prey can do with it. Mordekaiser, a couple of wins under his belt. Kami is continually being chunked down. Kuro showing he can play a Zia, and it is a very real threat.
This matchup has shifted a little bit after some of their early game nerfs that came in to Victor especially. So it's a little bit easier for the Zia to trade with him in the start, keep shoving in the wave, and then Victor has to get that upgrade and start insta wave thing back. But a big dragon is going to appear, and he does not care about Victor's laser.
Well, last time our HTK ran it, Defisha, you didn't shut up about that dragon.
Because
we may have to rein it back in. we may have to rein you back in.
To be fair, H2K did not use the Mordekaiser that effectively.
No, they didn't, because that was one of the big things. With the Mordekaiser Dragon, you don't want to be attacking the turret. You want to be pushing the Dragon next to the turret and auto-attacking their wave clear with the Dragon to push them off the objective, and just use that zone to push down the turret with the rest of your champion. So it was a bit of a misplay right there. That is how you play Mord right now.
Let's find out if KOO can rally themselves up under a little bit of pressure from BRTT and Huge shoving them in this top lane. Mylon, Lissandra, the soft or quasi counter to Darius. And we'll see how effective he is. Again, Kami just coming away worse for weight in these trades. He's gone through all of his consumables as well.
The problem for him in the lane is always keeping even. That's tough to say. Keeping even in farm for now, but has to go back and let's see. It's gonna be a 2v2 or 2v1 top.
Beautiful apprehend into Cocoon, and it's just so simple. Smeb even gets the kill. 2 games in a row with Darius first blood.
Yeah, you see Hojin right there using that repel, but realizing that the bleed from Darius is going to stop it. Here's some more fighting in the bottom side.
Yude's in trouble. The pop from Prey not going to come down. BRTT and Yude forced to back away. Look at how advantageous that trade was. Kuro again shoving Kami out.
So no surprise the KOO Tigers are winning the bottom lane against the Braum. Kalista in there. We see the trades happening, but mid lane being won by KOO Tigers, and now the top lane as well. All across the board, they are just winning the lanes.
600 gold already in the advantage. Prey and Gorilla just continuing shoving up with that Harvesters of Sorrow. Level 5 on Prey. And we can see some deep vision placed for Hojin. Kami is in a little bit of trouble. Look at the ward around the wolf camp. Hojin and KOO may set themselves up for an early dragon if they can force pain away.
Well, look at what happens on the map now. When you have so many winning lanes, especially 2 lanes next to each other, this situation mid and bot lane, how easy it is for you jungler to just walk into the enemy jungle, set up a bit of deep ward, take away a camp, maybe smite the walls to get more vision. Smeb on the top side, he has a flash ready.
Well, they need it, but Mylon actually used that Ring of Frost much earlier on, so no follow-up CC from the body slam. Surtees going to be forced to back away. Mylon just throwing out those ice shards, trying to keep Smeb away.
Even though the Darius, of course, does have that limited mobility at the top side, he already has boots too, so he's pretty damn speedy at this point in time and easily able to run away from that gank attempt. And right now, KOO just waiting, just farming up. It's all about that dragon, how well they can play around on it in the next few minutes.
Go back, get your components towards the Rylai's, keep engaging with Leonek, because then W gets connected, and you cannot trade with that. Braum has to just back away. He's too low damage of his support. You need double range to poke out that Mordekaiser and also push it back. That's the key thing. One thing BRTT can do is go Hurricane first, just to try and counter the wave clear coming in, like how fast Mordekaiser can push it back, but his damage with it is just not going to be that great.
The problem is while that counters the wave clear, it doesn't offer really anything for the team fights that have to be happening around the dragon, because if he's using Hurricane, he has to hit multiple targets and have to back off the turret right here. And if he hits multiple targets, he's in range of Leona, he's dead.
Yeah, Children of the Grave is available for Prey. Gorilla looking for the dive, getting closer to level 6. The Solar Flare. He's not going to connect to the Cocoon this time around, but Mylon's going to back away.
And I like what Hojin is doing, because he knows he doesn't want to dive this early on in the game against a 2v2 lane. So he just keeps getting Smeb ahead, because what's going to happen then is Smeb with his advantage, he's going to take it and bring it to the bottom lane as well with teleport. And suddenly you have a 4-man squad down there for KOO Tigers that's basically unkillable, because they've been winning the lane so much. And then you can start setting up the dives, and then you take the dragon, and then you start going from there.
And I like the addition of Azir with this Mordekaiser. It's going to make taking towers so much easier. That Arise with the W, use the soldiers and the dragon to zone everybody away and counterbalance some of the weaknesses of multi-melee carries. And it's just all KOO Tigers. We're 8 minutes in and they've already got themselves CS advantages on every lane, really. And a gold lead thanks to First Blood.
Well, and their farm advantage too, right? Smeb's been doing a great job of holding his own in that top side, turning it in, turning the First Bloods into an even greater lead. And here it goes again.
Ooh. Just out of range for the apprehend.
The CPITT goes for Cutlass first, so you want to sustain, you want more single target damage. Again, the problem is, if you cannot push back the wave, you will be stuck under your tower, and then it's no longer 2v2 lane. It will be 2v3, 2v4, maybe even 2v5 if Kuro wants to join in and have some fun. And that's where it starts becoming a big problem for this Kalista Brawl. So,
or you just take Dragon for free, too. You don't even have to dive at that point.
Do that, push it in, poke him down, kill Serti.
Serti's in so much trouble. He flashes away, followed by the repel. He's going to get him though. Body slam gets caught out, and it's actually one last auto attack that secures it. The Glacial Fissure has come down, but it's in fact Prey that's got himself a kill. The teleport followed through from Mylon. They're trying to focus Mylon down, in fact, after TPing in. Gorilla and Prey, they are going to take a turret shot. A second one, and Prey's going to be forced to get out. They almost won. What was a 2v3?
Well, Gorilla was actually minion blocked there, so he couldn't actually escape that, but it was Mylon coming down with the teleport, Smeb not willing to follow that one up, so they do trade 1 for 1. But now KOO Tigers with the TP advantage right when they want to take Dragon.
And you have early AP now on your Mordecai. Rylai's first item, we see it almost every single time. I think Prey could easily have moved his Ghost.
Prey might be
out
in
of
trouble.
Power range. He might get killed by Mylon.
Oh, look at that. The Ring of Frost locks him down. Bron passive is going to be up. He has that TP advantage. Prey flashes forward aggressively. Gets some HP back from the Harvester of Sorrows. Mylon's going to trade autos. Gets taken out by Smeb. We do see Dude rocking up. BRTT is going to try to get away with that passive. The Marshall boys. A slam dunk from Smeb. Says you will go home, and KOO Tigers look for the tower as well.
We keep seeing why teams like this Darius pick, because once he gets rolling, he can just get out of control. A massive bruiser with so much damage in the front line.
Well, you know, it's one of those picks that's very polarizing, right? Because we've seen a lot of players try him out, and he really hasn't been that effective, but if you know how to play him aggressively and you can keep track of your enemy's cooldowns, and I think that's really the most important part of Darius, keeping track of those, and you can really go in and clean up. And there's the Dragon coming out.
And remember, Mordecai doesn't have to be close to the Dragon. He can move it across the entire map. He's back in base now, and his Dragon is trying to be annoying near tower and hit Kami in the head a few times. Just tank up to let Kuro get some damage. So
this is how you use it.
Kami's losing the fight to the Ghost of Dragon Past. He'll get dropped eventually, but forced away. That means there's not going to be a death ray here if Kuro wants to keep pushing.
Not the greatest use of the Dragon ever, but after that one fight at the bottom side, transitioning in the Dragon, you'll take it if you're the KOO Tigers. You're expanding your gold lead regardless.
And you go back and you push the bottom lane some more. And now you can see Gorilla and Hojin. They use it to go and get some deep vision. I prefer them to check the small bush and play out the pink, but obviously want to play it a bit safe as well.
Prey is 3 levels up over BRTT right now. In fact, Dude actually has the level advantage over BRTT, so there's really...
got the grunt.
Yeah, there's really nothing...
going right.
There's not really much he can do against Prey and Gorilla, because if he tries to walk in that lane with no summoners, he's just going to get killed by the Ignite.
Now, this is impressive from KOO Tigers. 11 minutes in, they've got themselves another substantial gold lead. They've got Tower, Dragon, etc. And they're showing off champions that we've not seen previously. KOO Tigers are sending a very big message in a game where they didn't necessarily need to, but they are demonstrating an ability to play champions like Mordecai.
Newsflash, they can pick Mordecai.
Of course.
But let's remember that Pain Gaming wanted them to pick the Mordecai. They banned Yasuo as the last one. Koro taking a lot of damage though.
It is indeed. Battlefield gets the stun, but the Chaos Storm's already worn out. And Kuro's going to be able to get away. Kami just did not have the AP for that to work.
But again, Pain Gaming said to KOO Tigers, we want you to pick Mordecai. So we could ban it as the last one because Lulu got banned by KOO Tigers. It could have been just a standard. All 3 top tier picks are gone. This strategy against it though, I just do not agree with. Picking a bottom lane that's not going to win against the Mordecai 2v2. Obviously the plan was to use the Sandra to just camp the bottom lane with TPs over and over and over. But you also gave away Elise. You took the Gragas yourself. Gave away Elise, so there's a stronger early jungler on the side of KOO Tigers, where their composition shines in the early game. So, Pain Gaming is giving away too many good picks for KOO Tigers.
Serti's down. Caught by a cocoon, and it's just coming apart at the seams.
Well, there's a pink ward in the river, so they know it was absolutely free to walk up into that blue buff. They had the timer on it. Now they're really going to be putting the pressure on. Smeb has already pushed out the top lane, so he can just sit here and auto the turret right in mid. That's going to be the mid turret going down in the first tower of the game. And this really just opens up absolutely everything for KOO.
Exceptional play for the KOO Tigers. Their decision making, pressure on the map. Smeb 40 CS up, 60 CS for Prey over BRTT. This early pick Braum, as Deficio has highlighted many times, simply just not paying off. And for Pain, the only option is now wave clear from Surti and Kami to stall this out, but I feel like Darius and Mordekaiser are just so far ahead, it's highly unlikely.
Double the CS for the Mordekaiser, and Dragon should be up in about 3 minutes time. He's obviously looking to secure that one. And in a group that a lot of people call the weakest group at the World Championship here, Group A, we're still seeing a KOO Tigers team who are showing that early game for them, they can make great plays. CLG, 2 games in a row, they were so dominating from the start, outplaying mechanically CLG. And to me, that just really shows how good this team can be, because again, they used to fall behind. They used to not doing that well in the early game in career. If they fix that, if they can do this against even better teams,
well, that's going to be the true test.
That's going to be the test, right, getting into the bracket stage.
Well, it's not only that. I mean, we talk about a player like Kuro, and we came into today saying that this guy's a 39 KDA. He's 1 death before dying to Pole Belter in that mid lane in the last game. Was a tower, a fountain dive at the end of the CLG game on Victor. So his individual performance has really stepped up, I think, at this tournament so far. Has he had the toughest opponents? No, that's true, and he's going to need to keep getting better if they want to make a deep run at this event. But it's an encouraging sign for sure.
Yeah, I still think that KOO Tigers are showing that they could be looked at as the 3rd best team right now in this tournament, because LGD has been falling off. KT lost Origin, obviously they are very close between KT and KOO, and Origin up there fighting for that 3rd spot.
I wouldn't count EDG.
Bold claim.
EDG is the 2nd, don't worry.
Just 2.
SKT 1, EDG 2. We're talking only the 3rd spot. Only the 3rd spot.
Only the 3rd spot. Well, we'll see more games from each of the respective teams, but yeah, all outer towers have dropped. Dragon's up in now 1 minute. Prey was able to get that ghost. Gonna shove Kami away from that mid lane, but look, bottom lane shoved up. There is a plethora of wards in Pain Gaming's everywhere, and KOO can just make all of the informed decisions. I mean, Smeb is solo pushing top lane with 0 resistance.
Yep, proxy farming as well. He's getting behind that turret. He's going to get some more gold right before this comes up. Just has a chance to deny some CS and recall very freely. And Hojin just delaying Pain. And you can see they're already have a ring around the dragon. They're trying to deny any kind of vision from Pain going in there. And Smeb just keeps pushing.
Gonna get to that inner turret, get some damage on it. And KOO, they're not gonna waste time.
Prey's 3 levels above BRTT.
It's been that way this whole game.
Gorilla's a level above BRTT.
Doing it with Mordekaiser.
Here we go. Dragon up in 1. Smeb just zoning about in the enemy jungle. And 2-man drag. Hojin and Prey going in for that objective.
So KOO set a record for the 2nd highest gold lead at 20 minutes against Counterlogic Gaming earlier today at around 11,000 gold. Presently have just shy of 8,000 gold in the lead. Let's see how many towers can fall if they can get close to that, with Dragon sieging power and Smeb keeping Mylon busy in the top lane. Let's see what Pain can do. They're going to be relying so heavily on Kami again. Not even going to challenge it, in fact.
No, because Pain Gaming knows they can just get killed right. If they move too close, Leone ultis and the engage is on.
Pretty much have to give it up right now, only taking about 50% of the Ghost Dragon's HP. And Smeb just been pushing up. He's prepped that wave perfectly for a smooth movement up into the top side of the map, and another easy tower. Apprehend the brush.
Just in case, you never know.
You can't take brushes to jail, though.
Well, Smeb wants to try. You see that Dragon getting some damage onto the top inner turret. Surti, he's decided to engage onto Kuro. Kuro's killed by BRTT. The solar flare comes down and Mylon goes, he throws down the ulti. Glacial Prison, I forgot the name. Manages to survive, gets the heal, and Pain Gaming survive, getting 2 kills.
All right, KOO Tigers getting a little bit confident, staying very close, and great engage from Surti to start the fight.
And remember, this may have been a 7,000 gold gap, but KOO has not gone back in a long time, so it was actually much closer in terms of items than we could have seen otherwise. Take a look at this fight again. Kuro getting a little bit greedy in the side here. He walks way too far forward. Great flash engage from Surti.
Then fight is on. Good bait from Mylon as well with the ulti, just in time before he gets stunned. And Gorilla caught under the turret as well. So 2 very important kills for Pain Gaming. They need to keep doing this. So they need to rely on KOO Tigers to keep being over-aggressive.
And you can see where the risk in running Mordekaiser then lies. Taking towers, even with a substantial gold lead, yes, it hadn't been spent necessarily, but very challenging without that ranged auto-attack champion to take down the tower.
Obviously, it becomes harder for Mordekaiser when it comes to these towers, because Dragon, once the other team gets more damage, they can take down that Dragon. The same difficulties are not there as in the mid game, but you already got a big enough goal lead. I mean, you've gotten everything you wanted from this Mordekaiser pick already, just by taking that mid tower and winning the bottom lane so hard.
Luden's Echo, second item on Mord. That Mace of Spades is going to hit real hard with all the additional burst and AP.
I'm a bit surprised by that. I thought we'd be seeing, of course, the Twin Ghost. It does make hunting down people significantly easier on Mordekaiser, but he's gone for the big power spike, the big burst damage item instead. I mean, if he can make it work, it should be good.
Well, 202, he's got double the CS of his opposite number. And we see Mylon's in trouble. He throws down, won't even get to throw down the Frozen Tomb, which is the correct name of the ultimate. Certi, explosive cast goes out, but he's cocooned. And it's a double dunk for Smeb and a red buff for KOO.
Smeb has been such a monster on this Darius. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous what he's been able to accomplish both in and out of lane on this champion. No one's been able to kite him effectively. He has no fear about going in to these team fights and just very patiently waiting for when he knows he can make the play.
Those damage percentages that we talked about earlier, Smeb was the #1 damage share rank for his team. That's going to continue to stay the trend after today's 2 games.
He's the highest damage percentage top laner in this tournament so far overall, by like 3% too, so it's quite a bit.
Wow, last effort for Pain. If Baron is secured, it's going to be so difficult to wave clear at this stage. BRTT is way out of position. He will at least interrupt the Baron, so that is the only positive to draw from this play. Mylon expended his teleport as well.
KOO didn't want to risk a smite shield for 13. Said, you know what, we are so far ahead, we technically don't even need that Baron. Right now, we can wait for next Dragon. But getting it and then splitting up in 3 lanes and just start pushing into the base is going to be the way for KOO Tigers to just close out this game as fast as possible for them.
Especially when we have a split pusher who's already 6-0-0 like this Darius is. He has a Spirit Visage complete. He doesn't really have to worry about Mylon dealing too much damage to him. And with BRTT so far behind and on the Blade of the Ruined King first, basically he's going to go untouched in these team fights, continue to heal himself with the Spirit Visage passive. It should be easy.
Not sure this ping ward can reach all the way in the back. It's honestly a very bad ping ward being placed here because he doesn't see outside the pit around the corner and he doesn't see the back of the pit either. So it's technically the worst place you can put it, but Smeb is here to zone them away.
It's a double bait. They want the fight. KOO are going to lock down Certi. The Solar Flare comes out and Certi is killed. Baron secured by KOO Tigers as it is a complete rout. The ghost of BRTT will chase his own teammate down, and KOO Tigers get 4 kills and a Baron. I think that ward was intentional, Deficio.
No one can kill.
It worked.
No one can kill Smeb in these fights. He just went out solo in the back of the pit right there to zone off the enemy team. Ends up with a triple kill due to the fact that he has these Merc Treads and the Spirit Visage. He's even taken, I mean, he's just lowering the cooldown on his Flash and TP right now with his Enchant. So, very confident about going into these fights.
Why not? I mean, your team have won every single lane in this game. You got, in my opinion, probably the perfect draft with Mordekaiser as well. Dives, strong top laner, good early jungler, wave clearing mid laner. I mean, everything was there for KOO Tigers. And Pain Gaming, they gave this comp. They could have taken away picks. They could have banned the Mordekaiser. No, Yasuo banned, more important.
Got rid of Yasuo and Ashe.
Ashe I can agree on.
Instead of Mordekaiser. Got a question. What difference would it have made if Prey was on Ashe, landing the crystal arrows instead of the dragon ghosts?
So, Vichu and I were watching some of these VODs last night. Prey's use of Hawkshot is nuts. Like, it's almost perfect in the way that he played the early game against CLG. KOO always knew where everyone was on the map. Xmithie was always being seen. His jungle pathing was very well known by the KOO Tigers. So we can look at his impressive arrows. You can say, wow, Prey was hitting all those arrows from the top lane, but what's even more impressive is there is almost no way to surprise them when they're playing that Ashe. And I think that went a little bit overlooked.
Yeah, probably could talk about that Hawk shot for about 2 hours, I think, at least, because he's so spot on with it. So is this Dragon Call into the base of Pink.
So middle inhibitor turret was dropped a minute ago. Inhibitor on the bottom lane is down. Inhibitor in the middle lane will follow shortly. The Baron is sitting with KOO Tigers. They have Baron empowered minions as well. Pain did have a solitary tower kill. If they are unable, when Pain Gaming lose this game, they will be out of the 2015 World Championships, and Gorilla's gone in. He manages to stun BRTT, but BRTT managed to flash away. Kuro gets the first kill of the final fight, and Gorilla will lose his life. We just see a Nexus turret falling as Prey continues to throw out the spells. Mylon is going to use the Frozen Tomb as Smeb goes very aggressive. The gravity field is down and Smeb's got a ton of stacks in him. The Rend will not be enough. The Nexus is being focused after 24 minutes. KOO Tigers will be looking to close out two of the shortest games.
Not sure they can.
And they will be forced away for the time being. Deficio, there are super minions on the way in, and KOO are playing real confident. 24.5 minutes, look at this. Baron Empowered minions still coming in. And we see Kuro, he finds himself a kill onto Mylon. The repel back from Hojin keeps him alive. The Nexus is being focused, and KOO Tigers have punched their ticket to the quarterfinals in London.
Another impressive performance by KOO. After that loss to Flash Wolves, they come back. They have 3 incredibly decisive games, back to back to back, and they just look just insanely strong. That one loss, I think, really galvanized their performance, helped them move forward in this tournament, and they've just kept on rolling.
And I think it's important to highlight that. The loss to Flash Wolves was a tough loss. It was a long game. There's a lot of debate and discussion around picks and bans and play style, etc. But the last time that happened to KOO internationally, they crumbled. They've done the exact opposite. They have come back looking more refined, sharper, more intelligent, and more determined to just crush the rest of this group.
And they played Tom Catch.
That was pretty great.
I loved it.
And I think it's worth talking about that too, because if we look at IEM, if we in Korea, if we look at the spring finals, when they got into a high pressure match, either internationally or even domestically in the finals against SKT, they mentally crumbled. And you can tell when KOO is tilting, because what happens is Hojin starts repeatedly ganking top lane for no reason. It's a very weird tell from the KOO Tigers, where there's not a lot of kill pressure, and Smeb is the shot caller, and you're like, okay, what's going on here? And it's Smeb being like panicking, I think, and saying, you gotta come top, you gotta come top.
Help me, help me, help me.
But I haven't seen it in a really long time. We didn't see it in the playoffs this season, and we're certainly not seeing it in a very stressful situation now.
So, KOO Tigers guaranteed a spot in the quarterfinals, as we've mentioned. For Pain Gaming, they are now no longer able to make it to the bracket stage, but they can play Heartbreak. They can play Spoiler. They play Counter Logic Gaming later
That's
today.
Be an important one.
And CLG are going to have a difficult day ahead. They've still got to play Flash Wolves. There's the possibility for tiebreakers in this now middle of the table for that, top 2 seeds in the group. It's going to be interesting to see how Pain play.
I mean, CLG just lost 2 games against KOO Tigers. Obviously, they're looking at this team now and saying they're playing really well. And CLG should still be the favorites when they're facing Pain Gaming. But Flash was one. That's the one I'm looking at. That's going to be the really key game for both teams.
And we have to wonder in this group, has CLG been figured out? Can these other teams emulate what the KOO Tigers have done to dissect the fast-pushing strategy that CLG started out this group with? Because if that's true, I don't know how deep CLG's compositions run, because they just went for the same thing again in the second game versus KOO, and it wasn't effective. So CLG has to figure out something else. And we also heard Doublelift saying, this is our first loss in months against the KOO Tiger, and now they got crushed back-to-back. What is the mentality of this team going into this next game?
We've seen them struggle in the past when it came down to these situations, a bit like KOO Tigers. Obviously, they're not doing it anymore.
Yeah.
It's up to CLG to bounce back, honestly, and beat Flash Wolves and Pain Gaming.
So that'll be the games for the rest of today. For KOO Tigers, they still have a rematch with the Flash Wolves as well, showing just how they've pulled apart anybody, their opponents rather. Is there any chance that Flash Wolves are going to pull this one back? I mean, Monty, you came in today, as always, saying KOO Tigers is going to 3-0, but I didn't quite expect it to be this definitive.
I didn't either. I thought CLG would adapt better and try and do something else, but they just tried that same strategy that we've seen both C9 and CLG running. And I don't know why you would try that again, but they did, and it didn't work.
It really did not work, and all credit to KOO Tigers for figuring out a reply and executing it so well. With that, we're going to head to Shox in the interview area, where she's going to chat to the first quarterfinalists of the 2015 World Championships.
Indeed, thank you very much, guys. Smeb, who is quarterfinals bound after that amazing game. And I want to start by talking about his performance specifically. 9-0 on Darius, and it's been a lot about the top laners in this tournament. Ball's getting a pentakill, SKT with Morin doing fantastically. How have you been reflecting on your own performance, Smeb?
이번 경기 승리 축하드리고요. 다리우스로 이제 9킬 0데스라는 엄청난 경기를 보여주셨는데 이번 대회 특히나 이제 SKT의 마린 선수가 캐리한 모습이나 C9의 이제 볼 선수가 펜타킬 기록하는 등 되게 쟁쟁한 탑 라이너들이 많은데 스맵 선수는 본인의 경기를 어떻게 평가하시나요?
저도 지금 그러니까 탑라이너들이 굉장히 잘하시더라고요. 한국의 탑라이너들이. 그래서 저도 많이 사실 부담감이 좀 있었는데 그래도 이번에 오늘 조금 잘 하게 돼서 네, 기분 좋은 것 같아요.
Since all the Korean top laners are performing so well, I actually had some pressure. But after today's game results, I feel a lot better and relieved.
Relieved and in a pretty good spot, and your entire team has been doing great. You're up against the Flash Wolves later, and last week, that game was your downfall. What kind of a different KOO Tigers are we seeing than the one we saw last week versus those Flash Wolves?
이제 조별 마지막 경기로 이제 플래시풀 팀이랑 하게 됐는데 지난주에 이제 플래시풀 팀한테 패배한 KOO 타이거즈랑 또 이번 주에 연승 가도를 달리고 있는 KOO 타이거즈가 좀 다른 모습 같은데 지난주에 KOO 타이거즈랑 이번 주에 KOO 타이거즈랑 어떻게 다른지 좀 말씀해 주세요.
저번 주에 그 플래시풀한테 졌을 때 정말 암울했었거든요. 그래서 좀 더 다들 이 롤드컵이 예선이 좀 더 절실해졌던 것 같아요. 그래서 매 경기마다 진짜 최선을 다하는 그렇게 됐던 것 같아요.
So when we lost to Flashers last week, we became desperate of every single game during group stages, and we thought that we had to try our best, put our best in every single game. So that made ourselves change to this week's KOO Tigers.
Well, you guys have looked unstoppable so far this week. You could still get first seed or second seed in this group, but you're in the quarterfinals. What is an opponent you would really like to play against in the quarterfinals and why?
이제 남은 경기 결과에 따라서 이제 조 1위가 될 수 있고 2위가 될 수도 있지만 그러면 이제 스맵 선수가 8강에서 특히 붙고 싶은 팀이 혹시 있는지 말씀 부탁드립니다.
저는 특히 붙고 싶은 팀보다는 좀 만나기 싫은 팀이 이제 B조의 푸나틱인데 지금 푸나틱이 조금 이제 위기잖아요. 그래서 2위 올라온 다음에 2위로 올라올 것 같은데 푸나틱만 만나고 싶지 않아요.
There isn't a specific team that I want to play against, but I would like to avoid Fnatic. Fnatic, even though they're not playing that well, they have a high chance of advancing as the second seed, which would mean they have a chance playing against us if we get the first seed. So I'm a bit worried about Fnatic at this point.
Well, very interesting. EU fans, don't lose hope. We heard it from Smeb. Thank you very much, Smeb, and congratulations on locking in that quarterfinal spot for the KOO Tigers. We are going to take a quick break, but there's a lot more action coming your way as the Flash Wolves go up against CLG in the next game. So don't touch that browser. We will be right back.
We do see Dude rocking up. BRTT is going to try to get away with that passive. The Marshall boys, a slam dunk.
Nice.
Nice, Studio, nice.
Very nice. Go. Nice.
Nice. The solar flare comes out and Surti is killed. Baron secured by KOO Tigers as it is a complete rout. And KOO Tigers have punched their ticket to the quarterfinals in London.
Afromo is kind of famous for his hair, yeah, but I think my hair crushes his.
Well, I did win the hair award. I forgot what it was actually called, the title, but best hair award, there we go, for NA. That was me. I don't know what Stakes won, but yeah.
Welcome back, everyone, to our coverage of the 2015 League of Legends World Championship. Now, as we dial into our next matchup between the Flash Wolves and Counterlogic Gaming, let's take a closer look at CLG, a team that has tasted victory on one of the world's biggest stages, only to come to this tournament with everything to prove.
The first thought I had was like disbelief, you know. It kind of didn't feel real to have spent all this time being a pro and then to finally won something. You know, it wasn't like immediate like just pure sheer joy, but it was like slow realization that I'd actually done something with my time in esports. I'd actually won.
When we took off our headsets, you could hear the crowd just going insane. And the confetti was coming down, and it was just like a really chaotic moment, but it was a really happy, chaotic moment.
We were all like bouncing up and down and being like kind of silly after we had won, and then I didn't realize how big it was until we went out in front of the stage, and then we just stood, and there were a lot of people.
I guess it was just like a blur for the first few minutes. George was crying, and like everyone was like happy, and like the audience was like screaming really loud. And that's when it hit me, when everyone was cheering and screaming.
To me, once we won, it's just like, okay, we're not done yet, guys.
We share certain qualities that make us work really well together, and one of them is that we've all been losers.
We've all been losers, you know? We've been pros, like all of us have been pros for like 2 or 3 years, and we've all been through relegations, but we haven't really like won anything.
Me and Afro on CLG, Zion on Coast and Dig, Welter on Winter Fox and EG, like Smithy on Vulcan. We were always at some point just not at the right place, right time.
When you're losing, that's when you see the worst in yourself, the worst in other people, the worst in your teammates, and everyone's been through that struggle. For us to come together and become a formidable team through all that losing and finally come out on top, I think says a lot about all of my teammates.
The thing I'm looking forward to most going to Worlds would probably be kicking some ass, some international ass. I don't really want to be viewed as the underdog region or, you know, not the best region.
There is this perception that these Korean and Chinese teams are so much better than the North American teams, than even the European teams, and they're a little bit stronger yet, but they're not as far apart as people paint them to be.
I think it's really funny that nobody expected us to make Worlds, and now that we're there, nobody expects us to do anything there either, except for lose out in groups.
My whole career long, people told me, you know, you can't do it. At first it was like, I got relegated and people were like, you can't do it, you can't succeed in NA. Now that I succeeded in NA, people are like, you can't do it at Worlds. And so I'll just do it at Worlds too.
Even though we're the first seed, like, we don't really get that much respect. Being an underdog actually has a really big advantage for us. I mean, there's like not a lot of expectations.
We're just kind of good at using that energy to motivate ourselves because a lot of us have been underdogs.
I think we all were satisfied when we won North America, but we stayed hungry.
I think we'll come out on top at the end of it, but it'll be through a lot of hard work. I want them to see CLG as a team that should be feared, a team that is one of the best in the world, a team that is a serious contender. I want them to see us as a team that they can really get behind and cheer for. Just like move them to believe in us.
Well, I got to stand on that stage with them at Madison Square Garden, and there was a lot of emotion that ran through them as, you know, they had all achieved something so great. As Zion mentioned, a lot of them hadn't experienced, you know, success on that level. Now, important here to note, as we did with the last match, if CLG is to win this game here, they also clinch their quarterfinal berth, given the fact that they'll have the head-to-head over Flash Wolves. So, gentlemen, as we move into this match, what are the key things we're looking at here in order to either determine whether or not CLG walks away going to the quarterfinals or Flash Wolves keep themselves in it?
After that last game, I think we have to take a look at the junglers. Like, you look at Karsa and how he is currently playing, the aggression that he was able to, I guess, manufacture on that Lee Sin. If he can get another aggressive pick, his Lee Sin, his Nidalee, I think that this guy can set the tempo of the game and try and run over the top of the strengths of CLG.
On the other side of the coin, you got Smithy, and his performance has been uninspired. The best thing he's done was the first day's cocoon onto Kramer. Kramer is no longer playing. He takes so long to get a successful gank into the top lane. His team fighting, it just isn't there. And just that last game, they resort to the Echo first pick, which isn't really a flex pick for them. Obviously, it's a bait that way. But Echo was played by Smithy in the beginning of the summer split, and that's because he was a really strong tank. The champion got changed to more of an AP. You cannot stick to the old meta that was working back then and neglect the fact that it got nerfed. He has to step it up. You need to put yourself in champions that you can actually impact the game and do so. I think this is such a one-sided matchup that I don't see how CLG is going to be able to take this, to be honest.
I think that CLG does have a chance from Afromu in the bot lane. You talked about champion picks. He picked up the Blitzcrank. I didn't think that worked very well for him, but I feel like you get him on a comfortable champion that he can make plays around the map, but also he's the shot caller of the team. Him and Zion Spartan both share that role, but I want more dynamic shot calling if he wants to kick some international ass, because what Afromu has been doing is you take turret 1, you take turret 2, and then you bait Baron with pink wards over and over and over again. And now that KOO has exposed that, you need to come up with something different.
And I want to talk about that because I think if you talk about Afro, you have to talk about Sword Art. And KOO have shown that if you just go to Pobelter's lane with your jungler, with your support player, that is a lane that you can camp out really easily. So you can't mention one dynamic support that is running the same strategy without saying Sword Art, who on that Annie game looked very good.
Yeah. Now, something I want to highlight specifically with these two teams, Lulu as a pick or a ban, it's been integral to the success of both of these teams in their recent wins here in the group stage.
I think the performances here, the positive ones for CLG, I think do come off the back of the Lulu pick. And, same goes for the Flash Wolves. They do have that Lulu game, which the previous game was really great. But the weaknesses of Flash Wolves coming into this, we thought it was Stake, we thought it was the bot lane. They really haven't been that way. As for CLG, you mentioned how the KOO Tigers really put the pressure onto the mid lane. Pobelter has never really been tested in NA with so much pressure. For an entire year, he's not used to having so much attention in that lane, and CLG isn't used to having to react to this. If they pick a champion like Lee Sin with the Yasuo and really step up their game and put the hurt onto the mid lane, I think the Flash Wolves can run away with this one.
All right, well, with all this information, down the line, once again, prediction time, gentlemen, Spawn.
I'm going to stick with them. I've been pretty confident the whole way through. I think Flash Wolves are a very good team and that they're finally ready to show it internationally. And I just think that support jungler duo is good. And I don't think their liabilities are that much of a liability that we thought would coming in. Even NL is not playing horribly. He's stepped up and started to play fairly good League of Legends. Not great by any measure, but they're just not as weak as they first appeared to be.
Zyrene is the NA pride in the faith there?
It is. I have to go with CLG. I went with them at Madison Square Garden. I think that CLG is going to show up here in this match, and they did win against Flash Wolves previously. It was very sloppy, but I think they're going to pull something out just a little bit different and go back to the MSG style.
To be fair, the Madison Square Garden CLG played against one of the worst TSMs we've ever seen. I'm going to go with the Flash Wolves, because they have blue side advantage as well, which opens up a lot of picks for them. The Lulu, the Varus, the Nidalee, the Mord. What is CLG really going to ban here? And I just don't think they're going to make the right choice with what we saw against KOO with the first pick Echo. They're all over the place. Flash Wolves for me.
Yeah, I also want to see what counter pick comes out for CLG on the red side, because that could be a big difference here with Zion in the top lane against Stake.
All right, split desk, but the predictions are in. Let's kick it over to our casters for the game.
Thank you very much, Dash. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to beautiful Paris. I am Rivington Bislin, joined by Sam Kobe Hartman-Kensler and Joshua Jat Leesman. We're still blowing the roof off here at Ladakh Pullman with League of Legends games, and the World Championship is only continuing now. 3 more for the day. Flash Wolves to take on Counter Logic Gaming. I just saw Double Lift before we came down. They seemed pretty sure of themselves. But I don't know if that's kind of them numbing themselves to what's been happening, or they're just trying to come into this one with the right mentality.
Yeah, that's a good point. Honestly, we've seen a lot of mistakes from both of these teams already today, and for me, it does come down to which of these teams are going to make less unforced errors in the early game.
Yeah, and I really don't know exactly what to think of Flash Wolves, even though they're 4 games in. The only team to beat the KOO Tigers in this group, also the only team to lose to Pain Gaming, and they almost did it twice, so it's really up in the air.
It's going to be tough. Flash Wolves already playing nicely, getting their wins in. We're going to be hopping into Champion Select right now and really see if CLG has righted the ship here with what's been happening on the day. The Afro war is going on. The League war is going on. We got battles on all fronts here.
Yeah, the other thing is that this time around, CLG on the red side, being red side does make it a lot more difficult to use target bans like the Nidalee for Karsa, like the Varus for NL.
Yeah, and we have to remember last game that these guys played, CLG had decently strong control of the laning phase, didn't snowball it, and then Flash was actually at a 5,000 or 6,000 gold lead, which they then made some mistakes and ended up losing. So I'm expecting some pretty different pick and bans.
It was a
here.
very relaxed game, mostly focused on those objectives, which almost helped CLG. We heard Quickshot earlier. CLG had that 100% first turret, get a small gold lead. They've been thwarted off that recently. See if they can try once more.
Obviously, Blue Side has a lot more flexibility with their bans at Worlds here, but you can see already with the Elise and the Lulu bans, that is 2/5 of the CLG composition from day one.
Mord, Darius, Gangplank.
3/5 are now banned out.
So the first pick now for Flash Wolves, their priority, what will it be?
Yeah, a lot of the tier 1s banned out here, and with Elise gone, pick up the Rek'Sai for Karsa very quickly.
Yeah.
Interesting. Nidalee is still up, and they could pick it later on after seeing more of CLG's picks, but this is just an all-around great jungler. Don't give anything away.
And I think being on red side against Flash Wolves is pretty disadvantageous, only because NL and Karsa put together a pretty mean poke composition if they just do Varus and Nidalee. It's part of how they were able to beat the KOO Tigers with those two champions, and because CLG opted to just take down the tier 1 champions on the ban side, Flash Wolves will be able to pick their comfort champions if they want them.
Yeah, I mean, red side does get, final counter pick there, but they only get one lane to counter pick. You can't counter pick, both solo lanes or the solo lane and the support. Blue side will be able to see one of those early.
Again, that Echo picked in. A lot of Gragas played by Xmithy towards the end of the season, even Lee Sin, but now back to the Echo for him. 2 games in a row. Alistar picked up here for Aframu. A little bit engaged for them.
Yeah, this is what we see when there's a lot of tier 1 champions banned by both blue side and red side. Neither team trying to give away too much in the very early stages of the draft. CLG, though, they did lock in some good team fighting here. Echo still, even after the nerfs, does bring a lot of AoE CC to the team fights later. And of course, Aframu classic Alistar here brings a lot of late game zoning. That makes me think that CLG are going to look for a carry champion for Zion in the top lane, look for another damage source there.
Yeah, and even though Flash Wolves haven't gone with Varus, they still have the Morgana, which can hopefully block the CLG initiation. Going back to that game where Flash Wolves did beat the KOO Tigers, they had the support Morgana against an Alistar on the opponent's side, and Sword Art was very capable of stopping the engages there. Nidalee is almost expected as a near to last pick for Flash Wolves. It will depend, though, how hard CLG can pick their initiation champions in the next round of this draft.
This also separates a little bit for me if the Varus was necessary. You think teams would just ban that out, but will Sword Art still be able to hit those bindings, make that team work? Was it just the Varus? We'll find out. Looking on the other side, the victor for Pobelter played all throughout the finals versus Team Solo Mid. He will lock it in once more, and Doublelift gets his Tristana.
Okay, so CLG, bread and butter here. They got the wave clear mid laner, as well as the demolitionist in Tristana, knock down early turrets, and they will be able to defend if they do get behind. One of the reasons why CLG have been losing in such spectacular fashion against the KOO Tigers is because they've been taking more risky plays after they've gotten behind. If you have something like Victor to wave clear, you can be a bit more circumspect.
Well, I don't know why I was talking about Nidalee coming through this whole time with Rek'Sai being first pick. So
I'll let you slide on it.
I tunneled a little bit. You should have stopped me, Kobe.
You tunneled? What? Oh.
You definitely should have stopped me. So my bad on that one. But that is the hard initiation right there from Flash Wolves. That is no longer a full poke composition. That is very heavy on the initiation the instant that CLG locked in Victor.
Also, this is something that CLG have feared from the first week. In the first week, they banned Malphite 2 of their first games without ever even seeing anyone play here.
It's the Echo flex pick. They set it up in the game against KOO Tigers, and Echo's going top lane.
There's their damage source that we are looking for. It is going to Zion Spartan, the AP Echo into Malphite.
We wondered what would happen. Echo with the changes recently, Xmithy still took it for that first game, but Zion Spartan now to try to go up against the Malphite in the top. Seeing that Karsa, Maple now, Rek'Sai, LeBlanc, see if their synergy gets into this game as well.
That's a wicked flex pick to pull it at this point, because they'd already waited for the Malphite. They were probably expecting a top lane bruiser, maybe like an Olaf or a Gnar for Zion, so they thought the Malphite was safe. This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, plus this way they get a lot of AP damage into the Malphite pick. So Malphite, at this point, you can build Abyssal Scepter, but you don't want to have to spend too much, going through that build path and it will be light on armor. So CLG very diversified in their damage threats. That being said, for Flash Wolves though, they've got the Black Shield that you mentioned for Jinx, and they do have a bursty combo of their own. Malphite and LeBlanc very, very big at picking champions off. If Flash Wolves can get the Fog of War advantage, then you can instantly blow someone up.
We're almost about to head into the game. This matchup, if CLG are to win, birth themselves into the semifinals for a game. And they absolutely want that. Coming out very outspoken as being a team that can make finals. If you think, who you think has the edge in this match, tweet at LOL Esports, hashtag FWWin or hashtag CLGWin. We'll tally those up throughout the game. You always see it at the bottom. You can participate in the streams as well. It's kind of like being a pro player on Twitter.
If it gets through. One thing I do need to touch on, one more thing I need to touch on about these team compositions is the way Black Shield will be interacting with Maple's LeBlanc later on in the game. So often, LeBlanc is like it's a poking assassin in a sense because she can distortion right on your face, get quickly out, and do that multiple times as cooldown permitting. And normally when a player tries to do that, you kind of predict and CC when they come in, so it'd be really big on the Alistar to interrupt that. But if Flash Wolves just simply puts a Black Shield on Maple later in the game, he will be able to poke as much as he wants on LeBlanc in general safety, which will enhance CLG's need to get flank initiations with Silent Spartan's Echo.
See if they can keep those wards up. Xmithie on Lee Sin can get that Sightstone for himself early and start that vision, so it's definitely a possibility that the flanks will be able to work. Good damage, just getting vision here. CLG almost getting themselves behind in these little early travels they do. Seems like they're all right for now.
Well, that is going to be one proc for Sword Art, so a little extra cash. I guess technically, yes,
Pickets and pockets.
They're a tiny bit behind, but Mirrored Ward's coming out for the lane swap here to see. Plus, they've already seen Flash Wolves down in the bottom lane.
Let's see where they go with this one. Watching CLG versus KOO, you can see KOO just had an idea what they wanted to do. If it didn't work, they had another one. It seems like CLG was always adapting. We'll see if they have something on their plate and put their foot down first here in this game. Usually Pole Belter, very quiet in the mid lane. He'll have to watch Karsa and Maple's synergy, especially with the LeBlanc and Rek'Sai. Still roaming around. It does not look like they're going to get matched up in this one.
Well, CLG waiting until the camp is just about to spawn to show that they are starting on the greedy side here.
Yeah, and there's also Harass going down bottom. Let's see if Alistar can actually push them off the double. So this is... Despite CLG getting spotted at the back end there because they had waited to be shown, Flash Wolves didn't really get any intel, and I think CLG gets what they want here.
In the mid lane as well, this matchup going to be important to see if Pole Belter can land his lasers through the minion wave and tag Maple. If you can get that extra control of the lane, since Maple did go with the ring and only has the 3 biscuits, then he can keep her bottled up. That's a big point for CLG because the early wards, early map control coming out from Flash Wolves would be devastating. There's Pole Belter already going aggressive.
Keep an eye on that lane. Pole Belter at 10, up CS. Maple been down 11 on average for this event. So Pole Belter already having a good run so far. They are even, but that damage is going to cause Maple to chug those consumables. Ooh, great trade with the distortion back.
Yeah.
Going to be a volatile mid lane in this one until we get some jungle pressure. I see these guys possibly killing each other, but Pole Belter is running the barrier.
Yeah, well, they've already burned through all of their health potions in the mid lane, and something that's really interesting in the top lane is Malphite actually got the blue buff when they did the early double jungle. They gave the blue and the blue buff experience to the Malphite. It's really beneficial, specifically when they have a Rek'Sai jungle who doesn't benefit that greatly from blue, and this kind of makes the early laning phase incredibly punishing from Malphite.
And what you could do, though, as Zion, to answer this, is try and shove your wave very quickly, then you get your recall off back to base to heal, and while Malphite is trying to clean up all those minions, use that time to walk back without having to use your teleport, because bottom lane is going to be... Oh, never mind, he is using his teleport back to the turret. Flash Wolves did not see this, though, so they won't know the cooldown. They can infer it if Stake says, hey, he got back here way too fast.
They should be able to tell he picked up a second Doran's ring and 4 extra biscuits.
Quick, yeah.
Yeah,
as well.
It wasn't a vision, but it may as well have been, as long as Stake is communicating.
Maybe a little off on the call for when the engage comes in. We'll remember that timing for teleport. Gold still very close. Aframoot looking to put some pressure on the bottom lane, but it's just for some safe farm and movement for Xmithie.
Yeah, I think the reason Zion wanted to do that is because even Malphite, pre-6, even if he does teleport down bottom, it's not a huge impact. and it would only slightly turn the tides until he gets his ultimate.
And not to mention the second Doran's at this point kind of times with Stake losing his blue buff, so Stake won't be able to harass nearly as hard as he was before. He'll himself pretty quickly, and then will have to go back on his own.
It's a really big point to touch on, though, especially as we get to the mid stages of the game. We talk a lot about the objectives and taking turrets or dragon after team fights, but the smaller objectives of vision control, something that Origin has done really well. In order to enable the first line of vision, shove up the minion wave very quickly because it will occupy your opponents for a good 5 to 7 seconds, plus give you the vision from those minions moving up. Here comes Smithy, though. Pre-level 6 Stake.
Stake is up pretty far without wards, so he is technically vulnerable here.
Karsa as well in the mid. There's that synergy trying to work for them, but they do not get it off. Pobelter had cleared the pink. Karsa still went for it, though. Trying to push himself through that wall of defense, but cannot get any kills. So a little bit of love for the mid lane so far.
Yeah, plus Karsa already is a camp up here on Smithy. So he's already ahead in experience, and he's already gotten a summoner spell out of the mid lane. Really takes a lot of the momentum out of Pobelter's lane phase that he was trying to build up here. Maple already with a decent CS lead.
And Maple has been a really prominent assassin player within the LMS. A lot of people are looking for him and Karsa because of their synergy to really have Maple take over multiple games here. And finally, he's unlocked here to play an assassin in the Blanc, and he's doing quite well early on in the lane.
Really a star player for the LMS. Actually considered one of the best now, though, in the bottom lane. 4-4. No level advantage here as they fight, just trading damage back and forth. Triumphant Roars will be able to heal double impact up slowly. It should be all right for this lane.
Yeah, so pretty much Maple's CS double lift with the
Great block.
CS lead down bottom as well as Zion up top, kind of making up for it. But marginal lead there for Flash Wolves.
Definitely not working, as I said before. Pobelter not getting the CS lead possibly within the next 4 minutes. Karsa on the wing.
Teleport's still off cooldown here for Zion, and Stake is level 6. So look for the level 6 Malphite teleport down bottom if COG get too aggressive.
Sword Art's aggression towards it kind of told Alfremood there was a little bit more than he wanted to fight there.
Speaking of communication, though, Stake is really low on mana and under his turret, so if he did teleport in, he would only have enough for Unstoppable Force and no other follow-up.
Great point. Very dangerous move if they actually decide to go for it. Looks like he will back for the possibility of something happening, but Karsa's already back as well.
Once he backs, Xmithy can't gank safely. Even though Zion Spartan does have his teleport up to match, so it's interesting.
I have to say, there has to be communication between top and bottom lane when they're standard lanes. It's so important. You have to clear out those wards that have gone into the side brush behind CLG's bottom lane, because Zion should be telling them, yes, there's a Malphite level 6, he's going back to get his mana right now. CLG, though, they push up that minion wave, and then they peel off to take the objective here in Dragon.
Nicely done. Stake low on mana. He's not going to be able to come in too quick. Dragon burned down as fast as they can. So CLG, again, kind of slowing down the fact of kills in the game, but aiming for those objectives first.
And as far as encouraging viewers to pay attention to the times when teams quickly shove minion waves, also shoving a minion wave just to get a recall off, to get a purchase, is also a sort of mini objective as far as this really early stage of the game.
That couldn't have gone much better for CLG in standard lanes. To be able to get an uncontested Dragon without actually losing much tempo or pace is really strong. A lot of that, I think, had to do with Zion aggressing so much in the top lane when Stake was low, almost baiting Karsa to come up, and the fact that Karsa had, I think, been spotted a little while ago in bot lane, so COG didn't expect him to camp down there for that long.
Really nicely timed, as we mentioned earlier, the double Dorans allowing just Time Winder to keep clearing waves. Got the upper hand on Stake for the Dragon for the team.
And not only did COG take that Dragon, but they got the all-important first line of wards down into the red side jungle. You can see here, they even plopped a pink ward behind that red buff. So they've got a lot of vision on the bottom side of the map.
A lot of that had to do with Xmithy, who purchases far more wards before Sightstone than any other jungler. Specifically, the stat was for North America, but it's holding true again here. You can see he's going for a warrior enchantment, probably a later Sightstone. Aphromoo gets a very early Sightstone to try and compensate after Xmithy put some early gold into wards, and we're seeing that exactly here.
Yeah, plus it is also, not only does it cost him gold to buy all these early wards, but Smithy is still behind on farming here compared to Karsa. who is a couple of camps now up on him.
And the farm game's going pretty well for Flash Wolves thus far. Being in the 2v2 against Double Lift and Aframu. In game 1, when they had Kramer down there, Double Lift and Afra up 20 or 30 CS. This substitution has worked wonders for Flash Wolves.
Yeah, it definitely has. As Kruplo talked about, that one cocoon changed everything for the team.
And then it's second cocoon.
A lot of respect in that mid lane. You can see the CS in favor of Maple. That ignite kill pressure keeping Pobelter on his heels.
Zion is playing so aggressively here because they have this division in the bottom red side jungle. They're like, you know what, Rek'Sai's down there. Until we hear her scream and we know that she's trying to use her ultimate to get up to my side, Zion is just pressing this so hard. He's even past the turret there, trying to keep Stake under wraps.
It's very similar to what happened in the first game between these teams, where Stake actually got 2 or 3 kills on Zion because Zion was playing so aggressive and got heavily ganked by Karsa. This time, Zion is displaying the same level of aggression, but Stake is needing to just deal with it.
Yeah, and Karsa has not tried to punish him for it. He's instead, you know, trying to farm up, get his lead on Smithy, which he has done. He's got his completed jungle item here, the Cinder Hulk, done for Karsa.
Looks like you might be able to find him here. Smithy sees the ward. I don't think they're going to want to fight this one, but now with the knowledge of Loic Smithy, Karsa may try to make a move.
Yeah, that's the other thing. CLG have to now play around the knowledge that Karsa will win out in a skirmish.
Yeah.
Great wards, though, for CLG.
There would be a potential for Malphite to teleport down, but there were enough people missing in the counter teleport. Flash Wolves call it off.
I like this, playing off Maple's aggression. They'll see if he wants to go distort in again for damage on Pobelter. Flanked by each side, though. Karsa on the right, Zion on the left.
Yep, Zion buying some wards himself. He goes down, places some river vision, and it is going to cost him, looks like only 1 melee minion because he shoved so quickly.
Yeah. So looking at how counter logic has always come out of scrims, saying that scrims are going well, this is going well, but they completely fall apart within a game. Seems kind of mind-boggling each time.
Well, that's like we were talking about in the opening, because it's happened twice against KOO, where CLG played so aggressively and so risky even after they got behind. Uh-oh, Maple.
That barrier's still there for Pobelter. He can stand toe-to-toe for a bit. If the trade goes his way, the chain did miss.
Yeah, Maple is taking really good trades. That was one of the first ones where Pobelter actually gave as good as he got, because he was able to dodge initially.
Yeah.
But going back to the team as a whole, I'm pretty sure that the management talked to them after those 2 sort of snowball games against KOO, told them to be a little bit more cautious.
Yeah.
We're seeing it play out here. Double Lift just sort of waiting until he can build up to the Infinity Edge.
Yeah. And if we think about COG of old, losing a game like they did to KOO Tigers, that's like the tilt of nightmares. They lost so terribly.
Absolutely.
And then having to come back in the same day and play 2 more games seems really scary. A lot of this will just have to do with how much mental strength COG has been able to build up during the regular season to match up against Flash Wolves, who are playing very methodically and slow as they usually do.
Yeah, we have to be very careful. Smithy's got to be very careful here, picking a fight with Karsa. Still has the level advantage over him. So even though he's backed up with the invade here from Double Lift and Aframu, Flash Wolves, all they have to do is pull that trigger. The first blood should be very explosive from Flash Wolves if Stake is able to pull the trigger on his teleport.
Yeah, at this point, it might just be at second dragon with the way CLG is going to hold off for most of the objectives in this game. Top lane back and forth once again. Zion Spartan doesn't have to worry too much. Really just taking a bunch of Cinder Hulk damage there. Or, I should say,
Bomby Cinder?
Bomby Cinder, thank you.
Little baby Cinder Hulk.
Yeah, Zion's got about 2/3 of the turret dead in the top lane. And COG is starting to work on the bottom turret as well. This will prompt aggression from Flash Wolves as COG tries to get more and more bold in these side lanes.
Ooh, Pobelter tries to sidestep, but he gets caught with the chain!
Belter up, barriers down. His flash can be used right now. The Ignite should be saved with that safeguard. That's going to be the Mimic of Maple. No kill coming from that, and Smithy perfectly on the wing. The rocket just over the right shoulder of Pobelter.
Not even close. Don't worry about it.
Pobelter stopped the prey in the middle of the lane. Saved him.
Narrow miss. That very easily could have been first blood and could have swung that lane over for NL, because that would have given him the jump to Infinity Edge over Double Lift that he would so heavily need.
I want to point out a nice little mechanic that Zion just used to gain extra pressure in that top lane. Okay. Just use the Echo Ultimate to get back the lane even quicker. And the reason why I'm focusing so much on the minion wave control of the top lane is because Zion Spartan, well, you can see right there, he got the objective himself, but he's drawn a lot of attention.
Yeah, now he's got no ultimate to try and save himself if he were to be dope, but he has positioned himself to get out with that ward.
This is the Zion that CLG thought they were going to see from the very beginning of group stages. He's been able to play aggressively, draw resources from the enemy team, and still come out with his advantage.
Definitely with these Zion we started to see at the end of the season with the Fizz and Olaf picks. And it seems like CLG did their own kind of dip again to come back up a little bit, but they're having that trouble. We talked about it a little bit already, but even hearing CLG mention that we're not playing like we play, it's a little disheartening if you're that team. See if they can right the ship here and right those wrongs. Still no sight ward for Xmithie. He's been finished up on Karsa. Flash Wolves have not been able to push their wards too far forward.
Going again to try and chunk out Poe Belter.
So Summoner's down, it's got to be a repeat.
So, Xmithie was able to get with the combo there. So CLG, again, they want to utilize Zion's big lead in the top lane to gain a map advantage here. Shove that lane out and put pressure on stakes so that you make Flash Wolves have to choose between losing an extra minion wave up there on the top side or some damage on the secondary turret or teleporting in. Right now, though, Flash Wolves, they have the minion wave advantage on top, and they're pressing in. That's why they're going to be able to steal this blue buff. Well, let's see if they get it. They know the smite is down.
Yeah, they ended up stealing it for the jungler instead of being able to pass it off to someone more beneficial. This is really a huge moment in the game. Unless Flash Wolves rush the dragon right now, Zion Spartan's going to continue to push out that lane. I was expecting Flash Wolves to actually try for a dragon there.
Yeah, I mean, they are able to deny it from Poe Belter, which is, you know, optimal, but Poe Belter hasn't had too much of concern with mana problems. You know, he's gone with the early Negatron, so the poke from Maple is not as threatening anymore. Bottom lane, though, Afro trying to save this turret, and he's 1 versus 3.
He's in a tough spot right now. It's going to be another teleport coming in. That should be stopped on the Rek'Sai tunnel. Zion Spartan also joins the party. It looks like he actually wants a bit of a fight. Phase dive is used back to a minion after execution.
CLG have to transfer over to Dragon now, or else they committed that teleport for nothing. Stake canceled his, so they know this is 4 versus 5, and CLG are going to lose a lot of damage on the top turret. See if the Malphite slaps actually do enough before Zion can get back up there.
It depends. If one rock is denser than the other, it'll work well.
Yeah, some of these teams so quick to match teleports because they don't want to be outnumbered, but Flash Wolves would have had an amazing power play there if Stake would have just held off, since Afro had burned his ultimate and Zion would have been down a teleport. Either way, they might get 2 turrets out of this Dragon trade.
Zion Spartan should be able to get top side. It looks like he may be able to make it in time. No, he will not.
Totally worth for Flash
Yeah,
Wolves.
it was.
Second Dragon, in my opinion, is mostly meaningless because you can still get the chance at the third, and they haven't gotten the move speed yet on the opponent's side. The Dragons giving the gold to put Flash Wolves in this position is much greater.
Double lift jumps out, binding used. No, Zap actually hits. There's the rocket as well. Double lift. There's like 15 feet of wall there if he made that flash. Wow.
That is a flash that will never get over that wall from his current position.
Very risky positioning there from Double Lift. Pushed up really far past the turret that was just taken. And they punish him heavily for it. 3 members down bottom, though. CLG try and answer with the turret of their own. Will they be able to get enough damage on mid, though? Doesn't look like it.
Karsa continuing to engage with the black shield on him. And it just keeps working. Everybody has to back off from Chronologic Gaming in the mid lane. Double Lift just coming back up now to get himself back in. Didn't lose too much CS in this situation. CLG trying to keep tabs on Flash Wolves right now. Zion Spartan giving them a little what for. Doesn't look like they're going to get much out of this. They're really just losing a bit of HP each time they try to engage. Going hard here on the mid turret. Respect given by Maple and the rest of Flash Wolves.
Double Lift, is it there?
Maybe not. They go in after the turret goes down, fight with the damage, and they are going to get taken out. Karsa goes down immediately. Maple living with a sliver of health. That's an L going down now. After they lose one, they keep wanting to go in. And it's ill-advised.
Who needs Double Lift here? 4-man push without the Trist as a turret definitely takes Flash Wolf by surprise. Karsa goes in, gets completely bursted. Poe Belter landed everything, and the double Abyssal Scepter power spike from those 2 mid laners just destroyed Flash Wolves right there.
I'll never understand letting the turret go down and then engaging. But they try for it, they lose a few. 2-1 now, coming up onto 20 minutes. Doublelift also going to pick one up, and with the mid turret down, it opens up the map nicely for more forward wards and a bit of CLG movement from Aframu.
Yep, they're going to litter this red side jungle and try and push the last wave to get that wave into the turret. I think that NL should be able to clean up the rest of those minions, though, and draw even with Doublelift. Let's see if Pobelter can hold mid. Victor, the god of wave clear, should be able to hold his own.
Lasers.
Oh, dear.
Woo! This is good. Nice job for Doublelift, able to get himself out safely. We saw previously against KOO getting dragged over walls. They couldn't even get from lane to lane. They get a little bit of freedom here. We'll see this fight again.
The black shield gone before Karsa even gets into this fight. And then Maple distorting into the pulverize. One part bad, other part really unlucky. And then Zion Spartan gets both ticks of the Time Wander there as Pobelter comes in for the finish, and it just gets bursted for far more than he expected.
Yeah, Zion doing a lot of work this game. His early lead on stake manifested in, as you said, not only the double Abyssal Scepter build, but more spell penetration on top of that. Whoa, stake deep in enemy territory.
Does not look like it's going to end well for him. The whole team is coming up the river. He's got enough HP to last, but the team definitely does not want to continue that fight. CLG starting to gain a little bit back here and there, but they got to make sure they're not the ones chasing the fights that aren't going to happen in their favor.
And there's that Fog of War control we talked about for the Flash Wolves. They're able to find their first pick here. Maple finds Smithy, and that's going to put more pressure on Pobelter here in the mid lane, trying to do wave clear. Zion actually gets called up.
Really swingy game here. Stake does have his teleport and ultimate if they want to push this really hard. Probably the turret easily for Flash Wolves.
Eyes on Zion.
Where's the teleport? Here it
Afro's
comes.
still going to go in. They try to get Karsa immediately. Still pretty tanky. He's going to take a while to go down. And that's enough time for Flash Wolves to assess and set up a kill of their own. 2 going down. Zion Spartan. Actually, Smithy coming back up from previously. Sorry.
That was a great stun lock like there. Zion did not have time to get his ultimate off.
Still trying. Relentless here from Flash Wolves. There's another one. Chain into binding. We're seeing the composition kind of come to fruition here as they get together in the mid lane.
And it is seeing how Flash Wolves wants to poke back and forth, but they have to be very wary of Aframu's initiation. He's not directly going on to Maple, but when Maple goes into poke, Aframu's very willing to go in for the initiation, and CLG as a team is very willing to follow. As slow as this game begun, there's a chance we get some very bloody team fights.
I haven't seen too many LeBlancs lately, but Double is feeling that, oh, there's half my health. I might need a Vampiric Scepter sooner than later in this game if that's going to keep happening, because Maple's doing that willy-nilly on every target he can get. Pobelter, Doublelift, and we see it on Aframu too.
Yeah, and as expected as well with the 4 AP solo laners, we see a whole bunch of early Aegis of the Legion rushes here for both teams. Flash Wolves actually got double. So everybody will be in range for the extra magic resistance, and it does double stack on the 2 who hold it.
Yeah, what's so interesting about the double Aegis is I feel like it used to be good in practice, but I still prefer the tankier guy getting the benefit of the Aegis as well as then just getting a Spirit Visage because he's getting the aura anyway. The only benefit the second Aegis does is it gives the extra aura to the support who already has the aura. If anything though, if Sword Art's not going in, at least Karsa can benefit Stake with his aura because they're going to get spread out. That's the higher benefit of the double Aegis.
I do agree with you with maybe Karsa this game going with a more greedy build and buying magic resist just for himself because he's been focused down
He's
2
been blowing
times
up.
in a row.
Right.
By AP damage. So he really would love a Spectre's Cow right now.
Zion Spartan trying to get
This is
himself.
actually a really early Baron, but Stake's going to sniff it out. Crisis averted for Flash Wolves. That would have been a nice sneak, but obviously that ward.
Yeah, actually, and CLG used a lot of resources gaining that vision control of Baron, which I feel like it's a it's a very low percentage chance to get that Baron, and that pink ward and that sweeper might have better been utilized around Dragon, which is about to go down.
And now CLG's best form of initiation has no ultimate and no help. This could very easily be a Dragon or a Dragon and a turret for Flash Wolves.
And really, it seems like it's just folding over from last game. Many mistakes made by Doublelift and Afro in the bot lane, kind of walking into a situation that got them killed. And now they lose pressure on the mid lane because they did not respect the grabs, the pokes, and the bindings.
Small chunk there. Zion Spartan does have Home Guard upgrade as well. on his boots, so he could try and teleport into this, but it's a blind dragon here for CLG if they were to face check.
I feel like he's waiting for the home guard teleport right from base.
Aphromoo does not have his ultimate backup. This would be so risky.
Zion has been waiting in base for an opportunity, but
he entered again. He's back and forth. Looks like he will hold off on this one. The team's still trying to flank on this. Smithy's going to take a bit of damage. Zion very much holding. Maybe they can get... Oh, my word.
Nice
Double lift
buffering.
gets hit. Very nice channel on that. Getting out of the unstoppable force. That's going to be Aphromoo down. Like he said, no ultimate here. Smithy comes in a bad spot. Zion Spartan, rather. But this could be Flash Wolves' loss. If they can get a few more hits in on the side of CLG, they're going to start losing members. Stake back to the front line. Karsa gets there as well. Black Shield on him again, so he can't be stopped. Double lift in the eyes now of Flash Wolves. Zion Spartan doing what he can to deter and peel off his AD carry. Zion onto Sword Art. Sword Art could go down with one more hit, but he just can't swing the sword. Double lift to the other side. Dubbing in. He gets the reset. He says king me, but can't get the next jump. Zion Spartan now in a battle. A 3v1 around him. A 2v1, I should say. And it does not look like it's going to end well. The parallel conversion stun is going to happen, but Karsa is free to roam and free to swipe.
A delayed ace there for Flash Wolves. What a massive fight. We said this game was going to start exploding in the mid game with some bloody team fights, and that was about as bloody as it's going to get. No ultimate on Aphromoo, so he dies before the follow can happen from Zion Spartan, which makes the delay in that fight very pronounced. And then COG tries to reach around the back end to finish that off, and Flash Wolves is able to prevail.
CLG actually started this off pretty well with Double F buffering his rocket jump right there. But again,
those
as you said, Aphromoo getting chunked out earlier, he had no teleport. And those Flame Chompers on top of the ward, very quick thinking there by NL. Then we get the spread out fight inside the jungle here. And the CLG, it looked like Pobelter got a little bit baited in by the LeBlanc clone. Nice finding there from Sword Art. And Double Lift actually got too close to Pobelter. So both CLG carries standing next to each other hurt them a lot.
Yeah. Flash Wolves, I feel like, did a nice job of target prioritization at the very start of that fight, knowing that they were free to focus Aphromoo. Would have been better for COG if they could have had Lee Sin going in at the start of that fight. And again, Afro takes a lot of damage. He wants to hold on to his ult.
Oh.
Gonna have to burn it.
One after the other. Ult for ult there, however. Double Lift almost taking that one to the mouth as they make their way down to now repair mid lane. I think both teams taking a slight breather, maybe, as they keep getting hit.
Flash Wolves pushing the tempo here. Even though they're behind, they're forcing CLG into some high pressure decisions, and CLG are starting to crumble again. CLG have to calm down and watch their plays, because that last mid lane turret push definitely cost them. Let's see if the Baron bait pays off.
Goes down pretty quick. Smithy is in base, so if COG wants to fight this, not only do they have to blind face check against a Malphite, they'd have to get the time for Smithy and fight a 4v5.
Is that 4,000? And they're getting chunked out. This is going great for Flash Wolves.
Zion Spartan gets himself away with the phase dive.
They're zoned out.
Should be safe, but yeah, they can't do anything. CLG watches the Baron go down. And now Flash Wolves have a nice way to get themselves to this next set of turrets. Quite a bit of AP on the side of CLG. It's going to be up to Double Lift to start clearing these minion waves.
This is eerily similar to day one of group stage when Flash Wolves had a 5,000 gold lead in mid game against CLG.
Yep.
They started with CLG winning the lane slightly. Flash Wolves had better execution in the mid game due to CLG mistakes, but this time CLG does not have the Lulu for a hyper carry, and they're going to have to find a new way to try to come back.
After Mukal once again, Maple's going to take him down, take him right down all the way. Hits another sigil, and it looks like they go in and kick to NL. He's to the back line. Great damage coming in from McSmithy, but he goes down for his attempt. And can CLG clean this one up? Double Lift jumps forward. The red buff is on, so they could
binding!
What a binding coming in from Sword Out. They're able to finish off Double Lift. The double kill for Stake.
Sword Art has been so on point with Morgan this game, and Maple is showing people why he was such a hyped mid laner coming out of the LMS. The amount of poke they have been able to put down on Aphromoo has completely crippled COG's ability to play this game.
And the vision control that they're getting done. Him and Karsa to boot. They've been able to control so much of the fog of war with this pick comp, and then you land the ensuing bindings there. Very good comeback so far from Flash Wolves. Giant gold swing after that push.
The amount of bindings hitting right now, definitely too high for the side of Counter Logic Gaming, not respecting the space that Flash Wolves can play with. And we'll see it once again here.
Yeah, let's take a look at... So Aphromoo gets picked again at first, and he gets 100% because he Oh, actually.
That was such a forethought.
Used his ultimate at the very end.
Very early Black Shield for him as well.
Smithy did get a really good kick onto NL, but it was just a little bit too late here. Doublelift jumps forward to try and get a reset, but doesn't fully commit, can't get the range.
And then he's positioning himself in between the turrets, so there's no juking that Dark Binding once he jumps into that spot. Really just poor positioning there from Doublelift.
Flash Wolves finishing up quite a few items here. That Banshee's Veil on Stake pretty much gives him a Black Shield he needs every so often. They can now use Sword Arts for somebody else if necessary. This is Zion Spartan. We'll see how fast he can zero out NL here if he goes for the attack. Nice dodge on the Time Winder to get the damage on the backside as well, but he's forced to get out with his ultimate. Pole Belter looking to get himself something fancy, but goes down actually. NL off on the side. Him and Karsa already doing work in the top lane, participating in fights in the jungle with the ultimates, and they're gonna keep pushing.
They still have Baron, and the majority of CLG's wave clear and team fighting potential is dead. This is huge power play here for Flash Wolves, pushing 2 lanes at once.
Just instantly falling apart once one grab happens. CLG gets another grab, and Flash Wolves know they have CLG on the back foot here, and they continue to pound them into the ground. Ward's going down inside the base now for any other grabs that they can get. They know they are safe to be here.
Such a massive game for Flash Wolves. Well, they need to win this game to keep their hopes at Worlds alive.
Yeah.
Another Binding lands.
CLG could have clinched a berth into the semifinals here if they're able to take down Flash Wolves, but they are having none of it right now. Stake winning the Afro War and winning the League War right now with the rest of his team across the board. Fantastic play so far from Flash Wolves this game.
Yeah, such a ridiculously large Baron power play right there for the Flash Wolves. Plus, they've kept CLG occupied for so long inside their own base that a lot of CLG's ward coverage expired as well. Now they're trying to rush back out and get the consolation prize of Dragons, but it's only number 3.
And Maple is just so far ahead of the curve right now with no true tanks on CLG. The LeBlanc poke is just out of this world right now. Unless CLG gets an incredibly clean initiation, they're always starting a fight, basically down a man.
That's Grievous Wounds.
No ignite.
Grievous Wounds.
Nearly the second time that combo. LeBlanc pick is just coming up huge right here, specifically the way Maple is playing it with the team.
5,600 gold as a result of the Baron.
That is almost double what the average Baron power play has been here so far at Worlds.
You can just see how much control Flash Wolves have, and it's different control than what other teams have shown. KOO's shown a bit of this as well. When they have the lead, they run with it. They aren't unsure if they have the lead. They keep pressuring. And now onto the inhibitor turrets of CLG's base. They look to take this win very soon.
Maple's doing all this poke without even the Black Shield being on him yet.
Doublelift, though, with the Bloodthirster did lifesteal that up, so Maple has to poke someone else other than Doublelift if they want to get a real advantage for this siege.
Or Stake has to combo his ultimate with it and just kill him.
That too.
There are going to have to be some very heavy mechanics for the items down for Counter Logic Gaming in these fights. They're able to hold the inhibitor without a turret in front of it. Flash Wolves just looking for it. Pole Belter gets himself in a great spot. Kickback Stake is going to go down possibly. That's a lot of focus for the tank. And the rest of the team's taking the inhibitor. There's the Chaos Storm from Pole Belter. CLG's trying to chase here, but they're taking damage as they chase. A great binding from Sword Art. That's the headbutt initiation for Pulverize that CLG needs to keep it going, so they have to stop.
Yeah, another great binding there from Sword Art. Great Morgana performance from him so far today.
Yeah, Flash Wolves didn't let Maple set anything up with poke there. The ultimate was aptly flashed by Pole Belter, and it completely backfires there because of the kickback in the turret. Another thing about Stake's build is he's gone for that just one magic resist item, thinking that the double AP is not going to be wanting focus a tank, which is generally true, and it's really been shutting down Doublelift. So the fact that they could kick him into the Nexus turret for an extra little bit of help, and then they still struggle to kill him, shows how unkillable he's actually become.
Said the mechanics are going to have to be high with the items down here. Still just a needlessly large rod trying to be built up after an Abyssal Scepter coming in from Pole Belter. He is all charged up on his item. See if they can get themselves a good fight. It seemed like in the jungle earlier is what they wanted. A Chaos Storm built up, but Flash Wolves has been separating and dispersing very nicely.
CLG spending a lot of money on Vision here around Baron, and now they're sitting in the brush.
So they get Stake.
That's his
barely touches him.
Banshee's Veil into Black Shield. Why would you even try? Pole Belter's going to be the one hit. Stake has all day to play around here. He says, come on, guys, let's go. Blindings from Sword Art go to the backside. They miss, but they still have Aframu to kill. Taking him down. Pobelter's next. Doublelet's going to get hit with some rockets. The binding for Xmithy is forced to be flashed forward with the buster shot backwards. Doublet lives for another second, but the distortion now to come in from Maple with a sigil will end him. There's the auto attack. That's 4 down. Xmithy runs for the homestead, and he's not going to be able to do much for the inhibitors.
That's the thing. Full take. Malphite is happy to face check a brush, and Zion goes right onto the flame choppers again. Xmithy gets caught.
Yeah, still 20 seconds plus on the death timer, so this should be Flash Wolves taking the game, I think. Maybe just 2 inhibitors.
Looks like the inhibitor top open in their eyes. They're going to want that. I don't know if they want to chance this right now. Not very many minions coming in, but and they have Baron in the bottom lane to work with now, so it's going to be nice for them. Going in, he's going to try to go for Sword Art. Chrono Break Brat back. The fights are not being won, and they keep using ults outside of a big fight.
And even when there is a big fight, they're not able to use their ults.
So true.
Well, this should be a repeat Baron for Flash Wolves here.
Yep.
They left behind plenty of vision. They've got 2 inhibitors down. CLG still licking their wounds.
Really well played by Flash Wolves so far. The teamwork across the map this game, on point for them. Dragon can even be theirs in another minute here if they can win this resulting fight, if CLG actually wants it.
In true CLG fashion, they are testing the faith of their fans.
Yeah, so if Flash Wolves is able to hold this out, it makes the next 2 games incredibly interesting because that would put, we'll go over this fight one more time.
There's the face check.
I mean, they do stun him, but Zion steps straight onto a Flame Chomper, can't ultimate out, and the fight is the game might even be over at that point. Pobelter doesn't have flash from the last time, so Stake can easily just click on him to get the ultimate. The rest of Flash Wolves can then arrive at the fight. Really, the initial pick onto Stake isn't the worst idea as long as Zion doesn't step on the Flame Choppers, because then CLG would have been able to disengage. They attempted again. These guys are just too tanky.
Karsa, pretty damn big right here, takes a full hit from 3 members of Counter Logic Gaming, and they're right back in. Another unstoppable force. 4-member pop-up. Double lift on the outside. They're going to actually have to look away from him. Stake's going to take down a 1v1. Double kill coming in for NL, looking for a triple kill. That's a triple. That's going to be the quadra. He gets a pentakill. NL, pentakill.
Quadra kill earlier on Jinx. He is having a great day. And remember, this guy was on the bench for game 1 here at Worlds. He is coming up huge.
There's the teleport. That's going to be the push for the Nexus for Flash Wolves.
This makes this group so interesting. Flash Wolves still have a chance for first place in the group.
Absolutely crazy. Flash Wolves march down the mid lane. Karsa down in the victory fight, but it doesn't matter. 37 minutes in, Counter Logic Gaming will fall to the Flash Wolves.
Wolves come back so strong after losing to Pain last week, having an incredibly close game against the Brazilians already today, and then carrying that through to beat a fledgling, I think that's the wrong word, a struggling CLG is just massive for them. And now the question will be, can they carry on their performance against KOO?
So much strength, that is true. They're now staying on stage. There'll be a break between games. But now they face off against KOO, who just watched them after KOO had 2 very strong games themselves.
This
and now
also sets us up for that possible tiebreaker. If CLG are able to win versus Pain and Flash Wolves go down to KOO, then there would be an extra game here at the end of the groups.
Yeah, it creates a lot of drama here because now if KOO beats Flash Wolves, I actually hate it when people go over tiebreaker scenarios on air, but I feel like this one is so exciting. If Flash Wolves loses to KOO, then CLG must beat Pain in order to force a tiebreaker, which would be against the Flash Wolves. Otherwise, they would lose. Pain is only playing spoiler here to CLG, depending on the results of the next game. I think we're in for a lot of excitement.
And Pain comes out strong. You see BRTT playing, he's screaming his head off. The whole team plays with that enthusiasm, and they will run over a Counter Logic Gaming that's playing like this right now. Flash Wolves just did. They need to get something out of their head, the win back in, because it worked through the regular season. They got to find what worked in the finals here.
Absolutely.
To help us break down that Flash Wolves win, let's send it over to Dash and our analyst desk.
Thank you, Rivington. Good to see you up there casting the games. This was a very great win for Flash Wolves, both in the way that they turned things around after being down 2K gold in the mid-game, all the way to its implications for the tournament, which is that they now move to 3-2. They're in position to even come out of the group in first place if they beat KOO Tigers in their next matchup, let alone they're safe to go against CLG in a tiebreak, at least, if CLG beats Pain and they lose to KOO. So a lot of implications here. Very important for Flash Wolves to have won this game. Now I want to get into, specifically how they did that, because they were, like I said, 2K down at one point.
Yeah, they certainly were, but let's take it back to the very start of the game. The pick ban phase that came out of the Flash Wolves, I find just completely outclassed CLG there. I'm going to once again go towards a Morgana with Lee Sin and Alistar in the game. You need a primary engage that is not Alistar or Lee Sin if they are running a Morgana support. Instead, they flex this Echo, and sure, it looks really clever on paper, and you're like, three-wave flex, but it did absolutely nothing throughout the entirety of the game. And I find that with the Malphite, because they picked Victor, there was just no time for them to split push, because straight away they hit the go button, Malphite goes in, blows up the Victor. There is no way they can withstand that.
Yeah, and I love the Malphite pick for Stake. Just a tanky top laner. He can be down 40, 50 CS, and he's still going to do his job. And we saw exactly that happen. He was flashed away from a couple times, but he was still able to execute. All you need is 1, 2 people getting knocked up in those ultis, and you're still doing your job.
All he needed to do was hit Victor. Yeah. Even blowing Victor's flash meant that the next team fight, he was going to win.
Exactly. The one thing I can appreciate out of CLG is that the Flash Wolves were playing a very slow game for the previous matches what they had. So they go with, okay, let's take a lot of early dragons quickly so that we can build up a dragon lead. So I thought CLG, all right, we're just going to ride the dragon wave and take over. And the Flash Wolves was pretty slow on capitalizing on flashes in the laning phase. Karsa had a lot of opportunities to punish that Victor. It failed. It wasn't very clean. But once we got to introduce Sword Art into the mix, it just turned around.
Let's talk about this guy for a moment, because they were 2K down, but where did things start turning around? When the bindings started landing. We saw chunk after chunk, death after death. Even if they weren't getting killed, they were being forced back.
Well, it's the bindings. Even if they aren't killing the person, they're getting something blown. Afromu's ultimate was blown by a binding right before this fight happened as well, getting caught by another, and then a binding onto Zion. Just overall in these fights, landing these picks is just so crucial. And right here,
and we're not done.
Another one onto double lift here.
These things are homing missiles, and the black shields on top of it. They really allow LeBlanc to get into the backline, deal damage, and Alistar just sits there with his hands down his pants because he can't do anything. I mean, there's a reason this guy's got a Legends Rising documentary.
Yeah, there certainly is. And this is why I said pregame, if you're going to mention Afro, you have to mention Sword Art. Because to me, they're actually very similar players. And Sword Art seems to be able to play offensively and defensively. The flash initiation in their first victory against KOO was what turned that game around. Now this game, just able to hit all of these bindings, peeling very well for NL, who got a pentakill in that game. Sword Art has stepped up huge. We keep talking about Maple. We keep talking about Karsa. Their support player is a legit threat on this team.
In the pregame, you discussed Karsa being such a powerful jungler, and I was on the side of Xmithy, and it really showed because the first 2 ganks from Xmithy were some lane gank bottom lane where he was spotted through minions. Then the other one was ganking the top lane Malphite, who's level 5, has about 1,200 hit points at that time, and is impossible to kill. While Karsa's first gank into the mid lane instantly blows a flash on the Victor and wins lane right off that. Obviously, it wasn't capitalized to the extent where it should have. Flash for flash, then just get a bunch of kills. But still, the effectiveness of this jungler is high.
Now, we'll have some more time to talk about the Flash Wolves in their pregame, but I do want to hit one more time on CLG as they are fighting for their tournament lives here when they go up against Pain. We've seen them lose 2 games today in rather tragic fashion. What do they need to change about their games, their game plan, their play style, in order to be more successful in their 3rd game of the day?
So they did what we were asking to do, right? They threw the switch up in there. They got a different top laner, AP top this time, tried to play a little bit different around the map. I think this time you just play ultra standard. You go Bruiser top lane, get Zion Spartan in a 1v1 where he is comfortable to carry and try and take Mylon on.
I actually disagree because none of these guys have had outstanding performances to warrant themselves carrying. I think you just go with, let's play the TSM strat from the season, pick AP Cog and just sit there and wait for an hour-long game and just kind of win off that, because I don't see how this team playing in this fashion is going to beat anybody at this point. It's so tragic to see.
All right, well, I don't know. I think you go pick on Mylon. I think he's the weaker link who's always aggressive, and you send Xmithy up top and you pick on him that way with a standard.
Well, it's going to take 4 ganks for him.
Well, they've got some time to figure it out for themselves what they feel is the best solution. Now, we're going to take a quick break while we patch up some minions, but meet us back here in just a few minutes for KOO Tigers versus the Flash Wolves. Stay tuned.
Pullman with League of Legends games, and the World Championship is only continuing now. Doublelift jumps out, binding used. No, Zap actually hits.
Flash Wolves.
Eyes on Zion.
Teleport, here it
Afro's
comes.
still gonna go in. They try to get Karsa immediately. Still pretty tanky. He's gonna take a while to go down. Sword Out could go down with one more hit, but he just can't swing the sword. Double it to the other side. Dubbing in. He gets the reset. He says king me, but can't get the next jump. Blindings from Sword Out go to the backside. They miss, but they still have Aframu to kill. Taking him down. Pobelter's next. Doublet's gonna get hit with some rockets. Counter Logic Gaming will fall to the Flash Wolves.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The teams are making their final preparations on stage for the KOO Tigers versus the Flash Wolves. This is actually a very big game for both of these teams. Now, Flash Wolves could take the #1 seed with a win here, giving them the head-to-head against KOO Tigers 2-0. And if they lose, and CLG win, they fall down into that tiebreak for even the second slot. So really the swing here in this game is quite massive. Importantly, though, both of these teams 2-0 on the day. So there's a lot of momentum coming in between these two teams. Where are the matchups? What are we looking for specifically that's going to make the difference?
KOO was outspoken about how when they lost to the Flash Wolves, they felt like their loss came in the pick and ban. So they had a really strong poke composition. They had let Gangplank go through. Don't think that's going to happen again. Nobody should really be giving out the Gangplank. And in the previous victory of the Flash Wolves, they had a really solid draft against CLG. If they are to come out with a victory here, it has to come from the pick and ban again. KOO was unprepared to deal with the Varus and Nidalee. And even in the previous game, Nidalee was not banned. So I'm sure they have a couple more extra tricks up their sleeves. We've seen some deeper pools from these guys, so I think it could be closer if the picks allow it.
Now, Spawn, Stake was a point of criticism coming into the tournament, but has actually surprised a lot of people with solid performances. However, this time around, he has to go up against Smeb in the top lane, who has only looked more dominant as the tournament has gone on.
Yeah, that is a tough ask. Smeb is just playing like an absolute god at the moment, and he's doing it on power picks, which just means that the pick ban phase that you're talking about becomes so difficult right now. They've got blue side, they can get the Darius. You can't run something like a Malphite into it because he's just going to be able to continually bully the lane, looking for Stake to be able to step up if they have a chance here, Flash Wolves.
Yeah, and I definitely think that Stake, with the Malphite, he could probably play that into some of the picks if a Fiora gets picked up or something like that. But I do want to talk about the bottom lane here and go with Gorilla and Sword Art, because we just saw an amazing game from Sword Art, basically single-handedly winning Flash Wolves the game and getting them back into it. But he's up against Gorilla, who saved a game for KOO Tigers against Pain, and they both play pick champions. They both love this style. But here's the caveat. Is Gorilla plays Tahm Kench.
You got to clog the frog here.
Oh, yeah.
Don't let that go through.
Tahm Kench is so good against pick champions. You land a Thresh Hook, you land a Morgana binding, he eats whoever that's on, and that single target pick is out of the question. So he has that trump card on top of it.
Or does Sword Art play Tahm Kench?
If he has that up his sleeve,
yet.
this just gets even more interesting. But the fact that that counters their styles, if somebody picks it up, it's a good edge here.
But one thing I will say is I do not think Flash Wolves are only a pick comp style. We've already complimented them for poke. We've complimented for them pick. They're actually not a bad team fighting composition around the Dragon area as well. I think this is actually quite a versatile LMS team and that they should be able to adapt their draft in that way.
All right, once again, prediction time, gentlemen. Crumbs, we're going to start with you this time around.
I think it's a simple one, to be honest. I'm going with KOO this time around, and they've looked so dominant today, but Flash Wolves, again, too slow on the trigger. I think KOO will just beat them to it.
Yep. CLG let me down. I got to go with KOO here. Hopefully get my revenge on Flash Wolves, take them down. But yeah, I think that KOO is a little bit of a stronger team right now. We've seen their dominant games and the momentum that they have coming in here. Sub 30-minute wins both times. It might be another one of those.
Yeah, I'm on the same page. Flash Wolves look great in this group right now, but KOO look like they're on a completely different level. They're going to burst through this game, and I'm expecting them to take it, once again, relatively easily.
Well, the analyst desk is looking for KOO to make the clean sweep on the day. The team's all ready to head into Champ Select, so we're going to send it out to the caster booth. But first, Gorilla tells us how missing out on London's quarterfinals is not an option.
솔직히 롤드컵을 왔는데 조별 예선에서 탈락하면 좀 많이 수치스러운 것 같고요. 그래서 좀 더 이겨야 할 것 같고, 제가 작년에도 롤드컵을 나왔었는데 그때는 제가 8강에까지는 갔었단 말이에요. 그래서 작년보다는 더 나아져야 할 것 같아서 꼭 이번에 올라가고 싶어요.
Congratulations! He made it out. They're guaranteed to go now.
They win this one as first seed, so at least they still have some wiggle room here that they want.
Making some moves, but they are going against Flash Wolves now, who are trying to keep themselves on top after that nice win over Chronologic Gaming. KOO coming in very strong today as well. This is going to be an on-fire game in this stage. Game 5 of the day, on fire.
We're really going to get to see how much of a stylistic difference there were between these teams, or if it really was just that pick ban difference, because aside from this one loss the KOO's had to Flash Wolves, they have looked like a completely dominant team in this group.
The thing I like about both teams coming in as well, it seems like they go into picks and bans with kind of a care of what the other team is doing, but they have what they want in mind and they execute it pretty much every time.
And I really love KOO's dynamic here, because they often even save their last pick for support. Gorilla is one of the supports that plays so many different champions at the highest level that he can counterpick an entire team. Like, they use support counterpicks, whereas almost all other teams are using solo lane counterpicks. First pick Darius does go over, but it's into Lulu.
Because the first game that KOO played was so strange in the pick ban phase against CLG, and they were able to get Darius and Azir, I think there's a chance that KOO gets Darius, Azir, Azir solo laners in all 3 games today if they want it.
Very real chance. As of right now, though, gonna mouse over the Kalista here for Prey to match up versus Jinx. Flash Wolves, though, the Jinx plus Lulu combo. NL's been great for them. Goes without saying, he did get a pentakill in the last game.
Be interesting to see what Flash Wolves continues to pick. So far, they have the same composition that KOO played against them in their first matchup. Kalista Rek'Sai still being hovered here. See what they got.
The other thing is that I don't think KOO would want to early pick their mid laner quite yet. I mean, if Flash Wolves want to really save their next solo lane pick, then they can for a counter pick. As you already know, the cannon is flex, but Flash Wolves, the Lulu is really high probability of going to stake. That is not really a Maple champion. They'd much rather have him up there on the Lulu and top.
Especially we saw this Flash Wolves game earlier today where they had the potential for a Yasuo Gnar top lane matchup, which is heavily in favor of the Yasuo, and they said, nah, we're going to put a mid. Let's put Lulu against the
Match
Gnar
the champion
instead.
with the player.
Still won.
Which one of these goes together?
Yasuo doesn't absorb as well as Stake would do, although Stake was doing a lot of absorb this on Malphite last game.
Oh, Thresh going over to Sword Art. That'll be great for him. He can start getting some hooks out and create more plays for the team. Pivotal on the Morgana, as we heard from the analyst desk and just saw in the game against Chronologic Gaming. Karsa looks like he may head towards Lee this game.
Yeah, I am always a pretty big fan of the Lee Sin plus Thresh combo, just because that jungler support duo brings so much versatility to the early game. It's almost trivial to get early vision with those two because they are so safe and they could create so many plays just on their own.
KOO looking to round out the composition here. What are they going to throw into the mid lane?
Yeah. Is it Cannon? Is it another mid laner?
Well, they still have the Kalista to pick up here, so you can always throw the hamster in.
Yeah, the Kalista Cannon combo is huge. And it would be a lot of AoE initiation that they could go for. Support Cannon, though, does go down very quickly.
Definitely a lot of thought being put in here from KOO. Don't see why they wouldn't go with the Kalista, but is that going to be a Diana mid lane? The teleport play is coming in from Curl on that.
Would be a heavily melee team into a Lulu Thresh, which is pretty good at kiting if they did so. This
that'll give him some distance.
Would give him a little bit more distance. And even though Kuro struggled so heavily on his ear during the LCK regular season and playoffs, he seems to have put in a lot of time on it, even though Azir has seen some pretty hefty nerfs since then, and it looks like it's safely in his champion pool now.
Yeah, good call there. A lot of Sivir, Ashe, Corki during the season. Has brought out Ashe and Jinx so far, but Prey now over to the Kalista.
Yeah, you definitely do want to commend Kuro for the amount of work that he puts in. He was criticized also heavily at IEM for his Yasuo, put in a lot of work on the Yasuo and was able to improve as well. So improvement on the Azir, been able to, he's actually been a big surprise at this tournament as far as the 3 Korean mid laners coming in. I thought that he would be the least scary of the 3, but has surpassed Nagne in my eyes.
Hey, when you're mid, an AD can open up those champion pools. Definitely gives you a lot more versatility in the team overall. Kuro's able to do that. Doesn't look like we're going to get any sort of composition where Kuro gets another early blue. That did happen when these teams faced off before. KOO had something in mind very, very early in the game. Now LeBlanc back over for Maple.
Yeah, we'll see how well Maple can do. See if we can have a repeat performance on that LeBlanc. Speaking of Nagne, we did see him get solo killed by LeBlanc on Azir from Bjergsen.
Yeah, I really liked Maple's LeBlanc in the last game. They're getting a lot of the picks they've already won on today. However, just as far as having synergy, this comp doesn't have as much as Flash Wolves' previous team composition.
Also, it's dangerous for LeBlanc. Smeb can hook him right back in once he goes in for the distortion that you're talking about. When he goes for that poke, they don't have the Black Shield this time to rely on for later game LeBlanc poke, and he's going to have to pick his target carefully if he goes in.
Really nice work by Flash Wolves to keep that Lulu out of the game in a ban last time. Take it for themselves this time, really allowing Maple's LeBlanc to be effective in getting people down, assassinating them out of the game.
Yeah, and big credit to KOO's pick and ban draft phase after their one slip up against Flash Wolves earlier on in the group stage. Also, because of their drafts, their early games have been able to be quite strong. It's something that wasn't expected to be strong for KOO Tigers coming in, but they've been a dominant early game team in this group.
Yes, they have. Well, all right, hit us up on Twitter with who you think will be victorious. Send hashtag KOO win or hashtag FW win to @LOLeSports. We'll update the poll once we are into the game. The crowd continuously ready. Give some players your energy. They're definitely going to need it here in these long days. And now we got KOO versus Flash Wolves for Game 5 of the day.
The energy of a 5-minute long wave during the early game.
It's so good. It's so good. All right, we're going to be on to the Rift for this one. Let's see what KOO can put down. Flash Wolves 3-2 right now. KOO 4-1. Looking to keep the wins coming.
Yeah, I really want to see if we get standard lanes. I'm so excited to finally see Gorilla with Prey and this Callista Kennen combo. Kennen was banned so much against KOO Tigers, and Gorilla is one of the early adopters of this support pick.
I love it.
In lane versus Thresh, he does have to be careful about getting hooked, but if he's able to sidestep it, Kennen can deal a decent amount of poke.
Always harassing from the brush, doing what he can, tagging all the shots that Prey's hitting. Really nice matchup they have.
Can he hit his first shuriken? Oh, not quite, but he got the auto for gold.
It's a good angle. It was a good angle he played.
Missed the shuriken, though. It's done for.
Need extra range. The extendo shuriken coming soon.
I think we're actually going to see pretty early on in this game whether or not Flash Wolves is on the same level as KOO, because aside from that one game against Flash Wolves, KOO has been blowing people away in the early game, and already in their first 2 games today, the Darius and Azir have been just so dominant for them in the laning phase.
This will be a really good litmus test because it looks like standard lanes with exactly mirrored starts for both teams.
And now Sword Art have been very aggressive in their lanes. It'll be a great 2v2 to watch on that bot side. See how quick Hojin and Karsa actually try to make some moves down there. Going to be harder to gank these mid laners this time. I'm still sure we will see that synergy from Karsa and Maple coming out quite soon. Again, barrier for Maple's opponent, so Kuro's going to be safe on any of those quick engages.
Yeah, and look what Kuro did there. He stands just off to the side so that the distortion doesn't deal damage to all of the ranged minions, but he's close enough so that Maple still gets aggro from the ranged minions, and that's how he's able to trade effectively there with the LeBlanc in the level 1. They exchange about the same amount of health, but most of the damage from Kuro's side was from ranged minions.
And I'd have to say this is the most mirrored we have been at Worlds so far. Both
basically a lane
bottom
swap
lanes
all the time.
took a jungle
Keep
camp.
track of this jungle race here. They're working way there, way down
Both
to the
jungle
bottom
top laners
side.
double juggled with their top laner. And that hook goes way wide.
Whoa! All right, Gorilla definitely not wanting to take all that damage.
Yep, that's that poke. Does land on Kennen. Very swishy, no sustain. Yeah, he's out ahead. He's out in front.
Sword Art nicely playing the aggression in the bot lane, throwing out hooks to cause these missed positions from KOO Tigers so far. Back and forth again in the mid. Kuro trying to go hard on Maple. Both of these guys almost out of consumables already. One biscuit up for Kuro. Level 3 as well. Fujin taking his red. He'll be tied up here pretty much with Karsa after. He may be able to make something happen bottom. That's a good push up here by Sword Art now. They are not giving up on this aggression. Hook down. Hojin making a move.
Yeah, risky sidestep there by Gorilla into the minion wave, into the Jinx. Steps forward to try and dodge that hook.
Stepping forward is often the highest percentage dodge you'll have on a hook. And it's also the most likely for you to die.
Yeah.
When you touch in that position.
If the Thresh guesses right there,
Yeah.
he's dead. Or he burns Flash at least.
We'll see if it's a trial and error for Sword Art. He should be start hitting him soon, if it happens every time. It's like Smeb's gonna get early back here. Get himself back to lane. Stake slowly clearing this out. He knows he does not have to push, keeping himself safe right next to his turret. Beautiful farming spot. Movement from Karsa now up. Looks like he's getting scuttle control for the team. Back and forth. Down and camps a bit to Hojin.
You could see just from that last juke, though, Gorilla's totally winning the mind game with Sword Art. That time, Sword Art predicted a juke forward and missed by probably like 5 full Teemos on that one because Gorilla was way far back on the juke. Really
I love the next level mind games. The little poker games that are in the lane phase.
Yep.
Meanwhile, though, Karsa is the one this time getting a little bit behind. He was also just revealed by that ghost from Callista, so they know he just handed off the blue buff. Also,
Right.
Maple shows up with blue buff. Wonder where he got that.
Wonder where he got it. First time around, there's going to be the Lantern in. Flay back as well, and the Gorilla, the hook, and the flash. Nicely placed by Gorilla. He was waiting for the last second. Good play by both sides, but they do get that flash and a heal out of Prey.
Even Summoner trade, actually, if we're just talking about numbers, because the Ignite is still on Gorilla, but both Summoners were burned from Sword Art. I like the idea of that gank. Gorilla did end up having to reaction flash it after he realized Sword Art was going to hit true with that Death Sentence. Still not that bad for KOO, though, because they didn't suffer any casualties.
Yeah, not only were Summoners blown down bottom, but also both top laners have used their teleports to get back to lane. So both of them do not have the ability to join if there is a repeat jungle gank down bottom. Definitely going to depend as well on the mid lane. Can LeBlanc gain advantage here with this blue buff that Maple's been given? If he can gain control of the minions and shove Azir in, he can get a quick step there on a roam. Try and make an impact.
Two great wards placed. One by Raptor, one over by Krugs right now by Hojin. He is just ready to take top lane. Stake in a bad spot, but Whimsy. Whimsy always going to get you into a nice one. Looks like he's off. Smeb. Smeb couldn't show aggression. It just would have shown too much.
Poor tunnel choice there. He didn't actually need to tunnel towards Stake. He had the angle for the jungle. He just had to. He could have easily forced a flash, but he decides to tunnel and has a really awful gank despite having good deep ward coverage.
Rule of thumb: if you can walk there, don't use your gap closer.
It's very good. Everybody keep that in mind. KOO farming up 38 to 52, definitely behind on Maple here. Remember, Maple had that blue buff though, so he's been able to continuously spam, keep KOO on his heels. Level 6 for both mid lanes here. A nice check by Gorilla as well. Gets himself out with a surge.
Yeah, I actually really love this, 6 to 7 minute period. It's so tense because the supports are venturing out into the fog of war for the first time, trying to get the first line of vision down, and it's extremely dangerous considering that Gorilla already had to blow his flash. So good shuriken right there, able to avoid any disastrous early game roams.
Oh, Smeb actually getting a little bit deep because of the deep vision they have. Why is Karsa going aggressive? This seems ill-advised.
Not sure. Level 6 to 5. Karsa's not going to live through this. Yes, he does, but he needs the wild growth. Maybe they thought the bait would be faster, but KOO was moving steps ahead of
Karsa panic right there.
Yeah.
Didn't quite trust Stake, and he got the Lulu ult plus flashed out at the same time, so they don't even get a summoner advantage for that. Yes, though, the summoner burned is on Darius, who doesn't have any dashes, so he is a vulnerable target up in the top side. KOO are going to need to get him more vision if he wants to play up.
Maple also lost Ignite when he was trying to kill Darius, which has a huge power impact in the mid lane where he was starting to build an edge on KOO. There's no way Maple's going to be able to solo kill KOO without Ignite against a barrier or Azir. This just kind of empowers KOO to play more aggressively in lane.
Plus also does reduce the effectiveness of his early roam, even if he could try and gain control. So KOO actually comes out very far ahead in the early exchange and the amount of vision they've been able to control the map. Dual pink wards around mid lane for KOO. He is set up for success here.
They're just going to be shoving up that mid lane so much. Not only the dual pink wards, the heavy 4 wards within the jungle territory of Flash Wolves. All controls in the favor of KOO.
They have Lee Sin. Flash Wolves have Lee Sin, and there's literally only one ward on the map right now, and it's a pink ward.
These matched up lanes did not give Sword Art and Karsa a chance to get themselves on a roam. As we were talking, Thresh and Lee in and out of a jungle if they need to be, but no wards have been placed past that river. We already saw Kuro and Hojin fighting for the pinks down bottom, so Flash Wolves know it's dangerous to start crossing that river right now.
Yeah, even though the gold is even, KOO is dominating in the pressure game.
Yeah.
They're, with this vision, they're empowered to go and push down turrets. However, if they don't actually kill turrets, it's a huge opportunity cost with all the time they spend getting vision, placing wards, if somehow Flash Wolves can repel these pushes when they have real poor ways of tracking Hojin.
Bits of damage here and there as NL's taking some hits to the face, and also to his turret. Looks like this next wave might just get right pushed in. That Rek'Sai call could be for a Dragon very, very soon, since bottom has backed for Flash Wolves. Hojin looks for a bit more deep vision here.
I do have to point out that even though this is a very uncommon game to see at Worlds like this, as KOO is taking the turret while Flash Wolves is lane swapping, this is the way both teams are used to playing. They're very comfortable in this playstyle. Low lane swap, potentially fight over dragons. Stake though.
That's the last bit of his mana. He does not have any more whimsy to get out. Karsa coming in. Smeb may still keep going. He's going to go down for a kill. Whoa, he gets kicked towards Stake.
He's got no cooldowns,
He
though.
does not have any cooldowns. You are correct. Held my breath for a second, but they're good to go.
That is the trust fall of League of Legends. Kicks the Darius right next to him. He's like, you sure he doesn't have flash, right? Okay, I'm going to kick him right next to you, right onto the Flame Choppers.
Oh, man.
NL says, yes, I will have the Flame Choppers ready. They get the first blood for Flash Wolves.
Yep.
Stake is in huge danger of being dove under this turret, though. They don't have control under their own jungle, and Rek'Sai could flank around. They are behind in this turret-taking game.
They have that pink ward coverage already on blue, starting to deny that. Not going to super hurt Maple if he can get those kills in, but it does not help, that's for sure. Flash Wolves answer to the top side. They don't really know that many members are in the bot now. Maybe it's coming into their mind since nobody is in the lanes. They are not going to be entering their own jungle. Karsa trying his hand at it. Does clear the pink, so nicely done. Flash Wolves got, or rather KOO must have got what they wanted. They're out. It was just blue.
Yep, all this deep vision for KOO that they've been keeping up for the last 5 minutes, though, is going to pay off. They're going to be able to get this dragon, know that Flash Wolves are not even going to come over to contest, so even tower trades, yet they get the first dragon.
With the first dragon going over to KOO, I also kind of have to commend Flash Wolves for changing their tendencies from the regular season heading towards the World Championship. Normally the LMS teams as well as Flash Wolves are almost always contesting the dragon, even really early on in the game.
Yeah,
Yet time
fight
and
after
time
fight.
again, these Flash Wolves guys who almost never gank for Stake during the regular season are sending 2 and 3 people to the top lane and even lane swapping up there to take early turrets and foregoing early dragons. Their average first dragon's at 18 minutes. That's nothing like it was in the LMS.
Yeah, I'm actually curious to see what KOO are going to do right now, because right now NL is actually in a fairly poor buy there for Jinx. The Avarice Blade, Avarice Blade Zerker Greaves pickaxe. He's not going to do a whole lot of fighting, just wants to farm, try and make use of the extra gold that he can get from Avarice Blade, and then move around and swap lanes and just try and pick up minions until he gets his BF.
Quite dangerous.
Playing with fire here with Smeb.
I mean, this whole game, Flash Wolves has actually been playing on their back foot, but they're doing it very well, which has led to a goal lead, -1 dragon, to fight against all the deep vision they've had to deal with, and also have to go heads up against a Kennen Kalista lane. It's tough.
Well, we've seen Flash Wolves' ability to rematch against a team that's beat them before, Hong Kong Esports, namely. That's how they got themselves here. We'll see if they can do it against KOO Tigers and get a victory out of this win, or this game, I should say. 3 to the bottom, as we say. KOO, or Flash Wolves, continuously rotating top, rotating bottom, spreading the pressure out. Quick shift to the sands here by Kuro. No summoners needed to get out of that.
Yeah, great trade there for Maple once again, and that means Flash Wolves, not only do they have this bottom lane pushing, but also more damage on mid lane. It's going to draw Gorilla out as well. Flash Wolves going to press in the entire outer ring here for KOO under attack.
Flash Wolves playing this quick mid-game lane swap actually quite well. Standard lanes for the first 9 minutes, and now they're lane swapping around and have been able to kind of get themselves out of the losing lanes they were trapped in. If they would have stayed in the normal lane phase, it felt like KOO was going to use the jungle pressure and take 2 or 3 turrets. But now that Flash Wolves has been able to swap, they're really staying in this game. Based on how dominant KOO has been looking in this group, this is looking more and more like the game that Flash Wolves actually defeated KOO in. It's crazy how they're doing well in this matchup.
Yeah, at this stage in the game, the gold values are so close that what really matters are the back timers and the purchases that you're able to get off before the fight. what the good teams will do is try and keep you in lane long enough that you don't have a chance to spend your gold. So even though both teams at the top of the scoreboard say even, if you can keep them from actually getting back and completing the item before you fight and then forcing that fight, that's how you gain an early advantage in these mid-game fights.
Ward wars right now, gentlemen. It looks like where the advantage might come from. Cleared finally on the bottom side, but both teams very wary of taking fights now. Level 11s are coming up as well, which will be big for the mid laners.
Yeah, and so much of KOO Tigers' bread and butter is team fights in the mid and late game, and they are still setting up very well to do that. The gold is close, they have the dragon advantage, so Flash Wolves will be consistently sucked in towards them, and Maple doesn't have the black shield to freely poke here. KOO is still in a very comfortable position in this match.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they do have a lot of the momentum here. Flash Wolves, they want to let Jinx farm up till she has her own crit that State can then buff him up with Lulu. Ooh, big chunk there from Maple, but he takes just as much.
Yeah. Eyes on. KOO definitely has the mechanics to make those plays work. Gorilla able to get out. There's a Fate's Call there if anything too crazy happened.
All good.
But get out safely. They'll be able to make their way down, clean up some more resources, and get back to fighting. As you're saying, chat, a slow early game for KOO, getting them going into the mid-game fights. Nothing too bad has gone off. Smeb went a little hard in the top lane, but we know Darius can just come back and start cutting people down.
Yeah, very subdued game, partially due to the standard lanes and partially due to when there are standard lanes, these teams pretty much only wanting to fight over Dragon. Because Flash Wolves decided to opt out of the losing lanes in order to trade a Dragon, we have this sustained period of very low bloodiness. I think it will change, though, around the time of this second Dragon spawning. Flash Wolves is looking a little hungry.
Yeah, we may see some early upgrades on the sweepers as well for Flash Wolves if they want to start clearing out all this deep vision. Pink wards go down for them.
They're not going to have time to go over and get that blue before this dragon happens. Well, it may. It's going to be a minute fight, though. Slicing Maelstrom goes down, obliterates the HP bars of Flash Wolves. Stake looks like he could be going down, and he is rended out of that fight. Bray coming up with a kill after he's got the flash in to get it along with Gorilla. They're going to back up, set up for Dragon.
The beauty of that Kennen plus Kalista combo, Gorilla can just charge straight in, and he has the confidence that even though he's support and hasn't been able to build his Zonias, you've got the Fate's Call to draw you right back out if you get into trouble. Enough to lock down Stake, and they find one kill there for the Kalista.
A lot of people, when they think about that combo in their head, think, oh yeah, Kalista can throw the cannon in. But this is actually the ideal way to do it because it's like a free Zonias. Gets the stun out as it chains with the knocker from Hojin, and this is KOO's comfort zone, finding the right team fights. If Smeb wasn't locked up on that Flame Chopper, this would have been a much more snowballed fight. Kind of miraculous that Flash Wolves only suffered one casualty despite the very clean initiation there from the KOO Tigers.
Yeah,
Dragon's up
Dark Passage is only wide enough for one.
It's not a magical journey at all, whatsoever. Good point, though, on the Kalista, throwing the Kennen in. Also, you're going to get Kennen at his attack range, which almost leaves you at the end of Slicing Maelstrom. Not exactly where he wants to be, rushing into the fight.
Looks like KOO stuck around a little bit after that fight, so Flash Wolves has the start on the Dragon. They're going to get it.
Yes. Burn that down nice and fast. KOO actually making sure they got their own blue this time. Rotated all the way up to the top after that. Figured they'd stay. They had the wards, so they left it and lost it.
And honestly, securing 6% for themselves at this stage is decent for them. They don't have to worry about venturing out if they happen to lose vision control for the next Dragon.
Right.
They don't have to take the risky follow-up fights now. They've got the important first buff.
They got their 18-minute track.
Yeah,
it's on time.
I mean, it's just,
I'm just kidding.
yeah.
Right on average.
Right on average.
There's no way, or there shouldn't be a way where you could steal away a Dragon from the Kalista team.
That's true.
If KOO got
Double
vision,
flank.
you know, it's so hard to get through there, not to mention Azir.
Especially you give these guys a few more levels, another Dragon. It's going to be even harder. Kuro getting his item set up. Nashor's Tooth finish for him. Easily able to clear these waves out, as well as absorbing pretty much every blue buff on the map. Doesn't suck for him. Smeb pushing the top lane right now, 149 to 111 in that lane. Stake has definitely been trying to roam a little bit more with the swaps back and forth. CS in favor right now, KOO.
The pressure in this game has also been so heavily in favor of KOO, and finally they're starting to reap some rewards. It's kind of incredible how much they're also dumping down into the vision game. Double Sightstone, double upgraded warding trinkets, so pretty much every single person on this team, aside from Prey, can reach their ward cap just from their items without buying additional wards.
Oh, Sundisk to boot as well if KOO wants to set up a base halfway through on any of the turret spots down by Flash Wolves. It's going to be harder for them to start taking these fights. Sword Art not able to hit the bindings this game. Maple, not as much in and out from him. We see him get chunked down immediately. They have to consider their fights a lot more than what we saw from Flash Wolves versus Counter Logic Gaming. Already face checks from Sword Art here. Cannot get a third proc of the Storm to stun him. Hooking back and forth. Got him. Testing the waters.
He wanted to prove that he had the aim.
Yeah, I don't think Flash Wolves are going to get too frisky too quickly. If there's a big play, it'll probably be, you know, just Maple trying to chunk somebody out from Fog of War. But really, they've built even around this Lulu, top lane Lulu starting Rod of Ages. Stake knows his game plan isn't to be a big playmaker early in the game. He's trying to time there once Jinx does have at least one other item to go with her Infinity Edge to have that fully stacked Rod of Ages. 5 more minutes for him to go, and he will be peaking as well.
And also, Flash Wolves is, because of the LeBlanc and the Thresh and Lee Sin, mainly a pick composition, whereas KOO is much stronger at team fighting. I want to see some upgraded sweepers out of Flash Wolves early on here. They haven't upgraded any of their sweepers, and in order to actually get kills, they have to be able to clear out some of these wards, which KOO is so heavily investing in.
Pretty low on money on their side. As you said, the sweepers are there, as well as the orb for NL to keep vision. They have put a lot of wards towards the top side of that red, but they're also being littered with KOO, so they have the same vision. Need to make sure those sweepers have a longer timer, as you were saying. They have the money to upgrade. Just haven't been able to go back yet. Trying to move up in the mid lane, clear what they can here and try and get a positional advantage. Doesn't look like KOO is really respecting that. Gorilla just walking up, figuring out where everybody is.
Yeah, honestly, for Flash Wolves right now, I would recommend splitting their solo lanes and then having Thresh be there just for the lantern out. You can try and quickly push down a turret, but as soon as there's any danger towards Jinx, he needs to take a lantern out immediately. Whereas Maple can fend for himself. They get the ultimate there down.
No! That's not what you want to do with your cannon. Gorilla gets thrown into the fire and cooked up immediately.
That's exactly what we were talking about. It's much better if Gorilla gets himself in because he needs to be able to get pulled to safety. Flash Wolf capitalized off a mistake
He is the guy that pulled the trigger.
They find their pick, and they get another pick here.
Oh, great flash. Smeb misses the Q as he comes in. Flash for Flash.
And it could be punished so heavily because they have the Jinx in their comp. After they get these picks with the LeBlanc, they can annihilate the turrets right down mid lane here. NL gets one, and they're working for 2.
It's exactly what they needed. KOO to get a little bit too comfortable with their engages. Not enough vision was on the bottom side. They start to take that, but Flash Wolves actually can't get the turret. They grab those kills.
There's that play. We said if there's going to be a big play, Maple on the bottom side in the Fog of War. Gorilla with a risky, very risky reactivation of the ultimate there. Goes back in and pays the price.
Man, and
Faith whoopsie.
It's so crazy as well. Up until this point in this game, KOO has placed 92 wards to Flash Wolves only placing 73 wards. Yet, they haven't been able to get any advantages out of that vision. They're really seemingly playing defense with high pressure. Maple just blows him up, gets the Ignite early. Price thought he could save with heal, but ends up losing his heal and dying too. And then just amazing reaction to flash that extra dude.
Yeah, there were no wards behind him to tell him he was there. May had a glimpse, but flashed the Decimate as soon as it went off. It was pre-charged by Smeb. Maple's got to be feeling good here, and he's actually going to use that for the extra long chain damage, but he gets himself out. He didn't have enough vision forward to keep it going. And Maple now could start to make some plays for the team. Being a little bit fearless is definitely what they need with how KOO played the early game very safely. Sword Art, now you can see the pink wards being pushed up, but they still have a few lingering behind them, giving KOO all the information they need.
Death Sentence does go wide, and they still call in the Rek'Sai.
Yeah, Dragon coming up in 15 seconds. This could be a very bloody fight. There are pink wards that are controlling this a little bit for Flash Wolves, but they really need to get some poke down from Maple if they want to start this fight. KOO not going into the area and not controlled by vision, instead sets up a turret and is going from here.
Great move here from KOO. They zone out Flash Wolves in their own jungle using Azir and get a decent amount of tower damage for it.
That's perfect for Kuro. He can just push everybody back into the channel. KOO is positioning so nicely as they set up turrets and start to move themselves back and forth through these lanes. So you can see how spread out Flash Wolves is. Got one on the bottom, Karsa and Staker here. NL's up towards the top side. A fight, if there were to happen, it could easily be picked off. KOO knowing the dragon is a possibility. Don't want to use too much or get too into the fray just yet. They're going to go right for it.
Yeah, let's watch this engage here, because KOO's ability to throw Kennen in does really mess with your estimate of the zone control.
Maple doesn't distort in. Gorilla gets moved in rather to the side. It looks like he's going to be safely placed. I think they just walk out of the bottom of this one. There's the Emperor's Divide. Whoa! Kuro actually went in with that one, gets taken out immediately by NL, and they're going to keep chasing on this one, possibly a zap over the wall. They have Hojin. Hojin goes down as he's two separated from the team. Dodges one. That's going to be Maple's pickup with Ethereal Chain, and they are on the board.
Flash Wolves may not only
That
just
much
be on
more.
the board, but they could be taking control of the game here. 2,000 gold up, long recall timers for KOO. They all run back to base because the fear of a dive is too great. They're going to lose at least this turret for that.
Maple still hovering the top side. They're looking for more than just this. Like the way Flash Wolves play when they start to have a bit of a lead, that fearless mentality, and they push through. Not getting the dragon, but the kills that they wanted after.
Yeah, the Emperor's sacrifice isn't even enough there. Hojin went down as well, so 2 kills plus that turret. Yes, they were also able to get that dragon there.
Yeah, really timely kick there by Karsa, completely nullifying the initiation. And I also have to say, Flash Wolves is just a completely different team when Maple is on the block.
The hook.
Sword Art's been playmaking on Skill Shot Champions today, and maybe Flash Wolves ends up going 3-0 and getting first place in the group. That's the possibility if they win this game.
Gotta change his name, like Bind Art or Hook Art now. Either or. I don't know, Sword Art. It works for him, but he's just hitting everything now.
And Karsa's disengage here, Lee Sin, all day today. He's had great kickbacks, and he's been able to find the insect maneuvers for initiation as well. Sword Art goes really deep for vision,
Sword
though.
Art! Hojin finds what they want, got the pop-up. Oh, a great dive-in, stopping the Thundering Shuriken to keep him alive. Do they actually want the fight, though? They have no support here, and they're going to take it in the jungle. Kuro to the backside there. Can he be all right? Karsa kicked him in. That's the kick you were talking about, Kobe. They get it once again. NL gets excited, takes half a Gorilla's health. Maple goes in. Can he pull himself out? He does.
Ignite.
And the Ignite to boot.
A clean ace from Flash Wolves. Well, Maple killed Prey before the fight began. Flash Wolves take full control of this game.
They did lose Karsa, rest in peace, but they'll gain the Baron for his efforts.
Rest in many pieces. The kicks coming in. The audacity for NL to be on the front line there and meet Karsa in that fight in a channeled jungle. Absolutely ridiculous. Flash Wolves have just putting their foot down the past 5 minutes in this game.
Looking to punch their ticket to quarters. All right, Sword Art, face checks here, but so many shields.
We need to see Prey get evaporated. He gets 2 hits from the Jinx. That's the big thing. He was too close to the wall, so it makes the assassination easy.
And look at NL on the front lines there. Even though he gets hooked in by Smeb, the rest of the team commits.
Causing Kuro to flash. Karsa goes down valiantly. And the cleanup.
Got that crit and the slow there.
Cooney's chain.
Ooh.
When you have Ignite.
He hasn't hit a lot of the change, but he's still getting the kills.
It's true, and he's about to finish a Luden Zeko. He's so far ahead of the curve once again in this game.
Oh, word. My word! Oh, good lord. That's exactly the kind of thing you cannot have happen. And it's not even going to be Azanya's coming out for Gorilla right now. It looks like he's actually going for a Rylai's. So this is going to continuously happen to him.
Flash Wolves now 8,000 gold up. 27 minutes in the game. Everyone was thinking it was going to come down to this tiebreaker between Flash Wolves and CLG and this potential repeat kaboom of Pain beating CLG. Flash Wolves isn't even going to let that happen if they can close this one out. They're going to take first and basically end this group.
Maple and Prey gets hit already. Double Bus not going to do too much for him getting back into this one. A huge crit rocket coming in. Slicing Maelstrom cannot get to the targets. They are able to get 2. A little too far forward for NL and Karsa. That worked out nicely for KOO, actually. Nicely played after taking good hits.
8,000 gold lead now, though, for Flash Wolves. They just cleaned up the entire map.
Worth the inhib.
So dangerous for anyone on KOO to venture out into the fog of war. They only have defensive vision now, and anybody who runs into Maple is dead.
And one of the reasons Maple has been so dominant is if we look at the items, there's no Aegis and pretty much no magic on anyone on KOO right now. But nice crit rocket right at the start of that one. Sword Art stops the counter initiation, but at the same time, the cannon ultimate from Gorilla was a very strong zoning ultimate right there, and they weren't susceptible to flanks. That is kind of a preview of how if KOO can fight them straight up without having their 80 carry popped at the start of the fight, how they can still win.
6-0-3 Maple from the mid lane, picking up the team, putting him on his shoulders with a little bit of help with Sword Art's grabs here.
Honestly, NL as well, coming in off the bench. He's just completely turned this team around.
That's a big thing. You're in somebody's shoes that was failing, that was not doing well. So there's even more pressure on you. Doesn't seem to phase him. Doesn't seem to phase Maple either. Takes down Prey, and he's starting to have nightmares.
It's not like he's not building defensive. He's got an Abyssal Scepter and a Giant's Belt. Maple's just way too fed right now with Deathcap, Ludens, Morel, and Omicron.
Absolutely crazy. Karsa coming in, looking to see if he can clear some wards here. The rest of the team as well. NL, so on the front line. It might be the demise of these guys, but he does have stake, he does have the Lulu ultimate, and they are playing every advantage that they have right now to the max in the face of KOO Tigers, right to the fountain as they take down the first inhib of the game.
All right, now they can also swing over to Dragon as well. They can wait for that minion line to build up before they try and pressure in on either of the mid or bottom inhibitor turrets. Dragon is Flash Wolves for the taking.
Yeah. It seems like it really was true about just the one Dragon they wanted earlier. Allowing the first one to go away. We're happy with the first one. They've utilized that perfectly. Tried to catch a fight off the second one KOO took. They got the kills that they wanted. Just slowly playing this one out methodically.
They don't even want it. They're going to keep up the pressure here. Wait for another wave, and top lane will be in towards the Nexus turret.
Yeah. That 1,000 gold Baron power play, though, is actually an indicator. Baron itself gives you 1,525 gold. So KOO's actually made up gold since that Baron was given away. Obviously, inhibitors don't give gold. Inhibitor defending turrets give very little gold.
Oh, teleport behind him.
Yep, that's Darius well behind him. Fight on two fronts.
See if NL can get himself to a safe spot. Great box by Sword Art. The hook onto Smeb. Smeb doesn't look like he's going to be able to do too much here. Possibly the kill to Sword Art. He goes down immediately. Prey still down in this one from previously, and it looks like they are actually, Prey went down. We saw him heal after that damage from Maple, but it is just so chaotic right now for KOO. Running for the hills, looking for solace on the fountain, and they can't even find it between their Nexus turrets. Maple comes up with another assassination onto Gorilla, and it looks like they may be able to close out the last inhibitor here.
When the block is killing you by pressing Q twice, or effectively Q and then R, it's really hard to win the game.
12 out of 15 kills Maple's been a part of right now. Everywhere, omnipresent on the map with the help of the rest of the team. They are just running over the KOO Tigers.
Yeah, 2 inhibitors down.
Look at those.
It's safe to say this was rather unexpected.
Minion waves pouring in. Yeah, absolutely. Definitely have to remember the Flash Wolves play very well with momentum and can change up their game from those picks, from those pokes.
Yep, picks and bans as well. Flash Wolves has been very strong with that phase against KOO. We were wondering whether they'd have enough synergy in this team comp, and if they didn't snowball ahead, really LeBlanc wouldn't be able to do these things. But he W to flashes and then mimics his Sigil of Malice, and it just completely finishes off Gorilla. I do have to speak, though, to the Darius. Smeb had so much success in his first 2 games, but this time he's up against a Lulu and a Thresh, and even a Lee Sin, who are really peeling him tremendously well. And then since Maple is assassinating Prey so easily on the backside, KOO just doesn't have a viable team fight.
Maple picking on this bottom lane of KOO Tigers so heavily.
Yeah.
4 deaths apiece, finding the targets without the magic resist.
Yeah, and he just built a Void Staff straight up. He had 2,500 gold.
Got them coupons, man. Doing well, things just fall into your pocket.
That was really clever.
15 to 5. See
if he gets the 2-for-1 here.
Yeah, 33 minutes in, he may as well. I'm sure Prey and Gorilla would take just about the same amount of damage at this point. Just a bit of HP stands between them. So Gorilla will live a few seconds longer in that instance. 56,000 to 48.5 right now as Flash Wolves continue to control this game.
Yeah, pretty easy for them to just sit out by Baron and let the dual super minion lines march in and take down Nexus turrets. KOO already coming out to try and defend. They can't stay here very long, though. They have to make a move, and Maple actually does it.
Over
he gets hooked in.
90% of his HP. Slicing Maelstrom only going off over the KOO Tigers. A huge ultimate that's really needed to control the fight for Prey to get where he needs, for Hojin to do what he needs. And Flash Wolves just avoided a big fight.
Even with that avoidance, there's still super minions on KOO's base. A Kennen can't defend that. They're going to lose Nexus turrets as well.
We've seen Dyrus try this before. It doesn't work. Cannot take out the minions fast enough. Maple around, his mirror image goes down. KOO using a bit of the attacks to get everything they can out of their jungle right now. It's getting tight for them.
They just want to keep him out here on the Baron pit, and there goes one Nexus turret.
Yep, everyone must retreat and give the Baron for free to Flash Wolves. As soon as they see an extra defender down there, I think they're just going to start the Baron.
And this is when the game really starts to feel bad, when you know you can't do anything because minions are crashing into your base. You have to call too many members back.
Play here
it gives another fight to Flash Wolves, right to Prey in the back line. No chance that he can live throughout this fight. KOO's going to be next. They are able to take down NL, but the damage is still there. Maple gets hit by the Noxian Guillotine. Actually pulled in. Can he put out more damage? Stake versus Hojin, and it's still Gorilla in the base trying to stop the super minions. Hojin looks to get out of this one, but the Baron has been stopped.
KOO had a really good team fight right there, and he keeps him alive. Gorilla, you can do it. I believe in you.
The farm trial of his life right now. Turret slowly healing up. Luckily, another 4 seconds, he'll get another minion wave.
Missed the
super minions try to come in.
Everyone counts.
Hojin, he doesn't have much time before Prey comes back up and he can get out here. No home guards though, so I guess it gives him a bit more relaxing.
So they did buy themselves some time, but Flash Wolves can just return right back to that Baron. All right, let's watch KOO as he comes in.
Yeah, also Smeb gets his Noxian Might by ulting as well as his Sterix Gauge pop right at the beginning, so he gets really massive at the start of that fight. Also really key that KOO could shut down the resetting of the Jinx, and then he procs a heal right
Maple
after
walks
ulting.
into the edge.
Sterix, shield up.
NL also wasted his flash there, flashing into the Baron pit, because if he did that, even if he dodged the next attack, Baron would have finished him off.
What a way for the group to turn out so far. Flash Wolves coming out so strong.
Smeb could...
Whoa!
Did he
flash? He did!
No, he flashed!
Collateral damage there. Gorilla goes down in the explosion.
That's a third or fourth time Maple's poked someone low and NL's been able to finish him off with a Super Mega Death Rocket. Flash Wolves.
He's got his Rylai's finished. He can slow people down now. Stop the minions from rushing into the base fast.
Nobody's going to slow down Maple.
It needs Azania's coming into this one. Rylai's absolutely works, but for a LeBlanc continuously going after you, unfortunate. Went with the build 19-9 right now. Flash Wolves know the power they have in the game right now. They're going to flex those muscles and get themselves into the base. Right around the horn to each inhibitor to allow the minions to keep pouring in. Flash Wolves have eyes on the Nexus.
Yeah, well, Smeb
Smeb! Go for NL, he misses it! The Lantern out, the Dark Passage is huge. Gorilla goes down immediately. He doesn't even really get Slicing Maelstrom off. Right back into Prey, kick him in the mouth, take him down one more time. The Sigil coming out, a double kill in now for Maple on his LeBlanc. 2 games in a row. NL coming up with more big kills. Smeb going for the victory, the valiant fight before he goes down. KOO should get critted out here. Few more hits. He cannot shift himself to safety. And Flash Wolves on to Nexus are going to take down the KOO Tigers.
And with that win, who would have guessed the team that comes into the day 1 and 2 would finish first in the group? How crazy is Worlds here that they lose to Pain Gaming, have such a close game against them to start the day, and then beat CLG and KOO back-to-back in very similar fashion.
Whew. Such a huge victory for Flash Wolves.
You have to wonder a little bit if KOO Tigers was a bit lackadaisical coming into this game, knowing that they had clinched a quarterfinal spot. However, first place was on the line.
It means a lot to finish in first.
It means a ton. It means now Flash Wolves will seat up against a number 2 team from another group, whereas KOO Tigers will be stuck with the number 1 seed. It's Worlds.
It is Worlds. What a powerhouse play. 2 games in a row coming from Flash Wolves. Keeping Maple on LeBlanc in the mid lane, I think you've just given that one away. But
Yeah.
the team, the rest
Maple's
of
been
the rest of the
Sword
team,
Art as well.
yes, able to switch it up and play to the same level.
And also, I'm really impressed by NL. Throughout his comeback.
Yeah.
He came back, first game Varus. You're thinking, oh yeah, this guy just plays Varus. It's all he played when he came back to the regionals. He had a good game on it.
Okay.
Just ban him out. He can't play anything else. But he's going up against these other really skilled AD carries in Group A and doing extremely well on non-Varus champions. Quadra-kill, pentakill, and now 11-2 against the KOO Tigers.
Considering some of the situations he put himself in and came out alive, he can really see ahead in these fights. We saw him flying forward into Smeb's Darius.
When you're Jinx versus when you have a Lulu on your team.
Exactly. But that's the forethought, right? Are you going to be there for me, Stake? Who had a little bit of trouble in the top lane, kind of farming back and forth. And they did. Once they get to those fights where KOO actually can step up in the mid game, they stepped up even harder.
Huge play from them. Also, the vision control that enabled them to get some of the picks. Really well played.
Yeah, they had to withstand so much vision control in the year of the game. Like, the one thing that I feel like has been constant in both of Flash Wolves' victories over KOO, because they 2-0'd them in this group, was when KOO would make a big play, Flash Wolves would always answer back with a really smart move. Like when they'd lose a quick team fight, they'd rush and take the dragon quickly. When they'd give out the dragon, they'd go up top and take a turret. Flash Wolves are just trading really intelligently around objectives. When we were researching them, a lot of it did look like, oh man, Flash Wolves is this really one-dimensional team. They love to turret dive early and fight over dragon. If that doesn't work, they can't win. But they proved in this group they can win in a variety of ways.
It's ridiculous. Right now we're waiting just for an interview we're going to be getting with Maple, which I'm really excited about because I want to see how he feels about these games. Absolutely stepping up, the team behind him the entire time, and what they're going to try to do for the rest of the groups. They kind of get a little time to relax now. They get to watch all the other teams figure out what they want to do moving on. But coming out this strong, contenders now.
Yeah, they have a long time now to watch all the other groups, scout all of the other potential enemies that they are going to meet in the next phase.
Yep.
They're sitting pretty. I'm pretty sure he's feeling good right now, ending 12-1-8, being the first team to get past groups.
Absolutely incredible 2 matches we've had so far here on the back half of the day. One more to go, but right now we are going to hand it off to Shocks for the pros perspective on that match.
Thank you so much, guys. Here with Maple after securing the first seed with the Flash Wolves in Group A, and on the back of an incredible performance. Well, rightfully deserving that applause. Congratulations. Let's talk about your performance first, because you absolutely stepped up these last 2 games on LeBlanc. What clicked for you? Because there was always a lot of expectation for you, Maple, but the last 2 games you just absolutely shredded the competition.
首先恭喜你赢得比赛，然后想请教一下，就是你最后2场你选2布朗，然后你把对手打得没有办法招架，那大家一向都说你打得很好，那最后2场你打这么好，你有什么感想，或是你有做什么特别的地方？
主要是我们拿到我们擅长的中野强势组合，就是勒布朗跟雷克萨，我觉得这是对我们是一个很好的。像我们之前都尝试打上下路，但是发现其实效果不是很好，就选择打中野这条路。
So the major part of our team comp was our mid and jungle combo. When we get Rek'Sai and LeBlanc, we have a really good advantage playing into team fights. Before we tried to rely more on bot and top, it didn't work out so well for us. But at last, our mid and jungle combo went through.
It did. You're the only team in this group to be able to beat the KOO Tigers, and twice at that. How come you seem to have their number?
你们是小组唯一有打败KOO Tiger 的，而且不止一次，你们打败他2次。那你们是有特别找到他们什么弱点吗？还是有什么制胜的秘诀吗？
我觉得只是我们爆气，加上熊湾，就是我们的 AD Jinx，其实每次都有跟到我的大绝，就是我每次 QR 之后他都有跟到，我觉得这个做得非常好，让我们拿到了非常多头。
So I just think we played exceptionally well, and plus our ADC when he played Jinx, whenever I Q in a Nard, he was able to follow up with an ultimate, and that gave us a slight edge over them.
Well, you did play exceptional in this game, and you have a lot of games now left to come. I think getting first for you guys in your group, you guys were an incredible underdog. You were back with the Gamania Bears in Season 3 and went out almost as fast as you came in. What's the potential of this Flash Wolves? You already placed first in your group.
他说你们表现得非常好，然后现在是小组第一支，然后晋级。那你 S3 的时候你在橘子熊，你们也8强，啊，可是进去很快就出来了。那这一次你对你的队伍期望是什么？在世界大赛的表现能走多远？
我觉得我们这次相比以前，我们准备的更多，然后后勤也相对的更强大。我觉得我们应该可以走得更远，然后希望可以晚一点遇到 SKT。
I think we're way more well prepared than Season 3, so hopefully we'll get as far as we can and not miss SKT in the near future.
Well, we'll see if that happens. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Maple and the Flash Wolves. What an amazing performance and first seed in their group. Analysts, I'd love to know what you have to say about that.
Thank you, Shaks. We'll talk about the man who was just on your screen, Maple, in just a moment. But with that win, the Flash Wolves clinch first place in Group A. So we're going to pull up the standings and wrap that up real quick. Given that they hold the tiebreaker over the KOO Tigers and then both being 4-2, that is why they'll be moving on as the first seed. KOO Tigers in that second seed. CLG and Pain Gaming are eliminated from making it to the bracket stages, still have their game left to play. Maybe we'll see some fun stuff as a result of that. But the key factors to Flash Wolves' amazing run through today: Karsa, Sword Art, Maple. The three of them, those are the guys I want to talk about.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, this is the thing. You get together a core of players, and then you get two role players. And don't get me wrong, NL and Stake, they're not playing bad League of Legends, but they understand what their role is on the team, and that is to follow up all of the damage and initiation. And, wow, Maple in that game, we said he had a slow start to the Worlds, but he went off in that game.
Yeah, into the tournament, we thought LeBlanc would be a highly contested pick because a lot of the players here are very good at this champion, and it received a slight buff back to their W speed. And we hadn't seen it until now, and we know Maple is a very good LeBlanc player, and he really showed it. I was so impressed with the Flash Wolves because it wasn't, oh, they're making a lot of mistakes. It was, no, we want the win. We want first seed, and they got it.
Yeah, and what I absolutely loved about this combination is you're talking about NL stepping up. His scoreline today is 28, 7 deaths, and 24 assists. What was happening in these games was LeBlanc didn't need Ignite for the majority of the early mid-game. She would go in, combo somebody, Maple would do the damage, and then the Rocket would immediately be coming out for the follow-up. That gives an assist to LeBlanc, a kill over to the Jinx, and then they just kept doing that over and over again. And that was something that happened in the previous game as well.
Yeah, it certainly didn't. They established a team comp. It's like Control Mage, LeBlanc, Execution. Whether it's the Morgana or the Lulu, someone to get LeBlanc in and out of that fight is all that Maple needed to be able to continually weave. And that dude was flying across the map. The human cannonball was like well and truly on display. He was willing to throw himself into 4 people. You saw it in those fights. Had the biggest balls because he was just absolutely everywhere.
Yeah, everybody's being extremely brave. Even just the Rockets coming out on people who were high HP, low HP, going after it, but also the dives in. I did not want to be prey in this series at all.
And this is, I think, where we return to your point, Crumbs, about the fact that this team is playing like a team that wants to take the victory more than anything else, with the fact that they have multiple people who can carry. NL was doing his job 100% as Jinx, putting the damage in. Maple looking for the picks. Sword Art being there to put the black shields on, you know, or Stake on the Lulu, you know, to support the team as well. Give the Jinx speed or keep the LeBlanc alive. Just the whole team seems to be working like a well-oiled machine now.
I mean, a lot of times you have games where, even though they're one-sided, you can just say, you know what, that other team played poorly. They made mistakes here, 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 and here. And sure, you could say that with all the victories that the Flash Wolves had today, but in every single one of them, they just took the initiative and just drove with it. It was impressive to see all their players really stepping up. And the team compositions, we say that Sword Art is always the guy that saves NL. All of his champions have that tendency of being able to save somebody. Thresh, Morgana, and the, what was the other one?
He plays Janna as well.
Janna as well. But going into the tournament, because Tam Kench is about to become more meta, this is more champions to add on to the compositions that the Flash Wolves can play. And I'm really excited to see who they stack up against because I think they'll just get better.
Now, some interesting statistics. Pick'em-wise, only 8%, so 180,000 out of 2.2 million pick'ems had Flash Wolves as first in the group. So first off, congratulations to all those people because I am not one of them. Second statistic, though, 80% of people said that CLG would be finishing first or second in the group. And this is indicative of, I think, the larger population's opinion of how this group would go. Flash Wolves has surprised us. KOO made it through. I do want to look at KOO in this loss, having lost to Flash Wolves twice now. What kind of concerns does this raise moving into the bracket stages in terms of areas of weakness that teams can target?
I do think that the statistic of Azir from KOO was a 3-10, and it's not a champion that they're very comfortable with. We saw how much better Kuro was at Victor. So I think that they're comfortable just leaving the group as second place and not really going all out, but that doesn't take anything away from the victories that they had. I think going into the next stage, they need to stick to the champions that they're best at. Otherwise, it's a no-go for them.
Yeah, I thought that this was actually a really smart pick and ban from Flash Wolves that baited them into taking Kennen, and then they knew that the Kalista was going to be paired with it because they love that combination. And Prey has been having Kalista banned against him constantly. So what you do is you take LeBlanc, point and click on him, kill him, but also they didn't take a Tom Kench to save somebody from the LeBlanc. So that's one of the things I think going forward, pick up the Tom Kench for KOO, stop some pick strategies, and I think that this is definitely something that was exploited, was the predictability in Champion Select this time around.
Spawn, final thoughts to close these teams out?
I honestly think that when you don't play nice League of Legends, where you get a little advantage and just keep pushing against the Korean teams, sometimes they get caught on the back foot. We saw it with Origin, and now we've seen it again today with the Flash Wolves. So I think that once you get a lead against these teams, you have to be so brave when you play against the great Korean teams and just continue to take it to them, and maybe they'll drop their guard, give you the window like we've seen a couple of times already.
All right, well, our quarterfinal teams for Group A have been decided. Now, after this quick break, the battle continues with Pain Gaming versus Counter Logic Gaming. Keep it tuned right here because the World Championship continues in just 3.5.
See what KOO can put down. Flash Wolves 3-2 right now. KOO 4-1. Slicing Maelstrom goes down, obliterates the HP bars of Flash Wolves. Stake looks like he could be going down, and he is rended out of that fight.
有看到没到？而且 nice！
To the backside there. Can he be all right? Karsa kicked him in. That's the kick you were talking about, Kobe. They get it once again. Great box by Sword Art. The hook onto Smeb. Smeb doesn't look like he's going to be able to do too much here. Possibly the kill to Sword Art. He goes down immediately for Maple on his LeBlanc. 2 games in a row. And now coming up with more big kills. Smeb going for the victory. The valiant fight before he goes down. Flash Wolves going to take down the KOO Tigers.
Hey guys, welcome back to Worlds. I'm Devin Pyrotechnics Young, of course, and I am joined by the KOO Tigers Prey to ask a little bit about that last game. Unfortunately, it didn't really go the way that you guys had wanted, but talk to me a little bit about it. How do you feel at the end of that?
그 지난번 경기가 좀 원하는 그런 양상으로 좀 흐르지 않은 것 같은데 그러니까 지난 경기에 대해서 좀 말씀해 주세요.
상대 르블랑을 좀 대처할 카드를 좀 뽑았어야 되는데 좀 그게 안 뽑았던 게 좀 패배 요인이었던 것 같아요.
I don't think we were well prepared for their opponent's LeBlanc pick, and that's why the game didn't go as we wanted to.
Well, sometimes things can definitely blindside you in that best of one, but now you are, of course, going to be the number 2 seed. So tell me about how you plan to prep for that and eventually maybe meet up against the Flash Wolves again.
결과론적으로 이제 조 2위로 8강에 진출하게 됐는데 이제 2위 시드로서 다음 8강을 어떻게 준비할 거고 뭐 만약에 나중에 다시 한번 플래시홀 팀을 붙게 된다면 어떻게 준비할 것인지 말씀해 주세요.
사실 1시드로 올라가서 좀 그러니까 다른 팀들이랑 붙는 게 더 쉬울 것 같아서 무조건 1시드로 올라가고 싶었는데 1시드로 어차피 못 올라갔기 때문에 어쩔 수 없다고 생각하고요. 뭐 다음에 만나면 잘해야 된다고 생각해요.
We were hoping to advance as a first seed because we thought it would be easier to play against other groups second seed. But I guess this is the result, and hopefully we can play a better match if we meet Flash Wolves in the upper stage.
Hopefully indeed. Well, thanks for joining me once again, and good luck to you guys moving forward. Now, back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you, Pyro. Right now, we're going to dive right into our final match in Group A, Pain Gaming versus Counter Logic Gaming. Now, neither of these teams is going to advance to into the bracket stage. We know that. However, we're competing on the world stage here, so it would be wrong to say that there's nothing on the line. Both of these teams are still looking to prove, that they deserve to be here, that they can take the victories, and looking to walk away with the pride of it. So, between these two teams, thoughts on how this matchup is going to play out? CLG's been looking, down in the dumps today.
Yeah, they certainly have. And there's a lot on the line for the wildcard regions, especially because no wildcard regions ever taken 2 games in a group stage. So, Pain have a lot to fight for here. We said that they were the best wildcard region coming in. Now it's time to, chalk up, prove it, and see if they can steal a win off CLG in the last game.
And CLG are fighting for pride. They want to end on a high note because this was the group that when it came out and the draw happened, everybody's like, this is the faith group. This is the people getting rewarded. This is the group of life for them. As high a note as they can possibly get is beating Pain in the last game. It's still, like I said, down in the dumps. They don't feel too good about this, but this is kind of the last little bit of redemption they can get out of it.
Crumbs? Anything?
I
know it's tough for you.
It's not tough for me personally. I'm personally very excited that the next way we get to compete here, I'm like, wow, these teams have really laid out a path to beat CLG. But for now, I think this is going to be a much closer matchup. CLG has struggled tremendously today as opposed to what we saw on the first day, but I suppose it's the tendencies of what happened the first day and the first week and how they got kind of exploited by KOO and the other teams really taking advantage of it.
And that is actually what surprised me about CLG. We were complimenting their support staff and how they're doing a fantastic job, and then they get exploited one game and it all fell to pieces today. I was really surprised that this is the way it went. I had really good hopes for this CLG lineup and it just didn't seem to pan out.
All right, I want to push us along to predictions here. Final game of the day, closing out Group A. Gentlemen.
I think CLG will win this game. I think that Zyrane's right. There is actually a lot to play for the North American side. They will want to win this convincingly.
Yeah, I'm also going to go with CLG for the reasons I stated. They definitely have a lot on the line. We've got to play for keeps right now.
All righty.
Even though I think right now CLG has the mental fortitude of a sun-dried tomato, I think they're probably going to still be able to take the game just because the first time they played against Pain, it was a very one-sided match. Take away the Twisted Fate, and we'll probably see something along the lines of hope of a team.
What are you trying to say about sun-dried tomatoes?
Their mental fortitude is absolutely high.
They spend a lot of time in the sun, and they're still tomatoes, right? They're making it work. They're doing the best they can. That's enough of this. We're going to throw it over to our casters, Riv, Jat, and Kobe.
Whoa. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It has been a very interesting day. These are my picks, right? I'm not really sure what happened across the board, but right now, Chronologic Gaming and Pain just need to leave it all on the Rift.
Yeah, man. Have some fun.
Just take it to the Rift.
There's a certain element of fun to this and also a certain element of pride. I wonder what type of mix we're going to get about playing for the show and playing to win, because ultimately this will make the difference between third and fourth, at least perceived-wise. If they both finish 2-4, it would be tied for this group. I do think both teams are going to end up playing pretty hard.
Now, something I thought was very interesting when I was standing off on the side before coming up to the desk to cast the games was when Chronologic Gaming got up on stage, it was interesting to not hear people chant everybody's name across the board, right? You're kind of in French territory. Yeah, people still love Chronologic Gaming, but you really have to earn this crowd's respect, and that's something they were used to in the NALCS Stadium. Getting that backing from the crowd, immediately stepping up there. Pain going up there, doing what they can without that as well. Hopefully coming out strong in this one.
Yeah, a lot of respect for the North American mid lane Vegars as well so far this tournament. Both Pobelter and Incarnation.
Let's see where these bands go. They will not allow Pain the Mordekaiser pick. That's first off the board. Lulu gets taken out as well. See some more assassination from the other side. Chronologic Gaming.
There's that Malphite ban coming back again that we saw in week 1 from CLG, but got through in their last game today.
One of the big reasons it all fell apart so quickly for CLG, they focused the Malphite, couldn't kill the Malphite, consistently got initiated on by Stakes Malphite. So somewhat reactive, but mainly power bans from CLG on the red side. Gangplank is through. Oh boy.
All right, Kami Gangplank, let's see it.
Got a smile on his face. They're ready to lock that one in. Hover the Heimer. Giving a little bit of love to the crowd. Playing with emotions. Let's see what Chronologic Gaming decides to lock in for this one.
Now, there are some interesting strategies you can try and take against Gangplank. You definitely don't want to have to be a full melee team because anytime mid-game you group up, if multiple people get hit by one of those mid-game Trinity Force Infinity Edge barrels, then you get crushed. So going for more range and spreading out is always strong. Plus you can kill the barrels. Here comes the Afro Move Bard right off the bat.
I figured we would have seen this from PYL first, but I love it. I'm sure Crepo's going to love it as well.
0-1 at Worlds so far. Kitty's had a very underwhelming performance on it during the first week of group stage.
Bard plus Lee Sin is a very dynamic ganking combo.
Picking to make plays.
You can get some really strong magical journeys through halfway through the lane, and then Lee Sin still has 2 gap closers he can use.
Still waiting for somebody to kick the enemy through a magical journey into the team on the other side. There's no getting out of that one. Thresh Lantern as well to save people that might get locked up in that ultimate from Bard. That Tempered Fate locking up the entire area. Kench could be locked in. Elise is already for Sir T. They have their junglers. They have their support. I don't know if we're going to get it with the Bard up there. Unless it's going to be Zion on the top lane, Kench.
There's always that possibility. Although he's shown such success on support so far here at Worlds.
Not many champions can say 100%, man.
These next 2 picks are going to show us a lot about COD's team composition. You would want to kind of see a Vayne, but picking it blind into this Gangplank Elise Thresh is pretty dangerous.
Picking Vayne blind was Double's forte in the past, right? Just always take cleanse with it. You're all right.
Riven into Gangplank's actually a pretty good matchup, and it's one of the things that Zion Spartan has a lot of games on. Wouldn't be surprised to see it.
I want to see it. Pobelter has been kind of relegated to being very safe for the team, being there for damage and team fights and not zeroing people out. And it is going to be that Riven, but it can still float around. We gotta wait and see. Zion usually gets the last pick for Chronologic Gaming, and that may still be what we're seeing.
Looking to make individual plays here. Aframu grabs Bard, Smithy on Lee Sin, Zion on Riven, and Double Lift on Vayne. Everybody picking their favorite champions, basically. Trying to make those solo plays.
At the same time, CLG's singular strategy that they tried to run into every game had fallen flat. 2-0 start in the group. 0-3 since then. So even though this is their last game, and even though their group chances of advancing have been ended, this could actually be a superior strategy for CLG if they end up winning here against Pain.
Double Lift did go legendary the last time they played Pain Gaming. It was actually a pretty quick game. The Draven from BRTT, and Kami takes the Fate.
Woo, that is
painful. Your Vayne, and I raise you a Draven, as well as a Twisted Fate.
Oh.
Kami's victory was on Twisted Fate here in the group stage.
That was a hard top, season 1.
Shut down a lot of the plays that COD tried to make around the map.
This is a very scary Pain Gaming group here. They've got double globals they can throw down to a Draven Thresh lane. It's so easy to snowball this Draven. They've got the Thresh combo with Elise ganks. They have 2 globals. This is very, you can't throw much more than this at
Respect the Rat.
It's like a dream draft for Pain right now.
You even have BRTT's Callista open as well, but goes for that Draven. I like it a lot. Let's see what we have. 7 seconds on the clock as they still play the emotions of the crowd. It's going to be a Morgana pickup.
So Pobelter's still going to try and enable the outplays from the rest of his teammates. Getting that black shield to try and either, whoever has a better start, Double Lift or Zion Spartan, get that snowball rolling.
See if he sticks with teleport as well. We're going to have people flying all across the map from get-go. I like it. When these guys played in the first week, it also was coming off of 3 level 1 games. There was so much hype in each game. It's like people had to fight. I hope they keep with that trend, and I hope we get a level 1 fight out of this.
Yeah, I think there will be sufficient excitement from these pick and ban phases. Getting to see Gangplank double globaling up with Twisted Fate, getting to see BRTT's Draven with their ability to just mob their entire team down to try and get kills, but then also Double Lift trying to avoid it all with a mid lane powered Black Shield in Vayne.
All right, does he stick with this?
Let's see if
Double Lift himself going to take that flash
look for a lane swap
thing.
here.
Makes sense.
Because Vayne Bard into Draven Thresh with this much global pressure and at a least gank sounds scary.
It's going to be pretty scary.
It's going to be absolutely amazing. I'm sure everybody's ready now for Game 6. For this match, you can weigh in by tweeting at LOL Esports with #PNGWin or #CLGWin if your faith is still there for a final victory here in the group stages. Group Stage 2, Game 6. Pain versus Counter Logic Gaming rematch. We're going to be on the Rift, boys and girls. This crowd.
Final game of the day. No tiebreakers to be played because the top 2 seeds in the group have been decided.
Flash Wolves shocked everyone.
Pain wins. They tie COG for 3rd, but no tiebreaker will be played because it doesn't have advancement implications on top of it. COG looking to end the group at 3-3. ahead of Pain.
The flare is out. Let's see how fast the kills come in this game. Good luck, have funs across the board from both teams. And Zion Spartan already working on the mechanics, warming up a bit of damage for that pass.
Yeah, CLG could just go for the blind lane swap, get out these line of scrimmage defensive wards and swap double and Aframu up top.
Really interested to see how Pain executes the gate down to the bottom, the gate anywhere, because if Kami doesn't like his position, he could just call for a GP ult on the gate and it'll be like, all right, I'm cool.
Here's the thing though, we're talking about, oh yeah, GP, where there's so much globals here for Pain and they can really make the bottom lane life hard for double and Aframu.
Right.
The lane itself, Gangplank versus Riven, is super hard for Gangplank.
Yeah.
This is a really good lane for Zion. They can snowball Zion, and if they cut Gangplank off early, don't even get him enough money or experience, then they can snowball Zion's lead on the Riven and try and punish Pain that way.
Not to mention, the rest of COG also has the ability to match a 5v5 down bottom lane because they brought double TP from their solo lanes as well.
That's right. If you go hard, Pobelter's just going to come in and soul shackle the entire crew. It'll be a bad situation. I'm ready for it. Ready for all of them. Who's going to make it into the best and put it in an advantage?
Ah, so even though
Great
Pain
board.
did call the lane swap here, CLG's delayed invade will stop the Gromp.
That's what it looks like
They're
here.
going to have to walk away immediately and take the lane. Double if sees it. They get the matchup there. I'm sure BRTT actually is quite happy about this one once he starts getting that adoration stacked up. And hopefully cash in as soon as possible. After to the top, and we are going to get our mashed up lanes here.
All right, so
2v2.
Yeah, they're going to take control of the minion wave here first, though.
Double lift already missed a CS. Bad start.
Come on, man.
Final game nerves. So they actually keep it right off the turret, perfect for BRTT. He's going to be able to farm these nicely. Gotta give your support those relics, though. Gotta show some love. Zion Spartan and Smithy at the top side already.
Immediate four-man dive.
Another wave crashing
Mylon's
in.
already used TP, so there's no help. They're level 1 under their turret against 4 people. He missed the Q!
There's a hook, but there's too many minions there. Dude actually cannot do anything about it. That's gonna be the hit coming in. A TP from Kami, however. The gold card is late, and the kill comes up. 1 for 1 on the supports.
Yeah, the kill going to double lift, I think, benefits CLG, especially because Kami ended up burning his teleport up top lane, but sloppy dive there from CLG. Aframu was about 6 inches from those guys, and he threw the Q wide right. Not the best dive for CLG to open this one up.
Let's see if they answer on Zion. This is Elise, can start it out. He is post level 3 Elise as well.
And no flash on Zion.
Yeah, Gangplank doesn't have the biggest amount of damage now. It is a full health level 3 Riven, so.
Got good movement in lane. Safe. Mid lane pulled Kami away, so there's a bit of a wave lead here for Pobelter. He'll be able to keep throwing Tormented Soil down to the bottom side. The Afro is taking a bit of a roam to put a ward down, but safety with the journey back to the lane. Double Lift will have nice farm here in front of the turret with help from Afro if necessary. They back, or they just stay? It looks like BRTT and Dude just waiting for that lane to push back out. TP now back in from Pobelter in the mid lane to keep a bit of that CS lead up. We're gonna see Kami now going back. A little bit, you could kind of say it was a level 1-ish too. aggression from Counterlogic Gaming there.
It was some very early aggression on level 1 opponents.
Not a true, yeah, right, exactly.
Well,
level 2 allies.
Well, let's see if Pobelter's roam here works off.
Yeah, he teleported back really early to get the shove, and he knows Kami's going to be back in base. Plus, they know there's no teleports to match, but it is spotted by a ward.
I like it. 4.5 minute roams here,
Ward
knowing
check.
Kami's out of lane. Just playing a bit of fundamentals here on both sides.
Yeah, the big thing here for the Morgana matchup is mid lane Morgana going to try and match max, or at least put 3 points into Tormented Soil, enough to kill the backline by itself before he transitions into upping the binding. Level 4 he should be at 2 right now. Yep.
Looks like he's ready and set to do that. Another Doran's Ring, so he can keep spamming that spell out. Zion Spartan and Mylon in the bot lane here. See if Zion plays as much rush down as we think he will on this Riven. Feeding in a few auto attacks between his broken wings. It looks like he will be able to get out of this one. Q should be up in enough time. The dodge. There you go.
Easy dodge, not much lost there. Mylon actually will lose him into the turret as well for his efforts. And Zion will just go back to base. So no harm, no foul there. Let's see if the move up towards mid lane works out though. Looks like both sets are going into the jungle.
Yeah.
Sir T is going to counter jungle. Aframu and Smithy are doing the same.
They do an interesting dynamic in this game where you have the duo lanes matched up against each other, but the jungler is still kind of swapping sides in a vertical sense. It gives CLG a bit of a camp for Doublelift, but it hasn't really resulted in many advantages. BRTT still pretty happy on CS.
Yeah. Ooh, he's gonna get hit.
Oh.
Time to go the other way.
Gonna go over the wall. If he misses this Q.
Whoa. Really?
Now he's just gonna...
Be careful there, BRTT still inside of spider form, can fight, but Zion wants to be able to stay in lane with a bit of the potions he just chugged left. So, stays safe.
All the attention down bottom lane, though, as well as Zion being involved in that early game because giving Mylon a pretty big CS lead. We're talking about the difficulty of that matchup for the Gangplank, but based on the early game, Mylon getting a tremendous start.
Yeah, he's just got to worry about that level 6 all-in from Riven. If they decide to send some jungle pressure down there from CLG's side.
Definitely feels like Smithy's pretty happy in this jungle. He's been here for the last 2 minutes.
Setting
I
up
think
shop.
he's wasting a ton of time.
Not only Smithy, but Aframu's been with him the entire time.
Super inefficient. The rest of Pain Gaming getting a pretty big goal lead because of all the meandering in that jungle.
Yeah, they're leaving Doublelift alone though, right? That's the success, but it's definitely not Pain. Yeah, you're right. So Smithy now by himself as Aframu and double back, maybe meeting up to lane once again. It does not look like they'll switch anything over for Dragon coming up here. Zion Spartan's going to stay on the bot side. Doublelift picks up his Cutlass, going back to BRTT's BF Sword. They have switched to bot side, however, so Zion's life could get a little harder.
Yeah, they're trying to avoid that all-in level 6 I was talking about for Riven. Trying to swap Gangplank out here. Let's see if CLG actually decide to answer. No, they're not. Sending Zion right back down into the jungle at the moment.
Yeah. CLG not looking that great after their 0-2 start and current 3-game losing streak. Crumbs mentioned on the analyst desk that they have the mental fortitude of a sun-dried tomato. I'm going to accept that.
That was a little interesting.
Hold on, I'm going to accept that as total fact. But what will be answered by this game is whether a sun-dried tomato has strong mental fortitude. Because if CLG wins,
that's true.
It'll prove that it does.
Just kind of bases the ground for that. We'll get a constant here in this game.
Yep.
Ow!
I still think a sun-dried tomato taking sun and remaining a tomato and also remaining tasty shows like a really strong commitment to being a tomato.
No preservatives needed.
Well, top lane is going to be able to zone off Gangplank at least here. Zion's going to have to play just as careful as Mylon is.
Cosmic bound the minions. We'll be good to go. Level 6 soon for Aframu. They'll definitely have a bit more room to work with that Tempered Fate and getting themselves into dangerous situations. Turret going in, Soul Gold there for BRTT, so he's getting himself nice and fat. Him and Doublelift are actually even in CS right now, but those fights are going to be very painful. From the Draven, Mylon getting found in the jungle. And Smithy says, haven't you been aware? This is my jungle this game.
Very true.
It's just where he's living.
The cost of rent on that side of the jungle is the bottom turret, 40 CS on the top laner, and the dragon. So I wonder if they're going to want to renew when the lease is up on that side.
Oh, no.
I would suggest against it.
Tormented Soil, Pole Belcher's blue. Whoa! Lots of flashes. Oh, it is finally going to get hit.
And all the globals we thought would be spent on Doublelift are expended on Zion Spartan.
I love that the hook picked it up.
And they are punishing this Riven, the snowball champ that you want to get going. Pain Gaming, keep him down.
I feel like Pain still misplayed that a little bit, though. There's 180 adoration stacks on BRTT, and Dwog auto-attacked a stun target while the axe was on its way to cash it on the adoration.
Leave the support alone.
All right, Mylon, no flash here.
There's a kick from McSmithy. Mylon gets stunned up. Looks like it's going to be a secondary. Uses the orange. It could be K. Broken Wings, one last hit. He actually didn't run away. He's trying to run back and forth, but he didn't really have anywhere to go in the first place. That turret is down. He had no safety, but that is exactly what Zion Spartan needed after being pressured in this bottom lane. Still, some 20 to 30 CS down.
Yep, CLG strike back with their own teleport, and Doublelift is going to be split pushing down bottom now. Cutlass completed.
Quick Lucidity boots into the sheen here for Kami.
Yeah. And we're going to have to track the way that COG uses doublelift as a split pusher here, because that's exactly what he's doing with the exhaust on Vayne.
Yes.
And I think this is the first exhaust we've seen on an AD carry, a true AD carry here at Worlds, and it's because he needs to be able to duel Draven. Normally, Draven's incredibly good against Vayne because he can stand at the same auto attack range, and Vayne can be tumbling around, and Draven just hits him in the face with a spinning axe. With the exhaust specifically, though, doublelift can win those 1v1s.
Bit of that movement, or I should say slow from Cutlass as well. A lot of mechanics to keep himself alive. It's like doublelift, or it's like... Okay, let's start over. It's how he likes to play. It's easy when you fit the right word in there. Like we said before, the past seasons he would just take cleanse on that, knowing he'd get himself into very deep fights and cleanse out. He likes to play for himself in these lanes. For Pobelter still keeping that pressure in the mid lane. Nice, evenly farm between those two with the roaming that they've been doing. And now it looks like the teams are going to start getting that vision pushed up in the jungle. Is going to see a little bit more action here. First dragon of the game has already gone to Pain.
5-man mid here for CLG. Oh, Afro gonna get hooked. Oh, no, he's not. Smithy takes it.
Pie to the face for Xmithy. Afro Mood ducks on that one. And that's gonna be the kill. Oh, wiped out for Fate now, because they're trying to come in for Pobelter and doublelift. A little late on the call there, miscommunication, and PNG. Pain looking like they may want to go back in on this one. The Gangplank ultimate stopping them from doing anything, forcing the flash for Pobelter here. Will they keep going on this dude? Coming in, looking for a hook. He gets hit with the binding. Twisted Fate's gates going to show. Destiny does not allow Afromu to sit in the brush. He also has to flash.
The drawback of the 2-man face check there. Afromu ducks out, and Smithy didn't get the memo.
He sell them out. Oh, man.
It's just a tarp. Oh, no! That was magical.
And yeah, the CC chain by Pain. We saw how devastating it can be right there. Twisted Fate Gold Card, Elise Cocoon, Thresh Hook. It seemed like Smithy was going to be fine. If they would have expected the CC chain, Afromu would have used Tempered Fate right away.
Right.
But he was just like, all right, as soon as you're in between a CC, just jump me, bro. Never happened.
I'm sorry you're dying. Late. So, turret taking good damage. Got a blue card on there for a bit more oomph. And Kami's going to be out now. See this play one more time. Whoop! Got the Warden.
Then gold card.
Yeah, see, Afromu expected
Walk
it.
up, play.
He knew the skill shot was waiting in that bush.
Flash.
That's why he dropped the ward and immediately dodged, but Smithy, not so much.
Also, Afromu totally walked out of safeguard range there. I wouldn't have wanted to be close. I don't blame him.
Nick Smithy was thinking, there's a Bard in front of me. Nothing can hit me now.
Bard's a big guy. Afromu's got dodges, though.
Yeah, even so, Pain playing this early game pretty well. They are a pretty slow team. One of the slowest teams in CB LOL. I think their indecisiveness in the mid and late game is actually the main reason they aren't advancing out of this group, even. They had many opportunities to beat Flash Wolves earlier today, which would have actually put them in an opportunity here that if they win that game, beating CLG would have advanced them from the group, which is crazy to think about as a wildcard team, but they were so close to having that opportunity. I think they want to prove that had that Flash Wolves game gone a little better, that they are still a very good team, and they're showing it at least early here against CLG.
Ward's coming up. 1 minute onto Dragon. Checking ultimates. Looks like they're all going to be up if nobody's pressured into using one here. Destiny is almost there, but Pain already has the vision they really want to get into this situation. 3-2 on the board. Level 9 for Pobelter. Kami's almost about to hit 11. Not really going to matter too much for that 11 ult. Pain is definitely ready to fight this.
Yeah, Pain know that the vision is extremely important for their comp. They're all based around picks. Pick comp like this, if there's a timely black shield and they double up the CC, it will crumble very quickly to an all-in. Once again, CLG looking for the 5-man all-in around mid lane to try and open up the jungle.
It feels like CLG's strategy is almost running into some direct counters. Based on the way they're building their champions as well. Doublelift, Blade of the Rune King, working on a static Shiv, which tells me he wants to be able to wave clear and split push. It also shows the Summer spell. The pick of Riven very often wants to split push, so it kind of sets up this 1-3-1 with strong disengage in the mid lane. But it's against a Twisted Fate and a Gangplank double globals, which is set up to deal with the 1-3-1. That's a nice pick, though, from CLG. Chain stunning on their own accord.
Yep, and that's going to be Dragon for them as well. They moved on down here. There is a teleport for Mylon, but no jungler, no go.
Just a bit of waiting it out for the mistake. Like you said, Jet, indecisiveness causes Pain Gaming to make some mistakes, not be in the right spot, and just Sir T walking through that wrong path allows CLG's forward vision to actually finally get a kill here. Evening up the score now 3-3, coming up on 16 minutes. CLG getting a bit of oomph from Dragon #1 damage. See how they use this. Zion Spartan to the top lane. See if he can put BRTT on the back foot. Does not look like it.
No,
He has no finished items right now. Bloodthirster to the Phage Kindle Gem. Zion Spartan trying to get himself built up. Black Cleaver at least.
Still hasn't died yet either. 130 stacks there.
300 adoration
Or
stacks.
300 for BRTT. Plus, down on the other side in the solo lane, Mylon has earned 467 extra gold out of his parlay. Farming up very nicely, still has that CS lead over Zion, so.
Not to mention Twisted Fate gets extra gold. There's a lot of gold earning.
We gotta keep track of so many passives here.
What's he at? Oh, it doesn't have a...
We got it here. Nope.
It counts on spectator mode, we can't check. Every CS gives him 1 to 6 gold, so roughly 500.
He's rich. Aframu, bad spot. This is that close-in. Able to take down Aframu immediately. No Temper Fate coming out of that fight. Pobelter still wants it. Tries to get the Soul Shackle on, but he can't look into the eyes of opponents for long enough to get it to stun. Zion Spartan trying Wind Slash as well. Not doing much after Broken Wings could not connect. Everything pretty far off for Chronology Gaming there.
Yep, BRTT was able to cash in before he had to flash out there.
Huge amount of gold spike right there for them. That's at least an extra 600 gold from that kill. So now really Pain Game looking to take control of this. Since while that was happening, they can still set up some split pushing and some nice deep vision in the jungle here. Oh, it doesn't have any more time. Otherwise, you can.
Takes a journey through the jungle just for the sights.
CLG. A little bit of waiting now. Teleport for Zion Spartan is down. He'll be hovering on the bottom lane. Dragon not coming up for quite some time, so we'll see where CLG continues to focus. Pobelter and Aframu kind of roaming together here. Both have a bit of catch potential, but nobody behind them to finalize if they do grab anything.
All right, we do see another swing down through the red side jungle too. CLG gonna try and keep up the plays. Last outer turret standing. And Mylon sees it coming. He's gonna back off, play extremely safe.
Nice little wall of defense created by the members of Chronologic Gaming throughout the bottom side of the jungle here at Pain. Losing a little bit too much. They can't get behind Chronologic Gaming to make this work. It's gonna be hard for them to get into these engages.
And Mylon's got to back off. This should be a turret trade. Pain should take top, CLG should take bottom. The question will be, will this play extend?
Pobelter got 2.
Puts the black shield on himself, but he goes down due to all the front end damage. He does live. I'm a liar. Kills for Sir T going down.
Oh, does
Tommy
he?
going down.
Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah.
It's not on target.
Nope. That's all right.
Yes, the timing of that was so precise. Oh, they're going to continue a dive. Stick out.
You can't do that to the secondary turrets because you have to kill the first one. You can't do it.
That's
Aframu with the flare afterwards.
Best part of worlds.
Nobody.
All right.
That does work if you do it on the outermost turret. Teleport up top though. Well, they can't. Did they? No, he continued it.
Yeah, that's a strong push. Mylon and BRTT give him enough oomph to take down that turret with Pobelter defending. This game heavily picking up rotation-wise. Twisted Fate Ultimate actually the only global still up on the map right now. The others have been expended.
CLG doing a pretty good job actually traveling as a group of 5, trying to pressure, trying to reduce the effect of the extra globals there from Pain.
Yeah, well specifically, when Pobelter got 2 with that ultimate, he was so close to dying, but the spell vamp from the passive, when he got the second proc of his ultimate for damage, healed him just enough to stay alive. So if he would have died, like I think he got nearly into single-digit health before he ended up getting healed at the very end there.
I was convinced he was dead.
Looked like he was
GG
gonna be
passive.
dead. Someone died. Pobelter's right next to him.
Yep. Does not look like he's having fun in the mid lane right now, running away from both Kami and dude. BRTT comes in. He is back up to 81 adoration stacks on himself. He just keeps charging and catching axes.
It's actually not that dangerous for Pobelter because he can see both skill shots coming, the Death Sentence or the Cocoon, and he can Black Shield himself. Neither of them will break it. The notorious POB likes to live dangerously. it's paid off a little bit there in the mid game. CLG pulling back to pretty much even here. 4 turrets though. They have 1 turret advantage. Pain could get some standing gold back.
All the standing gold is really...
Zion, see how this all-in works down there. Not gonna take it. Big minion wave and gold card ready.
Unless Zion Spartan had flash advantage, I don't see him being able to take advantage of TF there.
Logic Gaming setting up somewhat around Baron, taking scuttle control. See an adrenaline rush coming in from BRTT, but doesn't look like he really wants to take that fight all the way home. He doesn't have the vision to do so. Smithy and the rest of the team, though, still living on that side of the jungle. Looks like they have renewed rent. Is he gonna go in? Oh, Syndrome, but he's out. He's out, cured quickly.
Does not have...
I think he's got a ward. He could have jumped.
Does he have a charge in that?
Yeah, I think he's got 2 charges.
Yeah. Didn't want to risk it going under the turret. There's a lot of snares on Pain Gaming. If they were in the fog of war backing it up, he could have just cost himself a lot.
Yeah, now Dragon's going to be up again. So the global game, Pobelter would have to teleport in. He just finished his Zonias, which is a huge power spike for Morg.
See if they'll be able to burn this down. Doublelift's actually going to keep aggro on it. Still damage to Aframu. Tempered Fate just hits Mylon on the outside. He could be able to get out of this one quickly. Throwing down his ultimate. He knows he's going to die, so he tries to slow the rest of
Afro's going down to the Dragon!
Certi's going to hit it. Afro was taking so much aggro damage from Dragon. Zion Spartan now gets singled out and taken down. Adoration stacks coming in for BRTT. He becomes even more rich, and they are on the hunt right now. Flash coming out. That was almost a hit from Dude. A little far off.
Yeah, they are going to be able to take the Dragon after this, though, and pressure here mid from Kami. Blue buff TF. They'll probably be able to rotate and clean that up.
Yeah, the Bard ultimate only catching 1 was not a clean initiation for COG, as well as Pobelter getting chunked as he teleported in.
Afro took almost 70% of his life in Dragon damage
in
there.
the beginning and then towards the top side when it was started. Unfortunate. Definitely difficult to start a fight there.
Yeah, very few people on COG got to do what they wanted to in this fight. Beautiful thresh hook on Pobelter at the start. He still gets his ultimate off on 4.
And the Zonia, so...
Yeah, but dies right after. And watch Doublelift just get chain CC'd right here. He gets gold carded, which he then flashes backwards. Wants to get back in the fight.
Well, he's zoned here by the barrel, and then he
hits him.
Ugh. Meanwhile, Zion get 1 versus 3 up there.
Yeah. Doublelift, where are you? Stunned forever. Also, I flashed backwards.
About that cleanse. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, would have been really useful there.
Yeah,
he's going to need his QSS. When he gets a QSS in late game, it'll help.
Right.
But with the way the CC is layering, and the fact that Twisted Fate will reveal him even when he's in his final hour,
That's true.
It's a tough world to be Vayne.
Oh man, Zeke's Harbinger already built up for Dude as well. BRTT going to be throwing out that much more pain on top of now his Youmuu's finish. So with that, he can get into range with Adrenaline Rush and a Youmuu's. That's what it looks like, boys and girls. And Zion Spartan will go down.
And Kami, surprise! Zion, you're not hunting BRTT. They turn the round on him.
Oh, Doublelift
is though.
Ham dogging it right now. Goes in. Actually almost gets crit out by BRTT there. Will they start the fight? The magical journey to the back to the mid lane does save them. Everybody getting some frequent flyer miles on that one. They're going to be in with the tempered fate. There's no fight though. The barrels are ready to pop. They cannot get to the hit though with it doing damage. Smithy is going to get a kill for himself, but goes down valiantly. That's a shutdown on him. Going in for Mylon, you can see on the scoreboard there. And Mylon will finally go down to Pobelter.
Oh, another hook here from
It's not over.
Aframu's there, though. What a bloody little game we have here.
We got ourselves a barn burner, that's for sure. 9 kills to 9. The gold is within 400, but that's mainly because Pain has so many gold gaining mechanics on their side. Not like the gold gaining mechanics scale poorly, like Twisted Fate and Gangplank also get extra gold and then scale amazingly with items as well. So it still means Pain has a realistic gold lead.
Pain's running the cash money comp. That's all
Yeah,
there is to it.
really are.
Let's see, where are they at right now even? Except for the jungler. Definitely have a lead in each one of their lanes. Doublelift, I gotta say though, 402. Obviously nobody's gonna be high on him. He is the highest in the game at 10,250 gold right now. BRTT very close though at 9,800.
Yeah, Zeke's Harbinger is completed though.
Mm-hmm.
On to Thresh.
Right quick for Dude on that one. they can stay in range of each other. We actually have seen some teams, they'll get that, and then they kind of separate. They're not next to each other enough for the charge. It's got to be 1,000 range, but they're back and forth. The support is warding in the AD's middle, and they really don't get the full effect of this.
Yeah, especially with how split pushy this game is. It's really hard for Dude and BRTT to stay in the same place for long periods of time.
Also, the CC setup is of the utmost importance here in this game. Because there are no true tanks, everyone's fairly squishy. Smithy on Lee Sin is probably the tankiest person in the game, and he's just got
Dead
mostly
Man's
health
Plate.
there, yeah. Armor from Dead Man's Plate.
Ward Wars, once again.
Also becomes incredibly important to track the shorter cooldowns, the mini cooldowns from your basic abilities of the enemies when there's so much damage on the field, to know when you can continue with a skirmish. Because in this scenario, even if somebody goes down instantly, both teams have enough damage that they can still combo and come out with a team fight victory.
Can they chain put a ward on it?
The instant lantern here, and Smithy gets hooked.
That's quite a bit of damage for Smithy. He's always left out to dry as the only one that can get his resonating strike in.
Whoa,
the flash forward.
Friend, he saw the play.
Mylon had one of those as well earlier in the week.
Oh, the cleanse comes out. Was it too early?
That was one of those low ping QSS. No. Revenge for Kami. He did that twice on the first day. The latency is so low in this environment. I feel like sometimes the players are used to doing it in other ways, but this is a huge power move.
Yep, when it rains, it pours here. Pain right up the middle. Gonna be 2 turrets after that pick as well.
Yeah, sometimes these guys are so used to predicting the CC to land on them, so they can QSS it right away.
CLG kind of tunneling on the all-in there to try and kill BRTT before he can click the lantern.
Yeah, BRTT and Kami are getting pretty fed. Not to mention Gangplank is no slouch for Mylon. This is after the fact. Yeah.
Oh!
Just a fraction of a second.
Just a tiny bit early.
Man.
You're dead.
Didn't see the emoticon last time. That was cheeky. Very nicely done. 30 seconds on to Dragon. They will head down there. Zion Spartan's already trying to clear waves and put some pressure on the bottom lane, but it's exactly where Pain wants to go right now. Will they be able to kind of teeter this back and forth with the Baron? Or are they just going to burn down Dragon? Looks like they are backing. Nothing too crazy is going to happen.
Yeah, I think Pain's putting up a pretty strong case to take down both CLG and Flash Wolves in games here at Worlds. Be the first wildcard team to win multiple games at the World Championship. They were so close to beating Flash Wolves earlier today. Imagine if that had been different. Unfortunately, it's not. So this is the way it.
Well, we mentioned it. It falls back on Pain having longer wins and longer losses. There's more room for mistakes. Their undecidedness in making strategies work, it really costs them.
Yeah. As BRTT would say, they definitely deserve respect.
Absolutely, respect the
strongest wild card here, but dude.
They're trying to give the kill to double it.
Dude, where's my team?
They're Dragon.
They're taking Dragon. Objective focus.
The third of the game.
Yep.
The tax in that side of the jungle continues to be paid by COG and Dragon.
Parked his team at Dragon and forgot. 12 to 10, 29 minutes in, 3K gold lead here. Pain coming in strong. That's going to be the teleport top from Mylon, but he's not flying
Counter teleport.
It's not a home guard. Belter straight in. Oh! Wide left on that one. He is going to get the Soul Shackle off. The flash coming on back. It is not going to be in time for the Zanyas. The stand aside does, however, hit. More adoration, baby. He cashes in. It's the League of Draven this game. And Mylon's now going to have a problem. Double lift on his backside. A few shots for him. Not healing himself enough, though. Tumbles out of the damage. Can he turn back? The card comes through, and it's wild enough to take down double lift. A shutdown coming in for Kami.
The best thing to see about great TFs is when they decide to use red card instead for the AoE. Can Smithy make it out?
What is... No? Just dug your own grave. Wait, no! Oh! Spider bites, some of the deadliest. Zion Spartan now in the top, not gonna pull out anything crazy, closes his eyes and wishes for the best.
The second best thing is when you know you have the kill secured and you blue card kill.
Kobe, you said when it rains it pours, well now it's a torrential downpour. Yeah. COG, an ace 6,000 gold plus the Baron looking like this, especially since COG is trying to pull a split push composition with very little tank presence. Stop the drag!
Oh, it's got 600.
Can he meep it? Ah, he can't meep it. That would have been fantastic, though. Looks like Pain permanently flying the flag right now as they get themselves up to 17-11. Every time there's a play, they're just showing glitter with that control 6. 3 of 4 Dragons. First Baron here. Let's see how much of a power play they can work. Aframu trying to give a little more versatility to the team with a banner command. Hopefully they don't have to go to every lane now.
Yeah, just trying to get the split push going against Twisted Fate, Gangplank, and Double Teleport. Not easy.
Not at all.
Ended up trying to get some flanks going off, but Pain Gaming has just been one step ahead of the game. Shutting down Pobelter through Zhonya's with ease, and Kami just hit his death cap, which is pretty terrifying for COG.
Tense. Infinity Edge. Triforce, the build of another Infinity Edge, but probably a Last Whisper and a Bloodthirster. So just these guys being able to be items ahead here, and Zion Spartan still building damage himself is going to have to just zero out people. That's what
There's a dead end in that magical journey. Aframu with the troll.
Whenever there's a really small magical journey like that, I like running through it multiple times.
Absolutely.
Like a small, fun little game. We should get
oh, no, he didn't. He threw Infinity Edges.
Hey, that is a that is a viable Gangplank build. When Gangplank was actually making it through the pick ban phase on a regular basis, you would see half of them going double Infinity Edge for the larger crits and the better barrels, and the other guys going Phantom Dancer for the split push and cheaper crit chance.
Right.
This is absolutely a viable build, especially when you're ahead.
CLG trying to split push against this baroned up Pain team, though, and Pain do look like they're going to slow down the train.
Yeah, that's going to be an inhib if COG doesn't come back right away.
Temper Fate. Dapper's got it on that one. Second inhibitor.
Double Lift has to channel a regular recall here, though, and they're going to come from the bounce.
No, he didn't. Now he's back again. Little indecisive. Home guard from Zion Spartan's already been seen. It's not enough to scare Pain Gaming off of this one. There's the hit. Mylon gets out of that one with an orange. Everything's okay. And it looks like CLG is just trying to batter PNG off their doorstep here. But Pain, they have zero cares in the world right now for any damage CLG is going to do. And they are right in their face. There's the catch on a double lift. Now he's got the cleanse. He waits for another one to hit so he didn't get doubled up. Very nicely done there as Pain stacked their crowd control. What? Pain coming out huge in the fight. It doesn't matter that they use their crowd control first. They have the front end damage to burst down and kill CLG all the way. Another crowd control lockup coming in from Kami. The triple kill coming in from Mylon. Their eyes are on the Nexus.
This is going to be game. Pain 20 kills to 11. Shut down CLG, what looks like with a perfect comp for Pain.
Aframu, Zion doing what they can. Broken Wings and Wind Slash ready to be used, but Zion can't close the gap. Goes for Kami. Kami's got the Zanyas. They're onto Zion now, and he's forced to retreat from his own base as Mylon sets up the barrels. And Pain Gaming takes down Chronologic Gaming.
Well played game here by Pain, becoming the first wildcard team to win multiple games at the World Championship.
In a pretty hefty group.
And as happy as they can be with that, they're probably asking themselves, what if? Because the team that won the group, Flash Wolves, Pain played them better than anyone else here did. And they were actually ridiculously close to advancing from this group.
You know, Jad, I think as you said it, Pain can easily reflect on the length of their games. Being able to shorten those up and shore up the weaknesses of indecisiveness, not knowing where they want to go with the strategy of Dragons not on the map, having things on their plate.
Both of these teams had dreams of getting 2 Worlds, and they were able to achieve those, even though they won't make it past groups. Still a huge accomplishment for both these teams to get here.
Really the best season for both teams, a 16-0 streak for Pain to come in on this. They were beat by KOO last year to not make it to this spot. CLG with their best season in first place, but to then also be thwarted in group stages.
First ever victory for CLG in the North American LCS to grab that #1 seed.
Yes, and their fate was decided before this game. Yeah, when Flash was upset KOO. Otherwise, this actually would have been a game had the results stayed the same that would knock CLG out. But that will actually do it for Group A.
For CLG, it's definitely worth going back and figuring out, because they knew we aren't playing like Counterlogic Gaming. That you cannot enter at any group stage in that sort, especially even in their wins, that we weren't playing like us, but you still have to find that win again if it wasn't you or not.
COG really fell apart. 2-0, early leaders in the group, 4-game losing streak to close.
The games against KOO, they really did unravel.
Yeah,
Kind of hit them hard.
And since they ended up playing them 2 games in a row, final game at the end of last week, first game here today, it didn't seem like they were ever able to fully recover. But also, even their first victory over Flash Wolves, they nearly lost that game. So a dicey world for CLG. Hotshot, their owner, was tweeting that it was still a very successful season after all, so hopefully they can keep their heads head high. But it's a lot of disappointment for CLG when they were the #1 seed in this group and they tie for last.
Very strong play coming out. A lot of things at CLG within picks and bans, not falling back to what worked for them at the end of the season. Xmithy going back to Gragas, a few of the Lees definitely worked. Some Elise play for him. Things that allowed Alframu to catch with Xmithy, start things around the map, get the roam going, really weren't in their wheelhouse this time.
Yeah, trying to go for the early echo picks to sort of bait the swap of it, sending it up to Zion Spartan, not quite working out for them.
For whatever reason, it felt like Zion Spartan, in a meta of carry top laners, it was supposed to be so sweet for him, but he didn't really have a single super good game, and that was going to be one of the rocks that CLG would rely upon. Obviously, it is a team effort. That's what CLG keeps preaching. They're not about singling out individuals.
We can see Shock setting up with an interview with your League of Draven. BRTT breaking out the Draven against Doublelift's Vayne. Cashed in quite a few times this game and was not afraid to get on the front line. He played Draven as Draven should be.
Pain were very exciting this game, and they played it really well. Kami got his TF, showed why it's so dangerous for Pain. Yeah, even Mylon there on the double Infinity Edge gangplank with some big crits to end it out.
If you're going to fire on him, you got to fire hard. Looking at the rest of the team, Dude coming up big as well with the way that they were able to play their composition, getting his hooks in, and really overall, this guy's been in the professional scene for a very, very long time. Back on AAA.
Yeah.
So having his chance back here again had to feel good.
He ended up replacing Corralius as the support of Against All Authority back in the spring split of Season 3 LCS.
Crazy stuff.
Really been around multiple different organizations, making it to Worlds, and then not only just making it to Worlds, winning 2 games. It is encouraging for the entirety of the Brazilian scene to see how successful Pain was here at this World Championship. Maybe next year they can get out of groups.
Absolutely. Let's see what they have to say. Right now we're going to head down to Shox in the interview lounge, who is joined by Pain Gaming's AD Carry.
Thank you so much. Indeed, joined by BRTT after taking the victory over Counter Logic Gaming, and a nice one at that. Of course, I can assume that you won't be overly thrilled with this, seeing how you guys didn't make it out of group stage. How do you reflect, though, on this game? Because it seems like you really wanted to prove something in terms of individual skill, picking the Draven up against that Vayne.
Então vocês realmente não passaram de grupos, mas fizeram uma partida muito boa, principalmente nessa última com escolheram Draven. Como que foi que você quis se mostrar um pouco mais, mostrar o seu gameplay?
Eu não acho que o pick do Draven foi para provar alguma coisa. A gente já tinha treinado algumas vezes de picar o Draven em cima de Vayne e acabou que aconteceu essa oportunidade e funcionou muito bem, graças a Deus.
Yeah, I didn't try to pick Draven just to show my skills or anything. We've been training that against Vayne, and it ended up happening, so that was good.
Yeah, whatever happened, you still got that win versus CLG. I feel like there were certain moments in the tournament where it was very close and you could have maybe grabbed more games. What for you is maybe the biggest regret or the biggest thing that you think we should have done this and we could have maybe made it?
Em outros jogos, a gente quase chegou lá, vocês quase chegaram lá. O que vocês acham que poderiam ter feito um pouquinho diferente para realmente fazer uma diferença e sair do grupo?
Eu acho que desde do primeiro dia que a gente chegou aqui na Europa, a gente notou que o nosso maior problema era as decisões no mid-game, no meio do jogo, porque o nosso começo do jogo costuma ser bem forte e deu para mostrar isso nesse Mundial, só que acaba que chega no mid-game e a gente tem alguns problemas de comunicação, de call, que acaba fazendo com que o jogo desande bastante, e eu acho que esse é o maior problema.
Okay, so since the first day we got into Europe for the boot camp, we saw that and realized that our problem was the communication and the decision making during the mid game. Our early game is really strong, and we kind of proved that during Worlds. So we really had to improve that, and that's what we think that we have to improve at.
Yes, definitely some more games you could take. Even with all that, the most wins ever for a wildcard team at Worlds, the most wins ever for a Brazilian team. I don't want to say it's a great start because you must feel that there was so much more you can do, but what do you think, looking at the future, what can you do with this team if you get another chance?
Então, realmente, é a segunda vez que o Brasil vem para o Mundial e dessa vez ganhamos 2 jogos. Tá melhorando cada vez mais. O que você acha que o Brasil está fazendo? O que você acha que, como você olhando para o futuro, vê esse time tendo uma nova oportunidade no Worlds?
Eu acho que isso é uma prova de que o cenário brasileiro tá aumentando muito o nível, os times do Brasil são muito fortes, então, mesmo a gente treinando só com times da nossa região, tá dando para evoluir bastante. É claro que não está no nível ideal ainda, é claro que o bootcamp ajudou bastante, só que eu consigo ver que o nosso cenário está evoluindo muito, mesmo estando um pouco distante ainda das outras regiões, mas...
So we really see the Brazilian scene is improving a lot, even though we're training only with the local teams. When you have a chance to boot camp, we can really learn and improve our game. So that's what we expect. Continue growing and really showing that our team and our capacity.
Well, BRTT, with all that, you do look a little down to me, and I can totally understand why. But one thing is for sure, even right here, the Brazilian fans were behind you and a lot of fans. Is there anything you want to say to them?
Então a gente percebe que mesmo assim você parece um pouquinho chateado, mas tem muitos fãs brasileiros aqui presentes que estão torcendo por você. Tem alguma mensagem que você gostaria de passar para eles?
Esse lance chateado eu não sei. É claro que depois do jogo contra a Flash Wolves eu acho que foi o jogo que eu fiquei mais chateado, porque ficou um gostinho ali que, nossa, cara, aquele jogo realmente estava na nossa mão. Só que eu estou muito satisfeito com o nosso desempenho, mesmo a gente não tendo passado da fase de grupo, a gente conseguiu mostrar um bom jogo e era isso que eu queria. Eu queria mostrar que o Brasil tem força realmente para bater de frente com os outros times e foi isso que aconteceu. Eu gostaria de agradecer todos os fãs do Brasil, todos os fãs ao redor do mundo todo pela força, que eles nunca desistiram da gente. Até o último jogo aqui eles estavam torcendo. A torcida daqui também, que torceu muito. Muito obrigado a todos. Amo vocês, é nóis.
So yeah, really want to appreciate it. I thought I was a little bit down, but because of the game against Flash Wolves that we almost won, we almost got it. So you really felt that taste of victory, and it didn't come. Right now, I'm really relieved, but I really want to thank all the crowd, not only here, but all over the world. And the crowd here was really yelling and screaming our name. So thank you very much. I love you all, not the guys from Brazil, but all over the world that supports us. Thank you very much.
Well, it's true. They have been cheering for you the whole time. Thank you so much. Always a pleasure to see you guys play. Obrigada. Well, guys, take it away.
Thank you, Shocks. You know, a tremendous victory for them. The best showing of an international wildcard team ever at the World Championship. And so close, actually, to making it out of this group. They really should be holding their heads high with the showing that they put up in this group stage.
100%. What a performance out of these guys. You know, they came through as heavy underdogs, and if that Flash Wolf game had have been one decisive team fight away, that Baron play,
yes,
we could be looking at a completely different group setup. And they played like champions the whole way through. They were always trying to play their style of League of Legends. You can see that they've taken things away from this that are going to be invaluable. And really, 2 wins for a wildcard team just shows how quickly Brazil, at least, is closing the gap.
I'm a bit disappointed that they had banned Gangplank all the games, and then they just play it out here, and it wasn't a champion that shouldn't have. It wasn't bad. You know, I think you could have played this Gangplank out the entire tournament, and we could have seen another win just out of the sheer overpoweredness of the champion. And you know what? It's something that you learn, and it's hindsight 2020.
Yeah, it wasn't the greatest of Gangplanks, but at least you got to play it here. I like the Twisted Fate and the Draven versus the Vayne. So they had things that seemed practiced coming in here, but they got pretty much everything they would want in this draft. Then they went out on a high note here.
And if nothing else, that team has swagger. I mean, the Twisted Fate and the Draven were pretty on point.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I do want to look at the flip side of the coin for just a moment. CLG, you know, 2-1 to start in week 1, and then closing out the day here, 0-3.
Where's that?
I mean, the rise and fall of America's number 1 seed.
That boat is long. It's right at the bottom here.
It's with all of the sun-dried tomatoes smashed and shriveled on the floor. Is that what's going on, Crow?
An interesting fact about this game, though, Aframu did 5,400 damage. With 1 damage ability, by the way, this is Bard. Zion Spartan on Riven did 5,469. So
we won.
So you're telling me how damaged him.
More damage, but this wasn't a game where you could really judge out of CLG. They definitely were not playing how they play the entire group stage. It just wasn't them. They're just having fun. I think they just wanted to get it over with.
I think
they probably feel embarrassed to be here with all the expectations they had set up.
I actually think that's worse, though. If you can't pull it together for one game for your fans, and don't get me wrong, as I said, this is one of those games where you just have to surely come out and put on a good performance, and they can honestly take very little away from this Worlds experience now.
Yeah, and I think they were rather tilted coming into this game. You pick the Vayne blind pick, you pick it, you take Exhaust as well. He went full prototype black on that one. Yeah, it's a solo play type of style there. You want to go ahead and split push, and you saw it there. It looked like they had lost some trust in each other, and they just went all out on, let's try to carry this game by one individual instead of a team. And that was just CLG. I think they got in their own heads and said, our team play wasn't working. Let's just try this last thing.
Well, now, regardless of their Worlds performance, I do think it is important to note the journey that they took to get here, right? CLG at Worlds alone is already a big accomplishment for that organization and their growth in more recent times.
I guess it really speaks to the chase is better than the catch. They can just forget about the catch for this one because they had a fantastic run all the way through where they really showed their improvement as a team into high-level matches, such as the one of Madison Square Garden. But for here, it just...
I think one thing that you can take away is that their preparation going into big matches has been much better than it has been in the past. So credit to whoever is responsible behind that, their new coaching staff and all those things, because they were a team that used to look good once they got on Summoner's Rift. Now they're looking good going into the matches, and they had one very good strategy. So there definitely are some good signs there for the future of CLG.
Yeah, and getting this experience under their belt as well. You look at somebody like Pobelter, this was his first playoffs, even getting in there, and then he won playoffs. So first Worlds for a lot of these guys to actually be up there on that stage. So they have that under their belt. They can get that experience and get some of those nerves out of the way for maybe next time they show up here.
Now, ending on a high note real quick with this group, I think what today showed, if anything, was that nothing was decided necessarily in week one.
Yep.
So much can happen in week two. We had a team that was 1-2 going into this day, 3-0, and now they're at the top of the group, first coming out of it.
Years of watching Animal Planet could not have prepared me to see Tigers get slain by wolves. It just did not make any sense going with the preparation.
How often do those two things run into each other, Crumbs? What are you watching?
Very powerful thing. But yeah, the Flash was really the highlight of this group. It was entertaining, to say the least.
Yes.
It was a Cinderella story in itself of poor play from game one, but constantly improving, expanding the champion pool, and meeting every single expectation and more.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to check in with you at home and see your World's Big Play callouts. At De Facto Genius put it very simply. Jinx still has it. Here is your World's Big Play to close out Group A.
From three members of Counterlogic Gaming, and they're right back in. Another unstoppable force. Four-member pop-up. Double lift on the outside. They're going to actually have to look away from him. Stake's going to take down a 1v1. Double kill coming in for NL, looking for a triple kill. That's a triple. That's going to be the quadra. He gets a pentakill. NL, pentakill.
慢慢打就好，慢慢打。我刚才死了，我刚才死了，我刚才死了。double lift，不会走下面哦。下面哦 ，AD 上
Up from the Flash Wolves comes up Trump again. Everyone's there helping him out, but NL, wow, that was such a big change up bringing this guy into the light.
Yeah, I think the communication issues that they had with Kramer were definitely just something that was only affecting them that day. When they sub in NL, boom.
Never lose, man. Never lose.
He lost one game.
He did lose one game.
He lost one.
But
sometimes lose.
next to never lose. All right, well, with Group A on the books, let's take a look at how the teams stacked up. The LMS's Flash Wolves will enter the quarterfinals as the #1 seed, with Korea's KOO Tigers taking the #2 spot. Meanwhile, CLG and Pain Gaming will have to catch the action in London from the stands. Well, that does it for today, but tomorrow we'll get to see who rises to the top of Group C. It starts with SK Telecom versus Edward Gaming. Big matchup there. Then the Bangkok Titans will challenge H2K, and they'll stay on the Rift to go up against Edward Gaming following that. The action kicks off at 2 p.m. Central European Summertime. That's 5 a.m. Pacific, so set your alarms. Now I'm going to have to remember to do just the same. Gentlemen, we're starting the day off tomorrow with a very big matchup. This is one that SKT got the better of last time, but if EDG can equalize here, we push ourselves possibly to a tiebreaker for first place in this group.
Yeah, and this is a matchup that a lot of people are thinking is going to be the finals of the entire tournament. And last time they went head-to-head, EDG did blind pick a lot of things, and I thought they were milking SKT for some strategies, but I want to see if that continues, if they try to get more out of them, or if they're just going to clash against them this time and try to see if they can actually hold up and then force a tiebreaker.
Yeah, and EDG is a really proud team. They have some of the most proud, like, clear love. They have Pawn. So they will throw everything at this matchup. This is going to be huge for the #1 seed, and I can't wait to see it get underway.
Yeah, I wouldn't count the first encounter that they had as a telltale as to what's going to happen this time around. At MSI in the group stage, SKT did the same thing. They obliterated EDG, and then they ended up losing to them in the finals. So this time, fresh slate. Anybody could take this.
Well, without a doubt, they've had plenty of time to prepare for it, and it will be their biggest matchup of the day. That's going to do it for us tonight. So for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and stay tuned for your daily recap of Worlds Tonight in just 15 minutes.
At the 2015 League of Legends World Championships. Exhaustor's ticking away. Double is below 100 HP. Smeb and Gorilla going to chase him down. First blood to top lane Darius.
Et on survit, on chine les dégâts. Smeb, la guillotine.
An undeniable #1 seed in Group A. The shockwave catches it out. He's not against the wall. Stake is looking to kill a tower. He's got a lich bait. He's going to be able to get some damage. Super minions are still pushing into the base. Eno's got 2. He's looking for more. That's a triple kill, and he's excited. Heartbreak for Pain Gaming. We do see Dude rocking up. BRTT is going to try to get away with that passive. The Motor Boy, a slam dunk.
Wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Double kill coming in for NL, looking for a triple kill. That's a triple. That's going to be a quadra. He gets a pentakill. NL, pentakill. Counter Logic Gaming will fall to the Flash Wolves.
Yeah, boom, 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 boom. Oh my god, oh my god.
To the backside there. Can he be all right? Karsa kicked him in. That's the kick you were talking about, Kobe. They get it once again.
Last time I played with you guys, I just wanted to stop Pain Gaming so I don't get those stupid Facebook messages about how BRTT greater than double it.
Everybody getting some frequent flyer miles on that one. They're going to be in with the temper barrels. There's no fight, though. The barrels are ready to pop. It doesn't matter that they use their crowd control first. They have the front end damage to burst down and kill CLG all the way. And Pain Gaming takes down Counter Logic Gaming.
Today in Paris, the fight for the League of Legends World Championship raged on as 4 teams made their bid for 2 open spots in next week's quarterfinals. Welcome to Worlds Tonight. I'm Shax here, joined by Jat and Kobe. A lot happened today. The faithful have been discarded.
Yes. Completely thrown off a cliff.
What happened? Like, of all the things that happened, that was maybe the craziest whole implosion of CLG.
Yeah, it's a total collapse pretty much since the first couple of games that they won. Did not look good.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to tell. I don't have any reasons. I don't have any.
Yeah, not saying it's never happened before.
Yeah.
Like this is like, oh yeah, remember those 2 times they went 0-3 to Team Liquid in the playoffs? Like that was today. They didn't show up whatsoever, and they went 0-3.
So how much of that comes from? Of course, they didn't have the best start last week, even though they managed to pull out those wins. But they always kept that mental fortitude of, we came here to win Worlds, we can win Worlds. Do you think it maybe impeded their ability to roll with the punches?
Maybe, like
Stop asking me what went through their minds, because
disappointment.
You asked me about Fnatic last week. I mean,
Kobe had a really good tweet about all the COG fans being on Disappointment Island.
Yeah.
It's where we're at right now, I think. We were a little worried because we had like an all-NA cast. We're like, we have to make sure that we don't hype up COG. They did all that for us, so we didn't have to worry about that.
Well, I mean, they had all the talk of scrims here versus top teams across the world. They were doing well, but just the strengths that we had seen from CLG that made them successful weren't there. Pobelter in the mid lane was a non-factor. Zion Spartan, one of the big guys who was going to take up the mantle of top lane carry, never really got to get it done either.
Double lift in lane. He took 2 turret shots. Like they played 3 games today. That one game he took 2 turret shots for no reason in lane, then still pushed up far. Then he got the whole Tom Kench Flame Chompers thing.
Why don't we talk about Payne instead, though? Because they won.
Yeah,
Payne did great.
Payne won, obviously.
awesome.
We also had the information that apparently BRTT asked his girlfriend to marry him after that, and she said yes.
That's really
so,
cool.
Congratulations.
well,
Congratulations.
that's great.
To both of them.
To look at their tournament, though, he still talked to the fans and was happy, but still felt like, there were these moments. If we stepped it up in the mid game, we could have done better, and I feel the same way.
Yeah, I mean, they beat the first place team in the group, and then they beat CLG pretty handily on the backside, and they were incredibly close to being 3-3.
This was a really exciting and close group. We even got to see Flash Wolves taking KOO Tigers down and ending up in first place.
3-0.
Yeah, after the beginning of today, we even thought, okay, KOO probably gonna have an easy victory up to the first place seed, but Flash Wolves have taken it, and so that means they get to meet up with a number 2 seed from the other groups that come out.
And one thing that I liked about Flash Wolves today is they played different than what most people expected them to play. You didn't expect Stake to do well in almost any of these games. He was like the big red flag for Flash Wolves coming into this. Everyone thought he was just going to die a whole bunch because he, quote, it was a bit of a meme amongst the casters, Stake absorbs damage. Oh, don't worry, he's just absorbing. Well, he was like 5-0 on Malphite and landing ridiculously good ults. And yeah, he did absorb a lot of things.
Yeah,
he didn't die.
not even just today. Like the whole group stage, Stake has probably been the most underrated player coming into Worlds. He's definitely stepped up big for his team.
And when we talked to him also last week, he kind of laughingly said, well, it's fine, just divert attention and maybe die. And then NL, who in the end, Kramer didn't come in again, and NL on that Jinx is absolutely unstoppable.
There were so many surprises for Flash Wolves. Yes, NL coming in. We didn't think he'd be able to play champions that weren't named Varus. They mentioned on the desk, I think 8% of people of the 2.3 million pick'ems picked Flash Wolves first. But like, that was lower than every other team in that group. CLG had the most votes, and they ended up finished last. So the majority of pick'ems were actually flipped completely on that.
And as far as the exact finishings for Group A here, only 23 people have
23 people
have CLG on the bottom and Payne.
Well, the thing is, they are tied, so both of those will end up counting,
only 23 people have them tied.
You can't put ties in the vote. I think it'll default.
That's what John Stein tweeted out. That's what I'm going with.
That would be a lot of foresight. If we look at how the group ended up, of course, KOO Tigers falling twice to the Flash Wolves, quite unexpected. And they kind of fell to the same thing they fell to
One
in
of
the
the
first
things
game.
that we did expect from Flash Wolves was Maple on Assassins carrying games. And that's what we got to see. He definitely delivered. Karsa also stepped up. He delivered. We were expecting big things from both of those guys. And those were things that we definitely saw today.
Yeah.
What about the growth potential for the team? Like, undefeated in the group, it's incredible. You have to wonder, how long can this go on? Is this individual talent good enough to move forward? And also, just can they even hone their skills as a team more? Because they have definitely grown from week 1 to week 2.
Yeah. It's really hard to tell.
Yeah.
Because this was the group of life, the easiest group at Worlds by perspectives and people predicting the groups. But at the same time, like Cloud9 was supposed to finish 4th in their group, and they're now 3-0. And from what we saw today, and from the group stage, Flash Wolves still has some flaws in their play. Like the games with Payne, while we're very competitive, had a lot of missed opportunities for both teams. Flash Wolves still plays a little bit slow, unless Maple's on LeBlanc, which I think will maybe be a ban or a pick away in a lot of these different games.
Yeah, I think one of the things that is starting to become clearer as the more games that we play are the picks and bans and the highly valued picks. And KOO, to me, just looks so versatile because they can counterpick from either solo lane or even their support player. So they have a lot of options for picks banned, and I think that's a really good thing moving forward. Flash Wolves, as you said, they diversified today, and they showed more options as well.
For the KOO Tigers going forward, the picks and bans are on point. They're actually drastically improved their early game when you look at their regular season performance. Where do you think they have given up some power?
That's a good question, because KOO Tigers, really, when this group started, we're thinking 6-0. And then even when today started, after they demolished CLG, it was like an easy 5-1. So them coming out here second
The
is
Flash
pretty
Wolves games
surprising.
would be what we would want to look at for areas that
for,
KOO
like,
can
their
improve
collabs.
on. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, both Flash Wolves games, pick and ban is probably a pretty big reason, because I think the Gangplank poke comp they gave up the first time around of Flash Wolves was bad. This one, I didn't think they lost pick and bans that hard, aside from like an over prioritization on Darius. Maybe they're like, even with the 2 losses, they didn't expose too many holes.
I felt like their play the second time around versus Flash Wolves was just a little bit greedy, and they weren't really respecting them.
Yeah, it's really hard to pinpoint though, because losing both games to Flash Wolves was like so unexpected to begin with, and it's tough to say.
Yeah, nothing left Well, nothing's logical anymore right now. KOO Tigers
Really?
second seed, Flash
KOO
Wolves.
Tigers advanced.
Yes, that is.
Most people predicted that. Good job. I thought
For
they'd finish
CLG,
first.
for CLG finally to close up, because it is a huge thing here with all the the best performance of them in the summer split, becoming the champions. What would it do to you? If you became the champion in
What
summer
would what
split,
do to me?
and you go to Worlds and then this happens.
Just get
What?
sad. Kobe, you're on CLG again. You're ex-Smithy. You had visa issues. You came to Worlds.
Yeah, I made it to Worlds. What would it? I don't know. What do you want? It wouldn't do. I mean, I'd be sad that we didn't get to move out of group stages, but
I'd be super sad. You lost 4 games in a row.
Like they said, literally all of the guys on CLG now have been as low as it gets. They've all been losers. They've all been relegated. They've fought their way all the way to Worlds this year, and it's a big accomplishment.
It gets a lot worse than going 2-4 in group stage Worlds. So I think they're
That's
okay.
where I was
A year
trying to
ago,
get at,
they
the
were
silver lining.
down 2-0.
Jeez Louise.
At least
I don't
double what
know.
you now from where we were.
I actually never lost when I was a player, so I don't know how it feels.
It's got a gold lining right there on that gold medal from WCG.
Yeah, well, it seems like we're done about Group A. Let's look forward to tomorrow and take a look at the Group C matches that will be coming up tomorrow. We have the SKT EDG matchup to kick everything off. Let's maybe start by talking about that one, which was convincing victory for SKT last week round.
Yeah, and EDG, I feel like mostly teams seem to get an edge from the blue side with all the power bands that are starting to become normal here. So EDG is fighting a pretty big uphill battle. I hope EDG wins that game because I cast the last 3 and I want a tiebreaker between SKT and EDG.
Yeah, that being said, SKT looked really good in their matchup last week versus EDG. So definitely think that EDG will come out with some more tricks. Like I said, the picks and bans are crystallizing for these teams. And EDG, while they got kind of destroyed in that game, they learned a lot.
Yeah.
Or I think that they learned a lot.
See, you can find the silver lining.
Even when because this is a matchup, this is the 7th matchup they've had internationally since the beginning of MSI. They lost the first group stage game at MSI, and then they kind of slowly adapted to SKT throughout the best of 5. So I think there is a lot of learning potential there for EDG. And as much as Chinese teams have completely underperformed, I think that's Chinese teams except for EDG.
Yeah.
And they were also way above every other team in the LPL right before their mini collapse in the playoffs. I think there's still a pretty good chance they give SKT a good run.
Yeah, totally agree on that one. And even if they end up losing that game versus SKT, then we have BKT and H2K. With all the craziness, is there enough for H2K or BKT?
We can't say it's 100% ruled out.
No. But honestly, look at, I'm thinking of SKT versus H2K. That early game from H2K wasn't terrible.
Yeah,
Definitely a
it's
chance.
possible, but it would be a bigger upset than we've already seen so far.
Yeah, it would be a bigger upset
Then
than
Flash
like,
Wolves going
pain.
3-0?
Well,
Yes.
Flash,
Yeah.
oh, yes, bigger upset than Flash
All right.
Wolves going 3-0. Like Flash Wolves had already beaten KOO Tigers on day 1, so you knew they had the potential to beat everyone,
absolutely.
and they just kind of overperformed. H2K beat someone for the first like 12 minutes of a game, and then from there they had to fight back. H2K monstrous underdogs, but I mean anything can happen this Worlds. Cloud9 is 3-0, Origin's 3-0, LGD is 0-3, Flash Wolves, 8% of people voted
I just
them.
want to
they're
see
going
more
through.
Tom Kench.
More Tom Kench. That is incredibly annoying.
Tom Kench could play top lane.
Honestly, do you
Great
realistically see
laner.
it? Yeah,
Yes,
going.
I honestly see more Tom Kench in our future.
Yeah.
I'm very happy.
He's trying to sell Tom Kench jungle on people. They are not amused. It's like, you can't gank. I'm like,
I remember us
probably
talking
pretty
to
critical
Mithy and Soaz actually back in the regular season, and we asked them about Tom Kench when he just came out, and they were like, nope, it's bad, it's trash. Hey.
He's gotten buffs.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah.
that's the thing.
Yeah.
You come out bad, just buff him up a little bit.
now he's good. Got buffed.
So when it comes to the games tomorrow, it looks business as expected. Even though we've said that about a lot of groups, this one seems pretty clear cut.
Yeah, as far as
I
like
feel like it's better that
unknowns.
way. You go into every week, business as expected. There will be no upsets. Then everybody's surprised. Yay!
Yeah, this is probably the most confident I would be in predicting a group of any of the group stages. I feel like Saturday and Sunday after tomorrow are just really up in the air. But this one, I think we know SKT and EDG are going through.
Yeah, but we're still going to see some amazing games. Going to hype the people for everything tomorrow because it's going to be great. And that's all from us here on Worlds tonight. We're going to see you back here tomorrow for Group C. Au revoir. That was terrible.
Au revoir.
Au revoir.
Au revoir.
At the 2015 League of Legends World Championships. Exhaust is ticking away. Double is below 100 HP. Smeb and Gorilla going to chase him down. First blood to top lane Darius.
Et on survit, on chine les dégâts, Smeb, la guillotine,
They only need to win one game now to be guaranteed first place in this game.
Yes,
The shockwave catches in L. He's not against the wall. Snake is looking to kill a tower. He's got a lich bait. He's going to be able to get some damage. Super minions are still pushing into the base. NL's got 2. He's looking for more. That's a triple kill, and he's excited. Heartbreak for Pain Gaming. We do see Dude rocking up. BRTT is going to try to get away with that passive. The Monster Boy, a slam dunk.
Christmas, we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Double kill coming in for NL, looking for a triple kill. That's a triple. That's going to be the quadra. He gets a pentakill. NL, pentakill. Counter Logic Gaming will fall to the Flash Wolves.
Yeah, boom, 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 boom. Oh my god, oh my god.
To the backside there. Can he be all right? Oh, Risa kicked him in. That's the kick you were talking about, Kobe. They get it once again.
Last time I played with you guys, I just wanted to stop Pain Gaming so I don't get those stupid Facebook messages about how BRTT greater than double it.
Everybody getting some frequent flyer miles on that one. They're going to be in with the temper barrels. There's no fight, though. The barrels are ready to pop. It doesn't matter that they used their crowd control first. They have the front end damage to burst down and kill CLG all the way. And Pain Gaming takes down Counter Logic Gaming.
조이를 한다는 게 다른 조에서 2위랑 만나기 때문에 중요한 것도 있지만 그 다음에서도 좀 잘할 수 있을 것 같은 그런 자신감이 생기는 게 중요한 것 같아요.
SKT undaunted take down Edward Gaming.
如果第2名出现的话，就说明就输给了 SKT 嘛。我觉得还是要就是第1出现会更好一点。
This is a battle for control of first place in Group 3.
我觉得如果说下次遇到 SKT 的时候，我们就是能更谨慎一点，我们是有机会战胜他们的。
저희가 좀 우세라고 생각하고 지난 경기처럼 하면 쉽게 이길 수 있을 거라고 생각합니다.
SKT demolish H2K. Death gets himself 3 kills in 4 minutes. SK Telecom T1 barely take any damage as they ace Edward Gaming.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our continuing coverage of the 2015 League of Legends World Championship Group Stage. The crowd is hyped inside Pullman, and earlier in Paris, we saw H2K warming up for their make or break games today. A lot on the line for them if they want to keep their tournament hopes alive. And of course, Coma and Kakao hanging out, catching up, friends as ever. Now SKT, they're getting in the zone though to face off against Edward Gaming in our first match of the day. That's a big one, very important to determine which team will be coming out first. And Pawn and Def looking ready to go. Again, they're fighting for first place themselves. Hello everyone, I'm James Dash Patterson here to break down all of today's action with the help of Season 3 World Championship finalist and former captain of Royal Club, Tabe. Welcome to the desk.
Hello, Dash.
And then, of course, we have OPL's Jake Spawn Tiberi and Rockhat's Jacob Yamato Kennen Mebdi. Oh, there it is. Energy on the desk. Starting out the day in the right mindset. Well, yesterday we saw Group A turned on its head as the Flash Wolves and the KOO Tigers emerged as the top 2 teams, and they will advance to the knockout round of the tournament. Gentlemen, let's start with Flash Wolves after a tremendous showing yesterday.
Yeah, the Flash Wolves, they came up big and they had their 3 core players that we talked about, but NL and Stake performed so well yesterday. You know, finally Maple had the games that we were looking for. Karsa went absolutely berserk. This is a team that behind their shot calling support player just looks amazing.
It's like my highlight of the team has to be Maple because I finally feel that they have the right idea of how to use him, simply because they put him in weaker matchups before, and finally they put up the LeBlanc, put him in stronger matchups, and he's creating advantages.
I think Flash Wolves is doing a really great job because when everyone is using Twisted Fate or Azir as mid lane, Maple stepped up using LeBlanc. And I like the synergy between Stake and their ADC because they are using Jinx, Lulu, and LeBlanc. Like do you think like because Stick isn't playing that good because he's the caller of Flash Wolves, but because of his mechanic skills is not as good as other players in the world, he chooses to use Lulu to protect Jinx and LeBlanc.
Yeah, it's that overall synergy. Yeah, he's just able to get his assassin in and out of that fight. That's what we said. They either had the Lulu or the Morgana every time they were willing to play that assassin, and it just set up kills all over the map.
Another team that was showing quite a bit of synergy was the KOO Tigers. I mean, they dismantled teams in some of our faster games of the World Championship.
Yeah, it's so funny with KOO because they struggled against Flash Wolves and they said it was because of 2 surprise picks. But then against CLG, they gave everyone the recipe to take this team apart. And boy, did they look impressive when they were able to do it. They completely shut down the mid lane. And then that fast push strategy that revolved around the Viger, around the Azir, just completely, I guess, collapsed on itself.
It's like my biggest question about KOO was always Kuro. Like his performances on Lulu and Victor have been great, but when I see his performance on Azir, it's been very, very underwhelming.
Well, yeah, you compare, although he did go 2-1 yesterday as Azir and had somewhat of a decent scoreline, you compare that to the fact that he was 2-10 throughout the entire year of 2015 on that champion. It kind of brings into question why exactly they're prioritizing that pick for him, unless he's been putting on a fair amount of practice. Well, although yesterday marked the end of CLG and Pain Gaming's run at Worlds 2015, it was still a very special day for Pain's BRTT, who locked in his duo partner for life.
This is, yeah, amazing. Most successful wildcard team ever, most successful proposal at Worlds. What more can you ask for?
I feel like that's the perfect end cap to, a Worlds run for any player.
He's a real winner.
He is absolutely a real winner. And of course, looking towards today's games, it's all about Group C, where SK Telecom reigns supreme at 3-0, while Edward Gaming are right behind them. And of course, H2K and Bangkok Titans follow them up. Now, the fight to advance to London continues in just a few minutes, starting with a clash between those two Goliaths. Then the Bangkok Titans will go up against H2K and stay on the stage to face Edward Gaming later on. A lot of eyes are pointed towards this first game, as SKT got the better of EDG last time, but if EDG can even it up this time, they could force a tiebreaker for first place at the end of the day.
Yeah, this game is the game that everyone's looking towards. SKT in a very methodical game, I'm going to say, good lane swap into very good team fighting, pulled EDG apart the first time, but I think that there are things at EDG, and I actually want to hit Tabe on this one. Do you think that EDG can take this game?
I think EDG versus SKT, the last game, if they want to win SKT this time, they have to learn from their experiences last game. For example, their top laner, Amazing Jade, isn't doing very good against Marine. And the second thing is they have to know that after lane swapping, how they have to handle with the turrets. Because SKT chooses to have the first dragon, but they deny the experience for Amazing Jade. That means that Amazing Jade's choosing Darius and Marine counterpicking with Renekton, it would be a really harsh time for him.
Now, Yamato, we saw between these two teams that SKT was able to close the game out very cleanly after getting just a small advantage early in the game. With these two teams operating at such a high level of play, how quickly or how soon into the game are we going to look for things to tilt one way?
I feel like one big mistake is always the deciding factor in high-level play. We have two very, very strong teams, and these are teams that are going to take an advantage and ride that throughout the game. In this particular game, it was exactly as Tabe said. We had a lane swap situation where Amazing Jay was sent to the wrong lane. He was in a lane that was like the creeps were moving towards the enemy, and it's very hard because the jungle would just crash you. And then, of course, the Drake fight.
Yeah, and the thing about EDG is that they wait for their advantage a little bit later. SKT is a team that like to get their advantage at about 13 to 15 minutes. EDG like the 22-minute team fight where they can take everything off the map. They take the Baron, they take a Dragon, then they slowly crush you out. So I feel if it's an equal game for longer, it actually suits EDG. But if SKT can get another early lead, they are methodical at strangling you off the map.
We had the statistic coming into the tournament that SKT at 10 minutes averaged about a 600 gold lead, but then by 20, nearly 3,000. So they really do blow open those leads quite significantly in that first 20 minutes of the game. Well, as the bracket continues to fill in, we want to take advantage of having Tabe with us on the desk to get an insider's perspective on the player experience at Worlds. So send us your questions about his personal experience on the world stage, his signature Annie support, or his thoughts on the tournament so far. Just tweet at lolEsports with the hashtag AskTabe, and we'll be bringing him about later in the show to pick his brain. Now, one last piece of business before we get to the casters for Game 1. SK Telecom versus Edward Gaming, two of the strongest teams in the tournament going head-to-head on our first game of the day. Who's going to come out on top? Tabe, we're going to start with you.
I think SKT will win the game. But the thing is, because I'm not sure about if EDG has enough time to deal with Marin, because I think Marin is one of the best top laners in the whole game, and the patch in the Worlds is the patch of the top laner.
Yeah, I completely agree. When EDG came out against SKT at MSI, it's because that they did a good job strangling that top lane and the meta didn't suit it. Whereas now, as much as I want EDG to win this game, and I think that they can do it, SKT on odds are just going to probably come out ahead.
All right.
I have to agree with the other boys. My percentage odds has to be like 55-45 in favor of SKT, simply because of the mismatch in the top lane, as you said. And I think there's a mismatch in bot lane for EDG's side, but I just think the top lane is just so much more important, as Tabe has mentioned.
If they win, it will be because Deft goes off. We saw when they came up through the gauntlet run that they had, that Deft was able to play a great AD carry. And if they are going to win, it will be through Deft.
And it's also very important to highlight SKT's smart draft. Like the way they picked the Renekton into the Darius, the Ryze into Echo, two picks that we haven't seen before in these matchups, and they just dominated the laning phase.
Well, regardless, both teams here looking to make a statement to start off the day. Now, before we dive into that matchup further, we're going to send it to Shox for a word with some of the Bangkok Titans.
Thank you very much, guys. A big applause for Warlock and Moss and the French crowd, excited as always. And Warlock is actually going to help with the translation for Moss, which is very nice. Well, first off, it's the very first time you guys got to Worlds, and in all honesty, you got drawn in a very, very difficult group. But how have you enjoyed the experience so far in the circus and all these crazy fans, rather?
เขาถามว่าเราได้มาเวิลด์ครั้งแรกอะแต่ว่าได้กลุ่มยากอะไรเงี้ยแต่ก็โดยรวมแล้วประสบการณ์ที่ได้มาที่นี่เป็นไงบ้าง
ก็เราได้ประสบการณ์เยอะเลยครับจากการโดนตบก็หวังว่าวันนี้จะทำได้ดีครับ
Okay, so Moss is saying that he's learned a lot from playing against the best teams, and he hopes that today will do better.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
You agree with him? You have anything to add to that?
No.
No. Well, now I'll ask you the next question. You mentioned already you got to play all these great teams. What game do you specifically maybe have your eye on in this one to get that victory for you guys and maybe a couple of victories?
I think we're just trying to treat every team the same or every game the same, or at least that's what I think we should be doing. I'm not sure, so I don't think we have any team in particular that we want to focus on.
What has it been like playing, especially with teams like SKT and like EDG, who are considered some of the best teams in the world for you two?
ถามว่าได้เล่นกับทีมแบบเก่งที่สุดในโลกอย่าง SKT กับ EDG รู้สึกไงบ้าง
ก็รู้สึกดีครับรู้สึกดีแค่
All right, he just says this, he's just glad to have a chance to play against the best teams in the world, and that's really it.
Yeah, well, I would give you guys the best of luck for your games today. And since you've been playing those teams, who do you think will win between SKT and EDG, the very first game in this group, the huge matchup?
คิดว่า SKT กับ EDG ใครจะชนะ
SKT ครับ
Yeah, he thinks SKT will beat EDG. As for me, probably the same. I'll go with SKT.
Why specifically? Why are they so good?
I just have a feeling. I don't know.
You just have a feeling. Well, that goes a long way. Thank you guys so much, and good luck today. And well, thumbs up, and hoping that you guys can get a victory here today as well.
Thank you.
All right. And now for us, we're going to dive into our very first matchup of the day, as it will be SKT versus EDG.
Thank you very much, Shox. Hello, everyone. I am Max Atlas Anderson, and joining me for this globe-trotting cast is David Freak Turley and Mitch Crepo Vorspulse. My goodness, this is the big one yet again. First up.
I mean, it's going to be a really wonderful match. This is probably what looks like a battle for first place here between SK Telecom, T1, and Edward Gaming. It's the rematch of MSI. We talked about that last week, but of course, SKT crushed it last time around, so they're the team to beat.
Yeah, just in addition to just SKT playing well individually, just how they played it out as a team, you know, macro-wise, the way they distribute their resources, kept pushing it the right ways, they made it look simple. They beat one of the top contenders in Worlds after getting a small lead early game, but they snowballed it so well that they made it look easy and simple. And I love watching teams play the way they did right there. In addition to that, I think their champion pool depth was very interesting to see. Faker come out with the OF counter pick to Aureli. Yes, it wasn't a match that was likely for them to be won, but
sure,
he plays so many champions. He plays the Ryze mid, the OF mid, and then on the top lane, suddenly everybody forgot about the Crocodile. Renekton comes in as a stylistic, hard counter to these juggernauts, because Renekton just does what they do, but better. So
Yeah.
I really like that they go off the grid a little bit. They reinvent the meta game in addition to having such a good macro game. They look like a strong contender for first.
Yeah, I mean, they look really good. I really do like that top lane match where everyone cares about Darius and SKT, lets it go. It's like, no, go ahead, pick the champion up, and they have it already. So master plans, definitely awesome. SKT, we talk about them having control of, honestly, the entire game. We talk specifically about that EDG matchup because the top lane, you talked about a little bit with the counter pick, but also Edward Gaming didn't do their top lane any favors as well. As far as the lane swap itself went, they went greedy. They took a dragon early on, which meant they didn't finish off the bottom lane turret, and they meant Amazing J missed one extra wave of experience because he was fighting the dragon instead. Marin used that literally one wave of being level 5 versus 4 to chunk his opponent to half, get control of the lane, and that really broke the game apart because that lane kept snowballing. It kept getting worse. And the thing is, SKT is actually playing much more around Marin and Bang than they are around Faker. Statistically, Faker's not having as good of a tournament as players expect. If you don't count their wildcard games because they're a bit more crazy, he has got the most deaths on his team, and he has less kills than either of those top lane or bottom lane carries, as well as less CS than either of those. So Faker right now is actually not the one carrying SKT.
He seems to be a little bit more of a target freak as opposed to necessarily the carry for the team, but he is managing to get all of that attention there in the mid lane still. But before we load onto the Rift, let's look at the starters. For SK Telecom T1, we have Marin in the top lane, of course, joined by Bengi there in the jungle. Then there's that mid lane everyone knows about. Faker, the man himself, Bang on AD, and Wolf on support. Of course, the Coach Coma there as well.
And meanwhile, on the red side, hoping to take first place back in the group, the LPL's Edward Gaming. Amazing J still here up in the top lane. Clear Love, the jungler, many consider the best in the world. Pawn, world champion in the mid lane. Death on AD carry, an amazing one in his own right. Mako is here on support with Coach Aaron behind them leading the way in picks and bans.
Yeah, and we'll see whether EDG can manage to come back swinging in this game. Of course, try and even things out here against SK. And I had a few questions about the pick ban phase as well. Didn't necessarily like the Jarvan pick. Haven't seen Clear Love on that champion for a very long time. Seems to have fallen out just a little bit.
Yeah, they're playing a very snowball-y composition there with just a lot of brute force attackers, so to say. But then if you get countered by in one matchup by the Renekton, which does it all that better, early trades, high base damage on the spells, even added mobility. So where Darius lacks mobility, Renekton can choose to opt into a fight and out again. So there you have that mismatch. Also, you touched on it just now, the early dragon. That is the biggest tempo swing in lane swaps. And we have yet to see at World so far a team come out of a lane swap ahead by taking a dragon. Very rarely do we see that because it just slows 3 or 4 members down. They, in addition to doing a dragon, have to base. They lose about a minute worth of play on the map. Even if it's not getting experience, it's pressure, it's vision, it is information, and it just puts you behind.
Yeah, and it seems a little bit like sort of the Chinese style as well. In the LPL, it often went the way of you'd trade that top tower for the dragon. That's how the lane swap worked. But here in patch 5.18, it just doesn't seem to work out the same way because you can snowball that gold a whole lot easier.
Yeah, the Western lane swap just speeds up that process where the tower falls generally a lot quicker and the wave gets bounced. So in addition to that, losing the tower, the wave gets frozen, put on the top laner. Then when the matchups, come back 1v1, 2v2, you're just too far behind, especially if you have a team that knows how to play around their strengths and weaknesses, a team like SKT. It is risky to go for that dragon.
Yeah, and we saw that risk pay off. Actually, just talk sort of more about that time they played last week because it's kind of what we have to go off of now between these two teams.
One game sample size.
Yeah, it's the one game sample size, but there was one extra part that I think was really worth talking about, and it's Bangi's impact on the map, actually, especially compared to Clear Love. You talked about Clear Love, playing Jarvan, trying to make a really snowball-y game and whatnot. He even ran a bunch of armor pen on his room page. I went and looked at it after the game. Like, no attack speed at all on Jarvan, which means he's clearing much slower than this Rek'Sai. But basically, Wolf and Bangi got a bunch of deep wards down inside of Clear Love's jungle, and Clear Love was spotted for about half his jungle camps, and everyone knows, okay, Jarvan's killing the red buff, we're going to be fine, no big deal, whereas Bangi was invisible the entire time, and for about half the laning phase, when Amazing J matched back up in the top lane against Marin, he's like, I don't see Rek'Sai, and my turret's dead, and just sits like 2 to 3 screens away from the minion wave and waits because he doesn't know if he's going to die or not. He doesn't want to be the one to feed and break the game open, and that was an extra reason why this early game went so badly for EDG last
Yeah,
time.
and that deep vision this tournament has been fundamental for teams to start winning, because we saw it even. Look at, for example, the game of Origin versus TSM, where it was impossible for TSM to get any deep wards because the jungle was dark, whereas Origin were playing with full information. We'll have to see if these teams have fixed that vision game, because both of them actually mastered pretty well. SKT has really just map control, and EDG, for me, are the masters of abusing Fog of War. So maybe if the game goes a little more even, stale into the mid game, we could see that come out from Edward Gaming.
That's right, but we are into Champion Select, everybody. We do have Rek'Sai banned away first up here from SKT, and Edward Gaming have taken away the Mordekaiser. I'm a little bit personally sad about that. Annie, though, banned away from Mako there as well.
Well, Mako is incredibly good at the champion, so, and that's the thing is, SKT, when they're not on red side, they will almost never ban these, like, air quote OP champions, the big power picks that everyone cares about, right? You see, like, the 87% Gangplank and Mordekaiser bans. Those are traditionally red side bans. EDG just kind of playing their part instead of trading these picks back and forth, as many teams often do with, like, the old power picks. It feels like right now at Worlds, those champions keep showing up on the red side bans, and it's hamstringing EDG's choices here.
Yeah, and if we look at this as well, it's the fact that Rek'Sai is the first ban away here, and it was first picked by SKT when they had the opportunity to last time around. The Kalista was the first pick from EDG, but now once again, Rek'Sai denied from Clearlove, and he's just a fantastic Rek'Sai player, and see whether he can make anything else happen on a different champion.
Yeah, EDG ban out of Zero, that means Kalista, Elise, Europa, he was thinking of Darius too. Obviously, with the 1-game sample size, that was the game last week, SKTT1 has no rush to pick that Darius up as a champion, and they can just wait, whereas EDG, they might be not inclined to pick it up at all because they're afraid of their next counter pick.
And I don't expect to see them pick their support right now either. Last time we saw these teams, there was an early Alistar ban, which then meant an early Braum pick, and that was they're trying to pinch champions this way, but instead, it's interesting they're going somewhere entirely different with it.
They could go for, Edward Gaming here could go for an early AD carry support pick, more so to just secure the support they prefer. Obviously, there's no pressure on the jungle pick. They still get to reveal one more pick later on if the lanes want to hide their picks too. They do end up going for Gragas here. Just a generic jungle pick, really. You could fit that into any composition.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know whether I like that. I just want to see Clearlove play Lee Sin again. His KDA on the champion is unbelievable. This guy is a fantastic Lee Sin player, and we've seen this patch has been a little bit nicer to the guy, but Bengi is going to... bit of a no-brainer lock in the Darius here.
Well, that's the thing is, again, SKT actually, I don't believe they've played it themselves. They're happy to let other teams go for it and counterpick themselves. We see so many teams hover a champion just to try to make you pick it. To be like, remember this guy? Remember how good Tom Kench is? You want to play that champion yourselves? And again, we're seeing SKT hover and then switch champions, right? There's the Tristana lock-in. I think we're doing a brief call-out to his Tom Kench AP mid game from earlier.
Of course, yeah.
But there is the Darius after all.
Yeah, touching back on the Gragas pick, I do like it in the sense that it gives you a well-scaling tank that still has early pressure. In addition to then getting a tanky support that can play even more upfront due to Fate's Call, that easily opens you up for a triple threat composition. You can go really for split push oriented or just triple carries because your front line is already kind of taken care of. Even if you go for a mildly less tanky support like Thresh, having Fate's Call, being able to reposition your support is so valuable in terms of peeling, even engages. So I really like the composition set up for Edward Gaming, and they can still go in any direction. Gnar can still opt into very split push heavy builds, or later on into very just, teamfight centric builds too.
Yeah, and the catch comp once again. It seems like Faker has the idea of, I really want a Rune Prison for a Kalista, so I can just lock her down, we can exploit her in that moment and take her off the board. It was a fantastic way that they dealt with it last time around, and Trundle would be interesting.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I do really like what happened with the Ryze versus Kalista. It did work very well for SKT the first time around. That was the matchup they got for themselves. But EDG, I think, have done a very good job in Champ Select right here. Before, they lost both their solo lanes to SK Telecom T1. They lost the Darius Rek'Sai matchup, or Renekton matchup, and they lost the Echo versus Ryze matchup. Now, EDG gets to last pick, or basically counterpick both their solo lanes. Now it's Gnar and the Darius, and it's last pick for Pawn. EDG should have a much better laning phase now.
There are dissenting opinions whether Tristana Morgana beats Kalista Thresh or not. I think it's a skill matchup in essence, but if they play equal, I think Kalista and Thresh actually have the early trade advantage. So that would mean that SKTT1 is definitely looking for a lane swap, since Gnar absolutely bullies out Darius in lane. So we have the counter pick in mid lane right now here. We'll have to see what Pawn ends up locking in, but overall, this is very likely looking that SKTT1 wants to engage a lane swap.
Well, they do. Yasuo is currently the hover here for Pawn, of course. Definitely one of his, it's a Pawn flavor champion, but it's probably not great into the old Ryze. But this is definitely a signature pick. If it's the Twisted Fate, That would make some sense.
And this would be very good for the lane matchup itself. Great gank synergy, targeted stun, come with a Gragas afterwards, as well as getting around the map and setting up all these picks.
Yeah.
We've seen so many good TFs at Worlds so far. I love seeing the champion. There it is.
In addition to the 1v1 that is actually pretty passive because Ryze really can't punish the TF. TF has really good spacing in lane, stands at a distance, farms safely. When Ryze goes in for the chain combo, it will get broken with a gold card. TF can simply walk away in that sense. So Edward Gaming are locking in for a very pick-heavy composition. 1-3-1 is what they want to be looking for later on. I'm not sure if they actually move the TF to the bottom lane or not. Relatively low on wave clear if TF is out of the equation. But really good matchups, 1v1 Nari to Darius, the 2v2 with Fate's Call, TF ulti in, can make so many plays. So Edward Gaming, they want to play the map.
Yeah, and if EDG get ahead, that comp's going to look really good. Meanwhile, you look at SKT with their lead. You mentioned low wave clear without TF, Tristana, a great sieger, of course. But I'm thinking about the Elise pick here because she's a good early game jungler, but eventually gets outscaled by a Gragas in terms of team fight power and tankiness. And I don't see many of these lanes being gankable. You've got a Thresh Lantern, TF playing back, Nara can hop away. I'm not sure we're going to see anything happen from Bang.
Yeah, I think what SKT is looking for, early team fights around objectives or early groups or sieges. When you group up and you know where TF is going to aim his cards at, throw a binding, throw a cocoon, anything sticks, immediately that target gets blown up. So that's what SKT is looking for. EDG, they don't want that to happen. They want to keep the map open, play on 3 lanes, split push, make picks. So very distinct difference in style. I think it's great to see these teams face off in that manner.
Well, as these teams do face off, you guys at home are always involved. So tweet who's going to win and reign supreme in Group C here. Tweet at LOL Esports with hashtag SKT win or hashtag EDG win for the winner of this game, guys. We're going to tally up the results, see who wins. But of course, the game itself is about to begin. Here we go, the beginning of the day here at the World Championship, Day 6. If SKT wins right here, they are guaranteed the 3rd spot in the quarterfinals. Edward Gaming, if they win here, they're on pace for a tiebreaker to take first place in the group.
Yeah, we are on to the Rift, ladies and gentlemen. SKT, of course, on our blue side this time around. And one thing that I wanted to bring up here, guys, is the fact that, look, the early advantages seem to be something that SKT are fantastic at snowballing out. Spawn brought it up before, the fact that EDG, they like to sit back and sort of control the game and then have a massive team fight. It seems to me like they have a lot more tools this time around to get that done.
Definitely early playmaking is there. Targeted route from Ryze, right? Elise, just the queen of early game jungling. And we've seen how good Morgana supports are with their binding picks. But Ryze is still a late game scaling champion, and there's a bit of a weird mix between the early game and late game here for the composition.
Oh, first
good ward kill.
EDG take a ward. This is one of the few times we've seen red side team invade aggressively. Usually we always see either a camp in the top left quadrant of the map to catch the blue side team invading.
And right now it's actually an early defensive, not defensive ward, but in the river actually spots SKT faking an invade, then doing nothing with it, but EDG themselves get revealed, and there's actually no meaningful deep vision for either team.
Now it's a coin flip. Both teams, SKT obviously wants to lane swap, so they want to fake base, maybe like, are we going top or not, and see if EDG buy into that.
But EDG put their dual lane down in the brush in that river, and very few teams I feel like actually faked the recall. I think Edward Gaming have tipped their hand because of that one ward in the river.
Oh, they got spotted. This is good for EDG overall in terms of lane matchups. They know exactly what's going to happen now.
Another running backwards, spotted again by these wards, and everyone knows Mako and Deft are here by the Gromp, and actually, wow, giving a
super
leash.
Yeah, Deft actually some auto attacks onto Wolf here as he makes his way back towards the bottom lane. Standard lanes.
This could fix the matchup if SKT can keep pushing aggressively on the bottom lane to deny those trades here. Let's see if Bang can get some trades off. Obviously, it's explosive charge is what you really want to trade with, but the passive from Kalista with double range is incredibly hard to fight into early.
And Mako didn't land the auto attack on the Banks. There's a big chunk of the health that they would have gotten from the Kalista W passive not triggered there. So the first trade did go SKT's way.
Ooh, Dark Binding is going to miss here as well as Mako. Cheeky auto attack onto Wolf.
Yeah, and you can see, oh, really good play there with the exhaust. Clearlove's coming down.
Yeah, Bang taking a lot of damage. Def still trying to marshal poise around this fight. Clearlove finds his way in the level 2 gank. Reads the flash there from Wolf as well as the barrel comes in, but not going to be enough.
I think that was released the blue buff.
That was just given away a bit too hard though by Mako going aggressively, but it does fix a problem that EDG had in his bot lane, which was the pushing. Likely we're not going to see too much action right now, so we're going to keep track of Bengi. What's he going to do? Because he has cross-map potential. He actually aggressively invaded, and he can now fix that matchup in the top lane. So maybe this wasn't the best plan from Clearlove.
Well, Clearlove not actually going towards the enemy red buff either. It seems like it could potentially be a 3-buff start here for Bengi. Given the opportunity.
Yeah, so they bought that extra sort of buff that they're going to lose eventually by getting +2 summoner spells. Bang lost one, Wolf lost both. you have to Black Shield a hook or someone's almost definitely going to die in this lane, specifically Wolf. And that's going to be one thing to watch for, though. As you look at the top side of the map, Marin is beating up on Amazing J. Okay, there's 4 minutes left in the lane, but it's already going for Marin.
Obviously, that's the value. Marin has minion advantage too, so if Amazing J trades close to his Darius pick, he's going to get out-traded due to minion damage. Marin obviously knows he's safe because the jungler just showed for 30 seconds plus at the bottom side of the map. This means cross-map die from Bengi.
Yeah, the Cocoon lands here as well as Marin makes his way in. Oh, he's going to flash into the range of the Q, but Bengi trying to get the work done. Amazing J walking around. First blood goes down for Bengi.
And this is a big strategic mistake from SKT. From EDG rather. They leave the opportunity for SKT to make a very simple play, very telegraphed. You see the jungler bottom side of the map. What do? Well, you migrate to the top side of the map. What do you find there? A winning matchup from EDG that now gets tilted in Marin's favor. Marin, one of the best top laning performing players in this championship already, so things about to get rough.
And you already saw, you just put it out a second ago, the mistake from Amazing J. Minion wave advantage, chose to take a trade, got chunked right before the Elise showed up. He even helped himself get ganked there. So great early start for SKT. We look down, we realize the top lane's already winning for SKT, bottom lane currently winning for Edward Gaming. Mid lane matchup very close right now.
Yeah, Pawn is going to be backing away at the moment. You can see the vote most definitely in favor of SKT at the moment. Faker unable to stop Pawn from getting back home.
And Marin picks up, he had the Thorn Shield already, picks up the early Ninja Tabai, so it's going to get incredibly hard for the Gnar matchup to win in the way it usually does, which is repetitive auto attacks. Bang right now, he's poked out on the bottom though. Wolf takes the hook.
Yeah, Death Sentence the play back there as well. Lots of damage from that Sentinel.
There was a misplay earlier by Daft. He tried to go for the normal sort of holistic gameplay pattern of get a stack onto Bang, attack a minion once, then Rend to get the reset and the damage. But he actually missed the Rend. He didn't kill the minion, so that was on cooldown when they pulled in Wolf, and that was a bunch of damage he missed.
Bengi made his way to the bottom now. He did get spotted pinged out, but the pressure really took that lane because 2v2 Wolf and Bang would lose this because Bengi shows up. He doesn't care if he's seen. All he's going to do is just push in and reset the wave. Left now wants to come for a gank to maybe 3v3.
Making his way down from that grunt there as well. You can see it's just a bit of a tri lane here for SKT.
I don't think FP's going to stay around. They're right on pickaxe recall, and Bang being at half health and Wolf still missing his flash means they're going to recall, I believe, just for some health. They're going to get the pickaxe recall, which will match up against basically Vamp Scepter Longsword of Death. Not exactly a huge advantage for the EDG. Oh!
Bang
That's big.
Stopped. That's huge.
That's actually really big. Bang gets a bad recall. Now he's going to miss a full wave because of this.
Yeah, back in the day, bot lanes would actually just take the freeze here. Support freezes, AD carry bases, and you base one by one. EDG, they really want that tempo, and because they made the decision and they stop Bang and actually come out huge, this wave is equal. If Bang even goes for a single CS, it will automatically push towards EDG's side, so Bang is wasting a lot of time here because he has to respect the brushes. Really smart play here by Deft and Mako.
So Bang intuits that they're actually sitting, they've already recalled rather.
And now he knows they recall, but he has to push in. The next wave's already coming, so he's behind in tempo. He doesn't even get to punish because there's very few creeps being denied. SKT maybe denied 3 melee creeps from EDG so far, so really fantastic base timing here from Deft and Mako. Could make up for the loss in top lane earlier.
Yeah, so Bang now has to sit at least 2 more waves to get enough money for BF Sword and Potions. This is a full minute. He has to stay in this lane, or that push didn't really do much of anything. The freeze is still going to be for EDG. He does not have 1,500 gold. And that's going to be a rough bottom lane.
Yeah, Rim Prison used here in the mid lane as Faker. Just trying to stop Pon, who's running out of mana just a little bit. But look at that top lane, 45 CS to 18. Amazing J in a lane that theoretically should be able to bully.
Yeah, and this is
doing so well.
One of the most proficient counter picks so far in the tournament. Gnar into Darius has always done well, significantly better than the opponent pick, but just doesn't come out here due to the early pathing from Clear. That Bengi punished. So we're gonna need to see Pawn punish this somehow. Teleport up to the top lane, and quickly, because if you let Darius get too far ahead, he will actually simply 2v1 you, and then the game snowballs out of control.
Well, Gnar is only 5.25 level-wise right now. He's got a lot of room to grow till he has that Mega Gnar, but it is for the next minute and a half a flashless Darius up there. So the chance for a gank definitely is a possibility here. And this lane should, I think, push back out with where it's positioned right now.
Marin at the moment just farming this one out. Of course, still a gigantic CS lead for Deft in the bottom side of the map. May make up for Amazing J falling so far behind. Faker going to take himself a blue buff. Bengi handing that one over.
I mean, just to illustrate how big that advantage is, Marin right now has earned in the game in total around 2,700 gold. That's 1,000 more than Amazing J has earned in the entire game. So 1,000 gold advantage is, you know, if you hear that, you don't know how big that is, but relatively speaking, that's 2.7k to 1.7k. That is a massive gold advantage. In addition to the fact, as we pointed out just now, Marin is a full level ahead and more of Amazing J, so that's going to get incredibly rough later on.
Bang actually taking a lot of damage there. The Ren comes through, Bang down to about 400.
Mako's playing really far back in this lane. I think he was trying to Lantern in Clear Love, but essentially we just see Deft basically 1v2ing the lane for most of the time. And now that Deft is 6, Mako can play as aggressively as he wants and not get punished for it.
Pawn needs to answer this gank in the top lane, or Amazing J's screen is about to go gray again.
That's Meganar. They're going to wait for that timeout. The time's out right now. There comes the push. Minion wave is in. Bengi should be pulling aggro first, just like last time. Gonna pull in and go towards Marin. Oh, there's no chance! Oh man, that took him 2 seconds flat.
Didn't even need the cocoon that time. It was just the apprehend, and that was enough.
Yeah, look at mid lane. Faker is playing passive because he knows his team members are setting up a gank in the top lane. All he needs to do is survive and CS. Where has Clearlove been? His gank priority, his pathing has been incredibly subpar, and he's just simply getting destroyed by Bangi. And Bangi's not even making the initiative. He's just simply reacting to where he sees Clearlove. He's okay, you're right side, I go left side. I kill someone, you don't, because SKT has better vision, better communication, and they play passive at the right times.
Mako hit by a bind here as well as Deft goes once again aggressive, but that's a lot of extra damage out from Bang there.
He's got a Vamp Scepter, should be okay for the Callista here, but we saw the same thing last game actually. EDG were slightly winning their bottom lane by a few CS. They even killed a turret one time, but they're not getting anything else done on the map. Meanwhile, Marin is just crushing Amazing J.
Oh, Vaughn. Love both in position here as Bengi's trying to take down this pink ward. Oh, Golkar dodged there by the repel as the flash is used from Bengi to get him out of trouble.
Still the correct play. You can't open up with Body Slam Flash because if that gets repelled, you lose a summoner, so it's Golkar for summoner, which is worth. And again, this is the pink wards that EDG used to come back into the game. They really like vision denial, trying to make picks that way. But Pawn is already level 8, approaching 9. And he needs to start teleporting around the map. TF is picked for his global ultimate because if you look at Faker, he's comfortably farming away, has 2 mana items already completed. That is no combat stats, but that's going to build and build up over time into incredibly high damage potential. Whereas Pawn, he's in his peak kind of right now. Between like 11 and 16, that's where he wants to teleport and influence other lanes with that TF pick.
The weird thing is,
pink wards here in the river still.
So Deft actually, this tournament so far, has bought 14 pink wards as an AD carry. No less than 4 pink wards a game, as high as 6 actually based on when he's been in. So pink ward's definitely the big star of the show here for Edward Gaming. The problem is though, you talk about Pawn and his power spike right now, he went for a catalyst. He's like, doesn't even have that much power, but this hook is pretty good on a Wolf.
Yeah, the box goes down as well. Wolf actually flashing out of the way. Nice damage here from Deft and Mako as Mako's still trying to get in. The Destiny comes down. Pawn does have the flash. There's the gold card. Deft picks up the kill. But Mako teleports in. Marin's here as well. The one singular teleport from Amazing J is going to be cancelled as EDG. Triple apprehend from Marin as he may clear this one up. Bengi picks up the kill on Clearlove, but it's a 1-for-1 in the end.
Hey, look at Amazing J. He knew exactly that he had to cancel his teleport right there because the counter to 1 global is obviously double teleport. Luckily for Pawn, TF ultimate is shorter cooldown than a teleport, so we have to see if he can make the next one work. This was an expected play, but EDG had to go for it.
I think it's actually a bit of a blessing just because it gives 2 to 3 ways for Amazing J to catch up a little bit in that top lane while otherwise trading 1-for-1.
Yeah, Amazing J was 1.5k gold behind at 10 minutes. This is the largest gold disparity we've seen at 10 minutes, including the Bangkok Titans games. Let's see that gank again here. Wolf gets hooked initially.
Flash is late too. He actually hits the box wall. That slow was a really big deal because otherwise he would have been out of range of this Pawn gold card, and they just layer the abilities just in time. Ren barely in range as well.
And if it weren't for Fate's Call, Mako would have dropped here too. You see here exactly what we talked about earlier, teleport cancel, because if Nar goes in here, he will just bait his teammates into a fight they can't win. Good peeling, gold card there from Pawn. They only lose 1, so overall for 2 teleports, going 1-for-1 is a good trade for EDG.
Yeah, it was also a decent explosive cast there from Clearlove as well to get Faker out of that fight. Still had to walk up to try and get any rune prisons down. On some damage there as Faker deploys the ult and runs at him.
Yep.
That'll do.
He was doing that last week as well in the Echo matchup. But first of all, Mako in a bad spot. Deft does have ulti, but maybe a bit of afraid. Bang! Mako is not going to get any help at all. This is going to be a death thresh.
Yeah, Doomba stopped.
Oh, I take that back. Fate's Call was down. I take that back. So Deft was unable to help him.
Yep. That's honestly a mistake from Mako. With such a short cooldown on Fate's Call, you can't afford to move into that rush with no vision. Just wait for the safety. If you waited 10, 20 seconds longer, Fate's Call comes up and suddenly you can make uncounterable plays almost.
Well, Deft takes away the Gromp, but the blue buff is going to be stolen. Faker actually picks that one up. Blue available for SKT, but they're just going to go for this Dragon here as well. The first one, 13 minutes and 20 seconds into the game, and this will be unanswered by EDG.
And not a chance. The lead is way too big right now. Bengi has cracked this map open so heavily. Even though he's getting top lane twice already, he spent so much time up on that side of the map. They're still winning the bottom side of the map too, even when Clear level 2 gank down there.
And Bang and Wolf have done a fantastic job just playing passive where they need to, but not to the point where they would just lose the lane outrageously hard way. Whenever EDG stepped forward to trade and get a beneficial trade, and they stepped a little bit too far into minions, that's when you can always see Bang getting one extra auto attack, because he knows if Def tries to trade one auto more, you're fighting with minions. So both these teams are really, you can tell that they're fantastic players because they incorporate minion damage in their trades.
Yeah, definitely just really excellent play there. You can see Mako's ability to sort of play over-aggressive is hampered by the fact that Black Shield and Dark Binding stuff that so very frequently. So a lot of credit to Wolf for how he's playing the lane as well, preventing a lot of the extra advantage that would have been gained. I mean, a Flash's Morgana should have been easier to kill, but now Amazing J once again in a battle.
Yeah,
goes
he's
to lock
actually
up the
looking
stuns,
for
and
it here.
Pod's
The
coming.
Destiny comes in as the gold card lands onto Marin, and he's going to fall down. After a little bit, the boulder's going to come in.
That was beautiful. They dodged the healing from Q. Amazing J walked in, Pawn walked out, and there's no answer because those TPs are longer cooldowns.
And this is what we were looking for earlier. Pawn has to make those Destinies work, and we can see it. Both teleports are still on cooldown right now, so you definitely want to get 2 Destinies for every single teleport spell right now. Amazing J getting aggressed on by Bengi. He should be fine. Make his way out. The wave will reset too, so overall, EDG clawing back into the game with the globals, but teleports are about to come up again, and that could swing in favor of SKT again.
And Bengi bought a Sightstone and is ahead of Amazing J right now. If you just like to track that money, he's still got more than this poor Gnar top lane right now. Mid lane turret also goes down. The flash engage from Faker.
Yeah, there's the Rune Prison in there. All of the spells, all of the time. Faker, the 1v1 against Pawn.
And that's with Rod of Ages and Tears still stacking up.
And we talked about this matchup earlier. We said Ryze can't touch TF because he will get gold carded every time he aggresses. Well, Faker flashed the instant that Pawn launched his blue card at the minions to get mana. So that card, pick a card, was on cooldown for the entirety of that exchange. And Faker doesn't need much time to kill you if he can gap close. Pawn's flash wasn't available right there, so really smart move by Faker. Card goes down, flash in, kill.
And look at this move by Bengi, already showing up where he needs to be. Very smart. It's reactive, but it's instantaneously reactive. Mid laner's dead, let's knock a turret down. Clear left shows bottom, let's gank top lane. Bengi is on point this game.
Well, Def may find Wolf here just a little bit, but they want to take down this pink ward as the priority. Bang gonna head back to base here and pick up some items. Avarice Blade pickaxe, not quite enough at this point as Marin. He's gonna take down the outer turret in the top lane, and they're just falling thick and fast now.
Yeah, we questioned the Gragas pick earlier. It brings early ganking potential while scaling tank, but you have to use your potential, right? You can't just sit on it forever and just let it go to waste. Clear off. Very poor pathing and prioritization of ganking lanes, honestly. He should have been top to help Amazing J, and that's what got them to regionals too. When they made that climb again after the initial slump in EDG, it was Amazing J's aggressive play combined with Clearloff helping him control the top side of the map, while Deft and Mako played passive on the bottom. That was their bread and butter. That's how they started winning these games. The complete reversion here from that play here from Clearloff, and Bengi, such a smart player overall, punishing every single mistake.
I just want to go back to Marin here as well. Almost 50 CS in the lead on this Darius, despite the fact that he did get ganked there in the top lane. It does have the Black Cleaver completed. Looks like Sterix Gage might be coming in as his next choice as Wolf, just trying to get some deep vision down as Clearlove's going to notice that ward. But once again, Clearlove getting spotted in the jungle.
And look what SKT is doing. They know, EDG know, but there's nothing they can do. They set up so many plays that are almost uncounterable. Right now, Faker's moving down, so he will match Pawn anyways if he teleports. And they simply want to pressure you off the tower. They don't want you to defend and dive you, because that could go wrong. They simply want to show you, hey guys, we're here with this many people. It could be wise for you guys to back off.
Oh, the Stomach Destiny comes in. Faker, he's going to get stunned up. Teleports from both top laners coming in as well. Fate's Call's already down. The box in a fantastic position. EDG losing so much health, though. The donk from Marin. Deft still alive at the moment as Amazing J with a big knock.
Oh, the heal!
That was insane. Double kill now for this top laner. Pawn gets dunked at the same time, and Bang's just hopping everywhere.
Absolutely amazing fight. SK Telecom T1 with the ace for only 2 kills.
And it looked grim at the start. And actually, this was probably the best way it could go for EDG. Faker oversteps his boundaries, but instantaneously, Marin TP's down, and they don't even need Faker to win that fight. All he needed to do was soak some damage. So much damage came out of Marin there.
And so
Flash
much healing
Q
as
at
well.
the end
That
as
was
well. It's so
ridiculous.
hard to judge that Darius pick. You really need to finish him off. It's similar to a Tom Kench. You can't just let him live at all. Kill him immediately or they will just keep in that fight. Let's watch that again.
There's a really good Black Shield as well that helps keep Faker from getting bursted out entirely. So, okay, hook goes down. It's a longer cooldown because it missed it, but there's the gold card, there's everything else. And then this Black Shield's going to be really big because now Gragas can't knock him in or anything. And a great pull to set up the rest of the damage, and it takes so much effort to kill him. And now Marin's got the pass because he's got the execute. So he 5 stacks anyone he hits. Stun lands, and watch this Q. He flashes to line it up, and I believe he even hits 2 champions. He nicks Pawn as well as the hit on the def, and that means he doesn't die nearly fast enough.
Yeah, more importantly, Bang went untouched that fight. He finishes the fight on 60% HP, 40% right now, but almost no mana because he was jumping around all the time in that fight.
When you have 3 really big threats, they had to burst Faker, then they realized that Marin would drain tank them, plus had the Noxskin Might on already, so what are you going to do except ignore the Tristana?
And this is another point where you just tunnel so hard onto Faker when you're up against SKT, because Def used his rend incredibly early just to slow Faker down and then couldn't kill Marin in that team fight. He just couldn't get the damage across.
And this is a stylistic mismatch between these two compositions that we touched on earlier in Champ Select. EDG, they want to make picks, they want to pour in and punish you from being in a bad position, but once all 5 members are combined, SKT win the team fight. They have a favorable teamfight composition, especially in the early to mid game, where Elise doesn't fall off at all. Her damage, her base damage is very, very much so relevant still, and they just have too many threats to deal with. EDG, Tunnel Vision on Faker, well, there's 4 other SKT members ready to kill you.
And the thing is, Faker's ready to answer whatever EDG does as well. After he finished the Rod Evasion, the tier, he grabs upgraded boots and gets Distortion Enchant. So his Summoner Teleport is on a much, much lower cooldown. It's sitting at 223 seconds. It's under 4 minutes now, and that's if he goes to a ward. It's even shorter when he goes for things like turrets.
Yeah, to compare that to Destiny, Destiny right now is at 114 seconds, so for every 1 teleport, roughly give or take, there are 2 Destinies available, but that means Pawn has to be able to use them on cooldown. And SKT's River Vision has been really great so far, so they usually have a good idea of where Pawn is moving, and then they play accordingly on the lanes. It's been incredibly rough for Pawn to really find an opening where you can find a pick 2v1. The only one really happening there was that gank on Marin in the top lane. And he doesn't care because he's still so far ahead.
Yeah, it just actually finishes the Sterix gauge from a longsword, I believe.
It's interesting as well, if you watch SKT's warding pattern, it's been all bottom lane for the last like 10 minutes straight. They're okay with Mars sitting on an island up there and slowly winning his matchup against Amazing J. They're making sure this bot lane is still going according to plan.
I mean, look at Amazing J. Every single Gnar we've seen so far, the debate was, does he go Black Cleaver or Frozen Mallet?
Yeah.
To beat up on the Darius. Well, Amazing J says, I can't even win 1v1 anymore, even with superior items, so I have to spec into teamfight Gnar with a Sunfire Cape. That means EDG is stepping away from their win conditions, which is the 1-3-1, which are destroyed by now by SKT, just like Mako's about to get destroyed if it weren't for Fate's Call.
Will they go in, though?
Going to be there.
Marin's in front. Oh, no! Mako chose to go in. That's cast by the support. He dies for free. Marin at a 1v2 gets the double heal, though. Def's life is not good. Dunk comes through. One more hit will kill him. He'll bleed to death for sure. Faker kills off Clear Love. Def's Summoner Heal keeps him alive, but that was silly.
Yeah, I think silly is basically the only word for that. I mean, I don't know why the Fate's Call was used to re-engage, but the Black Shield was fantastic. There wasn't even a knock-up from that.
Yeah, Panic play overall just didn't really use their vision. If you're fighting to dark, you have to make a guesstimate. Are they there? Then they die. If they're not there,
it's easy.
Yep.
Press R.
Can't really excuse that play from Mako overall. I think EDG are grasping at straws right now. It even shows in their item build. They're made for 1-3-1. They're starting to build for teamfight. They will lose the teamfight regardless of what this Gnar builds. So overall, Amazing J trailing behind. Again, Cocoon hits. Mako should know that he has to get the hell out of dodge.
Well, he does. He's out.
Yeah, he's out.
But he gets back into dodge.
And then and the Def walks backwards and forwards, and suddenly, like, the thing is, TF could have ulted well before the Fate's Call was actually used. You saw it pop up after he engages. This could have been an easy check for EDG to know what's going on. Communication breaking down here. It's just easy for SKT now.
On actually up against Wolf here, who flashes on top of him.
Still stunned.
That is the ballsy play. The Ignite goes down, Black Shield's there, and Bang's gonna secure it. Faker teleporting in just to say hi to Pawn's corpse.
I don't know, Pawns could walk backwards. You see what happens though, breaks the rules, still dies anyway.
Yeah.
Oh man, SKT kings in this game. They're gonna move into the base right now. Faker flashes in for Mako.
Fantastic exhaust is gonna be used though as Bengi. He comes down, but Amazing J finds his way underneath the turret, but that's so much damage. This Bang's gonna lock it down, and this is gonna be the base broken for EDG.
SKT support beating on EDG's mid laner. SKT's mid laner beating on EDG support. Everybody beating each other here, but EDG are the losing team every single trade here. Really good aggressive moves here overall from SKT1. They know exactly when they can win a trade with an aggressive flash, using that to their advantage. And they may actually close here already at before 24 minutes.
Wow. Burned up minions. He's going to make it happen. Marin still looking to try and get something done, but Clearlove and Pawn, they're just sitting on the fountain, watching their Nexus get destroyed. The 2-0 against EDG here for SKT.
And in a
as the
battle,
Nexus is down.
And in a battle that many people thought was a preview of the finals, SK Telecom T1 win in under 24 minutes. They make it look easy. Losing matchups, no problem. Winning matchups, destroy you.
I would have loved to see this game play out without the level 2 gank from Clearlove. It was a move. Usually you want to go for moves that are medium risk, high reward. So if it backfires, you know, you're a little bit behind, but if it works, you get fundamentally far ahead, even if that gank worked. The cross-map potential from Bengi ganking top lane was just better. There was a better play for Bengi on the map, facilitated by Clearlove. So overall, that is a big oversight from EDG, and I think that is already the breaking point of this game.
And even though you say I want to see the game without that happening, I'm going to saw the game with that happening, because Bengi to me is so good right now. Back in spring, SKT got a new jungler as maybe a replacement. They had Tom in the lineup playing many of the matches because Bengi wasn't up to snuff. But ever since the midseason invitational, Bengi has gotten better and better and better. And I think he was the reason they won this game. He carried their early game, got those lanes where they needed to be. And Bengi's a pleasure to watch right now. No one was considering him in that top echelon of junglers coming here. It was. You've got guys like Kakao, guys like Clearlove. Well, now you better say guys like Bengi, because right now he's making very good choices.
He did get some praise, but he wasn't rated as highly as he is performing right now. Bengi overall, impeccable game. And just the communication. I like that SKT, they come into the game every time with a clear identity in their composition. They play to their strengths. They identify also the strong members on opposing teams and then just dismantle them. So not only do they read their strengths well, they read their opponent's strengths well, and then they dance around those beautifully, whether it's in picks and bans with the Renekton counter pick, whether it's in the game with gank prioritization. So impeccable gameplay so far from SKT.
Yeah, and it was great play from Bengi there as well, but he was picking on Amazing J there in the top lane, who just did not look comfortable in this Gnar pick. It just didn't work. I mean, picking the Gnar, seeing the fact that, okay, it has worked against Darius in the past, it just doesn't work if you don't know how to play out the matchup.
I mean, it was a really big misplay. This is the funny thing is Amazing J played it more or less correctly last week, where he realized, okay, Clearlove is on the other side of the jungle, visible by wards, and I can't see Bengi. And Amazing J played super far back because he didn't want to feed. Here in this game, he has no idea where Bengi is. He knows Clearlove revealed himself on the bottom side and goes, I'm going to trade with you when you have a bigger minion wave, and I'm going to miss my Gnar W.
Yep.
And then gets chunked about 2/3. Surprise, Bengi shows up, and like Amazing J forgot he's supposed to play much farther back.
Yeah, as we can see, Shock's prepping for the interview. We just talk about that matchup more. Just so fascinating. He played it right if he had the illusion of jungle pressure, but he didn't. And then you have to be flexible in that regard. Because playing it the way he did, which is letting himself get pushed in early, taking unfavorable trades, but then having Clearlove would show up in the top lane. Clearlove starts bottom right side, so then he goes top left side for the gank. That's generally what you want as a top laner. You pull the wave back. That guy has no gap closer. Even if you don't kill him, he gets zoned off to creeps. You deny experience. You deny CS. That's the way you tilt that matchup in your favor. If your jungler then doesn't show up, well, you just set up the perfect dive for your opponent. Bengi says, thank you very much. I'll push in here. I'll dive. And game over.
Yeah, and the other thing I want to talk about as well is this mid lane matchup. The fact that it took Pawn so long to use that Destiny to try and get around the map. Should have been as soon as he hit level 6, go to top lane, help Amazing J. This guy's getting stomped. You got to find a way to get this guy back into the game.
And the problem was he was out-leveled, right? This is like, do you want to gank a level 6 Darius with a level 5 Gnar who can't ult anyone? It's going to make it difficult. Either way, guys, we're done for now, but for an inside look at SKT's win, going to check in with Shocks and Marin over the interview lounge.
Thank you very much, guys. Indeed, top laner Marin and Homan to assist in a translation after another very convincing victory of SKT, who are now 4-0 in the group. And Marin, you did a lot of dunking on Darius, and we've seen a couple of times in the World Championship that the Gnar was actually a good matchup into Darius. What do you think happened that made it go completely out of control and very good for you?
마린 선수 일단 4승 0패로 연승 가돌랑 축하드리고요. 그리고 지금 2전판에서 다리우스로 이제 찍어 누른다고 하죠. 덩크하는 모습을 많이 보여줬었는데 보통 다리우스 때 나르하면 다리우스가 나르가 좀 더 좋은 상성이 있다고 얘기하는데 이번 경기에 어떻게 하다 그렇게 좀 유리한 경기를 풀어나가는지 말씀해 주세요.
네. 일단 나르랑 다리우스가 그렇게 어느 한쪽이 유리하거나 하진 않는데 그게 이제 정글러 선수가 이제 클리어러브 선수가 바텀에서 시야를 보여주고 이제 저희 정글러 선수가 탑에 와가지고 다이브를 했기 때문에 거기서부터 아마 스노볼이 계속 굴러가서 일방적인 매치업이 나왔던 것 같아요.
I don't think the two champions have both champions are in a pretty equal hand, but then it's about which jungler intervenes first. So for this game, we saw that clear love around bottom vision. So Bengi ganked top, and after that dive was successful, it was easy for me to snowball from that point.
Yeah, you did definitely snowball, but not to take anything away from your individual performance, because we saw some fantastic games from you. Also, the Renekton game last week. What is it like to be on a team like SKT, where everyone is always looking at Faker as the big carry, but it seems that you are more taking that role now? What do you plan to show further in the World Championship?
비록 지난 경기에서는 정글 도움을 이겼다고 하지만 마린 선수는 이번 대회에서 레넥턴 경기도 그렇고 되게 매우 인상적인 경기를 보여주고 있습니다. 사실 SKT 하면 다들 이제 페이커 선수나 그 팀 자체를 많이 칭찬하는데 이번 대회에서는 마린 선수가 되게 팀의 으뜸 캐리로서 역할을 하고 있는데 이것에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시나요?
일단 그런 상황이 나와서 캐리를 하게 됐는데 일단 페이커 선수도 그렇고 저도 그렇고 캐리력은 있는 선수기 때문에 그럴 수 있었다고 생각하고 앞으로도 그런 경기를 계속 이어갈 수 있었으면 좋겠네요.
I think Faker and I both have very high potential to carry the game, and I just hope that we can continue this kind of games where I can carry or Faker.
One of the two carries, and it would be pretty good. You guys in 4-0 already. The fact that you beat EDG twice so convincingly, and they were your only opposition just a couple of months ago. What does this mean for you guys in light of how strong SKT is in the World Championship, and who might stand in your way on the road to the Summers Cup?
이제 지금 몇 달 전까지만 하더라도 이제 SKT의 가장 큰 적수인 EDG 팀을 조별 예선 때 2대0 꺾음으로써 이제 남은 대회 기간 동안 이제 SKT의 가장 큰 걸림돌이 되거나 우승하기까지 어떠한 난관이 남았다고 생각되는지 마린 선수의 생각을 말씀해 주세요.
일단 지금 모든 팀들이 상향 평준화돼서 다 잘한다고 생각해서 일단 8강도 그렇고 4강도 그렇고 다 위험한 상대들이 올라올 것 같아서 다들 위험하다고 생각해요.
I think every region have improved a lot for this tournament, and any team that advanced from quarterfinals, semifinals can be a big threat to us. So I think it's too early to say that tournament is ours at this point.
All right, well, you're 4-0, at least in the groups already, and advancing. Congratulations, thank you so much. Marin, 4-0 already, SKT. And not too confident, but I think they're off to a great start. Take it away.
Thank you, Shocks. Another very convincing win there by SKT, starting off 4-0. You know, and up against a team that we thought would be a front runner in this tournament and would put up a good fight. But this is 2 games in a row now where SKT has exposed them somewhat.
I still think EDG are a front runner. Like I think 2 very decisive games against them. But as we said, SKT are a team that if they get that early snowball, then they're going to win majority of the games that way. It's if teams can protract the games. And so far, sure, it's proven that EDG isn't the team that can do that in the best of 1 format, but you also need to give them a little bit more time.
Right, but Tabe, I want to come to you because what we have now seen is a little bit more of a focus toward the top lane. We just heard from Marin there that they recognized in that matchup, Darius versus Nara, it was going to be important to see which jungler could intervene first. SKT did that, and Marin ran away with the game.
I think that game there's a few critical points. The first point is Elise had the blue buff start, and when he see that Clear Love is invading their bot lane, they're trying to gank the Morgana and Tristana lane, and after they knew that, Benji reacted immediately and went to invade their red buff. But because of afraid of Benji's gank, the lane is being pushed by Darius. Because it is a obvious counter-picking lane. That means Darius should not be ahead of the lane. But because of afraiding the gank of Elise, the lane is towards the tower and the dive is successful and is snowballed very quickly.
I think it's so interesting because it's the second time in a row, like in both matchups, Amazing J just gets completely screwed. We had the lane slow situation in the first game and in this game as well. I think even though I think Marin is a better player, which kind of showed in like the overall matchup, still the kind of strategy to just focus on the bot lane is just so strange to me.
But one thing I do want to point out is that the bot lane strategy worked. they should have won that. There were 3 potions on Mako versus a mana potion on Wolf. Like, that should have been a very one-sided bottom lane. So they traded a top lane advantage for a bottom lane advantage, trusting that they had CC and not damage in their top lane. What happened was Mako just didn't do anything that game. His Thresh has been underwhelming. They need him on a playmaking support, which is why when I thought that they had Braum available, they would go with the Braum because it sets Pawn up for a lot more success as well and shuts down some of what the Rise is trying to bring into the game.
Well, there is something to be said for the Morgana being picked into Braum, which is considered somewhat of a soft counter. However, I will give to you the fact that they were doing a lot of work in that bot lane. We saw that atrocious back timing by the Tristana because of the canceled recall, and that really did put them in a hole. But the double teleport by SKT, Rise and Darius being able to show up in that crucial, gank bot lane, which ended up trading 1-for-1 in kills, which should have been an advantage for EDG, was kind of big in terms of evening out that bot lane. More importantly, though, to your point, Yamato, about mistakes being taken advantage of in these high-level games, when you do have 2 teams that can execute with a lead, we saw a crucial fight 17 minutes into the game in the bottom river. Ends up being an ace for SKT for only 2 kills to EDG.
For sure. The way it starts is kind of strange to me because Bengi is kind of caught off guard. We can start rolling the clip. Bengi uses his repel. My thought process right away is Pawn should gold card him. Bengi's standing right there. They're overcommitting into Faker. Darius gets the TP off in a perfect position because EDG is so clumped up. He's getting these heavy Qs off and he's doing too much damage. You try to kill him, he's kind of surviving with his low HP, and then again his Q heals him up and he's surviving way too long.
Right, so the idea being that because he uses his only escape, they could have surrounded him as he came back down, killed him, then moved into the rest of the team with a man advantage.
So I actually want to dispute that fairly heavily because you look at SKT, every single member has flash and they're fighting on a terrain advantage because Tristana has a reposition continually throughout that fight. You collapse on Elise there and they unload over the wall. All Elise has to do is flash over the wall, Tristana unloads, Morgana unloads. All of a sudden you were trying to fight at a terrain disadvantage with shorter range carries against a very mobile, very strong at that point. I think that they did the right thing. They collapsed onto the right carries. The person who won that fight was Marin. That flash into the double Q healed him for so much damage. They did not expect the Darius to live that long. If they got rid of the Rise and the Darius at the start of that fight, EDG had a chance because they had very good target prioritization. You hit the Elise at that part of the game, it's already game over.
Ooh. Well, I have to completely disagree. It's like, if you just take a look at the minimap at that point, we saw that simply because Bengi got caught off guard, he was kind of a free kill.
He had flash straight into Tristana.
I think it was fine, huh?
Well, I want to move back over to Tabe to finish us off here. With EDG's performance in these last 2 games versus SKT, what do you feel they need to make a change in most moving towards the bracket stage? Because SKT and EDG are front runners here and are most likely going to make it out of the group. But EDG's second seed, as a team, where do you see their biggest weakness?
I think EDG's biggest weakness is the top lane. But I'm not sure why EDG is not choosing to let KOO to be the top laner. But because we can see that AmazingJ isn't learning from the experience from last game. Either he is first picking Darius and being counterpicked by Renekton, or he chooses a counterpicking hero such as Nard as to lane against Darius. Is also has a huge fail. And we can see that, like just now Spawn has mentioned that Mako have fresh and has early ganked by Clear Love. They didn't have enough aggression to the to SKT's bot lane. That means, okay, in this patch, if you want to win the game, EDG must have a huge improvement on their top lane.
And I want to pick up on what Tabby's just said, because like their bottom lane is an aggressive bottom lane when they want to, and they've got one of the best reserve top laners in the world in KOO. He's not a carry, but if you put him on Nah, he will live through these ganks. If you want to camp the top lane, play AmazingJ. If you want to leave it on an island, you have to play KOO in these games.
Right, so they're putting AmazingJ in, but not making the necessary strategic changes in order to support his playstyle.
I want to also mention a point that we have never seen Clear Love on top lane. He is always babysitting the bot lane, but bot lane, he hasn't get any kills because there's Morgana. And the only time that Marine has died is because of Twisted Fate. But the lane is not being pushed. The turret is still alive. That means, okay, I will die. But still, Marine is the king of the top lane.
All right, well, there we have it. SKT starting the day strong and securing their quarterfinal spot. Not yet determined which seed they will be, but we are one game in and the action has just begun. So stick around because coming up next, the Bangkok Titans take on Europe's H2K. Worlds 2015 continues right after this.
Wins right here. They are guaranteed the third spot in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, the Cocoon lands here as well as Marin makes his way in. Oh, he's going to flash into the range of the cube, but Bengi trying to get the work done. Amazing J walking around. Teleport from Amazing J is going to be cancelled as EDG. Triple apprehend from Marin as he may clear this one up.
Jump de la part de Bang! Bang met suffisamment de dégâts! Bande de total! Il lui reste le maître qui se donne!
Fantastic exhaust is going to be used though as Bengi. He comes down, but Amazing J finds his way underneath the turret, but that's so much damage. The 2-0 against EDG here for SKT.